jump left, but on the Azumarill.
And Marto Gaudet has already qualified for the World Championships this season, looking to be an international champion with those plays right there. And we had one more extremely hype matchup. Of course, it was with our last Latin American international champion, Harjefi. The crowd was going absolutely insane, giving him all his energy. He came in on that loser's side of the bracket, but he is still alive here. He could be the first trainer to be back-to-back international champion.
And what was funny about this as well, actually really cool to see, I was there in the crowd watching. The Spanish-speaking community was like cheering for Pablo Dinas, and the Portuguese-speaking community was cheering for Lindos Rogers. So you kind of had a crowd versus crowd. It really gave that sports, that esports vibes here, and I just love it. LAIC is just the most passionate battlers are here.
Yeah, and I loved it too. And they were cheering for the trainers and the Pokemon. Let's look at those Pokemon that did make day number 2, of course, Azumarill, 71% usage. It always drops up. And then there's 2 poison types. A key thing for me is how about all these Pokemon over 40% usage, 5 of them here at day number 2.
Azumarill and Clodsire were top users on day 1, are still here. And Ariados had a lower usage, but looking to be super successful as well. Shadow Feraligatr, no surprise. Yesterday was the Hydro Cannon show. I think we've seen over 100 Hydro Cannon for sure. Any picks that stand out to you here, Butters?
You know, the crazy thing to me, there's only 1 flying type represented on this top 12, but 26 out of the 32 trainers do have a flying type. So it kind of feels like flying type isn't in the meta if you look at the usage, because there's only 1 Galarian Moltres that you see. But literally almost every trainer on both sides of the brackets do have that flying type Pokemon.
And make sure that you watch the streams. We have some Twitch drops here on our channels. If you watch the Go stream, you can get the Feraligatr that Pocket used at the 2025 NAIC. And you also get that Elite Charge TM because you want that Charge Stack Hydro Cannon on your Feraligatr. Feraligatr is very prominent in not only the Go Battle League, but also in the Show 6 format that we have here.
And if you're a fan of VGC, we got some special drops. You know, you just did that one, but I feel like you got to do this one too, Martin, because this is your Pokemon. It's raining shinies in VGC.
Pelipper is so cool. If you redeem this code for Scarlet and Violet, you can receive the Pelipper that Patrick Connor used to win the 2024 NAIC VGC competition. Pelipper used to be a staple in Go. I hope again sometime soon.
Yeah, maybe one day, maybe another flying type attack. And of course, we do have some TCG giveaways as well. I can't wait till that Pokemon gets into Pokemon Go. Maybe we'll be able to change its face, change its typing. That would be really exciting, but make sure to take advantage of all these drops. Tell your friends. You really don't want to miss these drops or any other time. So you have to actually make sure to follow us, because if you don't follow us all the time, oh yes, wait, hold up, there's one more, because you do not want to miss out on this Pikachu. That is some beautiful art right there.
Yeah, we have the special card for TCG Live that you can redeem with this code as well. This is an amazing card. It looks so cool. I'm not an expert in TCG, but I love collecting. And, you know, just like Go players love to collect shiny Pokemon, this is a shiny card to get if you want for Pokemon Go trading card game live.
All I'm saying is I want to throw a Topaz Bolt in Pokemon Go. That's what I'm saying. That was the attack there. And, of course, you have some more of this Ogerpon, right?
Ogerpon, yeah.
Ogerpon. I always knew that Pokemon. I did not learn it this weekend, but make sure to always follow us, because you want to know when the streams are going to be going live, so you can always take advantage of those drops. And then also, we would love to feature on stream. We want to know what you think. Who is going to be the Latin American International Champion? How are you enjoying your experience? What are you doing at home if you're watching? We want to know.
Use hashtag #PlayPokemon to get involved, and make sure you don't miss any of the action. If you are unfortunate enough to do so, make sure to follow us on Twitch and YouTube so you can watch it all back. Don't miss any of the Pokemon action. We'll be here all weekend.
We will, and this is the most fun time because now we got battles coming up. I just want to talk a little bit about the dynamics of the top side of the bracket first.
Yeah.
We have more trainers from other regions than we've had in past international championships, because we actually have 6 North American trainers on the winner side of the top 16. We do have a European trainer as well. We got Colin as well, and then 9 Latin trainers. So of course, the home country, once again, has the numbers. 9 out of those top 16, which, I mean, how many times? I feel like we need to get a percentage of how many times the actual champion comes from the winner side of the bracket, but it's very often.
I think the North Americans heard that others weren't very impressed that they didn't make it at all at the top 4 at the World Championship. So they're now back and they're here for the 2025 LAIC crown. This might be the first time an international trainer might take it all. We're going to go to our first matchup here. On the left, we have Studmuffins. On the right, we have Lindo's Cruzao.
And Cruzao, of course, is running that Shadow Dragonite as well. We've seen that so often from the Brazilians here, and it has looked really strong in these matchups because, once again, there's not a ton of fast attack pressure. You do have a little pressure with that Dunsparce rollout damage, and, of course, the Sucker Punch, like you mentioned yesterday on the Galarian Moltres, can threaten the Shadow Dragonite. I believe in the Great League, you can actually double shield through a Shadow Dragonite and just completely farm it down with that Sucker Punch and then use that energy on the back line as well. So a lot of options here for Studmuffins, a North American competitor versus an early matchup against another Lindo here. I know it's early in the morning, but I bet the Lindo crowd is already here going to be cheering for Cruzao.
Like I said, they're the most passionate. I would not be surprised to see them chanting very soon. Both trainers are locked in. Get ready for our first match. Here we go. We have the Galarian Moltres to Studmuffin into the Azuro from Lindo's Cruzao. This is a great lead for the Brazilians.
Fantastic league. And look at that Shadow Dragonite in the back. The Shadow Feraligatr is the safe swap here. It looks like you're just going to stay in there, probably soak some energy. And look, actually throwing straight away. So now this Feraligatr is going to be energy dry. You do have the opportunity, if you did want to swap, if you're Cruzao, to make a clean swap here while the Feraligatr is energy dry, decides to stay in with the Azumarill.
Stays in for a little bit, maybe wanting to preserve the Dragonite for another matchup. Player is going to do a lot of damage to this Feraligatr, and Studmuffins decide to shoot this. Again, just like yesterday, it might just be the Feraligatr show again. Feraligatr has been such an asset for Studmuffin. Not switching Feraligatr is, sorry, the Dragonite's interesting because I feel like Dragonite, this is the place where you want it.
Yeah, it has been the Feraligatr show, but I think Azumarill has set the record in a tournament with charge attacks taken, because Azumarill just takes literally every charge attack in this meta. Now you're in a position where you have to, it looks like he's clicking on his shield, wants to use it, yes, last second does use that Protect Shield on the resisted Hydro Cannon just to ensure that you can get this play rough off, try to get this matchup, keep the alignment, but this isn't terrible. This is a soft loss for Studmuffins. Wait, no, he actually doubles down.
Those two shoots down. Flip the switch fence, now going into the Clodsire, really banking on something weak to the Dragonite in the back. Clodsire is not going to appreciate Hydro Cannon. We're going to see some bulk here. Actually, not yet.
Oh, wow.
It can take a Hydro Cannon, but looks like Cruzao doesn't want to take any of that just yet. And now going to the Galarian Moltres, which is a great matchup because there's no Stone Edge on the Clodsire from Cruzao.
And we saw this yesterday against Nighttime Clasher. The Galarian Moltres is actually able to take the double Sludge Bomb from the Clodsire and bank up a ton of energy and then just get loaded with the Brave Bird. So even though the Sludge Bomb is available, you don't have to throw yet. We're going to see what Studmuffins does. Looks like Studmuffins is going to take it, but I don't know. This Moltres is looking a little weaker than Nighttime's Clasher said. This is going to be really close for Studmuffins. Can he hang on? Yes, he does.
And gets to the Brave Bird on such little HP. This ensures that Cruzao gets as little farm as possible on the next Pokemon. I think this might even knock out, actually. Clodsire just being so bulky because he gets fewer Poison Sting now. Now you can come in with your next Pokemon. I'm not sure if you can farm this down with either the Feraligatr, and especially not the Clodsire, because Clodsire is double resist the Poison Sting.
This is risky. They can't really Poison Sting down, like you said, so you can throw this Earthquake, and I actually still don't think you can Poison Sting down, so you're going to have to throw a charge attack if you're Studmuffins, or swap in the Feraligatr. And here comes swapping the Feraligatr, trying to get an energy advantage against one Shadow Claw, two Shadow Claw, swapping the into the Dragonite play. Was it too late? Can this Feraligatr get? Actually throws the Hydro Cannon, doesn't even try to go for the Ice Beam.
I don't think he would have gone there, but this Hydro Cannon resist. Chat, this is resistant. Look at this. That's a lot of damage.
Jeez, that is a lot of damage.
Wow. Dragonite's almost down already. Can get the Poison down. I think a Dragon Claw might not do it just yet, but again, those Dragon Breaths are so impressive. Dragonite's known to melt Pokemon.
It has no health, though. It can't get Poison Sting down here. It's going to throw the Dragon Claw. It needs to throw some Dragon Breath damage, and no, it's going to get Poison Sting down, and now suddenly Studmuffins is really close to an Earthquake here. Cruzao does have the Azumarill to come in and try to soak this energy and do super effective bubble damage, or you have the Clodsire to try to swap. I feel like you maybe have to do a peekaboo here. You have to bring in the, no, actually brings in the Clodsire. It's going to be able to soak up the Sludge Bomb. Now it's going to be a race. Can Studmuffins get to back-to-back Sludge Bomb before he gets knocked out by Bubbles?
This might just be a fast attack down here. I believe he's like 3 Poison Sting off to a
One
charge
bubble,
attack.
two
Here we
bubble.
go.
Wait,
he
gets
there. The Sludge Bomb.
Oh my goodness, the bulk of Clodsire here to barely get to this Sludge Bomb. It might have been a simultaneous if you threw the Poison Sting, but instead, it's a Game 1 victory for Studmuffins.
Game 1, the victory, and 1 HP victory as well for Studmuffin. That was an insane game. Now let's talk a little bit about that Dragonite usage. I felt like Dragonite is the Pokemon for Cruzao to answer the Feraligatr, but he didn't bring it into the safe switch of Stud Muffins there.
Yeah, I mean, you had that opportunity when Stud Muffins threw after 5 Shadow Claws, exactly energy dry on the Hydro Cannon. You did have that opportunity to swap into the Shadow Dragonite so that you could be at equal energy with that Feraligatr. That would have been pretty strong because then you could have taken the alignment with the Azumarill into the Moltres, but hey, Stud Muffins did figure out a way to finish it off in the end with the amazing end game. And if that is a preview of what's to come the rest of the day at LAIC with games like that, it is going to be an amazing day number 2.
And if we look again at the replay here, we see that Feraligatr has been just the star of the show. Makes sense that it's in the Twitch drops because this Pokemon is a menace, because this Hydro Cannon does so much damage. Even resist it.
Yeah, and I was thinking, well, why is he getting to the Ice Beam? But he's just getting melted, like you said, by those Dragon Breaths. It's just you look away from the health bar for a second, and it's almost gone. And then how about this here? Able to get to that Sludge Bomb and able to get to the back-to-back Sludge Bomb. Of course, some of these Clodsires are running Stone Edge, some are running Sludge Bomb, but I have an interesting fact for you. In the top usage, obviously, Feraligatr is very high, but it's 100% Shadow Feraligatr. In the past, there's been some normal ones, especially in Louisville and Baltimore. It's all Shadow now.
We saw Feraligatr with Crunch from Tomahawk UK. I believe that was a Louisville. And that Pokemon is good into matchups like Dugong, but it does have the same damage output that Shadow has. Shadow just outputs Hydro Cannon and Shadow Claw damage way quicker. It does trade off some bulk there, but Feraligatr is not the kind of Pokemon to tank damage either way. You have Clodsire and Azumarill for that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I thought that the normal Feraligatr did have some more optionality because of its bulk being able to take some charge attacks, but I just can't argue with the fact that Feraligatr seems like a must-have in almost every single battle. I mean, I don't know what the percentages are of how many times Feraligatr has entered the lineup of 3 in this tournament, but it is extremely high. Especially, it is not even the top usage Pokemon, though. But it does feel like it's on the battlefield more than any other Pokemon.
It also feels like we're kind of going back to what the start of the season was. The Feraligatr Clodsire core. That's kind of coming back again, with Clodsire being so meta, but now Azumarill is even more meta. And that's probably to hard check some of the Pokemon that otherwise are just too difficult to counter, such as Galarian Moltres, but also Pokemon like Annihilate. And Azumarill really is there to keep those in check. And the Malamar, of course, that we've seen so many times.
No, you're completely right. When 2 Pokemon are back in top 5 usage, especially in day number 2, that means they're back. The Shadow Feraligatr Clodsire core is back. And Stud Muffins was Sao Paulo top 32 this year, of course, being able to make it to day number 2. And then Cruzao able to make actually top 8 in 2023 at the Latin American International Championship. So he is actually pretty familiar from being here in day number 2 in Sao Paulo. Looks like there was a bit of discussion. Do you think that had to do with the in-game there between the Azumarill and Clodsire?
I think maybe there was some doubt if that bubble should have knocked out or not. I'm not sure if they are going to look further into that. That may have been a possibility, but it looks like that both trainers are satisfied with what it is here. Now, another point to discuss here. We have Clodsire in top usage, yes? But how many of those have Stone Edge and how many have Sludge Bomb? I feel like Stone Edge really would have been useful into some of these Galarian Moltres matchups.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely would have had an opportunity, especially not just the Galarian Moltres, but like I mentioned, there is flying types on 26 out of 32 of these trainers' team. There's Galarian Moltres, there's a lot of Shadow Dragonite, there is some Shadow Drifblim, there's actually more Mandibuzz than expected here. There is also even Jumpluff.
Jumpluff. Oh yeah, from Marto Calda.
No, even more from Desync as well, I believe. Oh no, actually not Desync, but I believe there is another Jumpluff in the tournament as well to make a double from Lyle. Lyle has the Shadow. It looks like we're locked into game number 2 here, and it is going to be Dunsparce versus the Clodsire lead of Stud Muffins.
This is surprisingly a good matchup for Clodsire. Yes, it takes super effective damage, but 2 Juron will not be enough to knock out. Well, 2 Earthquake will be. In that case, Clodsire is actually straight up winning this matchup. It's just a testimony to its bulk.
And the thing is, it seems like alignment's really going to matter in the backline here, because you see the Gastrodon from Cruzao in this game number 2, and the Moltres is there from Stud Muffins. If Moltres is going to be able to match up versus that Gastrodon, it's going to be really tough. But on the other side, if Stud Muffins lines up his Moltres into Azumarill, that's going to be really tough for him.
And we see again in the back of stuff of is that Feraligatr. But what do you do here? You have no hard answer here. You do have Sludge Bomb though on your Clodsire. It's kind of an iffy switch here from Kuzao because now there's 2 Sludge Bomb loaded. These are almost going to knock out the Azumarill.
Yeah, and it looks like he's always just kind of clicking on that shield and then pressing it last second. I like that tactic there from Kuzao, able to throw the Ice Beam. This will secure the knockout pretty much, I believe, because super effective damage. And it looks like Muffin is thinking about it, wants to save that energy because you said had the double Sludge Bomb, also has the timer available. So maybe he's going to throw that Sludge Bomb here and swap out, or actually just maybe try to get to that triple Sludge Bomb because you can't bubble down at this point.
And as Kuzao, you don't need the shields as much this time just because there's no Dragonite this time. Coming in with the Feraligatr now, and this is a great opportunity for StubMuffins to build up some energy. The bubble damage doesn't do as much. You just have to be careful of this player off. Azuma's not playing nice today. This is going to put Feraligatr straight into the yellow.
Is he going to go for the Shadow Claw down here, and it gets denied? And now this is great for Kuzao because you're going to have your Switch Lock Gastrodon while StubMuffin's timer is not back up. So you're going to have to take these Hydro Cannons, which actually does a lot more damage to the Gastrodon than I expected here. You're probably going to have to double shield or use your last shield on this Gastrodon. Does Kuzao decide to do it? He's clicking on it. He's holding it. He decides to use that shield, but how useful will this energy be against the Galarian Moltres in the back?
Well, it's a flyer. We seen yesterday Body Slam doesn't do as much damage nowadays. If you saw the Clodsire lead, you probably could have expected this Pokemon in the back, but because StubMuffins had to cover the Gastrodon in the back. As you can see here, Body Slam neutral, but took a nerf this season and doesn't do as much damage. Well, Sucker Punch has been buffed and actually doing a lot of damage. Gets the full farm now before the Body Slam.
And the problem is you don't have a Protect Shield. Yes, you have energy here. You're going to throw the Rock Slide into the Moltres, and the Moltres has this last Protect Shield of the game. This Dunsparce is not quite yet at the next Rock Slide. There is a switch available. Can Krushon pull off a miracle? Tried to do it. The patience from StubMuffins sniffed it out, knew that that was happening. Now all you got to do is get to the Ancient Power plus the Brave Bird. I think it's going to be GG for StubMuffins.
No Protect Shields are in play. Azumarill is going to get knocked out, and again, a lot of energies at the Brave Bird as well. One more for that Brave Bird on the Galarian Moltres. If you didn't have one yet, use that Adventure Incense. Galarian Moltres incoming, Brave Bird incoming. Zoom! Dunsparce gets knocked out, and StubMuffins takes the set.
What an impressive run from StubMuffins early on here, getting the clutch win, game number 1. Number 2, pretty confident in his battle strategy to be able to take out one of the Brazilian trainers, of course, on that winner's side of the bracket in LNDS, Krushon. A pretty dominant game number 2 there. Moltres just was able to finish it off. The Gastrodon didn't really have much place to go.
Question for you, Butters. If you had to pick your Dark and Flying type Pokemon, would you go with the Galarian Moltres, or would you go with the Mandibuzz?
I absolutely would go with Galarian Moltres because I feel like it has more upside. Because you can farm things down like you've seen with Sucker Punch, and then you can throw the Brave Bird that's going to do a lot of damage there. So I also like the Ancient Power coverage against the other Flying type Pokemon. Like I mentioned, it's very high usage, even though you don't see it on the top 12 as high usage. So that Ancient Power is going to be quite useful. I think it's much better positioned in the current meta than the Mandibuzz. But how about you, Inadequence?
Sucker Punch has been such a great addition, right? I like the bulk on Mandibuzz, but maybe there's more room now for Air Slash Mandibuzz. Flying type is so widely unresisted in the current meta, only really by Alolan Sandslash as a Steel type Pokemon and the occasional Registeel from Arrow. But it's just so good right now, I feel like. Here we see again the matchup. Clodsire has been so crucial here, and because Kuzao did not switch in, oh sorry, that was game 1 I'm talking about, but Feraligatr did pop off here again with all those Hydro Cannon in the Gastrodon, taking all the Protect Shields, and then all the energy was as useful for the Galarian Moltres, allowing Galarian Moltres to clean up the game with both an Ancient Power and the Brave Bird.
I'm not gonna lie, Gastrodon has had a tough weekend.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen a single situation where I'm like, oh great, Gastrodon is doing really well here. It seems like every single time Gastrodon is on the field, it's a liability. I know it technically has good matchups, but it just can't find them here in São Paulo.
It feels like everyone's fearing the Gastrodon, so if they have a Flying type Pokemon, they're like, okay, I'm gonna make sure Gastrodon has nowhere to go. We saw from Martugalda the Jump Love, even a worse matchup on the Gastrodon. Now we saw the Galarian Moltres. It just doesn't do as much. I believe even the Shadow Pidgeot at some point caught Gastrodon yesterday in its wings. So kind of a rough Pokemon to use, but it does win so many neutral matchups, such as Azumarill and even Ariados. It can win the scenario where both players don't use shields because it can hang on to a Turtle. It's actually surprisingly bulky.
Yeah, it is, but it's also surprisingly taking a lot of damage from Hydro Cannon from Feraligatr. It's like you come in, you think it's going to soak energy energy like something like an Azumarill, because you're kind of using it in a similar role, but it doesn't soak that energy because the Hydro Cannon isn't resisted. It's kind of clunky in its pacing as well. Body Slam is not that useful anymore. I know there is going to be a lot of upside. I know I'm going to be proven wrong later in the tournament because there are talented trainers with that Gastrodon on their team, but I feel like Shadow Kanto Marowak has been much more impressive in my eyes in this tournament, at least having that rock slide coverage for those flying type Pokemon. But Gastrodon does have the bulk, and bulk at the end of the day is super strong in Pokemon Go PvP.
No, I agree, and that's why we see so many Azumarill and Clodsire, right? Bulk is key. You can use those fragile Pokemon to pressure shields or to have a shield advantage and try to sweep a game, but you are always going to have need some Pokemon that can, you know, take a charge stack or two. Now, one North American advances through to the winners, next winners round, but there's definitely gonna advance one from here because these are two North Americans competing against each other. It's gonna be Out of Pocket versus the Torian.
Yeah, it's gonna be a guaranteed that two North Americans move on early on in the day. Out of Pocket, of course, the former North American international champion, regional champion as well. He's been so consistent ever since actually right before his North American International Championship until now. I think debatably he could be the most consistent player in North America since that championship. And of course, he is on that winner's side of the bracket versus the Torian, a Canadian who was able to win a regional in 2024. He's had a couple 25th place performances recently, but on the winner's side of the bracket here in day number 2.
And we know he's really good. If you watch the Baltimore Regional Championship, his games against House Stark were some of the best and most entertaining that I've seen. It was a demonstration of what the Switch Clock is right now. Both players were just dancing around with their Pokemon. So the Torian, even though Pocket on paper probably has the advantage, the Torian knows how to dance with his Pokemon. And there we see the Shadow Jump Bluff, by the way. It's back here. It hurt you, Butters. It's not going to take what you said, but this time there is no Gastrodon to target.
Yeah, well, there is also a Gastrodon on the Torian team, so maybe the Torian can prove us wrong here and use this Gastrodon well. We'll see how it matches up of Out of Pocket's team. It's going to be okay versus the Feraligatr, okay against the Azumarill. It's going to be decent against the Shadow Kanto Marowak, great against the Clodsire, and okay against that Ariados as well. So, I mean, on paper, it does seem like it has some play here. How about that Shadow Jump Bluff? Does that have any play against Out of Pocket's team?
Yeah, I actually think it looks really good, but also not. Here's the thing. Both Water-type Pokemon have Ice-type coverage, and the Grass and Flying-type defensive typing from Jump Bluff is double weak to that. You don't want to take an Ice Beam from Feraligatr because that's game over for Jump Bluff.
Yeah, and the way that those teams were inserted was a perfect example of how on the left-hand side, there was 3 Pokemon you really want to see with Jump Bluff with those double water types there. And then on the right-hand side, it was 3 Pokemon you didn't really want to see, and that was the double poison types, the Galarian Moltres. So it is going to probably be a 50-50 for that Shadow Jump Bluff. But in the matchup earlier where Mardo Galde, we thought Jump Bluff wasn't going to be that good. He won 2 games with it. So who knows? And we're going to be locked into game number 1. It is Out of Pocket versus the Torian here. It's going to be Ariados versus Shadow Drapion, and Shadow Drapion can win this matchup.
Yeah, it's rather neutral, but because of Drapion's pacing, it's just a little bit better here. And it's actually catching the Aqua Tail, the Torian waiting a turn.
He did.
And for that reason, Pocket's actually able to sneak in a bubble as well.
Yeah, he waited a turn to try to see if a Poison Sting was going through and to throw the Aqua Tail into the Ariados, but instead, the Azumarill came out and took the resistant damage and got a bubble. Next level play from Out of Pocket, and now the Torian is going to be able to swap on this play rough, though.
Butters, the Torian is not taking the bait. He tried to bait out the Jump Bluff. Yeah, he's trying to read. That Pocket tried to bait out the Jump Bluff, but he kept the Jump Bluff. If the Torian is able to keep switch advantage, he will be able to align the Jump Bluff later to the ground type he's expecting in the back.
Brilliant call out, Martine. You're exactly right there. I think that's exactly what Out of Pocket was doing, trying to bring it out so that you have play with your Mud Slapper. It's going to be absolutely over if those last 2 Pokemon align. But the thing is, the timers are pretty misaligned here because of that Aqua Tail landing on the Azumarill early in the matchup. Now the Trailblaze is going to be landing on the Azumarill.
But this only allows the Torian to swap out at some point again, and then if you can clear this Ariados, that Jump Bluff is gonna clean house here. Ice Beam is coming through. Still going to do a good chunk on the Ariados. If Pocket is sensing that there's a jump off in the back, he has to preserve his Ariados at some point. But going anything to Drapion, Drapion is loaded.
And the thing is, he knows that maybe there is going to be that Mud Slapper in the back, so just actually undercharging this Aqua Tail, a little bit risky there, doesn't get the knockout. I don't know why go for the undercharge there. I'm sure the Torian has a plan. Instead, he's going to no shield on this lunge. He's going to put all his hopes in the Shadow Jump Up, and I think they're going to work.
He might farm this actually down with the Poison Sting. What a genius play from the Torian!
Wow! That is crazy to get low health as well. You got that full farm down, so you secure the crunch, but leave yourself lower health, so this Azumarill only gets one bubble.
And brace yourself, in comes Azumarill, but we know what's in the back. Hold on for dear life, as Jumpluff is gonna clean house here. It's gonna come in, and Poke's gonna dread it because he has a Marowak in the back.
The Tarian's looking at the team sheet, and he's like, what do I got back there? I probably got the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Gonna use the Protect Shield here. It's gonna be double super effective, so this Jumpluff will be down to Protect Shield, but I don't think that's gonna matter versus the Shadow Kanto Marowak that's gonna be throwing these Mud Slaps that are doing absolutely nothing into this jump up here, and this jump up is loaded with energy.
I think there's only one win condition for Pocket, and that's no shielding at potential areas, but the Torian knows he doesn't need to bait here, and looks like Pocket is going to shield it up, perhaps trying to wear down that Switch Clock at some point again, but even gets a defense drop. Pocket is not having it here.
No, it just got even worse here. Maybe trying to call a Bone Club bait here, but takes the Rock Slide instead. It doesn't really matter because it's not going to do enough damage because, like I said, these Mud Slaps are just tickling this Jumpluff here and just going to go for the safe plays. Just keep going for these energy balls. The second Protect Shield of the game for Out of Pocket, but remember, Out of Pocket might get back to the timer if he can throw a Rock Slide here.
And another defense drop. Again, it's not going to matter as much, and areas won't be enough to knock out this Kanto Marowak.
What if he swaps though? If he swaps on the energy ball, does he have a chance? Can he? Maybe he tried to wait. He's literally just sitting there. He was literally just sitting there trying to desperately get a swap. I have actually never seen that before, and instead he's going to take the aerial ace.
He was hoping that the Torian would think, wait, what's going on? He's not moving? Okay, maybe he switched already, but no. It was Pocket trying to deceive the Torian and try to catch them, and unfortunately, the Torian had so much energy. I think even if he did make that catch, he would have gone to another energy ball. And the Torian takes game number 1 with an incredible read.
Yeah, a team composition read, but then also on that bait out, not going for the Azumarill into Jumpluff matchup, which I believe Out of Pocket was definitely trying to bait out. So the big brain play by the Torian to bring in his own Azumarill to counter swap the Azumarill from Out of Pocket. High level gameplay from the Torian.
High level gameplay indeed. I think he could have tweaked it a little bit better even if he didn't allow Pocket to catch that Aqua Tail, because he was waiting a turn, was checking if there was a another Poison Sting coming through, and then it didn't. The switch came through, a bubble came through instead, still went for the Aqua Tail. Just a little bit of a too slow reaction there, but regardless, making it up with that incredible read.
Yeah, it's hard because you wait a turn and you're hoping to see a Poison Sting animation. And then once you don't see that Poison Sting animation, you're like, well, I guess I'm still going to throw this Aqua Tail here. And then suddenly the Azumarill pops out. That was also high level right there. Talk about that, Martine.
That undercharge was insane because it allowed the Torian not to only get more energy, but also get lower health. And that means that when Pocket comes back in with another Pokemon, it will get less energy with the next Pokemon. And with the Azumarill getting less energy meant that it wouldn't be able to get to another Ice Beam into the Jumpluff, and that what made the Torian even more solid in that match.
Yeah, because imagine if you got to the back-to-back Ice Beams and took both the Protect Shields from that Shadow Jumpluff. Maybe the Shadow Kanto Marowak would have a chance in that back, but being able to undercharge that, which it didn't seem like there was a point to it to take more damage on the Drapion. Maybe you could have knocked out the Ariados, but just high-level plays 3 times in a row. The team read, the team mid-game adjustment, and the undercharge. The Torian able to clutch that out even with that great alignment. Looks like we're just locked into game number 2, and these trainers are looking to try to advance on this winner side. It's such an easier route on that winner side of the battle. Can Out of Pocket reverse sweep this matchup? He has the Shadow Feraligatr led versus the Shadow Drapion.
This is an awkward matchup because if you shield an Aqua Tail bait, the Drapion can win the 2 shield, but if you shield the crunches correctly, then the Feraligatr will win this matchup because the Hydrokin just does so much damage. Even though the Shadow Claw are resisted, it's going to be enough to knock out with some more Shadow Claws here. Trying to make another catch on the Azumarill, unable to. But what do you do here as a Torian? Are you going to swap in the Jumpluff? Now you're down a shield. You can't really bring in your Jumpluff because you get hit by an Ice Beam.
Tough mind games here because Out of Pocket brought a different backline. Instead, we got the debuff on the crunch here. That is huge for the Torian. Instead of bringing the Shadow Canto Marowak in the back, he has the Ariados. So now he has a different back line, and the Torian is just going to stay in this matchup, throw another crunch, maybe even get another debuff. Can he get another debuff? No. Maybe take this Ice Beam as well. He's thinking about it. There's only one protection remaining. I don't think you want to give up both your protect shields so early in the battle.
I love this play from Pocket. He wants to make sure that the Torian does not switch out into his own Azumarill and take the energy there, so he wanted to throw it in the drop in right away. And looks like now the Torian does come in with his own Azumarill to farm up energy, but also soak up this player up here. This is an interesting strategy from Pocket because he led a water type with another water type in the back. If you lean into the jump bluff, that might be a difficult game to play out.
Yeah, ABA weak to that jump bluff, and that jump bluff is lurking in the back once again for the Torian, and the Torian is going to throw this play rough to secure the knockout. Did get almost to 100 energy here, so you do have more energy to threaten either the Ariados or the Shadow Feraligatr when it comes in. Does out of pocket want to hide the Ariados in the back? No, actually just brings it in early, so now the Torian does know the entire team of out of pocket.
I think Pocket knows what time it is. It's time for the Feraligatr show. Still keeping the shields for that Feraligatr with shields up. It actually is not that bad into the jump bluff again because that Ice Beam. What do you do here as the Torian swaps into the jump bluff right away? And this is a launch. It's neutral because of the grass typing of the jump bluff that takes super effective, but the flying resists it. And what do you do now?
This is awkward here because, like you said, you don't really want to come in and throw an Ice Beam because this jump bluff is about at half health. You can't really come in and throw a Hydro Cannon because that's resist. You're kind of forced to stay into this Ariados matchup, throw another lunge here, but the problem is you might get knocked out by an Aerial Ace. Do you try to swap on it? No. Will this be enough to knock out? This is the Shadow jump bluff, remember, but it is 2 times debuff. Yeah. Looks like out of pocket's actually going to let it go. Can it endure? And it does endure to hang on to a little bit of health. Swap into the Feraligatr. Now the Feraligatr is going to probably have to shield up this move and try to go for the Shadow Call down. Does he try to call it? He knows it's the Aerial. Does he no shield? This is going to be crazy. No shields.
What a crazy play. Pocket, the NAIC champion, knows his scouts and gets the full Shadow Claw down.
Wow, what a play. You have no health with any of your Pokemon, but the Torian's Pokemon are quite low as well. There are 2 protect shields remaining for out of pocket. Does the Torian even throw a charge attack anymore? Does it just try to go for fast attack damage at this point? Going for the bubbles here. This Feraligatr is absolutely loaded. It looks like out of pocket is trying to not throw on bad timing, so the Torian doesn't have any opportunity to swap out here.
Time and health are running out for Pocket, though. Even though these bubbles are resisted, they're adding up. Feraligatr does have a lot of health remaining. Going for the Ice Beam here as the Torian. Can he get the full Shadow Claw down here as Pocket? You know what I fear? If you get the full Shadow Claw down, maybe one Poisoning from the Drapion will knock out as well. He's trying to get
swapping the Ariados to try to get the Poisoning down. Does get the simultaneous. Now all he needs is the back-to-back Hydro Cannon. He has it loaded. All he has to do is take one Poison Sting. We won't know until this animation is over. Does the Shadow Feraligatr take Poison Sting? I think it can endure.
Feraligatr not known for its bulk, but it gets the double Hydro.
And it takes it, and out of pocket takes the matchup. It ties it up 1-1.
What a play between these 2 players. Feraligatr was looking in such a tough spot after that no shield on the Aerial Ace. It had almost no health remaining, but it was just bulky enough to withstand both the Azumarill and the Drapion there. Very well played by Pocket.
I mean, to be able to no shield those 2 Aerial Aces and leave your Pokemon at almost no health and still close out the game there. And at one point, he was even shaking his head. He was like, okay, wait, I probably should have thrown some energy. I think he was afraid of getting swapped on. And then he was just too patient with his energy, but that crucial swap with the Ariados to be able to Poison Sting down the Azumarill probably won him that matchup.
There's 2 things that I want to point out in Pocket strategy here. So first off, the ABA strategy, right? Which means that you lead weak to a particular Pokemon and you're also weak to it in the back. In this case, we saw 2 water types. We saw the Feraligatr lead, kind of weak to Jump Bluff, and Azumarill in the back as well, weak to the Jump Bluff. But at the same time, what I recognize here, Pocket doesn't see Jump Bluff as a Feraligatr threat. That's why I think he led the Feraligatr. If it's Jump Bluff, he can just try to get to wiggle down the shields or even land the Ice Beam at some point with the Feraligatr. So that kind of tells us a lot about its strategy, that Pocket is not afraid to go ABA weak to that Jump Bluff.
Yeah, it's crazy. You're just bringing all the things weak to Jump Bluff, and it kind of doesn't matter. But Jump Bluff has been in the lineup for 2 straight games for the Torian. Will he bring that into game number 3? It has been really strong for him. He was almost able to secure that victory as well. Maybe if when out of pocket swapped his Ariados, if he swapped his own Drapion, maybe he could have have been Poison Sting down the Ariados and had a chance there in that in-game, but it's so tough. I mean, I feel like there was, like, in that in-game, there was probably like 20 possibilities of actions that you could take, and it looks like Out of Pocket made the better ones. And now we got a decisive game number 3, and we got a lock in here. We got the Azumarill into the Ariados lead. That is a positive lead for Out of Pocket.
Pocket's probably happy with this one. The Torian swapping in the Dunsparce. That's not Pokemon brought just yet, but in comes the Clodsire, which does have a positive matchup as we've seen before. Let's see how this matchup is going to play out. Is the Torian going to try and wiggle Shield Sword, or just satisfied with playing this out and get energy on the Azumarill later?
Yeah, and able to instantly counter swap into that Clodsire, but the thing is, because these Pokemon are so bulky, you're probably going to get back to your timers once again. So even though this is the matchup right now, I feel like it's going to be a lot of dancing around all matchup. And it looks like Torian actually sat the Shadow Jumpluff in this impactful game number 3, and Out of Pocket for the first time doesn't bring the double water, sits the Azumarill and goes with the double poison instead to counter the Jumpluff, but the Jumpluff is not there.
If you look at the backline from the Torian, he's actually quite weak to the Ariados. Going for the Earthquake again, doing the Seal on Shield. No, not this time. But I kind of have a feeling that the Torian has to keep this Dunsparce for the Ariados, because the Dravion doesn't match up well either there. In fact, he's also a shield down, so you can't do that.
Yeah, and it's crazy. The Torian did make an early shield call on that Earthquake, so now the Torian is down a shield. You're going to be able to have back-to-back here, so Out of Pocket doesn't want to use the Protect Shield, is going to try to come in with the Ariados. This is quite shocking as well. Going to go for the Rock Slide, super effective damage, so looks like he is putting absolutely all his hopes in on Protect Shield advantage Shadow Feraligatr.
Again, he does it again. He knows it's the Feraligatr show on the LAIC. Going for the throwaways. I like this play. You don't need to debuff the Dunsparce anymore because you're better off buffing yourself. The Torian's not going to shield this anyway, this low health Dunsparce. Now what's coming in here for a farm down? Nothing, because Poison Sting is resistant, and Bubble, it's gonna add up more, but you don't want to take this boosted Trailblaze though.
Yeah, it
looks like he does.
Looks like he does, because he doesn't want to use his last Protect Shield of the battle here, but it's going to be hard to bubble this down, so decides to try to spit instantaneous simul swap by both these trainers. That is crucial because they're on the same alignment now, and they're getting to the energy at the exact same time. The Torian is probably going to have to be forced to throw Aqua Tail baits.
Oh, no shields is though. It's tough because the Torian is down a shield. Look at how much that does. It's Gator time, baby. In comes the Crunch. He's hoping that Pocket would try to no shield an obvious bait here, but it's not the obvious bait. Going for the Crunch. Pocket makes the correct shield call. Again, the defense drop. Pocket's just getting all of them and getting to the Aqua Tail. Pocket probably knows this, but it's still going to chunk a little bit.
And it is the defense drop Aqua Tail. It is resisted, but still going to do a lot of damage here into that Feraligatr. And now suddenly that Feraligatr is getting close to the red. It's going to be facing the Azumarill. Has an uphill battle to climb here. He's going to have to knock out with Hydro Cannon plus Shadow Claw damage. Can he do it in time? He also can swap out to clear that debuff really soon. Does he go for it now? He doesn't go for it quite yet. He's going to take a couple more bubbles.
Can you get the bubble down or the Shadow Claw down? This is getting close. A full bubble sneaks through. That might be crucial in this match. If one more bubble takes out both the Ariados and the Shadow Claw, that may have been a misplay here from Pocket.
That may have been a game-losing decision here because you might be able to get the back-to-back Ice Beams. You're at 100 energy. You're just one bubble away from back-to-back Ice Beams. You throw the first Ice Beam, gets Protect Shielded. Can the Torian get the back-to-back Ice Beams here? Needs one more bubble. Gets knocked out instead by Poison Sting, and Out of Pocket is able to win it 2-1.
Pocket moves on to the next winners round. Our 2024 NAIC champion is showing he's got it here. He's trying to win his second international championship.
100,000,000% chances he's gonna win. He said it yesterday in his interview. He feels the same way early on in day number 2. What an epic ending to 2 straight games. Those were fascinating in-games like we haven't seen in day number 1. There were so many options, so little health. That was amazing.
And let's not forget the fight that 2024 Carolina champion, the Torian, put up there. That insane read in game number 1 almost led him to victory there. And he had all the defense drops as well on both the energy ball and I believe almost on, well, maybe not one crunch, but all the other crunch, they all dropped the defense off Pocket's Pokemon.
Definitely had the odds in his favor in that matchup, but in Out of Pocket's favor was that Shadow Feraligatr. How many times in the back you just have the Shadow Feraligatr, you have the shields, you have the timer, you just dance around, you know shield baits, you shield the right things. It's just a masterclass of how to manipulate how strong Shadow Feraligatr is in this current meta.
Look, chat, I think we can all take notes from Pockets here. If you don't know anymore what to do, if you're absolutely clueless, just put your shields on Feraligatr and it'll probably work out.
Yeah, I mean, but to be fair, Pocket is dancing like I haven't seen in a while. When he is at this level, he usually gets very far. I feel like Pocket is one of those trainers that you can tell early on, if he has it, he really has it. And if he's locked in, he usually makes it to top 4, top 3, sometimes even becomes champion. I think he's locked in here in Sao Paulo.
You know, you have a lot of trainers that do well at regional championships, and they are trying to find their form for international championships as well. I feel like Pocket is a little bit the opposite. He tends to do so well at the international championships, at the 2024 NAIC, and then he followed it up, I believe, with a tied 5th place at the World Championships. And now at the LAIC, he's getting this far again. I believe his furthest placement was a top 8 or top 16. I think it was a top cut at the North American Regional Championships.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, the brighter the lights, the better he performs. And that's why he is going to be a force here in day number 2. And we want to hear from him. I believe Amanda has an interview ready.
That's right. I'm here with Out of Pocket with the first win for him for today. How you feeling, sir?
Tired, but raring to go. Raring to go. Shout out to Nighttime Clasher in the crowd.
Okay, yeah. I mean, so obviously you're coming in from the winner's side. Was there a lot of preparation that you did for today? How'd you feel when you were looking at your opponent's team?
Last night I was very thirsty, so I drank a lot, and because of that, like not being as thirsty going into this tournament, I feel way better. I didn't really practice that much, but I did discuss my matchup with a few people, and I think that gave me a lot of insight that I needed.
You're not thirsty, but you're hungry for those wins. Now, you are the NAIC champion. LAIC is on the line. You didn't seem very confident yesterday, but what probability do you think that you can take it all the way here today?
1,000,000,000,000%! Let's go!
There you have it. We're going to go ahead, get back to the games. We're going to let Out of Pocket go out of the stage. We'll talk to you guys later.
Well, I'm glad he hydrated because he had a lot of hydro cannon to throw in with those water-type Pokemon. You know, he gave a shout-out to Nighttime Clasher. Did you know that Pocket took the team from Nighttime Clasher actually the day before the tournament? And then Colin also was like, you know what, this team looks kind of good. These kids are cooking. I'm going to take that team as well.
And all 3 of those trainers are on the winner's side of the bracket. Out of Pocket was the first one to advance on here, and he boosted his rates of winning from 100 million to 100 trillion here. Maybe a little gamemanship. I was saying how locked in he is. Maybe try to throw off his opponents, maybe thinking that he's not locked in. I think he's locked in because when he is playing at this level, he is really hard to beat. 2 North American trainers so far moving on to that winner side, but up next I believe we have 2 LATAM trainers for the fighting for the first LATAM opportunity to move on day number 2.
And there we see the Shadow Alolan Marowak. Yes, that's right, folks. That's not Kanto. It's Alolan Marowak. It's the fire and ghost type Pokemon. That's a pretty unique pick. It has access to Fire Spin, Bone Club, and Shadow Bone. Shadow Bone has been buffed, I believe, 2 seasons ago, making it a very formidable attack, and also has a chance to drop the defense of your opponent. So I'm curious if we're going to see that. It lines up super well into Pokemon like Ariados. And that is a Pokemon that his opponent Del has.
Yeah, I want to give a special shout out to these 2 trainers because Inadequates, this is really impressive. You've seen how stacked the bracket is. These are 2 trainers with very little championship series experience. I believe Dell's only experience was a 3rd place at a Mexico City special event. That's really good.
Oh, only a 3rd place?
3rd place. Well, no, I'm saying only,
really good,
only in terms of numbers. He only has 2 tournaments on his record. 3rd place is very impressive, but he's only competed twice. He competed in that tournament, and then he competed at Worlds as well. He got 177th there. And then on the other side, Vito is only a 1-time competitor. He competed last season in 2024 Sao Paulo, Brazil. He got 9th place, which is really well. But between them, they only have 3 tournaments total, and they're both on the winner's side here in this absolutely stacked tournament. That is crazy impressive.
It's likely that these trainers must have had a lot of practice in the Go Battle League. Like 2024 World Champion, it's Axon 1 set. Once you lock in your team, it's basically just like Go Battle League. You're just battling, and you got to find your way to win it. One of these trains is already locked, and we're waiting for the other one as well. I'm really hoping we're going to see some Shadow Alolan Merrick, but it's kind of unlikely because the only real target is the Ariados. And man, there's always a Feraligatr lurking, especially with Pocket putting up such a show earlier. You really don't want your Marowak into that Feraligatr.
You absolutely do not. And LATAM has a chance to advance here. Two LATAM traders are competing, and it's going to be game number 1 between Vito Relo and Dell. That Dunsparce into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and it is going to be the Powder Snow variant, so it's not as bad of a matchup as that Shadow Claw is.
But this is kind of iffy. You have the Galarian Moltres in the back, so you kind of have to stay in here, going for the drill run. This will almost knock out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, so naturally Vitorello puts up the shield here.
Yeah, and the Protect Shield comes. There is that Superior to be the hard answer to the Dunsparce, but like you mentioned, running ABA weak to that Dunsparce, you have the awesome answer into the Superior, but you have the Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the lead, and the Moltres that doesn't really want to see it, using an instant Protect Shield early on and throwing this Ice Punch, which I believe Dell can just take. He knows he can just take it. I believe he's thinking about no shielding, but decides to throw out the Protect Shield.
Well, that bird in the back is definitely looking to feed on some Spider and Gators, because that's where it wants to be. Going to let this go, probably get an energy advantage on Superior. I think it's going to knock, oh, it barely doesn't knock out, but don't get to another charge deck here.
Yeah, that's not bad there, because Vitorello can come in with that Superior, like you mentioned. It's going to be hard to fully Vine Whip down, but you can soak this energy no problem, and this energy versus the backline is going to be really impactful. Either a super effective Frenzy Plant into Shadow Feraligatr, a super effective Aerial Ace into Ariados, or you have the Moltres that can get ahead on energy and close as well. So even though the front Pokemon was tough, this backline for Vitorello is really strong.
Yeah, you cannot swap out here, otherwise that Feraligatr might feel the wrath of this Superior later. It already has so much energy now. And as you said, 2 Aerial Ace, even though Aerial Ace is not the strongest attack without the same type attack bonus, there's still a chunk on the Ariados.
He gets the full Vine Whip down. He's at 100 energy here. Actually instantly goes for the Aerial Ace. I don't know if he even caught that out. Was the Ariados that comes in, but that was the perfect play here to get the super effective damage. Does he go for the back-to-back? Is there a swap by Dell to try to catch it? No, swap into the Galarian Moltres, met by the Feraligatr, but that means that there is a 1 Sucker Punch advantage for that Galarian Moltres.
And with the Shadow Claw being resisted, not even building up to the Hydro Cannon, Vitorello knows no shields is, even though it's going to do a lot of damage, you definitely don't want to shield this and then get attacked by an Ice Beam later. So naturally no shields that. Just trying to get the Galarian Moltres low. I actually like that play from Dell here, because if you can poison things down, you might not be in a bad spot into that Superior.
But the problem is, if this Ancient Power knocks out, which it does, you also have to Protect Shield this Ancient Power that's super effective. And by the time you take all this Sucker Punch damage, are you going to be in range of either 1 Aerial Ace or the double Aerial Ace? You get the Protect Shield here. Does Vitorello have the Switch Timer yet available for him? It's not quite up yet, so you're going to... Oh, no way! He got the boost, and now suddenly you can't even Poison Sting down, but actually you get some more Poison Stings. Maybe that was good for Dell.
Maybe it was, but I think that this might be a charge deck priority. Vitorello still has a shield here that would prevent the Superior to get knocked out, and that means that Vitorello is going to get the first game win here against this Ariados from Dell.
Yeah, just got way too low because of that boost. It gets knocked out. Ariados goes down, Dell goes down. Vitorello from a tough situation comes out on top because of the awesome backline read. And yeah, that boost was good and bad, but if you had a Protect Shield, maybe you could get to the double, but since you had no Protect Shield, you just got way too low. You're in range of the Aerial Ace because the lunge debuff wasn't enough. Clean victory from Vitorello with that impressive farm down with the Vine Whip.
Even though Dell had that decent lead with the Dunsparce into the Alolan Sandslash, he couldn't pivot out when the Superior came into that match because he had the Feraligatr in the back. So in that case, maybe if he switch out into his Ariados right away, perhaps not expecting the Shadow Alolan Marowak, because it doesn't line up super well into Dell's team. If you look at the Clodsire, the Mandibuzz, the Dunsparce, the Feraligatr, where would a Marowak go? I think if Dell swapped into the Ariados immediately, he may have had a little bit of a better chance to wiggle down potentially a shield and land an Ice Beam later on either the Superior or the Galarian Moltres.
I completely agree with you, and you know why I think it's also strong? Because you know if they're not swapping out of a Dunsparce lead, they're probably weak to it in the back as well. So that pivot becomes even stronger because you know your opponent is probably ABA weak to your Dunsparce. So that would be good because then you can maybe avoid that Feraligatr versus the Superior matchup. Also, you hold on to that Dunsparce. Dunsparce paces really quickly. That could have been a factor against that Moltres in the back.
This is kind of what a showcase is of a soft ABA strategy, where you are weak to a Pokemon in the lead and to the same Pokemon in the back as we saw here, but it's a soft ABA, so it's not like super punishing. Like a super punishing ABA would be, for example, leading Gastrodon into Jump Bluff, and you have a Marowak in the back, for example. That would be punishing, but this was a very good strategy. Both trainers are locked in for game number 2. Vorell on the left and Del on the right. We had the Gastrodon into the Clodsire. It is a great lead, a great goal from Vorell. And in the back we see the Shadow over Marowak too. In comes the Feraligatr, and in comes the bird to catch this Gator.
But the problem is you are significantly behind on energy. Now Del can go for the Hydro Cannon baits here, way over energy for the Ice Beam, gets the Protect Shield. This is not terrible for Del because of how slow that counter swap was from that Galarian Moltres. Now this Galarian Moltres is in a tough position, didn't even throw energy here. Was that even at Ice Beam range? No, actually does go for the no Protect Shield into the Hydro Cannon.
In fact, the Galarian Moltres can actually just sucker punch down this. Can it get to another Hydro Cannon? It might get really close. I don't think it can. I don't think it can. Get the perfect farm down. Galarian Moltres has 100 energy here.
And can you get both attacks off? The Dunsparce is going to come in and roll out. Do you go for the Brave Bird? Now maybe this rollout is going to be able to knock out. This is the Brave Bird. Does Del try to call the bait of the Ancient Power? No. Calls out that it is the Brave Bird. Now suddenly you're probably going to get the knockout with that rollout. Yes, you got the knockout, but you've lost the alignment. But there's no good place. Oh, they're finally Gastrodon. Gastrodon finally finding his moment.
Well, that was the lead into that Clodsire. Gastrodon has to do all the work here because where's the Yellow Marowak gonna go?
Exactly, that's what I was gonna say. There's no place for the Shadow Alone Marowak. Then I forgot about the hero Gastrodon that has some decent matchups here because he is good against the Dunsparce and he is good against the Clodsire. Finally, Gastrodon having his moment at LAIC. If he can't do it now, I don't think he can do it.
Letting the Earth Power through, that's actually a big chunk of damage. You don't even need to shield this because both the rollout from the Dunsparce and the Poison Sting from the Clodsire do almost no damage. As you can see here, still into the red. Here get the full. Here, look, Psionic, look, there's a Alola Marowak.
The thing is, there is no Stone Edge. So if you properly shield the Earthquake here, and here comes the Earthquake on alignment, and you got the full Fire Spin, and you properly call it, suddenly this Shadow Marowak is in the game here, has a bunch of energy, properly protects shielded onto the Clodsire, has a ton of Bone Clubs loaded up.
No, he's going for the Shadow Bone, knowing this will do a good chunk of damage as well. Has a chance to drop the defense. Del's still putting up no Protect Shield here. The next Charge Attack will definitely knock out. But no, he doesn't throw. Here comes the Earthquake.
He's looking at his counts there, thinking maybe this can't be the Earthquake. But it sure is, and that is going to knock out the Marowak. Suddenly, you're going to be able to have to Mud Slap down. You do get that Mud Slap down. There is no protection remaining. You do have the energy. And now, wait, no, there is one protection remaining. You got to get the double Body Slam.
I think 2 Body Slam are loaded, even though Vorell may have lost count there. Gastrodon still counts. Gastrodon is 2 Body Slam. Vorell takes game number 2.
And Gastrodon does it. Able to win a matchup here. Was strong against the entire backline of Del, and Vorell moves on the winner's side of the bracket.
Those were some amazing calls there. I did not expect him to bring both Gastrodon and then the Shadow Alola Marowak. He realized, my opponent's not going to bring the Mandibuzz. I can go a little bit weak to it, and it paid off.
Wow. Absolutely well done. His team reads in that game number 1 was great also. Yes, you were weak to the lead, but your backline call was spot on. Once again, with the spot on call to bring the Gastrodon. Well done by Vorell. Of course, Del is not out of it yet. You are on that loser's side of the bracket, which is going to be insanely tough because remember, we have a top 32 here of day 2 at LAIC.
And that is the first Brazilian so far advancing to the next round on the winner's side of the bracket. So again, a big congratulations to Vorell with that spicy team of the Shadow Alolan Sanchez, where the regular Alolan Sanchez is more common nowadays. Here we see that Gastrodon putting in so much work, trying to call a bait, and then the Shadow Alolan Marowak with all that energy, but it was lost later by the Earthquake.
And how about throwing that Shadow Bone, not throwing the super effective Bone Club damage? This was maybe a little bit of a misplay there to throw that Fire Spin instead of trying to get that Protect Shield down with the Bone Club, but it didn't matter because Gastrodon was able to get back-to-back body slams that secured that victory, and one of the spiciest teams moving on so far. How does Shadow Marowak, Alolan Marowak, match up against the rest of the top cut? I mean, what does it do better than the Shadow Kanto Marowak?
Well, Kanto Marowak, of course, is a ground type, and with Mudslap being buffed, it is so much more oppressive. Fire Spin actually also has been buffed, but is not as dominant in the meta right now. Especially when you see all the Feraligatr and the Azumarill being so top meta, and you can get taken out by one Earthquake from Clodsire. Just makes it really difficult to utilize that. On top of that is also the Dunsparce. Now, Alolan Marek can catch a few Pokemon off guard though, such as Grass-type Pokemon, the Alolan Sandslash, that's all I want to say, and the Ariados. Those are three Pokemon, sometimes all in one team.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that is the best case scenario. And you know, that Shadow Alolan Marowak might be good against the Jumpluff. You know which trainer is using that? Marto Gaude, one of the best trainers in Championship Series. Let's learn more about him.
My name is Marto Galde and I'm from Argentina. If I won the World Championship, I will call my family. They would be so proud of me. It would be unbelievable. My favorite Pokemon changes from time to time. Right now, I like Grookey a lot. It's my favorite starter, and I haven't even played the Galar game. The furthest I ever traveled to a Pokemon tournament was Worlds 2022 in London. The experience for me was mind-blowing because I got 5th in the world, and it was not something I didn't expect, and it made me so happy. In this moment, I look up to Colin 6 a lot because I feel like he's one of the best players in the world, if not the best, and I feel like he's way ahead of a lot of players. So I like to stay up a little late. Sometimes when you play video games, it is like that. So when I'm competing, I like to eat healthy stuff because if not, the stomach might be a bit bad. But my favorite food is burgers. I don't recommend to eat them in a tournament though. It would probably be Grookey. It's just so fun and goofy. I love it.
Dupe Snacks Soph, we are back with our savory Brazilian snacks. Soph, talk me through these real quick.
Right, so we got savories, we got a couple of drinks to pair it out because we all know what happened with the paçoca. But next, we have cashews, because in Brazil, cashews, they are castanha do Pará, which is a specific place, a state in Brazil. So it's nuts from that state. So it's all local and original. So next, for not just the cashews, you have them salted and also caramelized for a little bit more crunch and sweetness.
Okay,
but still on the same category. Here, you have like a crunchy snack. It's very floury, and I really don't know how to describe it, but it's made with polvilho flour. Next to snacks, we have the corn puff snack. So it's a type of creamy cheese, very different from your usual American cream cheese. And of course, drinks to pair it out. We have matcha. So this drink is so popular in Brazil. You can drink it iced. And of course, you have your soft drink, Guaraná. It is a Brazilian fruit, very delicious and a staple of Brazilian soft drinks. Should we start with cashews?
We're starting with cashews. Let's get into it. I've had a cashew before. Haven't had a Brazilian cashew. Now, I know I sell myself as a professional. My palate is not strong enough to tell the difference between a Brazilian cashew and whatever other cashew I've had. That being said, I love cashews.
Yeah.
All right, now we have the caramelized version of the cashews.
Exactly.
Which, again, despite being a professional, I don't have the refined palate to tell the difference. These are terrific. Sweet and salty, a winning combination every single time. Now, I know this is what everybody's waiting for, which is, what are these things? Soph doesn't even know.
No.
I just drooled. These are awesome. Love these. Not too salty, like pork rinds tend to be. That's phenomenal. It has like little bacon strips on the front.
Oh, do you want to try the last?
I'm gonna need to.
You need this one. Okay.
We're gonna need to.
It's the crumble effect. We talked about it. Nice. Soft drink, Guaraná. Thoughts?
That's terrific.
Terrific. You had it here
Super
first.
refreshing. Very
Good.
Okay.
Nice.
So we're gonna put that there, and we're gonna go to. Way to cover the name, but not the gigantic mascot. Hey, boy. These are terrific.
Nice.
I love these too. No, these are great.
Good.
Absolutely love these. You're right, it's nothing like American yellow gas station pump cheese. Nobody thought it was going to. Definitely not me.
It's sweetened as well. So.
It's like a tea. Literally tastes like a sweetened iced tea.
Give me the scores.
We're gonna go 5, because that's where I
5?
said we were gonna start, and I remembered. Mine like a steel trap. We're gonna go 5.5 here. Loved these. 7 1/4.
Good.
6.2, I think, is where I ended up in there. Super refreshing for a soda. Iced tea, great staple, like I said, from Kentucky. I love this. This is terrific too. 6.2, easy 7. I think this is my favorite. And I do think.
Oh, is it better than the
No,
other?
it's not.
No.
8.15. 8.15.
Okay.
Let's keep it on its own thing. Those were the savory snacks, though. But we have more coming up, believe it or not. We're doing a three-parter here. Unstoppable, like a trilogy, some people call those.
Yeah.
So close it out. What's up next?
Yeah, so we got finger foods right here. So super excited to bring you those because I think these are going to be the most different to you, aside from the crumbly pasok, right? Stay tuned for the next episode.
We're here at the LAIC, one of the biggest Pokemon PvP tournaments in the Show 6 Pick 3 format. But that's not the only format we use in Pokemon Go. We also have the Go Battle League, which is a blind 3 format. It's a little bit different, so I wanted to get some opinions of top-level trainers of what is a spicy Pokemon that you would bring to the Go Battle League that you probably wouldn't bring to the Show 6 format. So we're going to start with you, Dunebug. Why don't you give your name, where you're from, and then your Pokemon?
Yeah, I'm Dunebug from Dallas, Texas, and the Pokemon I would bring in the Go Battle League, but not in Show 6, would probably be Shadow Cacturn. It's a very fun pick.
How about you?
Ashton Ash, I'm from Mexico City, and I wouldn't bring Shadow Sharpedo.
Shadow Sharpedo. We got a lot of Shadow, interesting, frail picks. How about you on this side?
I'm Wings from Brazil. That definitely would be Arcanine, not because it's good, it's just because it's one of my favorites.
That makes a lot of sense. And lastly, how about you, Pablo?
Hi, I'm from Spain, and I think Shadow Dragonite right now is very difficult to play in Show 6 versus 6 because of the Azumarill.
All right, so there you have it. If you're not at one of these tournaments, but you still want to play Pokemon Go, go ahead. Maybe try out one of these in the Go Battle League. We're going to go back to the action. And we're indeed back with the action here in Sao Paulo at the 2025 Latin American International Championships. This isn't Go Battle League. This isn't Blind 3 format. This is Show 6 Pick 3 Winner Side Day 2.
That was quite a nice little segment there, Amanda. I want to know, what would your choice have been if you're getting to pick a GBL pick but not going to use it in Play Pokemon?
Wow, that is a good pick because I try to actually go a little bit meta. It's not doing well, but still trying to go meta with it. So while I think of mine, why don't you go ahead and go first?
I think there are quite a lot of picks that I really like playing in the Go Battle League. And to be honest, the difficulty is as soon as I like something in the Go Battle League, I'm like, I've got to bring it in Play Pokemon anyway. I don't know if Pangoro, I think we've mentioned, has the play it once had in the Play Pokemon circuit, but we just interviewed Dunebug there in that little segment, and he has brought it. He is here in Day 2 at LAIC. So I think I'm going to be quietly rooting for him and the Pangoro there.
I think maybe I'm going with, but we also actually have kind of seen it a couple times in the Show 6 Pick 3 Lokix. Especially nowadays with Sucker Punch. It does actually pretty well in that format.
I'm really excited. Sucker Punch received a huge buff at the beginning of this max out season in the attack update, and I cannot wait to see more Pokemon receive Sucker Punch and seeing how that that dark fast attack can really take hold of the meta.
I mean, we've seen it shine completely. There's so many Galarian Moltres that are being able to be now played this season in the Championship Series, and it looks like it's been definitely a top meta pick for most days.
Yeah. I don't think Lokix is going to have that same presence. Galarian Moltres with Sucker Punch could have a bit more of a presence here. We've got Richie 1409 against Ice Chris, and you can see the Galarian Moltres is actually lined up there against a Talonflame. Those two flying type Pokemon look immense.
Yeah, I think that is going to be an interesting combination. We'll have to see how they end up faring against each other, but I'm looking at all of the different Pokemon across the field. There are pretty unique picks. There's not like, I'm looking just briefly, I don't think there's any crossover. I think we're looking at 12 individual Pokemon.
That is quite nice. Annihilate there as well for Richie. We saw him play a little bit yesterday. I can't wait to see how he makes the most of that Pokemon now that it has access to Rage Fist following the Mankey Community Day last week.
We'll have to see how these two trainers want to play it out. Once again, coming in from the winner's side of the bracket this time. This means that neither one of these trainers have lost, so they do have another chance. Whoever will be knocked down to the loser side of the bracket where they can continue their run. 32 competitors today. Lots of different Pokemon, as you can see from this screen. Richie running a pretty meta team overall, but Ice Chris bringing a lot of Spice Chris.
I like that. Now, Richie also has a ton of support in the crowd, and they will be rooting for this Clodsire lead that he's found against an Ariados. Instant save swap into Dunsparce by Ice Chris.
Dunsparce rolling in here and rolling out. These aren't going to be doing much damage, but these charge attacks will slowly add up. Now, because, again, Dunsparce does not have that same type of attack bonus, it's going to take actually 3 runs, even though they're super effective damage against that Clodsire.
Interestingly, Richie is staying in here with the Clodsire. It had such a dominant matchup against the Ariados, but I think Richie's relying on Galarian Moltres in the back to deal with it later.
Yeah, I think maybe that's also an indication to Ice Chris going, okay, you know what? The Clodsire is staying in here. It's already going to take another attack. This is going to actually put it pretty low. What potentially could be in the back that he's actually saving his shields for?
I think the key thing here is, can that Galarian Moltres avoid the Azumarill? Because that will make a massive difference. But Clodsire stayed in so long that the switch timers are now reset. Ice Chris can dip in or out as he pleases.
Or does he just want to straight go for it? He's at the drill run. He's going to charge up a little bit extra energy. He knows he's going to be able to make it here, forcing to make a decision here. Does Richie want to shield this up? Going to let that bulky Clodsire go despite its great lead against the Ariados, and we'll see what comes into this Shadow Claw. I don't think you can Shadow Claw down this Dunsparce. You're gonna have to go for an attack and opts to come in with the Moltres.
I like this play because the Moltres can come in. If you want to shield, you can, but getting a little bit of an energy advantage when you've got an extra shield, that means you can start to land those heavy hitting Brave Birds.
And we talked about getting in a little bit of energy, and now that they're basically at it before another Rock Slide here, not able to reach it on the Dunsparce's side. This is absolutely huge for Richie. He could either choose to go for that Ancient Power bait or go for a heavy hitting Brave Bird as this Azumarill takes the field.
So an instant Brave Bird there. It doesn't go for that overfarm. I wonder if Richie is going to throw this and go straight into the Feraligatr, get a little bit of an energy head start there. Shadow Claw. Oh, instant swap from Ice Chris. I really, really like this. Prevents Feraligatr from getting any kind of energy advantage and gets to that Trailblaze immediately.
Trailblaze will connect here. It looks like there's a Shadow Feraligatr too, so it's going to take a lot of damage. Forced to shield this up. And now the Hydro Cannon is loaded as well. Does Ice Chris want to use his last shield in retaliation, knowing that he will outpace?
I think there's going to be a question of charge attack priority. Feraligatr and Ariados have such similar attack stats. Many players opt to build Pokemon with higher attack for this exact moment, and Ariados wins it. Ice Chris nodding his head. That is a massive moment in this game.
And Richard taking notes. Things that you go from game 1 can be transferred over to game 2, knowing now my Feraligatr loses that, and now we have a boosted Ariados here. If it's able to get to a lunge, it's going to be able to take it out. It's still going to be a race. It gets there first. Lunge is thrown at that Galarian Moltres. No Protect Shields remaining.
And I think that this will be enough to take out the Galarian Moltres. It's double boosted. Yes, it is. Galarian Moltres goes down, and Ice Chris takes game number 1.
Ariados says it's still Spider Season in my mind here. Going ahead with that double boosted lunge, knocking the Moltres out of the sky, taking game number 1 for Ice Chris's side.
Now that's really interesting because we saw the Clodsire lead into the Ariados. We saw Dunsparce come in, which Clodsire generally is favorable into. And so you assumed that Richie had such a big advantage, but both of those Pokemon together were able to get through the rest of the team. Ice Chris in the dominant position here on the winner's side.
Now, what are you thinking if you're Richie on this side of the bracket? It wasn't like it was a big blowout, right? Because if there was the charge attack priority that actually went in favor of the Feraligatr instead of the Ariados, that scenario really could have been flipped on its head.
I think this is the interesting thing about when Ariados became really, really popular, and you were facing so many mirror matchups and so many Feraligatr as well. Lots of players found preference in opting to build a really high attack Ariados, sacrificing a little bit of bulk, because those critical moments like we saw in that game 1 can make a massive difference.
You know, that kind of reminds me of previous seasons as well of our game, where I know a lot of times when Annihilate was very popular in the past, a lot of people were opting to have an Annihilate with a high attack, because if they were in that mirror matchup, they wanted to be able to throw their attacks first.
Yeah, I remember running a ridiculously high attack Annihilate earlier this calendar year when it was very, very popular. Partly to win those charge attack priority events in the mirror matchup, but also because Lickitung was so popular at the time, and getting additional damage with your counter against Lickitung was super crucial. Here, Ariados, I don't think it's so much for extra Poison Sting damage. Poison Sting is a great attack, it gives a lot of energy, but those charge attack priority events, those are crucial.
We're hopping into game number 2 here. We have a lead of the Shadow Feraligatr against the Dunsparce. on the side of Ice Chris. We'll have to see how they want to play this out because those Shadow Claws not going to be doing too much damage to the Dunsparce, but those Hydro Cannons are going to be coming in pretty quick and they are going to hurt.
Now, this is an interesting matchup because Shadow Feraligatr, if you're throwing on optimal attack timing, can win the zero shield scenario. I wouldn't be surprised if Ice Chris lets this first Hydro Cannon go, but shields up the second one, not before there's a catch!
And is it a catch if it's a super effective attack? That is the real question, but Dunsparce already has quite a bit of health taken off of it at this point, and it does have quite a bit of energy. Banks one of the attacks before it now comes into Azumarill, and then I think this is a great play by Ice Chris, recognizing, okay, I know that Clodsire doesn't have Sludge Bomb, so I'm not as fearful. Even if it's at an Earthquake, it's still going to take quite a bit.
Yeah. Super effective drill run landing on that Clodsire. Even though it is super effective, I think Richie much prefers to have Clodsire as the damage sponge than losing health on his Feraligatr. Clodsire is now going to let this Ice Beam go through. This will do a ton of damage. Doesn't quite knock out, but it does put it in bubble range.
And almost bubble down range. I think that Richie not sure if he'll be able to even make it to an Earthquake there. Want to opt for the safer play, going for the Stone Edge. It will connect, but it will not do as much damage as an Earthquake would have. And I don't know, with one more bubble, he might have been able to make it, but I'm glad he didn't take that risk.
I think Ice Chris will be very, very pleased to see this Superior here because he's got that Ariados in the back. The problem is, if Superior gets a full farm down and has access to Aerial Ace, that is super effective. No, we've actually gone for the Feraligatr, anticipating a swap. Ariados comes in, it has 2 shields. Is it going to use one here? Yes, it is.
Going to be able to outpace this time because there was a little bit of an energy advantage on that Feraligatr and also now a shield advantage. Going for the launch this time. Now this will automatically lower the attack, but still forces a shield because a Trailblaze would be enough to knock it out at that range. Really smart heads-up play by Ice Chris.
Yeah, Ariados in a great position here, getting that Poison Stings through, shielding up these Hydro Cannons as they come, but there's only 1 shield left, and Feraligatr has an energy advantage. So Ice Chris needs to think, do you want to lunge again? Is there a chance you can hang on to that final Hydro Cannon that will come through? I don't know if you will at this range.
I love this play. It looks like he was going for that charge attack priority, knowing that he won it from game 1, but Richie just went ahead and just kept Shadow Clawing down because he knew that he was going to lose that, and now he's shielded up because he's added another energy. Look at this, a quick swap into that Superior. Even though it had a great matchup against the Azumarill in the end, it knew it doesn't have that great matchup against Ariados, kind of sacrificing it at this stage.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing there. We saw that Superior come in. It doesn't have access to Aerial Ace at all. It only has Leaf Tornado, so it can't really put out damage against this Ariados. Richie needs Feraligatr to sweep for him. Feraligatr has so much energy. First Hydro Cannon's coming through now. It's going to take out the Ariados.
Washes away the Ariados from the field, but it still has so many more hills to climb here, and there is an attack bank, but it isn't. Once again, charge attack priority. Is this enough is the real question, because you saw Ice Chris also pressed his attack.
It's going to do a huge amount of damage. It does take down the Dunsparce. That is massive. Can Azumarill bubble down in time? I don't think it can. This Feraligatr is about to sweep this entire match. Yes, it does. Richie takes game number 2.
Hydro Cannon going for the Ariados, going for the Dunsparce, and taking out the Azumarill. Richie ties up the series here in the winner's side of the bracket. We are going into a decisive game 3.
And you can hear the crowd cheering for him. Ice Chris nodding his head. He knows how well his opponent played there. This decisive game 3 will mean everything to these players. They are on the winner's side of the bracket. They want to stay on the winner's side of the bracket. They need to lock in, focus, and try and get through.
Can we just talk about the Feraligatr show? Martine was talking about that a little bit earlier on, and that's absolutely true. It's just been putting on a showcase. It's been one of the most popular Pokemon since the beginning of the max out meta, but even still, like, the fact that it remains around is just proving how consistent this Pokemon is, despite all of the different meta shakeups and changes.
Yeah, Feraligatr took a slight dip out of the meta, particularly when Dugong and Toxapex really rose in prominence. That's actually the period in which I opted for a non-Shadow Feraligatr. I wanted a little bit extra bulk, particularly for those matchups. Now that those Pokemon aren't so common, we haven't really seen any Dugong or Toxapex recently. Shadow Feraligatr is a little bit more free. We've seen how well it can do against Azumarill. It wins all shield scenarios because Azumarill paces so slowly.
Now we just saw him being able to take out the Dunsparce with the Hydro Cannon, If it was a regular Feraligatr, the non-shadow one, not giving that 20% more, do you think that the Hydro Cannon would have been able to take out the Dunsparce, or the Dunsparce would have been able to get off an attack?
Yeah, no, normal Feraligatr isn't really used as a closer in that same way. You wouldn't really operate it in the lead or in the back. It's often used as a safe swap where you can soft lose and farm down with another Pokemon. That was the real highlight for me of non-Shadow Feraligatr. Here, Shadow Feraligatr, you're using it where you invest shields and you're relying on the Shadow Feraligatr to sweep, and Richie is taking full advantage of that.
I mean, sweep it did. It picked up a broom and it said, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take out all of the Pokemon, put it in the bin for now. We're hopping into that game number 3. Everyone buckle up. We're going to see who stays on the winner side of the bracket. A little bit like game 1, but we're going to go ahead and flip it around here. We've got Clodsire against the Ariados and an immediate swap out again to the Dunsparce. Richie lost game number 1 with a very similar strategy. I wonder if he will play it out a little bit differently this time.
That is the exact question, but he's opting to stay in here with this Clodsire again. The question is, how much value do you recognize you can get out of this Clodsire when you see that your opponent has 2 Pokemon weak to it? Richie goes, do you know what? I'm going to come in with this Feraligatr, but the Shadow Claws aren't going to be doing anything. You still need 2 Hydro Cannons.
And it looks like they're both throwing at charge attack priority. Doesn't want either one of them to let an extra fast attack go through. Rollouts will hurt that Feraligatr a little more than those Shadow Claws would, but look at that Hydro Cannon damage. Still no shield. Drill Run coming through. Retaliation from the Dunsparce.
I like this. The Feraligatr will reach the second Hydro Cannon before Dunsparce is able to reach its second attack. So Richie's going to throw straight away, try and invite a shield, or threaten the knockout.
And then we'll see Ice Chris is deciding, do I want to let that Dunsparce go down? Looks like he will, using that as that safe swap position. He has lost a little bit of the alignment, but at this point with the Feraligatr, it's quite low. Ice Chris knows that it wins charge attack priority and is going to throw, trying to throw right beforehand, but the Hydro Cannon comes through.
Now, Ice Chris looks up there because I think he paused ever so slightly when he came in with the Ariados, so he wasn't able to make charge attack priority. He does now have to tank that Hydro Cannon. That could be impactful. That could be something that they want to look at again later. But for now, the Clodsire comes back in. It has energy already, and Ice Chris correctly shields the hard-hitting Earthquake.
Earthquake did not connect on that side, but those Poison Stings are going to start adding up. As you can see, super effective against the Azumarill here, but so are the Ice Beams and the Earthquake coming through once more, saying, okay, I got the first shield. Can I get the second here? No, this one will connect.
Earthquake landing, but Azumarill is so bulky, it's still in the green, only now coming down into the yellow because of these super effective Poison Stings. Richie's going to shield this Ice Beam this time. It would be super effective as well. It would threaten the knockout. I think that's a good shield. You've got energy and more play to use this Clodsire for.
I think that's a great play because if you're looking at that back line, if you're a Richie, you're saying, okay, that Galarian Moltres, it can handle the Azumarill if the shields are up, if the Azumarill's really low, so I'm going to try to get that if possible for it. Now, both shields have been used on the Azumarill side, but Azumarill has a ton of energy, almost 100%, and an amazing catch by Richie here, knocking out that Feraligatr, but knocking out all the energy from the Azumarill.
That is an incredible catch. That's going to make a massive difference for this game. Ice Chris does not have any shields left. Clodsire has a ton of energy. It needs to take out an Azumarill and an Ariados, but there's a Galarian Moltres in the back that can also do a massive amount of work.
Once again, Richie getting really low. Not sure if another bubble is going to be able to make it to the Earthquake. Wants to just get off some meaningful chip damage, because if you've got a shield and there's only 2 low health Pokemon in the back, you're definitely going to want to try something here. Now going for a blind throw here, I do like this play. The shield is going to be used at this moment by Richie here. I think she'll be able to sucker punch down. We'll see what the Ariados can do.
Superb play from Richie. The Ariados comes in. It's going to get a lunge away, but it is so low. These sucker punches are going to take it out. Richie is 1 moment away from victory in this winner's round.
And there it goes. Azumarill coming back in. Azumarill going back down. Richie taking the series.
That was superb. His fist is in the air. He knows how huge that was. A massive catch. But the judges are going to consider that one critical moment earlier in the game where Ariados was not able to reach the Trailblaze at the same time that the Feraligatr reached a Hydro Cannon. That forced Ariados to take a huge amount of damage from the Hydro Cannon. The players are going to discuss this with the judges. The judges will review and they'll make a decision. Did the game operate as it was intended to?
And we do remember in game 1 that Ice Chris's Ariados does win that attack priority from that Feraligatr, so I think that that was the thing that was in question. But even still, let's talk about those remarkable plays by both of those trainers with that last series, because it really was going neck and neck. And at the very beginning, I was kind of concerned about Richie recognizing, okay, I lost game 1. maybe I should switch up my playstyle here when that Dunsparce comes in, and that's exactly what he did.
What I really liked from that play is that Richie stayed in with Clodsire enough to take resisted rollout onto the Clodsire that has that ground typing, get a little bit of energy advantage, and then come in with Feraligatr at a time in which Feraligatr could get to 2 Hydro Cannons before the Dunsparce would be able to land 2 drill runs onto it.
Yeah, and let's also talk once again, because I always think what's amazing when this happens, there are 12 unique Pokemon that are on the field. How do you team build around that sort of thing when you're like, okay, well, what could they bring? You know what, they could bring really anything.
It's always interesting when you do have all of these different Pokemon, because when it comes to the cooking segment that Butters and I did yesterday, it was one of those questions of, do the Pokemon perform similar roles? And I think you do have that here. For example, you can translate that Moltres across to the Talonflame from Richie to Ice Chris, and there are ground types as well. Gastrodon for Ice Chris, Clodsire for Richie. And so as long as these players have been able to cover all of the important aspects of a Play Pokemon Show 16, that it doesn't really matter what that Pokemon is, especially when the players at this level have a lot of experience playing against all of this variety.
I know sometimes people are new and they tune into a stream and they're always interested to see the Pokemon that are being used in Pokemon Go. And sometimes people are like, well, all I see are the same Pokemon. All I'm seeing is Annihilate for Lickitung. Well, I mean, take a look at this, because there are so many different unique Pokemon that can be used in this max out meta.
Now, Richie and Ice Chris are still having this discussion. The judges are coming to a conclusion very, very shortly. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a rematch, just on the basis that forcing that Ariados to take that damage meant that the shield wasn't drawn from the Feraligatr earlier. I know when that's happened to me, that can be very, very impactful. The question is, do the judges agree? This is the moment that we are looking at. Actually, this is a different review. There we go. Richie and Ice Chris here. The Ariados comes in. Both Pokemon should be at 0 energy here, and they should both charge to their attacks at the exact same time. We saw in Game 1 that Ice Chris's Ariados usually wins charge attack priority. Here, he wasn't even able to throw the Trailblaze at the same time.
Now, we only did see it once, and I'm asking truly, as a math man for you, is it possible they have the exact same attack and it actually just went to a coin flip to Ice Chris in game number 1? Or is that not possible between the Ariados and the Shadow Feraligatr?
It's possible, but even if it were possible, would have seen the Trailblaze being clicked and either loading, or you would have seen a Poison Sting going through. The fact that neither of those happened meant that there was an energy deficit on the Ariados side, and that could have been critical. I think it probably was critical. It's up to the judges to decide, though.
Yep, exactly. That's why we're sitting behind the booth here. Very interesting plays by both. And regardless of this, whether or not this is going to be a rematch, I think there's a lot of valuable information that they're both taking away from each other, from their different play styles, from their different team compositions. If this was a best of 5, this definitely would be a big information gathering session. Be like, okay, well, he's played this now a couple times. I've led the same thing into him of 2 of the 3 games.
I think this is always the really difficult thing, both about best of 5s, but also when you have to replay a match, replay a game in a best of 3, because every time you play against your opponent, they elicit more information from you about your strategies, and of course, you back to them as well. But that means that your team building, your line composition has to adapt based on that information.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big issues for a lot of trainers. I know some of my friends, when you play in a grassroots tournament of PvP, sometimes it is a best of 5, and they're just like, I can never win a best of 5. I can really pull out a best of 3. Oh, they're doing a nice thing where they're actually slowing it down, and it does look like, indeed, the Hydro Cannon was reached right beforehand. Thank you so much for our replay operations here, giving us highlighting the segments that we're really trying to dig down into to see what the judges are seeing.
Yeah, so there are 2 questions. The first question...
I am married. I'm so sorry.
It's almost like a court of law, right? The first question is, was there something that happened that shouldn't have happened? And I think that we can all agree that there was, right? That you didn't get to your attack at the same time. The second question is, did it impact the outcome of the game? And that's where the judges will probably be determining what might have happened. It was early enough, perhaps, in that game that it could have gone differently. Yes, some people might say, well, hold on a minute. The Galarian Moltres, it still had a ton of health. It was in the back. It doesn't matter how much health the Ariados had, because all you do is throw a Brave Bird against it anyway. But that's for the judges to decide. And it's an open question. It's very difficult. I don't envy their position.
Yeah, it's true, and it's a whole lot of speculation on all of our parts too, and a little bit of like, I know people in the chat are probably saying, oh, no, it's obviously should be a rematch, while other people are saying, no, it shouldn't be a rematch for the exact same reasons. So this is, again, why we have judge calls, and while we're kind of talking about this in general, I want to discuss if it is going to be a rematch, because we haven't actually had quite a lot of them, especially in day 2 so far. That means it's a whole new game, so they're not required to use the same Pokemon, the same leads, or anything like that. It's just like that game has been washed away, snapped out of existence, and a whole new Game 3 will be played.
I know that in some grassroots formats, players generally, when they're doing a rematch, they can agree to play the same teams. Here in the Play Pokemon circuit, there is no obligation to play the same teams at all. It is as if the game never happened at all. The players will need to completely think fresh, and sometimes that can be really difficult because you might have given away a strategy that could have only worked once, particularly when we see those ABA lines. Once your opponent recognizes that that was something that you're trying to do, it can become very, very dangerous to try it again.
While they're discussing that, we can go into a little bit of like the more nitty-gritty, because you just said ABA, and there might be some newer viewers who are like, ABA, well, no, these are Pokemon. They have names. Like, what does that even mean? I've heard it a couple times now. I've heard ABA, I've heard ABB. What does this mean in this Show 6 Pit 3 format?
So there are a couple of ways that you can compose a line of 3, both in the Go Battle League, but also here in the Play Pokemon circuit, our Show 6 format. You can lead a Pokemon that is strong or weak to a certain type. And then you can have 2 Pokemon in the back that have the opposite interaction. So let's say, for example, you lead a water-type Pokemon. You are weak to a grass, and you put 2 fire types in the back so that if you lead into a grass type, you have 2 options to cover it. One to come in and safe swap, one in the back to deal with it later. That is what we call ABB. Some players opt for ABA as an alternative, where both their Pokemon in the lead and one of their Pokemon in the back are weak to a particular type. Typically, that can work if your Pokemon in the lead would only soft lose, where it's not like a dominant loss, and you can chip it low enough that you can deal with it in the endgame later. We see a lot of that. But other players, right? Other players play triple weak. They play an AAA strategy, and they just hope that once that Pokemon that they're weak to is gone, that their remaining Pokemon in the back can deal with the rest of the team. It's much riskier, but I've seen it work. I've lost to AAA strategies before.
Well, because sometimes you don't even bring that A Pokemon, right? So it's like, okay, I like to call these scenarios high risk, high reward. I think ABB was one of the first strategic PvP lineups that a lot of people thought of, and it was kind of like a secret among the really good players. And then you started seeing it Go Battle League, where like, oh, you know, they swapped into an Alolan Marowak, and I have a water type, so I'm immediately going to swap my water type in to counter it. But then your water type was countered by their first, and when they brought in their second fire type, you're like, oh no, I've already gotten rid of my water type. I think that went on for a very long period of time. More recently, people have switched to this more ABA or soft ABA, where it's getting a little more, it's like, risky, but you can still play it out. A really great example is earlier on in the stream when we saw Out of Pocket play, where he had an ABA strategy with that Feraligatr in the lead, the Zoomerl in the back, and there was a Jumpluff on the other side. If that Jumpluff would have been in the lead, Out of Pocket would have had to stay in with that Shadow Feraligatr because that was his best option against it.
I think one of the advantages in this current meta about playing ABA is that so many Pokemon are really, really flexible. You've got access to at least 2 charged attacks, and Feraligatr, for example, and Azumarill both have ice coverage. That can give you play against a Shadow Jumpluff in those situations based on the shield scenario, and so players are thinking about this. Something on paper that might look like a negative matchup may not be in practice. But Amanda, we've just heard that there will be a rematch. That is probably the decision that we were expecting based on the outcome of that loss of charge attack priority. So Richie and Ice Chris now, they're 1 game each. This is a replay of the decisive Game 3, fresh, whatever teams that these players choose to go with.
And I'm very excited to see how these trainers will go, because as a reminder, we are in the winner's side of the bracket, so that means these trainers yesterday went through a gauntlet. They ended up winning all of their matches to stay on this side in a double elimination tournament. And with 1-1 at this stage, whoever wins the next one will stay on that winner side of the bracket, and there's much less trainers you have to go through if you're on that side.
So The critical thing there was the Ariados took damage that if it was able to reach that charge attack priority would have invited a shield away from Richie. That shield could have been critical because then potentially in the endgame the Azumarill play rough plus the Ariados lunge could have been enough to threaten a knockout.
So now I'm really excited. Well, how do you think that people will strategize around this game? Because like you said now, Tomahawk, it's completely different. You're no longer obliged to run that Clodsire in the lead with the Ariados in the back. We can have completely different lineups. Do you go with something similar and strategic, saying, okay, it could have been close, it could have gone either way, and so I might as well just try to play it out, or do you something a little more risky?
So the reason that Ice Chris keeps leading Ariados is because that Feraligatr, the Shadow Feraligatr on Richie's side, is so potent. If Shadow Feraligatr was to swap into any Pokemon on Ice Chris's team other than Ariados, it could potentially win a zero shield scenario. So Ice Chris is potentially looking to start with Ariados to avoid that happening. Let's see if those players make the same decisions here. We are about to get into this decisive Game 3.
And it looks like kind of Richie's shown with a completely different strategy here, bringing in that Alolan Sandslash, which actually is this great matchup against the Azumarill, because the Azumarill here, the bubbles are the only thing that's doing a lot of damage. Neither Play Rough nor Ice Beam going to be doing too much to this like the Steel-type Pokemon.
What is critical in this matchup is that Richie has opted for Shadow Claw on this Alolan Sandslash, not the Powder Snow that many players have been using that would be resisted by Azumarill. That gives Sandslash such a much better matchup here. I really like this. I think if I were bringing Alolan Sandslash in this meta, I would opt for Shadow Claw as well.
And another thing I'd like to point out about Richie's Alolan Sandslash is a regular one, is not a Shadow. A lot of trainers like to play Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but with so many Clodsire in the meta, the Alolan Sandslash can actually take an Earthquake, which a Shadow one cannot. And I think that kind of affects a lot of people's decision-making skills. Going for another drill run here. This Azumarill is so low, getting that first shield from Ice Chris because he wants to be able to get off and attack himself. An immediate swap out anyway, though, to the Shadow Feraligatr, and we could see really a big farm down at this point. Now it's Shadow Feraligatr's turn to have an energy advantage.
I think you might want to come in with the Ariados now, get some damage off against this Feraligatr, but you are now a little bit behind. Are you predicting something in the back that Dunsparce will be better against? That's the question. It actually is the case that Richie has a superior in the back. If Ice Chris had come in with Dunsparce instead, he might have had a much stronger opportunity to win this match. This could be difficult.
Now going through here, using that last protection because he knows that Trailblaze would be doing so much damage to Shadow Feraligatr. The attack is rising, but at this point, he's able to completely Shadow Claw down, come out with a ton of energy. There's no shields on Richie's sides, but he has a lot on Feraligatr, and I think he has a lot in terms of alignment.
I think there is a massive hill to climb here now for Ice Chris. He played ABA week 2 Superior. He didn't save the Ariados in case of a Superior in the back. I don't know what his reaction is going to be when he sees that Grass Snake come out, but Richie is looking really, really strong. Richie and his Shadow Feraligatr has definitely been the story of this series.
I mean, there's been that duo for Richie this whole time of that Shadow Feraligatr and Clodsire, so Dunsparce is actually a decent counter for them. It can put a lot of chip damage to both, but one thing that completely walls not only the Dunsparce and it's also the Azumarill is the Superior that has just slithered onto the field.
Ice Chris's expression there, nodding. He knows. He goes, oh, I'm cooked.
And
This
meanwhile-
Superior, shiny Superior with Leaf Tornado is going to put in a ton of pressure on Ice Chris's remaining Pokemon.
Going for that Rock Slide here. No Protect Shield needed, but you know what? No Protect Shields needed at all here. This Rock Slide not doing too much damage. Richie's Superior going, yes.
Remember that Rockslide received a heavy nerf at the beginning of this max-out season following the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. Rollout is a great fast attack, but together they are not doing much against Superior that resists the ground-type drill run.
Going for that Leaf Tornado at the end. A Superior with a double grass-type attack, being able to take out the Azumarill, being able to take game number 3 for Richie, staying in on the winner's side of the bracket with a 3-ball flex.
That was a brilliant performance from Richie, really dominant, really well controlled, and the crowd are screaming his name. He has so much support here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Ice Chris with a brilliant performance. He drops into the losers bracket. His day is not over. He can still keep going.
Those were really fun games. And again, a showcase of unique Pokemon, but also really leaning heavily onto that Shadow Feraligatr. I think that you called it out well. I mean, the reason why Ice Chris was almost forced into a hole of playing the Ariados in the lead was because of that potential Shadow Feraligatr swap.
Yeah, the difficulty there was coming in with Ariados against a Feraligatr when you're an energy behind. They pace at the same time to the Trailblaze and to the Hydro Cannon, and one Shadow Claw advantage on that Feraligatr makes a massive amount of difference. But as you said, perhaps reading that there might have been a Clodsire in the back, trying to save the Dunsparce for that. What a different game it would have been if the Dunsparce had come into the Feraligatr instead.
And you know what? I mean, like, I think that's a main thing that has happened quite a few times because this max out meta, we kind of predicted from the very beginning before when we were seeing the energy of different Pokemon that were going to be able to be now used, getting new attacks, new attack updates. We're like, okay, wow. Clodsire is going to be really, really good this season. Feraligatr is going to be really, really good this season. This is going to be the core to beat. And it looks like that is still true because that is a team that's on Richie's side, still on the winner's side of the bracket, and he's proving masterfully with it.
Now, we talked about Ice Chris playing ABA weak to that Superior by leading a Pokemon like a Azumarill that's weak to Grass, but also the Dunsparce that has a really negative matchup there. But I think it's also worth noting that in the previous games, Richie was leaning into Shadow Feraligatr, into Clodsire, as you mentioned, and also into that Galarian Moltres. He had not really been utilizing his Alolan Sandslash or his Superior, and on that basis, he made a call that Ice Chris was unlikely to lead Talonflame.
Okay.
Leading an Alolan Sandslash with the Superior in the back, Talonflame would have been game over. So that was a massive call from Richie, and you need to maybe make those at this level. I think that Ice Chris understandably did not expect Superior in the back, because when you see an Alolan Sandslash, you go, there's no world in which you would have a Superior as well.
I think a lot of times when you're looking at a team composition, what they're usually playing in the first two matchups, probably first three matchups, are the most lineups that make sense, right? So it's like, okay, this is reliable. I know how these kind of matchups play out. And Ice Chris was probably still in that mentality. Be like, okay, I know that Richie thinks this as well. It's going to come down to neck and neck. We've seen how close both of these matches are. Meanwhile, Richie was thinking of it in more of a best of 5 concept where I'm like, okay, you know what? I might just have to try something a little bit different to get into his headspace, and it looks like it really paid off in that, because you're absolutely right. I don't think that would have been a lineup that he would have led at all in game number 1.
No.
Being like, okay,
not unless you're Arrow, right?
Yeah, that's true. We have a player named Arrow, and we sometimes call ABA the Arrow.
Yeah, ABA Arrow for sure. But in these situations, we talked about eliciting information every single time that you play against your opponent. You get an understanding of what types of lines they are likely to run. Richie used that to his advantage. He goes, I am showing you what you think I am likely to run, and I am going to go with something completely
in the winner's side of the bracket. And I'm going to go ahead and take a quick peek at the teams here, because we have someone coming in from Europe, Colin 6, our only 2-time regional champion in one season, 3-time regional champion total, just fresh off of a finalist position in Dortmund against Ashton Ash, that second-place competitor at the North American International Championships.
Yeah, Colin with some sensational performances both this season and last season. That grand finals against Boom was immense. I think so many players had no idea which way it was going to go. Boom was looking unstoppable. Colin goes, hold up, hold up. He resets the bracket. Boom does win in insane fashion in the end, but Colin's performances over the last few years have been nothing short of sensational. He'll want a trophy. He doesn't have one to his name yet, but he is up against a formidable opponent. Ashton Ash performed brilliantly at the North America International Championships last season.
Ashton Ash is built for these international championships. He really came in, made a name for himself there, already starting to make a name for himself here at the Latin America one. I'm very interested in the team composition, because coming in from the winner side of the bracket, we have Out of Pocket and Colin 6 running the exact same team. So we'll see if he can utilize it as well as Out of Pocket to just also stay on the winner's side of the bracket. We'll see if he's also 100 million bajillion percent confident he's going to win the whole tournament. Meanwhile, Ashton Ash has a little bit of a different team composition. We're seeing a Primeape again, finally.
A steely expression there for Colin 6. He is looking at the Primeape on Ashton Ash's team, and he is recognizing that it has a ton of play into his team of 6, because Primeape with 2 shields can get through an Azumarill, it can get through a Clodsire, it can get through an Ariados as well. Colin will need to maneuver around it, and Ashton Ash probably will need to take advantage.
Now, we saw that there was a lot of Primeape going on day 1. We haven't seen quite many of them making it to day 2, but you know what? We're going to see if it's even on the field here as game 1 is starting. A great lead for Ash and Ash here. Marowak just trying to desperately to throw its mud up into the air, and that's not doing much damage. Neither one of them burned, and look at Colin 6, known for his catches, showing it right away in game number 1.
That is a massive catch for Colin. That Mandibuzz was a horrible lead, but we can also see a Superior in the back. So Marowak really doesn't have much play. Feraligatr is coming into a Moltres. We know Shadow Claw is resisted. Hydro Cannon will still do a lot of damage, so Colin is going to shield up here. I wouldn't be surprised if he really tried to put pressure on the Feraligatr, either by throwing an Ancient Power or committing to a 2-shield full farm down.
Going for that Ancient Power right before another Hydro Cannon is going to be released. 2 shields on Ash and Ash's side. Wants to go ahead and get this off, saying, okay, I see what you're doing here. You shield, I shield. I'm already at another Hydro Cannon. Make your move, Colin 6. Do you want to use both shields here? And that's exactly what he does.
Everyone looking at the backlines can see that that Superior has a massive amount of play, both into Kanto Marowak and into the Azumarill. The question for Colin is, can you save your Galarian Moltres? Do you even have enough health for it to be worth saving, or do you save everything now, go into the Azumarill to try and pull out that Superior?
Oh, and if you're looking at that backline, that Superior is going to be doing so good against the team. But if you come in with that Mandibuzz here, it's already at another attack. There's no Protect Shield remaining. If you're Ash and Ash, you don't know how good your back lineup is, but it could potentially sweep.
Colin is reading. He is reading a Primate in the back. He was not expecting to see the Superior. He does have some energy saved on that Galarian Moltres. He will now be looking to chip with these Ice Beams. They are super effective. Ash and Ash is actually going to let this go. Kanto Marowak is also weak to grass. This Superior is going to do a massive amount of work here.
Ash and Ash has seen now the whole team lineup now knows that this Frenzy Plant is going to hurt. There are no Protect Shields remaining, and Ice Beam was not enough to knock out that bulky Grass-type Pokemon. Super effective damage coming through. Already another one loaded, but I think that he might go ahead. Oh!
Really smart from Ash and Ash. He recognizes that he does not want to give up another shield to protect the Ice Beam, so he throws this Aerial Ace on charge attack priority. Colin doesn't have any shields remaining. Question is, do you come in with Kanto Marowak? No, you're going to come in straight away with that Galarian Moltres. You've got 2 Ancient Powers loaded. You don't really want one of these to be caught onto the Mandibuzz.
Now look at this point, no shield used by Ash and Ash. That gets so desperately low. Coming in with the Mandibuzz now, and this is going to be the Brave Bird. This is the heavy hitting attack, and Ash and Ash has seemed to have forgotten that he has another shield. Both of his Pokemon are so low at this point.
This is really, really good for Colin. He's managed to preserve some of the Galarian Moltres. The Galarian Moltres has enough health to be able to Sucker Punch down the Superior. The Marowak has a ton of health. These Rock Slides will threaten a knockout. The Superior is too low. Colin could have this.
And going for that first Rock Slide here. Will Ash and Ash use his shield? Doesn't even shield it up at this point. This will be enough to knock the Mandibuzz out of the sky. We got another attack loaded. Frenzy Plant's not even there. Mud Slap is enough!
Colin is nodding his head. He played ABA weak to Superior. He does not care that he has seen it in the back. That is superb play. That is why he is such a high quality player.
Yeah, you can see him nodding there saying, okay, I got myself out of a pretty tough situation. And I think that is the grit that you need if you are a competitor who wants to make it to that highest level, saying, okay, I think a lot of trainers at that point will be like, okay, I didn't have the read right for game number 1. I'm going to take away some, key messages, and I'm going to go for game 2. Not Colin 6. He sat up straighter. He said, okay, how do I play myself out of this bad matchup?
I really like the attempt from Ash and Ash to say, okay, I know how good my Primate is into your team. The best Pokemon that you have to try and deal with that could be that Shadow Kanto Marowak, could be that Azumarill, so I'm going to lead into Superior instead, because I'm not expecting perhaps to see some of your poison type Pokemon, and it almost worked for him, but Colin navigated and maneuvered around. He danced with that energy. Galarian Moltres did so much work. That was really impressive to watch.
I think a lot of it came down to bait calls as well, right? So I think that the Colin 6 throwing that Brave Bird immediately, maybe Ash and Ash thought it was just going to be that second Ancient Power. It says, okay, I'm not going to like it as a Mandibuzz, but I can definitely take it better. I'll be able to get a little more energy, and I can throw at that Marowak. Unfortunately for him, it just didn't go according to plan, but that means that he can go ahead and make this Game 2 win even more impressive. He needs 2 wins to be able to take the series. Colin 6 only needs 1 more to go. Both of these trainers on the winner's side of the bracket, both of these trainers so much to prove.
Colin is trying to lock in and focus. Do you try and anticipate the Primeape now coming in? Ashton also playing similar mind games. At what point do you want to take advantage of a Pokemon that has so much play? Many people don't quite realize how good Primeape is. I know Colin has been practicing against it. He knows how strong it can be. Let's get into this game number 2.
Ooh, we got a rhyme. What is it? Ashton Alolan Sand Slash coming out, now coming in with that Feraligatr there into a Feraligatr with a slight energy advantage. Now, usually these matchups already go down to charge attack priority, but Colin is ahead by 1 Shadow Claw and is able to throw and get that first shield.
Colin needs to think about dipping into one of the Pokemon he's got in the back because Alolan Sandslash has a lot of play into both. In fact, he's going to stay in here because he knows he has a slight energy advantage, and so his preference is to get a shield away from Ashton, potentially 2 shields as this Hydro Cannon is coming through.
Second Hydro Cannon going through. Ashton has already used 1 Protect Shield. He's not going to use the other one at this point. There's still a lot of health left on that Silver Alligator, but he's at the Hydro Cannon himself. He's able to hang on by a thread and threaten the same thing back to Colin 6, getting that Protect Shield now because he wants to keep that Feraligatr as healthy as possible.
Makes a lot of sense to preserve the health on this Feraligatr. You're going to need it for the Alolan Sandslash. When this Superior comes back in, the question for Colin is, do you come in with Clodsire or with Galarian Moltres?
At this point, he's going ahead getting a little bit of an energy advantage. We saw Colin catch game number 1. He could also potentially threaten with the Ice Beam, but you know what? He says, okay, I know when you're going to throw, I know what you're going to throw, and I know what I'm going to catch it on. That's that Clodsire.
There's no pause there from Ashton. He goes for that Aerial Ace. Clodsire comes in, takes it like it's no problem. Clodsire also has access to Earthquake. It'll do a lot of damage to this Alolan Sandslash. Not before a Drill Run comes through. This won't knock out the Clodsire, so Ashton has to think, do I want to shield the Earthquake, or do I save it for the Hydro Cannon that's banked on the Shadow Feraligatr?
And he's got to make a decision quick because this Earthquake is loaded. Since it's not a Shadow, it's not going to knock out, but it's going to put it down so low. He still hasn't even seen the third Pokemon. He probably will be able to get enough energy to completely farm down, but will it be enough? There's no shields left on Colin's side. You think he's going to go straight for the attack? Going for an Ice Punch.
Yeah, Ice Punch possibly could be enough to take out this Feraligatr. If you shield up this Hydro Cannon, you're not going to shield it because you think that your Superior has more play in the back. Maybe there's the Kanto Marek. It's not a Kanto Marek, it's a Galarian Moltres.
Galarian Moltres coming in. Though this looks bad on paper, it's not that great for the Superior, but those Frenzy Plates actually hurt quite a bit. Colin going for the Ancient Power right away also has potential to boost the attack and defense, which would be even more helpful after this stage. Ashton going for an Aerial Ace first, which I don't know if that's a play. Shouldn't you go to double Frenzy Plant?
That's right, you should be going for Frenzy Plant here. It will do more damage than the Aerial Ace. It's more efficient because Frenzy Plant is such a great attack. Ashton knows that he has met his match. Colin 6 takes game number 2 and proceeds in LAIC winner's side.
Colin 6, 3-time regional champion, 2-time runner-up, and he wants an international championship to his name, coming in against a team composition that was actually quite good against him in 2 games and able to take those wins with masterful game play.
There is a reason that we call Colin the final boss, and I think he's just shown there those immense displays. He had absolutely no problems. He was anticipating the Primeape. He was really worried about it, but the Superior coming in probably threw him a little bit off. He adjusted, went for that Galarian Moltres, went for the Clodsire, sealed the victory.
Colin 6 came in from Europe as one of the people who actually got the travel awards. He was in the top 4 placement by the end of last season, so he was able to come in with this, and I think that with his really, really nice performance, not only here, but also back in Europe, he has potential for that for Europe as well.
I think he is very, very close, if he hasn't already sealed his place in those top 4 positions on the European leaderboard that should get his travel awards to EUIC in London in February. He is looking to get the travel award. He is looking to get the trophy. He wants a legacy. If he doesn't have it already, he could certainly have it by the end of this weekend.
Let's talk about game number 1, catching that Dark Pulse onto the Galarian Moltres. Game number 2, catching an Aerial Ace onto the Clodsire. He's just saying, okay, what's the least effective attack? Okay, I'm probably gonna go ahead and throw it on that.
I think, Colin, I think we said it yesterday, right? He's one of those players that if you ever want to write a story or watch, watch back how high quality Pokemon Go gameplay can be, some of his matches are really, really something else. I could eulogize this player for decades.
I'm also really, really interested to see, because it was a completely different playstyle with the exact same team that Out of Pocket ran earlier on. Nighttime Clasher also in day 2 running the exact same team, and I wonder if he will play it out similar or if it's going to be a completely different playstyle as well. Again, we have this whole conversation of, is it a driver or is it the car? Is it the team or is it the person who's piloting the team that actually makes it successful? So far, I will say, it seems like it's definitely both, but that team composition, if it's coming in from 3 people already on day 2, there's something to it.
Yeah, Colin has his own unique style of play. At an event last year, Dortmund, Colin and I both ran the exact same team, and we actually both made top cut. Colin went on to win the match, but the critical thing was that we both played the same team of 6 completely differently. And Out of Pocket, Nighttime Clasher, Colin, they are all very, very high quality players. They all have their unique styles. What was interesting to see there, Out of Pocket, the ABA style versus Jump Love, Colin, the ABA style versus Superior. Will we see Nighttime Clasher on stream? And I want to see, will he play ABA as well? Is it one of those teams where you have to make hard call decisions like that? Or is it one that you would play safe and maybe more predictable ABB?
So what you're saying is they all have a roadmap, but they're going at different ways into the wild.
I like that. That is a very, very good segue into an event that is coming up next week. You have Dialga, you have Palkia. They will be available in their origin forms. Shinies available as well with their special attacks. These are brilliant special attacks to have. Spatial Rend for Palkia can increase the distance from which you can catch Pokemon, and the Roar of Time from Dialga can allow you to extend the timers of your Incense, of your Star Piece, of your Lucky Eggs. Those are brilliant Pokemon to raid.
And especially if you're doing your daily instance, go ahead and use that Roar of Time for a better chance of maybe getting one of those Galarian legendary Pokemon. Meanwhile, let's go on to the rest of the event bonuses, because I know a lot of people are excited about a lot of things on this page. There is a remote raid limit increased to 20, which is great, and then no remote raid limit for the last period of time. Not only that, rare XL candy, which I absolutely need to continue to power up my Master League roster for the Go Battle League. Please give me all those rare candy XLs.
Yeah, rare candy XLs from those Dynamax Drillbur battles, and I encourage you to get involved. Do those max battles, because a Dynamax Excadrill will be so useful when Gigantamax Toxtricity comes into the game very, very soon. So enjoy that event, try and get some great Pokemon, try and get some shinies. I'm going to try.
Yeah, well, try and try is what we can do. We can also watch and watch, because I've heard that the players are ready. Let's go ahead, take it down, swoop it to the stage, see who we got up next against each other. We have LNDS Steiner up against Ilum.
This is an incredible matchup. 2 of the best players on the planet representing their regions here at 2025 LAIC. LNDS Steiner got that Dugong, actually, that we've spoken about that hasn't seen a huge amount of play elsewhere in this competition. Let's have a look into it against Ilum's side. It has a positive matchup against the Shadow Drapion. It can have a positive matchup against Azumarill, depending on how you play it. Superior Grass type is super effective against the Dugong, but Dugong can actually put out super effective Ice type damage. And then you've got Malamar, Alolan Sandslash, and Feraligatr as well, which can be neutral. They can go either way, but it's not like Dugong doesn't have play into them.
Now, I think if you are one of these trainers, you're sitting here, I think a lot of people are definitely familiar with Steiner, because he was 4th overall last season at LAIC. He was 3rd at NAIC. He's just a well-established and super well-known trainer, especially here in Sao Paulo. But Ilum is like one of those silent underdogs that I think a lot of people know. A lot of people fear playing against him because he's so consistently above average. He has such great gameplay. And speaking of hopping right into game number 1, looks like they're both thinking the same here. We got a Shadow Drapion Mirror.
And we do have that Dugong in the back for Steiner. He also recognizes it has a ton of play. The question is, who has built a Drapion with higher attack? Because charge attack priority could be key unless we try and see a catch later on.
Going for that Aqua Tail first here. Ilum just going ahead, content to take it. It does a decent chunk of damage, but there's so much extra energy now on Ilum's side. Going to throw an Aqua Tail of his own.
Shadow Drapion against Shadow Drapion. Crunch is resisted. Aqua Tail so spammy. And there is a catch. That's what we were thinking would be coming onto the Dugong. A super bulky water-type Pokemon. This will do very little damage. Ilum, will you charge up more when you try and get to a Crunch? No, you're going to go straight into that Feraligatr.
I always get a bit confused when you see it or it happen because you're like, okay, of course Feraligatr does not counter Dugong at all because his Hydro Cannons or Ice Beams aren't going to do much, but it paces so quickly and it hits so hard with that Shadow Dance. Look at that, not very effective, but with those Shadow Claws, one more is going to do it.
Even resisted Hydro Cannons really threatening the Dugong. One Drill Run from a Dugong will not threaten the Feraligatr. That's why Feraligatr is just so potent in this meta.
Going ahead, charging up a little bit extra energy, knows it wins that charge attack priority. Great counting by Ilum here. Going with that another Hydro Cannon, no protection shield used. Dugong.
Steiner is going to let Dugong go down. I would expect a shield here, a full Poison Sting farm down, recognizing that the energy output potential of Drapion is massive and it can hit hard against Ilum's backline.
Poison Sting got a buff this season, but you know what Ilum says, not gonna happen here. I know that you caught earlier on, neither one of these charge attacks are gonna be doing too much to me as a Azumarill. I can take it, and now I'm gonna start putting out some energy of my own here. No defense drop, which is a potential whenever using Crunch.
Now, similar to Feraligatr against Dugong, where Hydro Cannon is resisted but still does a decent amount, the Drapion, despite its charge attacks being resisted by Azumarill, look how much damage it's putting out already with the Poison Sting fast attack to pair.
Going ahead, going for that Crunch right beforehand. I talked about how good of counting Ilum did. The LNDS Steiner doing just as good here, throwing right beforehand and getting the Protect Shield from Ilum.
Yeah, that is huge to be able to get shield parity here. The rollouts coming through, they give a ton of energy. You want to get to your attacks quickly. You recognize that Play Rough is probably going to do the most damage at the moment. Once you get an energy advantage, you can threaten this Drapion with that Drill Run just before it reaches the Crunch. Will Ilum shield this? He'll want to get this Crunch off. Yes, he is going to shield.
He's got so much energy on that drop in, wants to be able to utilize it somewhere. I think we're going to see a couple more Poison Stings. Crunch coming through number one. No Protect Shields remaining, but this Dunsparce is so healthy at this point.
Switch Clock is still not expired for Ilum, so I would expect Steiner to go straight for the Drill Run as he reaches it. That defense drop isn't great. He didn't want that, but all he needs to do now is land a Drill Run against this Azumarill and not allow it to be caught on that low health Shadow Feraligatr.
You can hear the crowd starting to chant, starting to clap here as the rollouts will be able to roll in some momentum. How will Ilum be able to stop it with the Azumarill coming back in? It will be able to get to an attack pretty quickly. Does LNDS Steiner remember where it's at on energy? You see Ilum waiting a turn, the rollout goes through, Play Rough connects.
I really like that from Ilum. He is not allowing a catch either. Waits for the rollout to come through, then clicks the Play Rough. Dunsparce goes down. Drapion does not have enough health to do anything. It's going to go down to the bubble. Ilum takes game number one.
Game number one going to the trainer from North America, coming in with that travel incentive, taking game number one off of a very well-known player down here in Sao Paulo. But LNDS Steiner says, you know what? I've been here before and I know that I can do it. We'll see how it goes for game number two.
Steiner back against the wall now. He needs to rethink that Shadow Feraligatr from Ilum. The Shadow Feraligatr we've seen from so many players here this weekend is putting in a ton of work. How do you neutralize that pressure? How do you shut Feraligatr down? That is the massive question.
Now, Dugong, one of the biggest counters for it is actually that Dunsparce. Both of those are usually used in a similar safe swap position, but the fact that Ilum doesn't have it on his team doesn't surprise me that Steiner is going to be able to use it, because even if you swap in a Malamar to a Dugong, the Malamar would have to debuff itself using a superpower to be able to take it out, and then you have to really decide, is that what I want to do? Dugong actually has a ton of play, I think, into a lot of Ilum's team.
The thing with Shadow Feraligatr is you can't really allow it to get an energy advantage. You can't really allow it to get a shield advantage either. And if you invest too much resource in taking down the Shadow Feraligatr, all of a sudden these other super flexible Pokemon like Shadow Drapion and super bulky Pokemon like Azumarill can really trouble you as well. It's not an easy hill to climb for Steiner, but he has to lock in now. His chances of staying on the winner's side of the bracket rest on this game 2.
Both of these trainers looking cool as a cucumber as they're getting ready to lock into battle for game number 2. Looks like they both locked in at this point. We're going to have to see who's going to be able to take it here. Will it be ilum continuing on, or will LNDS Steiner take a game off of Amir Dugong into that Shadow Drapion?
I like this for Steiner. Dugong has that drill run, super effective pressure against the Shadow Drapion, but we know that when Shadow Drapion has shields, its pacing can make it an immense problem to deal with.
Not only that, those crunches again have a chance of debuffing. We saw it happen before. Correctly not shielding up the first one in case there is a debuff happening that would end up wanting to use a shield later. You don't see the sprinkles, you don't see it coming in and going for an icy wind just to do a little bit of a chip and dip. Not only that, whatever this Feraligatr throws now is not going to be as impactful as the attack is now debuff.
ilum catching that resisted icy wind. It is a play that we've seen lots of players go for, but the nice thing for Steiner is you're able to go bank your attack again and sponge all of this damage onto the Azumarill. We talked about how potent Hydro Cannon is, but now remember that all of these ones are debuffed and resisted.
Yeah, and Azumarill says, I can take it. Let me go ahead and start getting up some energy of my own. Going a little bit over here, basically at 100 energy, and Feraligatr still going. Getting that Protect Shield, even though it's debuffed, there's so much energy. Switch timers are quite misaligned, and I think Steiner may see swap out after he does another Hydro Cannon going through.
So you saw ilum shake his head there. The reason why is because he was looking at his switch timer. He was hoping to bank this energy so that he doesn't have to throw debuffed, resisted Hydro Cannons into the Azumarill, and now he can go into his own Azumarill, save that energy on the Feraligatr. It's up to Steiner to remember just how much there is and ensure that he's preserved enough shields to deal with them.
And that gets really, really interesting near the end game. Do you remember how much energy your opponent has? Do you remember that your switch timers are misaligned? And if so, by how much? Already this Azumarill has an attack, correctly shielding this up by Steiner here. And I think we're going to see a lot of energy going for the Shadow Drapion as it starts the poison sting already basically at 100 energy. Gonna go ahead and throw that crunch.
Now, interestingly, Steiner farms up a bit more. He doesn't throw the crunch straight away. He doesn't fish for the debuff early. He's going to try and maximize some energy first. You will still need another attack before you can take out this Azumarill. Do you shield a play rough when you know that Feraligatr has so many Hydro Cannons? Steiner says, nope, definitely not.
Stealing one up earlier on. This will knock the Drapion down into the red, but still has a ton of energy and a shield remaining. Going for the Aqua Tail at this range, even though it's not very effective. The Azumarill is very low health. Wants to preserve as much energy onto that Drapion as possible to be able to throw at whatever comes back in.
Do you hard swap into a Dugong or a Azumarill to try and catch a Hydro Cannon? No, you're going to go for that Aqua Tail straight away, which is the best attack to throw against this Shadow Drapion. Good call from Steiner. Are you going to reach another one before you get Poison Sting down?
That is the real question. He's pretty darn close. He is able to make it in time, and I guess recognizing that ilum goes, okay, I have to throw it here. I can't afford to let that Drapion get any lower or use the shield.
I really like this recognition from ilum of the energy on the Shadow Drapion. Now the Dugong will come in, throw an Icy Wind just before Aqua Tail is reached. Aqua Tail wouldn't have been enough, but it's not chip damage that Steiner wanted to take because we know what Feraligatr can do when it's able to Shadow Claw down.
What's so annoying about this Feraligatr is that it has so much energy, and though it is not that great against a Dugong and not that great against an Azumarill here, it just might be able to do it. Hydro Cannon coming through just like game 1, knocking out that Dugong. Azumarill coming back in, and there is no energy on the Azumarill.
There's nothing Steiner can do. This Shadow Feraligatr is feasting here. ilum with an attack. I think Steiner recognizes that there's no chance of getting to 2 on his own Azumarill. His head sets off. ilum's nodding. GG's, he says. Game 2 goes to ilum.
Alligator, eat him up. ilum there, taking 2 games off of one of the best trainers that we have here at LAIC. ilum saying, hey guys, I know that you keep saying I'm an underdog, but guess what? At what point, if I just keep winning, am I actually the top dog rather than the underdog?
I think everyone knows just how incredible a player ilum is. He hasn't yet won a gold medal, but probably one of the best players in the world that is yet to do so. He is always in those top cuts. He is always making multiple days at the regionals and other events that he enters. This weekend is no different, taking out one of Brazil's best in Steiner. Steiner isn't out. He goes into the loser's side of the bracket. ilum's run on the winner's side continues.
This is what I love about this tournament, the fact that there's so many trainers from all the different portions of the globe. We saw Steiner yesterday do a 2-0 sweep against Paulasha, one of the best trainers that Europe has to offer. Meanwhile, now Ilum doing the exact same thing, a North American trainer coming down and staying on that winner's side of the bracket. International Championships is really making that name. International showcase here for Pokemon Go.
We mentioned it a little bit yesterday, the number of players that have traveled here to Sao Paulo, Brazil from all over the world does give this a World Championship feel. It gives it a little bit of flavor of what we will be seeing later this season in Anaheim, California. That is the event that everyone is leading up to. That's the event that really, really matters. But LAIC, the championship points, the cash prizes, there is so much on offer, a stepping stone into that major event in August.
Not only that, the top 4 players from international championships get automatic qualifications and world invites. So that means whoever does the best, which we're gonna find out by tomorrow. We'll see. They'll have these little golden tickets next to their name on their leaderboards, and we will say, okay, book your flights. We'll see you in Anaheim.
Okay, question. Yesterday, you and I spoke a little bit about which player we think can take it all and what region they will come from. We have another North American proceeding. We've had out-of-pocket proceeding earlier as well today. Colin 6 going forward. What are your chances for LATAM at the moment? They've got massive support in the crowd. Do you still think they've got it in them to take it all?
I still think that the trophy is staying here in Latin America. And I will tell you, I mean, you see the trainers. I was talking to Colin 6 about it actually yesterday. I said, man, I don't know if I could sit in the seat and hear all these trainers not cheering for me and be able to keep as calm and collected. And he said, I love it.
This man feels no pressure. He was so focused. Ilum there, focused as well. He enjoyed that. You saw his celebrations. I know he'll have a ton of support at home and also here in the crowd rooting for him because he really does have a shot of taking that gold trophy home this weekend.
You know, I wonder if he actually thinks he has a chance to take home that trophy. We have Mark Tyne with an interview with him, and I'm sure he's going to have some great insights.
Thank you, Amanda and Farid. Yes, I'm here with the winner of our previous matchup. That is Ilum. Ilum, congratulations on winning that fierce matchup. How do you feel about winning here and that matchup you just had?
I'm pretty happy. I thought it was a pretty good matchup, but Steiner was the one who knocked me out in NAIC. And so to find him again in LAIC and to beat him, it feels pretty good.
So you got your revenge. And NAIC is actually also the best international championship run you've had so far. That was a top 4. Do you think you have what it takes to get even further here?
I'm going all the way today.
All right. That's going to be super exciting to see you play. What has been the MVP so far on your team?
Oof. There's a lot of picks I've been using. I would say my MVP probably is Shadow Drapion. That Pokemon is pretty good. And yeah, it's been working for me pretty much every single round.
It's a very safe Pokemon to use. Thank you, Ilum. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to family, friends, fans?
I want to shout out Soph. I want to shout out Nisus and my friends at ETMs.
All right, thank you so much. I wish you the best of luck in the rest of the tournament. We're going to a quick video. Don't go anywhere just yet. We're going to have some more exciting battles on the stream soon.
What's good, everybody? Doob Snacks here with another episode of Snacks with Snacks. We are here in Sao Paulo, Brazil for LAIC, and I've got a tour guide with me to bring me around all of these snacks this go around. Soph, thank you for joining.
Much appreciated. So happy to be here for Snacks with Snacks. Of course, these are things that I've known all throughout my life, considering I am Brazilian, and I'm going to be your representative for Brazil here at LAIC, of course, for Unite,
Of course.
Starting with sweets.
We're starting with sweets. All right, so let's kick it off here. You said peanut butter base, not peanut buttery. A little bit of crumble texture to it. Let's get into it.
Be nice.
Oh, that's terrific.
Terrific.
This is this reminds me of like the filling of a Reese cup. For those of you that eat Reese cups at home, picture that. That's what this is. This is gonna get a high mark for me, but we're rating them all at the end. Here we go.
No, you're gonna be fine. So next up we have the.
Okay. Well, it was a little crumbly. A little crumbly texture. This is what. I knew this was a Twinkie.
It is what. Okay.
I knew this was a Twinkie.
Okay. Childhood memories, nostalgia. This is what this evokes.
This is a
The
Twinkie.
vanilla filling.
Twinkie. It's great.
Okay, good. So the other one is just the same, but chocolate, if I'm not mistaken.
Of course.
I mean, yeah, why not?
You know, chocolate's fine. I prefer the vanilla one.
Me too. That's my
it
personal
feels
favorite as well.
The peanut butter cylinder is getting to me here. So I'm gonna have you help me open these.
Of course, yeah.
As I get into these too. What are these? Off rip, I like the turtle mascot.
Yes. Gotta love the well, there he goes.
Got chocolate sandwich cookie all the way through, right to the middle.
Yeah.
You need to pay me for these. Chocolate sandwich cookie.
Good.
Believe it or not, still fighting through that peanut butter.
I do believe it, to be fair. So this one, not sandwich style, but on top.
Okay.
Also chocolate, but
Turtle on the back.
yeah.
It doesn't have peanut butter in it, I can assure you that. It does taste like peanut butter though.
Yeah, this one of my personal favorites.
There's an Americanized version of it. And instead of it being one humble piece like this entire package is just two jumbo ones.
Oh, okay. Well, I get
So
that.
essentially we've taken your classic snacks and just done
Made them
barbaric
big
American
and
things to them.
deep-fried.
Yeah, there you go. Just jumbo and butter and grease. Ooh, I really like that.
Okay, good.
Let's rate these
Good.
things. Speed run. This is bottom tier. I'm going to put that at 2.5, considering everything else is much more solid. Twinkie taking a large lead here, and I think I'm going to go. You can't give like a Twinkie a 10. That's insane. That is insanity. 6.
Okay.
I think this is a 5 for sure. Size differential. Size does matter to some people. For these, 3.7. Which leads me to the chocolate sandwich cookies, 5.9.
Okay.
And that's because these, despite being first and kind of I kind of felt like I was coughing sawdust the entire time. Don't let that discourage you. This was my favorite of the sweets group. 8.5. I love these. I love these.
That
These
is
were
incredibly
terrific.
good, yeah.
This was sweets. So we've got more to come. What else
Yeah,
we
we
got
do.
coming up?
Right, so we got the savory, we got the finger foods, and of course, you need to stay tuned to catch more of Snacks to Snacks.
Stay tuned.
我的名字是叶凯，我来自香港。我的宝可梦属性应该是草系吧，因为我为人比较温和，然后有时候也会。
We see Yakai right here. He still has a smile. He has the confidence.
应该是在我小学的时候，那个时候宝可梦Go 游戏刚推 A 出，然后我看案件 N 和我当时关系最要好的。我第一个比赛的印象是在 iSelf 第一次参加6选3的比赛，我感到非常紧张，然后也感到期待，因为可以通过这个比赛认识很多不同的朋友。我有在亚太区的线上比赛中达到决赛。Many people all know that I have an amazing performance in GBL, so this gives me a lot of confidence to participate in Worlds last year. But the fact that I got knocked out after 2 rounds really destroyed all my confidence, and I felt pretty upset about it.
Yakai going from last season's World Championships, not getting a single game win to now.
我现在感觉非常的兴奋，还有紧张，还有开心，因很复杂的心情。我到现在还不能相信我赢的。我的偶像应该是来自日本的 Crescent Angels， 当时第一次看他在伦敦N 世界赛，在2022年的时候，我打出了非常好的成绩，得到了第3名。他的操作和心态都非常的完美以及从容自在。
He is your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion!
Congratulations.
Thank you.
welcome back to the Latin American International Championships. We just got more good matchups up ahead. We have Doombug versus Desynced. I cannot wait for that one. The spice of Desynced versus the consistency of Doombug, but Desynced has been really consistent as well. I'm 2-0 Butters, joined by Inadequate.
We have 6 trainers already who have progressed to the second winners round of day 2. So we're gonna have 2 more matchups of those, and then we head into the losers bracket as well. Yeah, it's gonna be super exciting to see. We have many top trainers. Many of the North American battlers are doing really well again, and this time again an opportunity for Doombug to add another name to that roster of North Americans doing well, but I think Desynced is not gonna let that happen.
Yeah, and the exciting part is also, like you mentioned, this is a top 32, so there might be a lot of players we haven't even seen yet on that loser side of the bracket be the hero of the entire competition, so you never know, but usually it is from that winner side of the bracket. So let's get on down to the next matchup that is available. It's gonna be Doombug versus Desynced. Of course, let me just tell you how the end of season happened for Desynced last year in the 2024 season. First place in Buenos Aires, second place in Santiago, followed up by a first place in Lima. That is an incredible stretch, 1-2-1.
With all those events added later on in May, May really was the month for Desynced to shine. Now he's gonna try to pick it up here one more time. Now this is an interesting matchup. There's a lot of spicy picks on these teams. We saw the Shadow Drift Blame on Doombug's side, accompanied with the Pangoro. He told me he still has faith in that more than he has in Primeape or Annihilate, and Desynced actually has that Primeape. Now, what is so special about Primeape here? One of the niches that it has over Annihilate, it is not weak to other Ghost-type Pokemon, meaning that it has a slightly better matchup in the opposing Shadow Drifblim. In fact, I don't even know if you want to bring Shadow Drifblim here, because there's an Abomasnow, there's a Shadow Sableye, and there's also the Shadow Feraligatr. Although, Shadow Feraligatr is not usually the worst matchup. But we're going to see it here. Both trainers are locked in. We're going to get the leads. The Shadow Drifblim into the Primeape.
There is that Shadow Drifblim, like you were mentioning. There's even a Charger Bug on Desynced team, but not in this lineup. Swapping the Shadow Feraligatr, met by the Dunsparce here. And now, how much is the alignment going to matter? Because you just have the Abomasnow in the back. The Abomasnow is looking really strong. You effectively baited out the Abomasnow answer in the Dunsparce.
Yeah, but Feraligatr might be able to pull some shields here, especially with that energy advantage. As you can see here, the Hydro Cannon do so much damage. Going for the Duron on perfect timing here. You always want to throw one rollout, and the Feraligatr only gets 2 Shadow Call in. Then going to try and pull shields here. That is actually going to make the Abomasnow worse into the Clodsire in the end game. So this might be a crucial part of the match already for later on.
Yeah, and getting that Protect Shield on the Dunsparce, a crucial thing is also the Abomasnow does not have Weather Ball. It is Icy Wind and Energy Ball, so it's a little slower pacing for this backline. This Drill Run is going to be able to land on the Feraligatr. Will it be enough to knock out this Feraligatr? Not quite yet, so you're going to pivot now, come into the Primeape, try to get some energy advantage. There is only 1 Protect Shield remaining, and Clodsire is the perfect Pokemon to soak up these Rage Fists.
He answers with the Clodsire. You know what that means? That means the Abomasnow later on will be aligned to the Drifblim instead. This matchup is actually incredibly deceiving. If Primeape can double boost here, then the close combat will do so much damage. Charge Attack Purity here. I don't think Doombug will shield this because it doesn't do as much damage yet. And keep in mind, this is not the same type of attack bonus, so the Rage Fists are a little bit weaker than that of Annihilate.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't think you can take an Earthquake. Primeape, it just doesn't have the greatest stat product here. Are you going to use your last Protect Shield of the battle on this Primeape? Keep it around, maybe keep ramping up. No, gonna let that go. Gonna take it into the Primeape, and Primeape just gets knocked out there by the Clodsire, and now suddenly you have a low health Feraligatr, and it's going to be a Abomasnow versus the world, but the problem is there's a Stone Edge already loaded for Doombug.
Stone is going to be super effective and do a lot of damage if this goes unshielded. I think you kind of have to put your shield up here as Desynced as he does. Now the timer's up. Doombug can swap back into the Dunsparce, which has super effective Rock Slide as well. It's going to look really tough, but the timer's almost up for Desynced. If he's able to make a catch here, but no, Doombug is letting it go.
But the problem is, even if you knock out here, this means you need to get the double charge attacks for this Drifblim before it knocks you out with an Icy Wind or the Astonish damage. It's just going to be so tough. Plus, Clodsire not even out of the battle yet. Clodsire has a decent amount of health. You can't really Powder Snow it down. Here comes the Drifblim. Going to try to get to an Icy Wind. Already has that Protect Shield bank. You're already at the Icy Wind for yourself at the Abomasnow. This is going to get the last Protect Shield of the game from Doombug.
Look at how much those Astonish are doing, by the way. That is neutral versus super effective. Astonish is just so strong here, and it looks like Desynced is going to try to make a catch. He waits, but no, Doombug is too careful. He's not going to let that happen.
The pause there, Desynced tried to make that swap, but it didn't happen. just like day number 1 for Doombug. Day number 2, it's all about the Shadow Drifblim as he secures game number 1.
He is locked in here at the LAIC as he takes game number 1. But Decisive has a really good roster to take him on. He went quite weak to the Abomasnow Doombug, but still managed to dance around it even after giving up the switch advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Doombug has obviously won a lot of competitions. It is the perfect matchup. I said before that Decisive had a 1-2-1. So did Doombug. Doombug won the Knoxville Regional, got 2nd place at EUIC, followed that up with an Orlando Regional win. So this is one of the best matchups you can possibly have in terms of consistency and high-level accomplishments. But Doombug has always been a trainer that when he has succeeded, like he has his signature Pokemon that stands out. Is Shadow Drifblim going to be that signature Pokemon that takes him to the top here at LAIC?
It's actually crazy that he brought the Shadow Drifblim. If you look at the team from Decisive, Abomasnow, Shadow Sableye, Feraligatr, and Chargebug are all not great matchups. Now, I do want to point out, though, that Shadow Drifblim and the Astonish and Ice Wind is such a strong combination. You can actually win against Shadow Feraligatr in the 2-shield scenario by debuffing with the Ice Wind, and then you're able to Astonish down because it will do more than the Shadow Claw. So, honestly, Drifblim was a risky call there, and with that alignment he had, it worked out really well.
Yeah, I mean, there's Chargebug, Shadow Feraligatr, Shadow Sableye, Abomasnow. Even the Primeape is fine. You even have Stone Edge, I believe, on the Clodsire as well. Let's see if Shadow Drifblim makes an appearance in game number 2. Here we have the leads once again, and it's fighter on fighter, but one takes super effective damage from the Karate Chop. Pangoro to Primeape into swap into Shadow Drifblim.
Doubles down on the Primeape lead, but look at how much astonished damage Decisive is taking for finally throwing a Rage. How much does this do? I have no idea. I've never seen this matchup. I reckon it does like 50%.
I think it's going to do like 60% in that Shadow Drifblim. Look at that damage swap in the Feraligatr. Going to try to get the Shadow Claw down, but now you have to decide, do you try to go for that Icy Wind bait, try to get the debuff because you know the Feraligatr is going to swap. Does Decisive try to call it? Is he trying to make a big shield call? No, last second he does protect shield.
That Feraligatr was about to get knocked out there, but no. Coming out with a Hydro Cannon here. And look at the backline of Doombug here. He is nothing that can take a Hydro Cannon. Pangoro is so fragile. That Panda is not looking forward to this Hydro Cannon.
And the key factor is now your Abomasnow is going to be able to hide from that Pangoro as well. You already almost have back-to-back Hydro Cannons. You don't want to take a single Hydro Cannon as a Pangoro. Pangoro also doesn't have a high stat product, but at least it is going to resist those Shadow Claws. And you can maybe bank up a little bit more energy and then throw on Charge Attack priority.
Ooh, close combat as well. Decisive probably knows Nice Slash won't knock out, so if there was a Nice Slash, the Feraligatr would hang on, but it's a full close combat. At this point, you can probably expect Doombug to pivot out immediately. Does Decisive predict that? No, he's not taking any chance. Goes in with the Primeape, then the Abomasnow into the Clodsire. This is an iffy matchup. You gotta shoot immediately as the Abomasnow because you want to make sure that the attack landing is at least debuffed.
Yeah, and the problem is the pacing isn't that fast for just Icy Wind here, and it's not going to do that much damage into the opposing Clodsire here. But, I mean, Primeape in the back, if you can get this Clodsire low enough, maybe you just save that shield for the Primeape and try to go off. I think that is what Decisive is trying to do here. He's trying to save his last Protect Shield for that Primeape to close with it.
Well, he has to. If he uses a Protect Shield, the Pangoro might pop off. So it's really a battle of fighters here. Doombug, knowing he would lose Charge Attack Purity, he's going to try to close out with the Pangoro, but Decisive is undercharging. He recognizes this.
He wants to get his Abomasnow lower or get back to his timer. That is a perfect undercharge. Now he's just paused. Now suddenly he does throw the Powder Snow. He is seconds away from his timer, and 2 Karate Chops are coming in for an energy advantage here. It is a 1 Protect Shield situation. How much energy? Oh, Decisive does have more energy. Can he get to the double charge attack first?
He goes for the Rage Fist. This might be a call for Doombug to make. Is this a close combat? Is he going to call the Rage Fist? And he calls the Rage Fist!
The Rage Fist! It is not very effective. Can Pangoro hang on? And I believe it's at the double Night Slash here. This looks like it's going to be a GG for Doombug.
This is resistant, but Primeape is fragile. Decisive calls it, but it knocks out. Doombug goes to round 2.
And once again, another Night Slash user is so huge for Doombug. I can't believe he was able to come out of that game with that devastating lead of the Pangoro into the Primeape. Somehow able to pull off that 2-0 victory.
What a quick victory there for Doombug. He is back. First, he threatened the Europeans with the UIC victory. Now he's going for the South Americans. And you know what's also super impressive? He is showing that Pangoro is still relevant as a fighter.
Yeah, I guess it is. I mean, it didn't seem like it had any opportunity there. Decisive even tried to give that undercharge. Maybe he could have paused even more to not give that double Karate Chop, but I don't think it mattered in the end because at the beginning matchup, that Shadow Drifblim, that really had no place to go the entire matchup. The Astonished damage put that Primeape into half health from just like 4 Astonishes.
I think Decisive just lost a little bit track of the turns and didn't know exactly when to throw his attack, because if he does it at the wrong timing, a full Astonish would go through as he throws his Rage Fist, and that's a lot of damage. So that's where I think it kind of went wrong for Decisive as well. So take a look at the replay here. We see the Rage Fist coming through on the Drift.
Yeah, look at the health there at the Primate already, just from Astonish damage.
That does so much damage. And the Feraligatr farm now, I like this play a lot, because nothing on the team of Doombug could take all that energy.
Yeah, and you get that close combat to knock out.
Look at this. The Mexican standoff just for a second. Both players not moving, but then DC went for the power down. That actually may have been crucial, because that's the Pangoro to farm down the Abomasnow.
Yeah, you got 2 extra karate chops because he decided to then throw that powder stone to knock out. Maybe afraid, because sometimes when you don't have an interaction, sometimes you could be taking fast attacks and you don't know it. So maybe he did pause, but like, hold up a second. What if Doombug's actually tapping and then now getting farmed down? Then I lose the game. So maybe just got a little impatient there, and then his timer wasn't available yet, and then suddenly Pangoro was able to flip the script, beat the Primate. Doombug advances, and like you said, I think he makes the home country more nervous than any other trainer. He did it in Europe, now he's doing it in Sao Paulo.
And what about that Rage Fist call at the end as well?
Right.
Doombug has nerves of steel, and that's what you need to get far in these kind of tournaments, because this is the highest level of gameplay that we have here. Calling the Rage Fist resisted on that Pangoro, it could have been a close combat. Then Decisive would have won that battle.
Yeah, if it was the close combat, it's a definite knockout. It's super effective, would absolutely destroy that Pangoro. And it looks like we have a winner interview ready, so let's head on over to stage.
Are we in? We are here with Doombug97, winner of that match. Doombug, that was sensational. Drifblim and Pangoro putting in so much work. There was a little bit of fear about that Primate as well. How were you feeling going into that match?
I was super nervous about the Primate, but I was actually more nervous about the Clodsire, and to my surprise, he never brought it. I was very shocked.
And you are now through to the late stages of this tournament. You have that confidence. We spoke yesterday. You feel you can go all the way. Your team is performing brilliantly. Tell me a little bit more about the Pangoro pick. You're the only player that has got to this stage with it. What was your inspiration?
I gotta say, my inspiration was you right here. You really inspired me to use it. It's been such a great pick for me this whole tournament.
Doombug, it is so amazing to watch you play with such a unique team. I cannot wait to see how far you can go. I know you've got so much support at home. They'll be rooting for you. Any last shout-outs?
Shout out GBL Lindos!
Huge shout out to the GBL Lindos that are here in the crowd. They are all supporting you as well. Doombug, thank you very much. Casters, back to you.
I'm surprised that Tomahawk inspired him with the Pangoro, because his signature Pokemon is Skarmory, actually.
Yeah, that's true. The Shadow Skarmory are recently, but Skarmory in the past. But, you know, hey, the inspiration worked, because the Pangoro is really strong. And the Lindos definitely are supporting Doombug, but also I feel like they want a Brazilian to win the entire tournament as well. And we have Nighttime Clodsire versus Marto Gaude up next. I mean, it just doesn't get any better than this. Of course, Marto Gaude, who is also qualified for the World Championships already because of his placing last season in Hawaii, being in the top 4, versus Nighttime Clodsire, who has been Mr. Consistent and Mr. on top of his game recently.
But even though Marto Gaude is already qualified, he really wants to expand that list with his accolades, right? We have 4 North American players in winners round 2 already. If Nighttime Clodsire wins, that will be the 5th out of 6 North Americans. Marto Gaude has to save South America here.
Yeah, he has to stand up for the LATAM region to make sure that the LATAM region gets the trophy once again for the 3rd year in a row. And Marto Gaude is the trainer to do it, but I have to tell you this. I mean, I was walking around backstage, and Marto Gaude, I don't know if he usually does this, but he thinks he has a bad matchup. He thinks that Nighttime Clodsire is going to win this matchup because of the matchup. I don't know if he's doing a reverse. Do you think he's reverse jinxing?
Yeah, he says that, so it looks more impressive.
Okay.
Or his opponent might think, oh, I have a good matchup, I'm going to win this easy. And then Marto Gaude just runs over them.
That's what we call the reverse jinx, saying that they're going to Right, so Azumarill is probably going to be in every lineup for Marto Gaude to try to soak up energy. We thought that Jumpluff wasn't that strong in previous matchups, but he kept bringing it time and time again into these games. And the 2 games that he did secure to make it to day number 2 were both through the back of Jumpluffs. But Nighttime Clasher has been running this team, has been running it on a really high level, and he has probably been the best Ariados user since the beginning. Looks like we do have a lock-in. Winner advances to the winner's side. Can Latam get on the board here once again and stop the North Americans? It's Clodsire into the Moltres.
And this Clodsire does have Stone Edge, so naturally Nighttime Clash swapping out immediately. He doesn't really have a clear answer though. You think Jumpluff as a grass type Pokemon is an answer, but it's not because it takes double super effect from the Ice Beam.
But the thing is, at least now that Nighttime Clasher is a little more energy dry, I think Marto can swap into that Jumpluff if he chooses to. Looks like he's not going to choose to do that, just going to throw the Earthquake, try to pick up a Protect Shield, or do a chunk of damage. Is Nighttime Clasher going to try to call a bait here on the Stone Edge? We know he always saves his protection. He calls it, but he calls an Earthquake instead, and now suddenly he's going to get farmed down by the Feraligatr, but first he throws a Hydro Cannon that is resisted into Marto.
This is actually a really important Hydro Cannon though, because it's going to do a lot of damage into that Feraligatr. Unless Marto puts up the Protect Shield, this is actually not that bad for Nighttime Clash, because now he will be able to either soak up damage on the Azumarill or get a massive farm down on that Galarian Moltres.
Nighttime Clasher does not want to use Protect Shields. Game after game, he just holds on to those Protect Shields for the last possible opportunity. We're going to see if he finally uses one with the Galarian Moltres. No, tries to swap, tries to avoid using that Protect Shield, and then now swaps on the Hydro Cannon. A bubble does look like it's going through. Marto is a little frustrated about that.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate timing there. I love this play from Nighttime Clasher though. Brings the Feraligatr into player of range and gathers a lot of energy on the Galarian Moltres, which will be useful later into the Jumpluff. But look at how much energy there is on Feraligatr. It's already a 2 Hydro Cannon again here.
Do you just throw back-to-back here? I know it would be on alignment, but you don't really want to take a play rough or use a Protect Shield. You could swap out. We're going to see, oh no, it looks like Nighttime actually goes, and there is the swap. It is going to be actually into a play rough, which is resisted into the Clodsire.
This is actually the play Marto Gaude might just need. This is resisted, but you get the bubble down. Can Clodsire get the farm down? Get to an attack? No, but Azumarill gets the farm down.
And now the Feraligatr does have energy. There is 1 Protect Shield remaining for Marto, but there's going to be 2 Protect Shields on Nighttime Clasher's Galarian Moltres. Can that Moltres take out the Jumpluff here? Here comes the Hydro Cannon. Pause was actually trying to see if a bubble comes through. Now suddenly you have the back-to-back Hydro Cannon. This is probably enough to knock out the Azumarill.
I think so too. Nighttime Clash still not using any shields. He might be expecting the Jumpluff in the back. And here comes another Hydro Cannon first. I think at this point, you kind of have to use a protection somewhere.
You have to use it, but can you get the Sucker Punch down? And it looks like he didn't even want to use it, but what are you going to save it for if you don't save it for a Hydro Cannon? You do get the Sucker Punch down. Here comes the Jumpluff here. Now, do you try to go for a bait, or do you just go for the double Brave Bird? Do you have enough energy? I think you just go for it, and it looks like Nighttime Clasher is going for it.
There's only one weakness from Marto Gaude. That's the Colin AG power. He's going to let this Brave Bird go. Brave Bird is Protect Shielded. He's going to try to get to 2 attacks here, but Nighttime Clasher already at another Brave Bird from the Galarian Moltres. This is super effective. It's Galarian Moltres against the bulky Jumpluff. Here it comes. Knocks out the Jumpluff. In comes the Feraligatr, and Galarian Moltres sweeps up the game.
Well done, Nighttime Clasher with the 2 Protect Shield. Galarian Moltres, once again, he wants to save his Protect Shields for his backline Pokemon. He has a ton of optionality between that Feraligatr and that Moltres. You don't know what's going to be coming, but Jumpluff with the shield down just could not take that energy and just gets knocked out by the Brave Bird. Nighttime Clasher comfortably goes up 1-0.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher just kind of exploited the weakness in Marto Gaude's team here, because his best answer to the Feraligatr is that Jumpluff, but not on energy disadvantage, because Feraligatr has access to Ice Beam, and Jumpluff cannot really do a lot of damage with the fast attack. It has Fairy Wind, and the other fast attack that's actually Grass is Bullet Seeds, which almost also wouldn't do as much damage. So in that case, Marto didn't really know what to do here. Even if he go with Azumarill, Feraligatr could still flip that.
Yeah, it's just so tough. And Azumarill, yes, it's going to be good against most of the team of Nighttime Clasher, and it's going to be able to break up that Shadow Feraligatr and the core of the Galarian Moltres. But the thing is, if you're able to just save shields and just get any energy advantage, any window, the Azumarill's just not that impactful. You can close, and Nighttime Clasher can close with many Pokemon. Ariados, Galarian Moltres, Feraligatr, pick your poison. It might just be the Ariados in this game number 2.
Pick your poison, but I think that Marto really needs to cover the Galarian Moltres better. He didn't bring the Azumarill last time. Will he do it this time? We're going to go ahead in game number 2. Have the same leads. Clodsire from Marto Gaude into the Galarian Moltres from Nighttime Clasher, and he makes the same play, goes into the Feraligatr right away.
and now you have that Azumarill in the back. You're running Poison, double water. Are you going to play it the same exact way? Looks like now Nighttime Clasher is just going to throw energy into this Feraligatr. Marto's going to let it go. Is he going to throw the Earthquake once again? He knows that Nighttime Clasher doesn't want to use his shields early.
I think at this point, Marto might just be thinking, I want my Azumarill on that Galarian Moltres. That's just a little bit of a better matchup. But this shields makes things difficult because I think now you're kind of force-reading your Azumarill. No, he brings in the Feraligatr.
And tries to save the Azumarill in the back to match up with that Galarian Moltres in the end game because you can soak the energy so much easier and you have the typing advantage there on that Sucker Punch. Protect shielding actually on a resisted Hydro Cannon, and now you're going to be in Hydro Cannon range almost. Can you throw? Are you going to throw on Charge Attack Priority? You must be confident that you'll win Charge Attack Priority. He's correct.
He is confident here. Marto Galdo making the top place here. Nighttime Clasher not using a Protect Shield because otherwise he would be very prone to a potential Ice Beam from the same Feraligatr. This is kind of looking tough for Marto Galdo, and look at that. He's not even bringing in the Galarian Moltres. Nighttime Clasher doesn't want to use the Protect Shield just yet, so soaking up all this damage on the Azumarill. Everything is resisted.
Yeah, and maybe he's just trying to find some opportunity where this Feraligatr gets low enough, but the thing is, if you switch lock your Moltres now, Marto has his timer back. He can just go into the Azumarill, so now it's going to be Destiny. Nighttime Clasher's Galarian Moltres is probably going to be matched up against that Azumarill in the back. This is looking really tough for Nighttime Clasher.
Still staying in with that Azumarill. Now going for the play. Another catch. He does it again.
What timing by Marto, making more trophy moves, trying to be the Latin American International Champion, just taking resistant play roughs everywhere. You get the same bubble down as you got in that previous game. But the thing is, the Moltres is going to have such a harder time versus the backline of that Azumarill.
And in game one, we saw that Nighttime Clasher had that energy on the Galarian Moltres, which is so good. But now Azumarill comes in, gets the energy advantage. This is looking a very uphill battle for Nighttime Clasher. I really like this play from Marto Galdo because not only can he soak the damage here, he can farm up a lot of energy here as well.
And there comes a swap into this Azumarill. Maybe you can get it in the Brave Bird range with that chip damage of the play rough. But the thing is, you're going to have to use your Protect Shields. Maybe you're going to try to call a bait on the Ice Beam, but this is going to be the play rough, which hits harder than the Ice Beam. It's going to do a lot of damage into the Moltres. It's not enough to knock out, but now suddenly each bubble, you're just ticking away on your health.
In comes the Ancient Power. Even if you get a booster, this is looking like the writing's on the wall. Marto Galdo not taking any risk here, just putting up the Protect Shield. Even if it would get knocked out, remember, they still half the Feraligatr in the back as well. And trying to catch, but getting the Shadow Ball down instead.
And now a pretty dominant win for Marto Galdo, just going to be able to throw. Looks like he might try to throw the Ice Beam there, though. Just goes for the double Hydro Cannon instead because there is one Protection remaining. I expect Nighttime Clasher is probably going to no-shield because he knows this one is over. And now it is tied up 1-1.
Marto Galdo is not out just yet. He's gonna try and take the reverse sweeper against Nighttime Clasher. So far, 1-1. Marto Galdo definitely took some advice there from me. He prepared better to the Galarian Moltres, bringing that Azumarill in game 2. And it was needed as well, because with that in mind, he didn't need switch advance as much. He could just keep the Azumarill in the back to align it later into the Galarian Moltres. And I think Nighttime Clasher may have to develop a new strategy here.
Yeah, that was really tough for Nighttime Clasher. As soon as you didn't have anywhere to go with that Moltres, maybe you could have kept it in the lead versus the Clodsire. Wouldn't have been terrible. Or maybe try to land a Brave Bird and get out of that matchup. But looks like Marto Galdo's reverse jinx worked. He thought he was going to get 2-0'd, but now he has tied up the series. And this is huge. Like you mentioned before, there's been so many North American trainers so far at LAIC that have moved on. Can LATAM get another trainer on the board here? It's so crucial to have these trainers on the winner's side of the bracket. And we got a decisive game number 3. I wish I knew what Nighttime Clasher was writing down right now.
Show us in the chat, show us in the audience, who are you rooting for? Nighttime Clasher on the right or Marto Galdo on the left? Marto taking some time to think through what he wants to use. His matchup is kind of rough into the Galarian Moltres, but he has shown that he has the answers to do it. The Clodsire with Stone Edge and the Azumarill that kind of walls all the Sucker Punch damage as well. Really comes down to the choices and the alignment these trainers get here.
And remember, Marto has also said this season has been a dream come true, winning a special event, placing high in top cuts. He has been on fire since his top 4 performance last year at World Championships in Honolulu. Of course, versus Nighttime Clasher, who won the Liverpool Regional Champion, has top 8'd so many times in North America and Europe. He is known for traveling across international waters and getting W's. Can he do it once again in Sao Paulo? And here it is, the signature pick from Marto Gaude, the jump up into the Shadow Feraligatr.
And Nighttime Clasher cannot switch out. He's leading a water type, and he has a water type in the back. This is going to be a bait-dependent matchup. It's a charge tech 30. Both the trainers are baiting here. Do you shield this bait here as Marto Gaude? Does he do it? Yes, he does. And now it comes down to what Nighttime Clasher does, because he also went for the area ace Marto Gaude. If Nighttime Clasher no shields, this suddenly becomes a good match for the Feraligatr.
And he does shield both these trainers, knowing that if they lose this battle, they're down on the loser side of the bracket. They both don't want to get knocked out, and suddenly you outpace the energy ball, but this is just a Hydro Cannon. Marto Gaude is thinking, okay, that can't be an Ice Beam. That's not an Ice Beam. I know that's a Hydro Cannon. I'm letting that go.
Interesting play there from Nighttime Clasher, just wailing down this jump off here. Not sure what the idea is behind it. Perhaps just trying to get it into Ice Beam range for the end game. But this is not a bait, and he calls the bait.
I think he was just trying to get some chip damage before he got knocked out by Energy Ball, knowing that he was going to get outpaced. But then it went for an aerial ace. But you can still get to this next aerial ace. Nighttime Clasher probably not going to give up the Protect Shield. You know, early on, he didn't want to give up that Protect Shield either way. So going to let that Feraligatr go down. But how are you going to take out this jump off? You're going to try to go for an aggressive Poison Sting down. That's going to be really tough. And Marto has the opportunity to pivot. There comes the pivot.
Whoa, there comes the Feraligatr. But Marto with the slow switch here. Now you can outpace to the Stone Edge. This is a big moment in the game. Letting the Stone Edge go, it's going to do a lot of damage to the Feraligatr.
And he's shaking his head, maybe thinking that it was too slow. He should have instantly pivoted, not give the energy a lead. And now suddenly you're faced by this Azumarill is going to soak all this energy, but Azumarill just has such a hard time bubbling down Feraligatr. This is not terrible for Marto.
Yeah, in comes the first Hydro Cannon from Feraligatr. That does some damage. It's resisted, but again, a strong attack. And Azumarill can just hang on there. It's just going to build up more energy. You got to knock it out at some point. I don't think he can get the bubble down as the Azumarill.
I mean, the thing that's in Marto's favor, as soon as you get knocked out on the Feraligatr, you can soak all this energy on your Sand Slash and start getting an energy advantage. Once you have an energy advantage for the backline Clodsire, you might have a good opportunity to win this battle. This is an Ice Beam. It is resisted. It doesn't matter, though. It's going to knock out the Feraligatr. And actually coming with Jump Up, I'm surprised by this. I thought you would try to ramp up some energy on the Sand Slash.
But he's not going for the energy ball, though. I think he may have barely gotten there. Nighttime Clasher knows it's an aerial ace. He doesn't shield, and he doesn't. That doesn't do as much damage at all. In comes the Alolan Sand Slash, but the Clodsire doesn't have any energy, and he's building up so much energy, doesn't know exactly what to do. Maybe try to get some bubbles in to get this Alolan Sand into Earthquake range. This might be a little bit bait dependent now, but I'm not sure if he can outpace us, the Clodsire here. Marto Gaude might be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, going for the drill run because this will do more damage, and it is properly called by Nighttime Clasher. You're almost at the double drill run here. Is this going to be a bait? Yes, this is Stone Edge bait. This is going to be neutral instead of super effective on the Earthquake. Marto Gaude does put up the Protect Shield. Now it's all up to Clodsire here, but remember, there is an Ice Beam and Play Rough banked on the Azumarill Nighttime Clasher.
He's at 2 Ice Punch, though. Marto Gaude's Alolan Sand Slash is stacked with energy, is about to put this Clodsire on ice. The second Ice Punch is thrown a charge attack for already perfect counting from the Tercero del Mundo, the third place finalist from Worlds, and that's going to put Marto in a really good spot here.
And you hear the crowd roar because this Play Rough is going to do absolutely nothing. Looks like he was trying to do a little bit of flare and swap on that Play Rough. Instead, he'll take the Ice Beam, but he'll also take the W, and another LATAM trainer is moving on the winner's side of the bracket.
Marto Gaude takes game number 3 and moves on to round number 2. Cheers with the crowd. What an incredible matchup there. He thought this matchup was bad, but he was able to overcome the Galarian Moltres and Nighttime Clash there. What a phenomenal play.
Marto, once again, keeping this dream season alive. This is a trainer that always shows up in the biggest moments. He's always been that way. He's been great since the first ever World Championship in Pokemon Go, and nothing has changed. He's moving on here, and what a tough competitor in Nighttime Clasher, just pushing him to his limits.
Yeah, Nighttime Clash even taking game number 1, right? Really had Marto Gaude a little bit shaking there. Maybe thinking, man, how am I going to deal with this Galarian Moltres? But I love how Marto Gaude adapted. He recognized the strategy from Nighttime Clasher, brought the Azumarill to make sure that the Galarian Moltres doesn't go wild like it did in game number 1. And I really set him up for a victory in game number 3. In fact, Nighttime Clash didn't even want to bring the Galarian Moltres anymore.
Yeah, and I love the adjustment for the Alolan Sand Slash. The key Pokemon that I think Marto Gaude put on the map this season really helped him in that endgame, because the ability to get extra energy against an Azumarill is so strong in this meta because you're not threatened at all by the charge attacks of the Azumarill. You can kind of dance around that matchup because we know Azumarills are always dancing around the battlefield. It was just well done to make that backline decision of the Alolan Sandslash, and there was nothing Nighttime Clasher could do at that point.
It just allows you to wear down the switch clock a lot as well and give you time to think about if you want to try and catch or maybe just try to get an energy advantage elsewhere. So yeah, just really well played. And now we have all our trainers for winners round 2. So those were our winners round 1. Now we're going to continue with the trainers that have advanced further into the LAIC. Who is going to be the champion? Who's going to advance to Championship Sunday tomorrow?
Who do you guys think? And there's a decent chance that one of these trainers that was on stage so far will win it all here today. I mean, we have Marto having a fantastic chance. I want to hear about his chances. So let's go on down to the stage with Tomahawk. Take it away.
Thank you, Martijn and Butters. We are joined by the winner of that match, Marta Galde, who has a huge amount of support here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Marto, I know you are over the moon. Talk us through that match.
I'm so happy. I thought it was a very hard match for me. I thought I was going to lose. So just winning feels surreal right now. I'm very happy. I think I love that the jump left did some work there, so I'm very happy.
And Jump Up was a little bit of a spicy pick. We've seen a few of them here this weekend. Tell us why you chose with that Pokemon.
Yeah, I feel like Jump Up, it's spice, but it's in the middle, right? So not so spicy, but not so meta. I like Jump Bluff. The typing and the coverage is pretty good. As I said yesterday, some people don't really like it because sometimes it's a bit underwhelming, but it did the job well. Like against Gator, you can get Ice Beam and you get one shot, so it can be bad, but it worked out well.
It did work out well. It had a brilliant matchup, especially in that final game. And that was a team that you felt was very hard for you. So now that you've got past that, do you think you can go all the way?
Yeah, nothing can stop me now, surely.
Nothing can stop him now, surely, says Marta Galde. Any final shout-outs?
Oh yeah, I forgot. 7-11 team, thank you so much. I would not be playing at this time because if it wasn't not for them, so thank you so much for everything.
That was Marta Galde. I know he's got a huge amount of support. I know you're cheering him at home as well. For now, casters, back to you.
Well, I think he's right. If that team can't stop him, nothing can stop him now. He's poised to make a deep run and maybe become the Latin American international champion. Make it 3 straight seasons that a LATAM trainer has done that. But of course, there's a ton of North American trainers trying to knock on that door, become the first trainer from not the home country to win an international championship. Can Out of Pocket do it? He is up next. We are in winners round number 2. Out of Pocket has been having, I would say, misses on his regionals recently, but misses are still like 9th place. It's not too bad, but his last international experiences, like you mentioned, 5th place at Worlds and 1st place at the North American International Championship.
Well, he just really has high expectations of himself, right? He started the Pokemon Go Championship circuit so strong and just expects to then top cut every time, but your opponents are also pretty good. On the right, we have Vitoreo from Brazil, and he's here to try and stop him with that Shadow Alolan Marowak. A pretty spicy pick, but I'm not sure if it goes that well into Pocket's team. There are teams that are weak to fire Pokemon, but I don't think Pocket really is with that Kanto Marowak, with the Feraligatr, with the Azumarill, and the Galarian Moltres. That's a hopeless matchup for the Shadow Alolan Marowak as well. So kind of a tough matchup here for Vitorello, but he's proven to overcome other difficult matchups too. So let's see if he can do it this time.
Yeah, Vitorello maybe the underdog in terms of team composition and in terms of experience. Only competed in 1 tournament before this. 9th place in 2024 Sao Paulo. Now he's faced in winners round 2 versus a trainer that probably has as many tournament experiences as any trainer on the planet here, facing a team, an archetype that we've seen from a lot of these top trainers on the winner side of the bracket. Nighttime Clasher has that exact same team that Out of Pocket is running here, so it's going to be mirror teams. I mean, I believe Colin's running that same team as well. This team has been so strong in the current meta.
Yeah, let's see if Pocket can make it work this time. I also want to point out Vitorello is the only Brazilian player left on the winner's side of the bracket. The others are either North American, we have an Argentinian, we have a Mexican, and we have one from Europe as well. But we are ready for game number 1. We have from Pocket the Clodsire into the Superior from Vitorello.
And I believe this Clodsire is running Stone Edge, so it's not going to be as bad for their Superior, even though it is a negative matchup here, because you can still get to that double Stone Edge. Let's take a peek at those backlines, though. I mean, look at those backlines. There's an Ice type for the Moltres on Out of Pocket's team, but then you have your own Azumarill for the Moltres on Vitorello's team.
Yeah, this is kind of an iffy matchup for both players, right? I think Pocket is kind of happy and unhappy to see the superior here. Obviously, you want your Galarian Moltres on this, but you don't want your Azumarill on it. You know, brothers, I actually also want to point out, when there are two shields in play, Galarian Moltres into Shadow Alolan Sandslash is not that bad of a matchup.
Yeah, and is that Shadow Alolan Sandslash running Powder Stow? It is running Powder Stow, so it is super effective. But yeah, still, the Sucker Punch does a lot of damage. So does this Frenzy Plant, but not enough to take out a Clodsire. Looks like it was on Charge Attack priority, though, and this will keep the alignment for Out of Pocket unless Vitorello wants to go for alignment. I think alignment is going to be crucial in this backline. Will Pocket pivot, though? No, it looks like he's just going to stay in and just get farmed down here.
But this allows Pocket to align his Azumarill here, and he knows that if something else comes in, he probably needs to align his Moltres in it no matter what, well, unless there was an opposing Azumarill. But in comes the Brave Bird. He's going for the hard-hitting Charge Attack here. Do you shield this Out of Pocket?
Oh, he does shield it last second here. Now Vitorello gets a Protect Shield, bounces out of that matchup, going to try to soak the energy. Actually throws the energy, maybe trying to put this Shadow Alolan Sandslash in range of Sucker Punch, or just stay into this matchup and mirror out the Moltres in the back.
Look at how much those Sucker Punch are going to do. Looks like Pocket is still actually staying in for a little bit, perhaps trying to soak some damage here as well. I guess he also realizes this will all do less than the Braver, so maybe we can tank a little bit more on the Azumarill. But the more energy this Alolan Sandslash has, the more tedious it becomes for the Galarian Moltres in the back. I do expect a swap at some point, though.
But remember how impactful the energy for this Azumarill will be.
No shields.
Oh, actually, no shields. Looks like Vitorello's going to try to two-shield this Galarian Moltres through this Azumarill. Doesn't quite get the knockout. You do get the Drill Run. Can't get back to your timer. Does try to pause here to not make sure that there's not a catch. And now this Drill Run will be landing into the Azumarill. Out of Pocket, can't use a Protect Shield. Already down a Protect Shield. Here comes the swap from Vitorello. No counter swap. Trying to get to an Ice Beam to get the tied up shields here, but Out of Pocket shaking his head. He knows he's behind on energy.
This was looking so good for Out of Pocket, but he uses Azumarill to try and take out two Pokemon. He couldn't. Now the opposing Galarian Moltres comes in, and let's see what Vitorello is going to do here. The Brave Bird, even though not super effective, will do more damage than AG Power.
He's going for it. He's going for it. This might actually be the lose condition if Out of Pocket shields it. And he does shields it! And it hits the Moltres. It pretty much knocks out.
Wow, that did so much damage. That secures the victory for Vitorello. One more Sucker Punch coming through on this Galarian Moltres, going to knock out. Vitorello takes game number 1 as the Sucker Punch is down the Azumarill.
Incredible. What a bold decision. If that backfires, if that fails, you might lose the game because you debuff yourself. Also, you use all your energy advantage into that Brave Bird, and maybe Out of Pocket could have double Ancient Powered. What a play by Vitorello.
He knew that with that energy advantage, he didn't need to bait at that point. And I think at that point, Pocket also knew that his only win condition is Vitorello baiting. Galarian Moltres' access to Ancient Power and Brave Bird is such a strong pair of charge attacks, and then paired with Sucker Punch that received a buff this season, does as much damage as Counter used to do before.
Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy in-game from both the Moltres there. We're going to look at it again, but it kind of came down to a good position in the beginning with Out of Pocket, able to keep the alignment. But the problem was there just was not a great answer to this Shadow Alolan Sandslash. You had to stay in with your Azumarill, and then suddenly you were down a shield and you were down energy, and then all you had to do is try to call a bait. You couldn't do it.
I think actually, perhaps if you brought in the Moltres into the Alolan Sandslash, you could have worn that down and kept all that health on the Azumarill. One of our players is locked in, the other is thinking it through just a little bit more. Vitorello on the right side is carrying the pride of the Brazilians here. We have a lock-in. Game number 2 between Pocket versus Vitorello. We have the Galarian Moltres into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. This is a great lead for Vitorello.
And Vitorello is just one win away from one of the biggest upsets at LAIC. If he can take out the North American International Champion here 2-0 and keep Brazil's hopes alive for being the Latin American International Champion, he gives up a Protect Shield though early on to the Feraligatr of Out of Pocket.
Not taking any chances to lose switch advantage here. And if we look at the backline, switch advantage is so important, but he's going to take another Hydro Cannon. It is an interesting play. Do you just go for the farm down now?
Yeah, no shield. Let this Hydro Cannon go. Like you mentioned, now you can just Sucker Punch down before the Hydro Cannon is available. He just needs 5 of them, and I think 5 of them is going to be enough. And the thing is, you could probably get 2 attacks off here. And here comes the Azumarill, and here comes the Ancient Power. Does Out of Pocket try to call it here?
Interesting. He gets 2 charge. Like, if you shield this, you can take a Brave as well.
Oh,
no,
he calls
it.
He calls it. Is there a boost? Wait, there was a boost. There was a boost on that, and now suddenly you have to protect shield this, because if you don't protect shield this, no way. That did so much damage into the Azumarill.
How do you take out the Superior here? And the yellow is Sand Slash. Galarian Moltres comes back in, the Sucker Punch add up, and so do the Power Snow.
But the thing is, I think you can Sucker Punch through this matchup. It looks like it's going to be close. Like you said, it is chunking here. Maybe you throw an Ancient Power to try to get a Protect Shield here. Maybe try to even get a boost, but this Sand Slash's Energy Dry, I don't know if it gets to the triple.
Oh, I think at this point, Pocket is just hoping for he's no shielding. That is an interesting play. Vorell just putting it all on that Moltres. Can he get to the Ice Punch? He has the Ice Punch. This is crucial. I think, in fact, this Galarian Moltres might be in Frenzy Plant range already.
Yeah, and how much energy does that Superior have here? The Moltres does have a little bit of energy. Here comes Superior, not at the Frenzy Plant yet. Can you put this Superior in range of Ice Beam too? That will be crucial. Vorell has an opportunity to be patient here, throwing up the Protect Shield onto the Moltres. Let's see if there is a boost here. Once again, there is no boost. Now you're just going to try to build, and then there's a swap!
What a play from the NAIC champion!
But he undercharged it. He completely is undercharging it to try to get some more Vine Whips, and now the Azumarill has the opportunity. It's one bubble away, and now the Ice Beam is going to land into the Superior here. Is this going to be enough super effective damage to knock out Vorell?
Ice Beam coming through, it doesn't knock out the Superior, but can you get to the Ancient Power? No, the Frenzy Plant's loaded. Vorell has the attack. Is the Ancient Power loaded? It's not, and Vorell's going to knock out the NAIC champion!
Vorell with one of the biggest upsets ever, able to 2-0 out of pocket, keep Brazil's hopes alive. You hear the roar of the crowd as a Brazilian moves on to winners round 3 here at LAIC.
Brazil is alive and moving on in the winners bracket. Vorell carrying that pride, and he has all that support behind him as well. What a great match to see.
Wow, how impactful were the Moltreses for both of these trainers here, but Vorell just being able to set the tempo all the time, and I feel like the key Pokemon that Out of Pocket really had no answer for was that Shadow Alone Sand Slash. Game number 1, he couldn't really handle it. Game number 2, he took too much damage, had to use the shield, double shield on the Moltres, so he got knocked out by the Frenzy Plant of the Superior. Well done by a new trainer on the scene, Parabéns!
And despite that insane catch from Pocket, Vorell recognized immediately, okay, I need to no-bubble that. We're going to take a look at the replay again. We saw the farm down with the Sucker Punch on the Feraligatr entirely. The Moltres getting the boost before this.
No shield.
And then it did so much damage. That probably did more than the Frenzy Plant.
Yeah, I mean, I think he wanted to double shield the Moltres no matter what, but as soon as that boost happened, that Brave Bird just did an unreal amount of damage. And this was a nice swap, but how about this trainer that doesn't have as much experience, undercharges, gets the Vine Whip down to have the Frenzy Plant available.
And then the Frenzy Plant knocked out the Galarian Moltres. Great play. I don't think the boost made as much of a difference, to be honest, because at that point, it only let the Superior to farm down either way, with or without boost, or you can manage your energy differently. The only thing Vorell had to do was to come out with another charge deck or even closer, because I believe the Galarian Moltres was still like 3 Sucker Punch away from another Ancient Power there.
Yeah, I mean, what an amazing win by Vorell here. If you didn't know his name before, you know it now, because he has been awesome. Day number 2, a trainer I know I've never seen before, but is on winners round 3 and only a couple of wins away from getting to winners finals.
Well, if he keeps playing like this, he will definitely make it.
Yes. And let's hear from him. I believe Amanda is already ready on stage. Let's head on over. It's actually Farid. Let's get to him.
Thank you, Martin and Butters. Team, we are joined by the winner of that last match, Vorell. Vorell, you beat Lyle Jeffs yesterday. You've beaten Out of Pocket today. How do you feel?
I'm feeling awesome. I'm speechless. I can't believe I'm able to do that. You know, as I said yesterday, I came here to play step by step. I had some sharks in my way, and I'm proving to myself and to everyone I can do it. So I'm very happy to be in these shoes right now.
I think you are proving to everyone watching just how high quality a player you are. Tell me more about your Galarian Moltres. You used it a lot in that match. Is it one of your favorite Pokemon so far this weekend?
No, it's not my favorite Pokemon. I bring Shadow Alola Marowak and Shadow Alola Sandslash. My Shadow Alola Sandslash is my favorite Pokemon. I bring in every tournament. It's my safe Pokemon. I know everything of his match. But Galarian Monster is very strong in this meta. So I have to ask a friend. This Galarian Monster was a gift for me. I have to thank you for him for that, because he's showing what he's capable to do. So it's a huge Pokemon, but it's not my favorite. I'm using a lot because it's very strong on the meta.
Thank you so much, Vorell. We can't wait to see how far you will go. Will you even get to the World Championships next season in Anaheim, California? For now, let's take a quick look at Honolulu, Hawaii, where Inadequence made the World Championship Grand Finals.
Inadequence going to Championship Sunday.
There you have it, Inadequence. You can see the emotions. He cannot believe it.
I think the Pokemon type that I would be Fire, because I like to play a little bit more aggressive, to try and confuse my opponents with some of the playstyles that I do and try to get in their head a little bit.
But in comes Giratina. Inadequence says, no, no, no.
I started playing PvP when the Go Battle League came out, but as soon as Play Pokemon included Go in their competitive circuit, I immediately started playing as well. The closest one was the 2022 Europe International Championship, and that's where I joined. There were about 100 competitors, and I got to top 8 there. It was the first time I played in this format. After that, I went 0-2 in Liu, unfortunately, but I never gave up, and at some point, I just stopped at almost every single tournament that I played.
The King of Utrecht wants to be the King of World Championships, and that's a top 3 at least finish for Inadequence.
My favorite memory is winning the Utrecht Special Event.
It wins the MP! Martijn is your Special Event champion!
And also just playing at the World Championship, it's very comparable. Just the support that I have, hearing the crowd go wild when I do something good.
Then it looks like Inadequence is going to take this series 2-0.
The player that I admire the most is the previous world champion. It's Axon. He's a very humble, a very nice guy. And on top of that, he started making content creation after gaining fame with winning the World Championships. And it has been very helpful to many new players.
Trial and error, just playing a lot, and eventually you'll get a hang of it.
Something that I've learned since I've started competing is that you should never give up. Never give up in any battle. Obviously, when your Giratina's on Lickitung, it's probably over. But any other scenarios, I've won battles that I thought I could never win, but just keeping my head up and seeing if my opponent could slip just a little bit and I can still take the victory. That is something I will always remember in any battle that I play.
We're here at the Latin American International Championships, and as day 1 wraps up, we have a lot of trainers moving on to day 2. A lot of trainers from different regions. Here I have 3 different trainers from 3 different regions. We have Dunebug from North America, Colin from Europe, and we have Val from LATAM. And this might be the first time ever in Pokemon Go Championship Series history that a region that is not the home region is going to take the crown. But there's only one way to determine that. Literally only one way, and that is by ring toss. Off camera, LATAM was able to defeat Oceania, so that means LATAM does get a bye in round number 1. So it's going to be North America and Europe to determine which region will win the Latin American International Championship. Let's get it started. First up is going to be North America. So Dunebug is going to be throwing the rings first here for all of North America. Also, Dunebug has qualified for day number 2, so this is also real if he can win the ring toss and win the whole competition. It looks like I'll count it. That counts as 1 there. Looks like he's got 1 on the board for North America. At least he's on the board. Can he get 2? He doubles up on the same Pachirisu. Can he get triple on the same one? No. Okay, that's 2. Strong start. Let's bring in Europe. We got Colin. He's already got his rings ready. See if he can tie it up with 2 points here. Immediately gets 1. Oh, clutch from Colin. Looking good to start off. He got 1 point very early on. Can he get 2? He has 1 more shot to tie it up for Europe. And I count it. I count it. That means it's going to be a shoot-off. Dunebug, you get to go up first. And then Colin, you get to go right after him. And whoever hits 1 first wins it all. Go ahead, Dunebug. You're going to be up first here. Can you get 1? Right away. Dunebug with the clutch gene takes it for North America. That means it's going to be North America versus LATAM. LATAM gets to go first in the winners final as the home country. So Val, go ahead. You get to throw your 5 rings here. And no, it comes up a little short. This is all of LATAM on the line. LATAM has won the first 2 Latin American International Championships. Will it make it 3 in a row? Val, can you get one on the board? And it's so close on that Bidoof. You have one more shot, one more ring. Get it on one of the Pachirisu or the Bidoof for all of LATAM. You can do it, Val. Do it. No, okay. That means if Dunebug is able to hit one right here, that means North America will make history and win the Latin American International Championships. And can Dune hit it? He instantly hits it. That is absolutely clutch. It doesn't mean Doom's gonna win the whole thing. It doesn't mean North America has a great chance to do it all, but we'll have to find out day number 2. So see you there. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Trainers, welcome here to the 2025 Latin America International Championships. It's time to do some ring tossing. I have here 3 trainers that are going to try and hit 2 targets here. They have 4 attempts to do so, and if they manage to do so successfully, they'll win a training card game pack. Let's have trainer number 1 come in now. All right, good luck. Here we go, 4 attempts. The first attempt here from Juminis. Here we go, the first one. Ooh, a miss, but another chance. Here we go. And oh, on the side down the Pachirisu. And oh no, that's on the Pachirisu. You need to hit. And barely missed. That's unfortunate. All right. Well, thank you for participating. Let's have trainer number 2 come in. Hello. Let's go. All right. We have 4 attempts here. You need to hit the Pachirisu or the Bidoof. And ooh, almost the Bidoof on its head. Here we go. Almost on the same spot there. Can we get on? Almost bounces off the Bidoof one more time. Can we get the 4th time? And it is it. He got 1 out of 4. Very well done. Thank you so much. All right, and then we have our final trainer coming in. Let's see if you can do it. You need to hit 2 out of 4. Here we go, the first one. And that's a 1. And oh, it just barely bounces off. Can we get it? Oh, it's stuck in the other ring. That's exceptional, I'll admit. And again, okay, well, I've never seen that before. Thank you so much for participating. That was great. All right, that was some ring tossing action. Let's head back to the other Pokemon action.
I love that ring toss game there that Martine's hosting. Do you know what I would really love to see? Maybe we should host a ring toss. Pokemon Go against all of the other games. Let's see how TCG, VG, and Unite do at that ring toss, because it actually looks pretty hard.
I think so. I mean, Butters did the one. Let's see who would end up winning the Latin American International Championship. Dunebug did win that one. You did predict North America was going to win. I'm still sticking with LATAM. They're looking pretty good so far in this tournament, but there's still so many competitors left vying to make it into Championship Sunday, and we're still going through these hot games.
Yeah, Marto Galde's win there against Nighttime Clasher. That is a huge victory for him. I think he told everyone beforehand that he felt it was a really tough team composition for him. I feel like Nighttime Clasher went in with confidence, but we talked about ABA when we were last behind the desk, and we saw it again there, leading a Feraligatr with an Azumarill in the back against a Shadow Jumpluff, and it did not work out well. So we can see now that Marto Galde progresses. He will be playing against Dunebug there at the bottom of your screen. And at the top, we've got Out of Pocket losing to Vorell, who proceeds to the semi-finals on this winner's side. Stud Muffins and Richie will be coming up very soon, followed by Colin and Ilum. Some massive games still to play here at LAIC.
Yeah, we're still in the winner's side of the bracket. That means none of these trainers have actually lost yet in this double elimination tournament. Sitting pretty at the top, and now we have these 2 trainers, Stud Muffins on the left, another North American trainer versus Richie on the right.
Galarian Moltres on both sides. We're seeing so much of this Pokemon in this tournament, but there is also that Annihilate. We haven't got to see a huge amount of Annihilate with Rage Fist so far this weekend. Will we see it here? That is the question.
We've seen a lot of Primate, but yes, Annihilate, one of the Pokemon that was so popular last season, has started to make its way back into the meta. Now that the Mankey had that community day, when we now get Rage Fist, I'm very interested to see not only if it will have play, but if it's going to be brought brought into the meta. It is running Rage Fist and Close Combat as that secondary charge attack.
Richie, another player that has a ton of support here in this crowd at LAIC. They will be cheering his name as the games progress. You might be able to hear it on the mic. For now, let's get into game number 1.
Pretty uncomfortable position with these Shadow Claws not doing much, and they are on even energy at this point. Have to see how they want to play this out. Going for that Hydro Cannon, which is going to be heavy hitting damage and no shield by the side of Stud Muffins.
Stud Muffins, if he invests shields in this Dunsparce, it will be able to throw a super effective attack into one of Richie's Pokemon in the back. Let's see if he chooses to keep this Pokemon. Richie's actually shielding this Drill Run first. That's quite key.
Recognizing that Feraligatr would end up being quite low if that Dunsparce was able to hit there, but another Hydro Cannon already loaded. We did see earlier on Shadow Feraligatr packs a punch at this range, would be enough to knock out, and also gets that first shield off of Stud Muffins.
And here comes in that Clodsire. Drill Run is available for the Dunsparce. This is super effective damage. Clodsire is so bulky though. Richie doesn't mind. There's no shield going up.
There needs to be 3 Drill Runs even though it's super effective, but an immediate swap onto one of Clodsire's hardest counters, what we call that chip and dip strategy, getting a nice amount off, going on charge attack priority here. The Hydro Cannon will connect, no protect shields remaining. This is super effective, and this one hurts.
I love this from Stud Muffins. Meticulous play, ensuring that you throw the Hydro Cannon as the Clodsire reaches Earthquake, maximize your energy gain, and now you're going to reach an Ice Beam. If this lands on Galarian Moltres, it will do massive damage. Richie doesn't want to risk it.
Richie's not going to risk it for the Biscuit there, or for the Muffin, I guess. Ice Beam will not connect with that Moltres, and meanwhile just continuing to power away here, getting to an Ancient Power right before a next Hydro Cannon is loaded.
Hydro Cannon would have won charge attack priority against Moltres' Ancient Power. Richie throws first, takes out this Feraligatr, still a ton of health. No shields available for that bird though.
And now coming into a mirror matchup here, but this one on Richie's side has so much more energy, but does lack that shield advantage. Now Stud Muffins shielding this up, this Brave Bird would do so much damage. I think we're going to see a quick pivot into that Feraligatr.
That is a great shield from Stud Muffins. In comes the Feraligatr. Sucker Punches are hitting hard. Shadow Claw's not doing much damage. Again, Stud Muffins is recognizing that Feraligatr has potential, and similar to Richie, throwing an Ancient Power just before the Hydro Cannon.
But this might not be enough. I think they might be able to get there, but the caught now onto the Dunsparce. This is where earlier on they ended up using a shield. Now it's sort of used as a sacrificial swap, and if you see, it was even a slight undercharge.
Superb play from Stud Muffins to take it in. Richie with the ever so slight undercharge gets that Sucker Punch through on Galarian Moltres.
There's even energy! No, one ahead! No, even energy, one ahead!
Stud Muffins reaches that Brave Bird. It's gonna land, it's gonna take out Richie's Galarian Moltres. This mirror is over!
That was a race to it. I was not even quite sure at that point, but well done by Stud Muffins. They're pulling out that win, sacrificing the Dunsparce, getting to the Brave Bird, and taking game number 1.
Really nice play from Stud Muffins there, recognizing his win conditions at every opportunity. The catch onto Dunsparce was crucial there. You don't want to take that Hydro Cannon damage, even though it's not as powerful as Ice Beam against the Galarian Moltres, it would still do a ton of damage.
Galarian Moltres is one of the Pokemon that is just eligible this season, and everyone has been trying to get one on their team and make it work. It seems like one of the most viable Pokemon, and after seeing those sort of matchups, I can definitely see why.
Shadow Feraligatr, we've mentioned it so many times this weekend. A lot of these Pokemon are really cementing their place as staples in this meta. We are shifting slightly further away from the Azumarill Clodsire and back towards Feraligatr Clodsire. The pace, the bulk, the combination together, super fierce.
Super fierce competition coming into game number 2 here. We saw the Galarian Moltres fall from the skies earlier on, but it seems like it's found its target here with the Aerodose in the lead on the side of Stud Muffins.
Now, Amanda, you and I spoke previously about teams that are weak to a certain Pokemon. That is what Stud Muffins has gone for here, but it makes sense. When you've got 2 shields, you can chip this Galarian Moltres down by going for lunges and put it into a position where it can't have the play it would have against Malamar and Shadow Feraligatr in the back.
Wow, what a shield call here by Stud Muffins. A Brave Bird coming through. Now we might see a pivot out into that Clodsire. That is another nice Aerodose counter. Going for a Trailblaze first, which is an interesting play. play. I wonder if we'll see the Ariados actually stay in, because I do see in the back there's another great counter to the Feraligatr, and instead coming in with Malamar, you see these sideways are going to be doing nice chunks of damage to one of the bulkiest Pokemon in this meta.
I don't mind this from Stud Muffins, recognizing that he is a shield down, that he doesn't want to put his Malamar up against a full health Clodsire, so he throws Trailblaze, which does a little bit more damage. He doesn't mind that he doesn't get to take full advantage of the boost that it gives, but Malamar now starting to put pressure onto Richie's Clodsire.
Going ahead, Foul Play coming through. Looks like another one should be enough to do it, especially with that side wave damage, but he will be able to get to that Stone Edge first. Now it does stuff where Muffins want to use both of his shields in this mid matchup here. Looks like he's going to content to let that Malamar go down.
It's time for a Shadow Feraligatr farm down. Richie is about to click that Moltres as an insta-swap. No, yes he is. He's going straight into it. Everyone knows you cannot let Feraligatr get an energy head start. Thankfully for Richie, he does have an additional shield if he needs it, but do you save it for Annihilate? I think he will.
I think that this is going to Hydro Cannon wash away the Galarian Moltres here, and now there's one Pokemon with a lot of health left coming in to shine with 2 shields. Richie waiting out that switch timer at the top, coming in with the Annihilate, being met by the Ariados at this point, but the Rage Fist is going to be able to boost the attack, and Trailblaze is reached first.
Here it is, the roar of that Annihilate comes in. Trailblaze will do more damage. Remember, Lunge is double resisted by the Ghost Fighting type Annihilate. Yes, the Ariados is boosted, but the Annihilate is about to be boosted as well. Let's see what damage output we're going to have.
See Monkey do as he does, gets a Rage Fist power up there, not very effective damage coming in, and now there is a lot of energy onto the Primate. Feraligatr coming back in, super effective on those Shadow Claws, but let's see, just going straight for the punching down at this point, wants to try to get pure damage.
Now it's a fast attack down, Shadow Claw versus Poison Sting. It's so close! It's a simultaneous knockout!
Wow, check out that game. 1 HP, no HP, all dreams crushed and shattered at that point, as it is a complete match redo.
Superbly recognized by Richie. If he had thrown that second Rage Fist against Feraligatr, the Shadow Claw would have gone through. The Rage Fist would have been shielded, and he would not have been able to Poison Sting down. His only condition to not lose that game was to not throw, and he found and recognized it.
Sometimes you play to your win condition, sometimes you play to your survive conditions. Let's go ahead and break that down a little bit, maybe for some of the newer viewers, because at this point he's like, well, he had 2 shields left. He could probably have just thrown an attack. Why do you not want to throw an attack when your opponent is not throwing an attack?
Particularly when you are using fast attacks that have the same duration. 2-turn fast attacks for Shadow Claw and for counter. When you throw your charged attack, you ensure that your opponent will get a fast attack through. That would have meant Shadow Feraligatr would have got an extra Shadow Claw up against the Annihilate and taken 1 less counter damage. The counter damage, particularly when boosted from the very first Rage Fist, was critical to get Feraligatr into a range where Poison Sting would be enough.
Yeah, that very, very well explained. Looking back at this battle, of course, we can now, sit back in the passenger's seat and say, oh, actually, Richie, should you have done this? If he would have shielded the Trailblaze, do you think that he would have had a more comfortable matchup and perhaps could have won that game?
Richie could have won if he had correctly shielded the Trailblaze. He was calling a lunge. He knows that he can guarantee boosts with Rage Fist. He assumed his opponent might look to lunge first to get that debuff. That was critical. This will be critical now. We're replaying that game too. It's Ariados into Clodsire. A great lead for Richie, met by a Shadow Feraligatr.
Shadow Feraligatr, one of the best save swaps in the game. Not only that, one of the best Pokemon up against Clodsire. These Hydro Cannons do so much damage, and we're about to see it because there's no Protect Shield used on Richie's side.
A ton of damage. Richie might be looking to get a shield off Feraligatr first, and then perhaps going into his own Feraligatr or Annihilate with shield advantage.
Now coming in with it, this is also called a bait, so it's not going to even do as much damage, even if it would have been able to connect. Coming in with the Feraligatr of his own, but we've seen this time and time again. There's so much energy on one. He's forced to use his shield in this matchup.
Richie needs to recognize, how do I take out that Ariados later? I'm shielding my Feraligatr here. The opposing Feraligatr might be close to Hydro Cannon range. I'm going to throw just before it would be a charge attack priority event. I don't want to risk losing that.
Yeah, great wherewithal. They're throwing right before the next Hydro Cannon was reached, and it looks like Stud Muffins does not want to live with that because he wants to keep a shield. Now coming back in with Ariados, but guess what? There's an energy advantage on this Feraligatr here. Coming in with the Hydro Cannon, getting that last Protect shield.
Now, Richie played ABA weak to the Malamar. We can see that the Malamar is still there. Super effective Psy Wave against both Clodsire and against that Annihilate. Richie might need to... No, he's not going to let this Feraligatr go. He's recognizing that Feraligatr could be his win condition. And Annihilate with no shields, that could be risky.
Could be risky. Going for that Hydro Cannon, waiting a second to see if it's going to go through. No Protect shields remaining. Even though this lunge made it so its attack is a bit debuffed, it's still going to put in the hurt to that Ariados.
Is there going to be a catch? Are we going to see a switch into a catch? The Malamar comes in, aggressively switching, and no, Richie's gone into the Clodsire. He's just giving this Malamar extra farm, but thankfully for him, he reaches the Stone Edge. This was crucial.
Now coming in, this Psy Wave damage, just putting in the work. This Malamar may not have shields, but what it lacks in shields, it makes up in energy. And guess what? There's no Protect shields left remaining on Richie's side either. He's got to make some quick decisions on what he wants to do.
He's going in with the Annihilate. I thought he might go in with Feraligatr, force some of that energy away. Now, if this Malamar can reach 2 foul plays, plus that Psy Wave damage, Annihilate is really under threat.
Yeah, Annihilate still in the green, but not for long. Look how much his Psy Wave damage does. You can see him going for it. Superpower is available. Now this is not going to do too much, but when the Annihilate is this low, could it be enough?
Can you bank this Rage Fist and switch into your Feraligatr? Because you do tank it. The switch clock is not quite up. You're up. Hold on a minute. Stun Muffins has managed to find a potential lose condition, because if this Ariados goes down, the Malamar is in Shadow Claw range. The Feraligatr is going to come back in here straight away. Malamar is going to go down, and Richie reaches a Hydro Cannon to win this game number 2.
Ding! I think the Muffins are cooked at this point. Hydro Cannon coming through, knocking out the Malamar there, and Richie taking the game, tying up the series.
You have to play against what's in front of you. That is what Richie did. Stud Muffins comes in with the Ariados because he anticipated a switch into Feraligatr, didn't want to give up extra farm. The switch timer wasn't even up. It was so close. So Richie just threw the Rage Fist. And when he saw that Ariados come in, you saw his eyes gleam.
He knew exactly what happened. And look at the shift in momentum here. We went from Stud Muffins winning the first game, the second game being a tie, the third game going back to Richie now. This is truly anyone's game in this series.
We have talked about decisive game 3s. This could be one of the most decisive for these players, and the crowd can feel that energy, that raw, guttural feeling of how important this next match is. Richie has so much support in the crowd. Stud Muffins needs to focus. He needs to lock in. He knows he is a great player, but he also knows that he is against one.
Yeah, I think Dunebug's saying, no, I won the ring toss. I won the ring toss. That means North America's going on. But this is where it really is coming down to the line. Looking at Richie's team composition, Stud Muffins has to decide what are the best 3 Pokemon that I can bring in to ensure this victory, to ensure that I stay on the winner's side of the bracket.
What is incredible in those moments is that many players, especially those watching from home, can see a game like that and they just think this is over. There's nothing that can be done. And yet these tiny opportunities, these tiny moments, Annihilate holding onto that superpower, reaching and landing the Rage Fist on the Ariados. What a pivotal moment. This means everything now.
And now this is the moment. This is where the pedal hits the metal here, because whoever wins this stays on the winner's side of the bracket. We see signs in the crowd for Richie cheering him on. Stud Muffins, however, managed to take game number 1. Game number 2 was a tie and barely missed out on game number 3. These games are so incredibly close.
The players are locked in. We are ready for game 3. Let's go. It's Clodsire into Dunsparce.
Now, Martine always makes the joke, one does super effective damage and the other one wins. And that is sort of true with Dunsparce and Clodsire on even energy, just because those rollouts don't do much damage at all to the Clodsire. Going to have to go for those drill runs, which are super effective, but aren't going to be hitting as hard.
It's really interesting that there are 2 Galarian Moltres in the back. These players are both staying playing in this lead matchup. They don't want to give an opportunity for their opponent to choose which Pokemon will be aligned to any form of safe swap. StudMuffins for now staying in. He might recognize that, yes, I might lose this matchup, but if I can chip this Clodsire enough, then Feraligatr can farm down. We all know what Feraligatr can do with an energy advantage.
Yeah, Feraligatr loves that energy advantage and wants to try to get that right now as it comes in and at least gets one Shadow Claw to be able to hit a Hydro Cannon first, going and getting a lot of energy here. The Hydro Cannon's coming through at this point. It's going to do a nice chunk of damage, and Richie going ahead and shield that up.
You need to be very, very careful here if you're Richie, because the Galarian Moltres and StudMuffins in the back for StudMuffins will have access to Brave Bird that can knock out Annihilate in one shot. Richie is allowing another Hydro Cannon to come through. He cannot give up both shields. The question is, can he get the most out of Annihilate?
He's already pressed that Ancient Power here, so if it's unprotected here, look at this, a complete undercharge. He wants to go for that boost potentially, but he wants to get that farm on the Feraligatr because those Shadow Claws are not going to be doing that much damage, and the Sucker Punches are Sucker Punching it down.
He should be able to reach a Brave Bird against whatever comes in. Here's the Galarian Moltres. It resists Sucker Punch damage. Brave Bird is reached. You should be able to get a shield back from StudMuffins. Yes, you do.
Going ahead, shielding that up. Knows it's a Brave Bird. Sees how little health left is on the Moltres here. And now the Moltres goes down. There's a very low health Clodsire in the back. And the problem is Annihilate doesn't want to take those Brave Birds, but it can start punching in with those counters.
Annihilate has to come through. The question is, do you go straight for the Rage Fist to get the guaranteed boost onto your counter damage? Can you call an Ancient Power? That would be even more massive. I don't know if it's worth the risk. He does shield. Now he needs to remember exactly how much energy that Galarian Moltres is. He does go up to the close combat. He is going to try and draw a shield away from StudMuffins. Does StudMuffins call it? No! He's going to shield up the Rage Fist. Now it's boosted. It's a race here to that second attack. Brave Bird is now one away. It's so close. It's charged their priority, and StudMuffins catches it!
Not only that, he catches a Ghost-type attack on a normal-type Pokemon, completely undercharged as well. There's no damage whatsoever that was brought to that. But the real thing is, he's going to be able to get up to almost another.
Do you now try and catch? You're not quite at your attack.
Oh my goodness, I think he went for one more Sucker Punch, putting him at it. Rage Fist is coming through. He's already boosted. Even though this doesn't do enough damage, it takes out the Moltres.
Annihilate gets the knockout!
Wow, Richie Beckett, Rage Fist after Rage Fist. That's Annihilate needs to go to therapy.
Richie has absolutely taken that game by storm. Annihilate showing just how threatening it can be following its community day. Rage Fist boosting through. It looked like StudMuffins was waiting. He didn't want to risk the attack being caught on the Clodsire. He went for an extra Sucker Punch and then was clicking onto that Ancient Power. That was so close. A great victory for Richie.
But let's go ahead and also talk about that amazing catch by StudMuffins, catching a Rage Fist onto the Dunsparce. If Richie would have powered that up even just a little bit, then he might not have gotten that fast attack down that he needed to get enough energy to be able to get there.
Yeah. StudMuffins trying to find a win condition, making that brilliant catch. Unfortunately, you saw how much damage the counters were then doing. Double boosted Annihilate. That is a force to be reckoned with, and Dunsparce could not reach the drill run. If StudMuffins had thrown a Brave Bird into the Annihilate to take it out, the next question is it low enough that Clodsire could then Poison Sting down? So much for the judges to consider. It looks like they're just double checking that everything played as it should. But what a game to watch for the neutral fan.
This whole series was absolutely incredible to see. StudMuffins taking game number 1 so well off of Richie, and then game 2 going to a tie game where they completely just had to wipe the slate clean there for game number 2. Richie ended up winning that game number 2 afterwards, and game number 3 came down to this.
It is getting so close as we progress through to these late stages of the Latin America International Championship. You are seeing the best of the best here. These players, these plays, they are scintillating to watch. That Galarian Moltres, the Galarian Moltres on both sides, and then Annihilate. There's a reason I love Annihilate, and I think Richie has demonstrated exactly why.
So we're getting word that the reason for the rematch review is that the Galarian Moltres on the side of StudMuffins had pressed the charge large attack, but it ended up not going through. So that is going to be the thing that will be under review. Did he actually press it? Did the Sucker Punch go through instead? Because they were both at even energy, I believe, at that point.
I wonder if there's also a question of, even if he had pressed that Ancient Power, would it have been enough to knock out the Annihilate? Remember that Ancient Power is a rock-type attack. It's not particularly high damage, it doesn't have same type attack bonus when thrown by a Galarian Moltres, and Annihilate is a fighting-type Pokemon that resists rock-type damage. It looks like the judges will be reviewing. We will find out the decision very, very soon and let you know.
Let's talk about those games a little bit more because I could not get enough of them there. I think Stud Muffins is a trainer who a lot of people are maybe a little bit familiar with, but he's not quite a household name at this point. However, the way that he's been playing was absolutely incredible. He's on the winner's side of the bracket. He's come through, beat some formidable trainers, and he's been here, day 2 at LAIC.
Stud Muffins just checking with the judges. Did I press the attack? He asks. The judges are going to look exactly where he tapped on the screen. If I'm honest, I've actually been a victim of clicking just away from the switch button, not quite getting it. It looks like the judges have come to a decision. They have granted the victory to Richie. He wins and progresses through this winner's side round.
And you can see Richie already talking, pumping his fist, talking to his fans in the audience. Stud Muffin still in the tournament. However, double elimination, and I tell you what, with those sorts of games, definitely be keeping your eye on the bracket for him. I think we might see a little bit more of him later on.
Annihilate is back, and that is how you use it. There were a couple of times in those games that we were nervous. We said, hold on a minute, you're starting to give shields away. Annihilate usually needs its shields. You want to be able to punch through. But one of those critical moments is going up to that close combat, threatening the knockout and drawing the shield. If Richie had thrown the Rage Fist straight away, you would not have got the shield, and then you would have been in trouble. Look at this boosted counter damage, taking down the Dunsparce. So close from Stud Muffins. Really, really well played. What a game to watch.
I was so excited to see those battles. It felt electric even from back here in the casting booth. I'm so excited to see what else is going to be going on this winner's side of the bracket, because as we saw a little bit earlier on, this bracket, it's still got a long ways to go. We still got some more names to fill out.
That's the advantage of having a tournament as massive as this. There are so many players here, players of a caliber that you just don't get to see at regional events in the same way. Richie is going to be over the moon. He joins his teammate Marto Galde into the next round, but there are still so many big games to come, because I think the next one is another massive matchup. It's Colin against Ilum.
Well, we have 2 trainers now. We've seen a lot of North America versus Latin America. We've seen a lot of Europe versus Latin America, but now we're going to see how Europe and North America fare against each other in this next battle of wills.
Do you know what? There used to be a little bit of a rivalry between EU and NA. Lots of questions as to who's the best player, which region do they come from. Maybe this could be a little example of what each region has to offer.
You know what's really fun is like where Richie is from in Mexico is part of the LATAM region, but he is able to compete a lot in NA, so he gets to see that NA style
so
as
am I,
well.
to be fair.
That's, yeah, something like
Everything's
that.
just a playing away, right?
And Butters is actually going to be able to talk with Richie to get a little bit of his perspective of how he played in those last matchups.
Thank you so much, Amanda. I'm here with Richie with an absolutely brilliant performance. I can't believe it. It seemed like in game number 2, the one you tied, you were down in game number 3, you were down in game number 4, you got baited. What do you feel like right now, being here in this moment, on stage, getting to this moment, one of the best comebacks I've ever seen?
I'm very excited. I mean, I'm super happy to be able to advance. There were a couple of games in which I thought that it was a lost game. I didn't know if I could pull it through, but I'm very, very grateful. I'm very happy to be here with all this crowd cheering for me. It has been amazing. So thanks to all, guys.
We talk about energy management with Pokemon a lot, but I want to talk about your energy management. I think you have some of the best positive energy I've ever seen in Championship Series. Do you think that helps you get this far?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Stud Muffins team and myself were very similar, so I knew that switch advantage maybe wouldn't be as important as shield advantage and energy advantage. So I knew I had to throw on the exact timing, don't make any wrong decisions. Those were very, very close games that definitely were decided just by 1 or 2 fast moves.
And lastly, we need to talk about a specific Pokemon, Annihilate. Do you think trainers are sleeping on the Annihilate? How do you feel like Annihilate is right now?
Man, Annihilate is back. I mean, To be honest, this is just the second time I bring an ilum in the entire tournament. But when it's good, it's great. I mean, it can really pop off, and I think if a trainer is not ready for it and just doesn't prepare adequately, he can sweep the backline just crazy, man.
Well, congratulations once again to Richie. Let's head on over back to the casters.
Thank you, Butters. Richie, always filled with such positivity. He's such a warm person to have in the crowd, and he has so much love and the atmosphere for him. That support, it's really, really nice to see.
I mean, maybe that's why he's using Annihilate. He's got so much love and kindness, he needs a little bit of something that has some rage and anger to take to the field, and he said it true. Annihilate really did pop off at the end.
It really did. Now, we behind the desk, we often get asked by the team in the back. They say, can you let us know what some of the best matches of the day were? Because we're trying to compile a record, you know, for one of our segments and things. That was a game to watch. We had simultaneous knockouts, we had catches, we had boosts. It was insane.
Each of these players were playing to their win conditions, and now we're going to go on to players who are playing to stay in the winner's side of the bracket. We have that matchup we were just talking about. We have Colin 6 up against ilum. Let's take a look at their team compositions. Once again, Colin coming in from Europe. A lot of accolades to his name, lots of heavy titles. Ilum, one of the most consistently best players that we know of, doesn't have that high title yet, but this could be the moment.
These are the kinds of names that if you see them in your group when you're leading into a tournament, you gulp. You take a moment, you go, oh,
dun, dun, dun.
I really don't want to play against either of Colin 6 and ilum. But when you get to these late stages, particularly on the winner's side, you don't have a choice. But if you want to win, you've got to beat the best.
And I think that's exactly what both of them are trying to do at this point, trying to figure out what Pokemon can I use to be able to beat this. Now, on the side of ilum, he's got that Superior, and Colin is running a double water team. Not only that, he has that Marowak that doesn't fare well against the Superior. So there's 3 Pokemon that don't do great against it, but still have ways to hit back.
Ilum's team is ever so slightly soft to an Ariados. Ariados can take out that Malamar, Feraligatr, the Superior, and the Azumarill with super effective attacks. It does not have a good matchup into Alolan Sandslash, and Shadow Drapion is more neutral. The question for ilum is, which of those Pokemon are you bringing, expecting an Ariados to come here for Colin?
And I think that that's exactly what they're doing. Looks like both of these trainers are getting locked into their battles. We're going to get into game number 1 here and see which of these trainers will be able to stay on that winner side of the bracket. We got that Shadow Drapion versus the Ariados, shiny one at that.
And this is exactly how ilum is looking to handle the Ariados. Put it up against the Shadow Drapion. This matchup is very, very close. We usually expect to see an Aqua Tail first that goes unshielded, and then a lunge, followed by a crunch that goes shielded by Colin. Let's see if these players play it exactly that way.
We'll see if they go according to script. That lunge now coming through, just like Tomahawk UK called it, going unshielded here. Ilum knows that's not enough to knock him out. He's going to go up to crunch energy because the crunch is still going to be able to do more damage even though the attack has fallen. But will he try to catch on anything? No, going one over, and now going for that crunch.
As we predicted, the shield goes up. The Ariados has an attack. Colin does not like attacks being caught, so he's not going to throw straight away. He's going to wait. He's going to ensure that his opponent is in the middle of a fast attack. He's actually going for a Trailblaze. He knows that ilum doesn't want to throw a debuffed Aqua Tail, throws the Trailblaze just before the crunch. It is going shielded. The Ariados is boosted, but the Drapion has energy. This crunch, if it lands, will knock out.
Now, does Colin want to go 2 shields down so early in the game? No, he's going to go ahead and let that Ariados go down. And ilum has successfully gotten it off the field, but at the cost of a shield and a very low health Pokemon. Coming in now, completely swapping that Galarian Moltres into the Azumarill, one of its hardest counters.
We're just looking to see who throws the attack first. It's actually going to be the Azumarill. Colin's going to let this Ice Beam go. This could be very, very risky for him. He's putting everything onto that Shadow Feraligatr in the back. The Brave Bird's going to come through now. If ilum shields this, then Shadow Feraligatr will have a monumentous hill to climb. But even if he doesn't, Shadow Feraligatr still has to face a mirror in the back and the residuals health on that Shadow Drapion.
Shadow Feraligatr coming in here. Azumarill still has a decent amount of energy and going for that play rough right before a Hydro Cannon is going through here. Colin still has a shield left, but no I mean, it doesn't look like there's much HP on either Pokemon.
ilum in a really strong position here. The Azumarill is getting farmed down. Now the Feraligatr comes in. Look at this. Colin's Shadow Feraligatr has a ton of energy, but it is in the red health already. Will it just be full Shadow Claw down? That's the question.
Still ilum not using that Protect Shield. Another Hydro Cannon coming through, using it now, recognizing this would be enough to knock me out. There's not a lot I can do in the back. I need to at least get a little bit more off of him here. Almost at a Hydro Cannon himself. I think he's going to throw right before, no, going ahead, letting that go down. And now he has got to throw it into this Moltres.
There's not a lot that Colin can do here. Hydro Cannons are being reached by ilum. He's reached 2. The question is, does that Sucker Punch that went through when this Hydro Cannon was thrown, will it take out the Feraligatr and prevent the second Hydro Cannon? Yes, it does. This could be big. There's no shields available for ilum. Azumarill's low. Will we go for a Peekaboo catch, bring in the Drapion and instant switch into Azumarill to catch an attack?
Going ahead, letting that timer go down, and goes for one thing, and then he comes into the Azumarill, able to bubble down!
He did go for the catch. It didn't make a difference that Colin didn't throw because the Galarian Moltres was so low after taking the Ice Beam earlier. ilum takes game number 1. That is a massive shift in the momentum for him.
We saw Colin 6 earlier on being able to 2-0 his opponent. ilum saying, okay, I'll have some of that 2-0 sweep, and that seems good for me. Meanwhile, I would never count Colin 6 out. You can see on his face at that moment, he's already sitting back, he's pensive, he's thinking, what could I have done differently, and what do I need to do for game number 2?
I would love to see Colin consider using the Shadow Kanto Marowak here. It has a dominant matchup against the Drapion, and if needed, it can 2-shield through both Azumarill and Shadow Feraligatr. Will that be something that Colin considers, or will he want to be saving shields for the Ariados? We've seen how much play Ariados can have. He maybe didn't get the use out of it against ilum that he might have wanted to.
I think those games still came down to the wire. There was a lot of potential plays. Colin knew that there was a potential catch going on, didn't let it happen. Unfortunately for him, that Galarian Moltres was just too low at that stage. Will he be able to pull it back? Will he be able to do what we call a reverse sweep and be able to get another game off of him and win the third? We just saw it happen with Stud Muffins and Richie Beckett. Anything is possible in these day 2 competitions.
ilum saw that Colin used Ariados and Moltres, and so he might shift into his Alolan Sandslash to really stop that pressure. The question is, to what extent can Colin predict it?
Right, I think that's a lot of the problems, right? Because even though this is a game that we're playing on our phones, that we're looking at our different teammates, where you're like, okay, how often has Colin ever played against ilum before? How does he recognize, okay, ilum's a player that might already try to do this and counter me? Or should I just go with my tried and true method? Because it almost went for game number 1.
ilum is a really strong player. I've played against him a number of times. His ability to read his opponent is so superb. Let's see if he can do it here. We're into game number 2. It's Ariados against Malamar.
Now these Psywave damage going to be doing nice chunks to the Ariados, but guess what? That lunge is going to hurt so much that you have to use a shield if you're the Malamar in this position.
If you ever want your Malamar against an Ariados, it has to be in a 2-shield scenario, ideally. What you can do here is really threaten with the super effective Psywave, shield up the lunges, and then potentially catch an attack later. Here comes that first foul play. Colin will shield it. He knows Ariados has so much more value to give.
I love that play by ilum, throwing right before the attack was even available, and now Colin not wanting that to be caught on anything else, making sure he saw that Psywave, now going for the lunge, and it looks like ilum is going to let the Malamar go.
Malamar goes down, and in comes the Shadow, it's a normal Alolan Sandslash. Now this is interesting because Colin goes straight in with the Feraligatr, but now he's left in the back with 2 Pokemon weak to that Alolan Sandslash. Feraligatr, as we know, when it's got shield parity, has a great matchup against Azumarill because it paces so quickly.
Hydro Cannon number 1 coming through at this stage. Shadow Claw damage is going to be the real damage that's going through at this point, and guess what? Already another Hydro Cannon loaded, no shield on ilum's side.
I wonder if Colin will shield this soon incoming Play Rough, recognizing that Play Rough can do a ton of damage to Feraligatr, or will he entirely invest in Galarian Moltres in the back? He knows what team. He will invest in this Feraligatr. He does recognize that it has a lot of work it can still put in.
Colin has come back from worse situations. We saw it earlier on in the day. He's able to take out Azumarill at this point. No Protect Shield needed for him, and now it looks like it's going going to be that Alolan Sandslash against the whole world here. There's 3 Pokemon it has to get through on Colin's side.
Still a big hill to climb. I would expect Ilum to overfarm a little bit. He should then pause to ensure that there's no catch and try and land a drill run on this Feraligatr. Let's see how it plays out. Here's the overfarm coming now. There isn't a catch attempt, and look at this. Ilum has maximized his energy, gone to 100, and now he's going to throw this Ice Punch. He still has drill run available if Feraligatr were to come back.
He's saying, chill out, Ariados. Goodbye here. Let's see what comes back in. It's going to be that Feraligatr throwing right away at this point. He knows it since he just swapped out. There's no swapping opportunity. This drill run will connect. It will knock out and show your 3rd Pokemon, Colin 6.
Now, Ice Punch from a normal Alolan Sandslash will threaten this Galarian Moltres, but will it be enough to take the knockout? We're not sure. Colin's going for an Ancient Power. He doesn't want to risk it. This is going to be very, very close. It's a neutral damage into an Ice Steel type.
And now it will connect here at this point. It's enough to knock it out. Not even going to be able to throw an attack there. Colin comes back from the corner, fights his way in, and gets game number 2.
A massive victory for Colin 6 there. The Sucker Punch damage, the Ancient Power thrown on charge attack priority. He nods his head. That was a crucial game number 2.
I think what you were talking about with the AAA, I know that Feraligatr isn't weak to Alolan Sandslash, but at that point, it kind of worked for him in a similar fashion. Okay, yes, that area just went down. Yes, the Feraligatr went down, but the Alolan Sandslash can only do so much. It most of the time can't take out all 3 Pokemon.
Honestly, we've talked about Alolan Sandslash having the option for Powder Snow or for Shadow Claw. Powder Snow so much better into that Galarian Moltres. Shadow Claw would have been better into the Shadow Feraligatr, but because of the bubble damage that Colin had taken on the Shadow Feraligatr, it was left in drill run range, and it got so close at the end.
We've kept on talking about how he's fighting back, how many accolades he has to his name. Let's go ahead and give a little highlight about Colin 6, because this man is unstoppable.
If there's one player that might be able to put a dent in these incredible accolades, it could be Ilum. Look at Colin 6 here, the Lille regional finalist this season, and so many championships that he has to his name from previous years too. Bologna, Stuttgart. He also was a regional finalist at Dortmund.
Yeah, and the first competition he ever entered was in Lille. The previous time, not this season, he managed to get into the finals, but that was the first time he ever won, and what a cool way to enter the Pokemon scene.
He has no intention of stopping his list of accolades here this weekend. He has told me he wants a trophy. Ilum wants the gold trophy specifically. Both of these players have everything on the line. Decisive Game 3 coming up so soon. One player is locked in, one is still considering what his best route to victory is. Will Colin go for that Shadow Alolan Marowak? Will Ilum lean back into that Alolan Sandslash? So many mind games still at play.
I mean, it is the big question, right? Ilum has done so well in previous international championships. He said earlier on today in an interview, he's ready for this. He wants to win. He knows he has it in him, and he needs to get through Colin 6 to get there. We call him the final boss. Let's see if Ilum says, no, I would like to take that position.
A massive lead for Colin here with the Azumarill against Malamar. The Mirror Azumarill comes in. Colin has responded with the Ariados. This is massive. The question is, what can he do against that Alolan Sandslash in the back? We can see the Galarian Moltres. Ariados will start to boost here. This is where it gets a little bit exciting.
Ice Beam coming through to cool it off, but guess what? Already a Trailblaze and a half loaded up here. This first one will make the attack boost on the Ariados, and the next one should be enough to knock out the Azumarill. We'll have to see how these two want to play it out, because look at the pacing on the Ariados. Going to be already at the attack. Probably going to throw on charge attack priority.
A couple of predictions here. I wouldn't be surprised if Ilum tries to fast attack down. He could even come in with his Alolan Sandslash to sponge all of the damage. The problem is, if he reveals his final Pokemon here, Colin will put the Azumarill onto the Alolan Sandslash, and Galarian Moltres will have a field day against Malamar in the back. Colin 6, I think, is very much in the driving seat.
Going for that launcher, you're going to see it doesn't do that much damage, even though it's double boosted, but at this stage now, the attack has fallen on the Alolan Sandslash, and just like you said, when there is a Malamar and a Galarian Moltres on the other side, it's not looking pretty for Ilum, but he's still fighting. He's still in a little position here. We're going to see what he can do. Drill Run coming through, connecting with the Azumarill, a quick pivot into the Malamar.
Watch this Galarian Moltres come in. This has a massive massive advantage. Remember that psychic damage from these Psywaves are double resisted. Galarian Moltres is going to throw an Ancient Power. Ilum also has access to Superpower, which will be neutral against a Dark Flying type Pokemon. I expect Colin to fully invest shields into his Galarian Moltres. He recognizes that this is probably his win condition.
Going for the superpower, even though it will debuff him, the other is just a little more energy and not very effective if it was not shielded, just like Colin did not shield the first one there. Not shielding the second either. This Moltres is getting low, but the superpowers aren't doing as much because the attack and defense has dropped on this Malamar.
Colin reckons that the bulk of Azumarill will be more than enough. Will he reach a second Ancient Power here? Yes, he will. This will take the Alolan Sandslash very, very low. It gets a shield from Ilum. Ilum is desperate for this Alolan Sandslash to close out the game, but you've got to deal with a massively bulky Azumarill in the back.
He's got 2 shields on Colin's side, 1 shield on Ilum's, but these drill runs hurt more. Is he going to shield up the first one? Yes, he will. He's hoping that his bubble damage is going to do a lot. As we know, the charge attacks of the Azumarill are not going to be doing too much to the Alolan Sandslash.
1 drill run reached, 3 more needed. 1 that will be shielded again by Colin, 2 that would be needed to knock it out. Ilum recognizes that he's not going to have the pacing for it. He puts the phone down. The bubbles are coming through. Colin takes the series!
Colin takes off his headset. He pumps his fist. He goes on in the winner's side of the bracket here at the Latin America International Championships.
Colin had so many win conditions available. As soon as Ilum revealed what his final Pokemon was, it was so easy for Colin to recognize, I can shield either of my Pokemon and the other one will do just fine. Galarian Moltres dominant into that Malamar. I think what I really liked there was that Colin shut down that Malamar. All 3 of his Pokemon threatened it. Azumarill resisting Foul Play and Superpower, Galarian Moltres resisting the Psywave and Foul Play, and Ariados with Lunge that can one-shot Malamar from full health.
Yeah, listen, when you're swapping in a Malamar to an Azumarill, you know that you're kind of on the back foot in a position because that Pokemon doesn't do very well against it. Colin was very much in the driver's seat that 3rd round, cool as a cucumber, and you can see taking Superpower after Superpower, recognizing Moltres is there just to get that Malamar out of the way.
Galarian Moltres, what a Pokemon. There is a lot of opportunity coming very soon to catch your own Galarian Moltres during the Wild Area event, and that is because you will have access to a new kind of Pokeball called a Safari Ball. These have an increased catch rate, so if you're doing an incense, use Roar of Time to increase the duration of your incense, and then if you can encounter a Galarian bird, particularly a Galarian Moltres, why not try those new Safari Balls?
And you know what else is kind of fun is that all of the Galarian birds, the Articuno, the Zapdos, and the Moltres can be found in their shiny form. And I know a lot of trainers, some crazy trainers, like to put that flex even on the field when they're playing in a PvP tournament. But I think that it's one of the best Pokemon right now. You can see it. It's on a lot of players' teams here at the Latin American International.
Here's my shiny Galarian Moltres. I know you want one as well. You can even trade them with someone who's got one already. I actually had to trade for mine.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I traded a shiny Ho-Oh that I'd already maxed to level 50. I felt like maybe that was a good trade-off. Some of you might disagree, but the person who traded it to me felt that they wanted that level 50 shiny Ho-Oh more, and I was pretty happy with a Great League shiny Moltres.
I'm pretty happy that there's going to be an interview coming up with the winner and Martine.
Thank you, Amanda, for it. Yes, I'm here with the winner. It is Colin 6. We've seen him so many times in Europe. Now he is winning at the LAIC. Colin, do you not ever get tired of winning? You already won 2 or 3 championships already. How far are you going to get here? What do you think?
Well, those 3 I won were all regionals. I've not had a good run like this in the IC, so definitely not tired yet.
How did you get to this team? How has it been doing for you? You're well known for taking someone else's team and doing better with them so far. How's that been working out for you this time?
It's the same this time, can't lie. Stole the team this time from Eric, Nighttime Clasher. He's in losers now, so potentially he can still outperform me. But it's been serving me well, so thank you, Eric.
You came here with the 2025 LAIC Travel Awards, but I know you're also competing for the EUIC Travel Awards. How are you doing on that so far?
If my calculations are correct, I've now overtaken my teammate Kazim. Sorry, but I'm very happy now.
It's only business. Thank you so much, Colin. Do you have anyone you want to give a shout out to? Any friends, family, fans?
Just all of my family back home watching. Really appreciate it. And of course, my Team Pizza team members for helping me and Eric once again.
That's great to hear. I wish you much luck in the rest of the tournament. Let's head back to the battles.
Thank you, Martijn. And for those of you that know, Colin and I, we're very, very close friends. And I live in London. And for EUIC, he goes, hey, Free, can I come and stay with you for that event? Now, with the prize money that he is getting from the EUIC Travel Award and here in LAIC, maybe I should consider charging him a little bit.
Yeah, you go ahead and be like, I'll slip you the invoice under the door as you're leaving.
Yeah, exactly. I live like 12 minutes away. What more could you want?
If you're gonna go ahead and charge him, make sure you have to leave a mint on the pillow as well.
That is true. I will give him top-of-the-notch service because Colin Six is such a brilliant player. He wants to perform at every single event he competes in, and he is doing that just here in LAIC. But there are still so many great players still in this event. We're going to get to watch quite a lot of them.
I mean, we talked about how many accolades Colin Six has to his name. We're gonna see some competitors that have just as many going on. Coming up next, we've got that North American trainer, Dunebug 97 against Marto Galde, two well-known names. I think last season, if you ask trainers, who is the best player right now, 8 out of 10, which also could be 3, I mean, come on, I don't know why. I don't know why I did it like that. 4 out of 5 would say Dunebug.
Dunebug 97 was phenomenal last season. He has said, I didn't have the performance I wanted at the World Championships, but honestly, this performance at LAIC could be the momentum he needs. Marto Galde, on the other hand, did have an incredible performance, coming third at the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. He wasn't confident against Nighttime Clasher in the last round, and yet he won. He will want to use that momentum here against Dunebug 97 and continue on the winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, he has a lot going for him right now. He's already won a special event, and now Dunebug 97, I have to remember, last time at EUIC, came in second, so he loves to play a little bit of the antagonistic role there. I remember he was coming onto the main stage, pretending to soar like an eagle from North America. Maybe he wants to do the same thing here in Sao Paulo.
Now, we've mentioned a few times that this is the first Latin America International Championship that has seen a whole host of competitors come from other regions. And the advantage that gives to you watching at home is that you are getting to watch a match that could well be a World's Finals in itself. The competition is so fierce at Latin America International Championships here in Sao Paulo. The players are locked in. Game 1 is coming up very, very soon.
And I think that if you are Tomahawk UK, you're gonna be grinning because there's a Pokemon on this team on the side of Dunebug that he really enjoys. Let's see if it has much play into Marto Galde here as the Dunsparce goes up against the Clodsire in the lead.
I think everyone knows that Pangoro is going to cook. If you give it any kind of energy advantage, especially when shields are in play, it can mow through teams solo. Dunsparce into Clodsire for now is a matchup we've seen so much of. Players have opted to play this slightly differently at times. Will Dunebug stay in? He's actually investing his first shield now.
This is actually a strange indication. I think a lot of times if players are playing a frail Pokemon like Pangoro, they opt to use 2 shields on it. So maybe Marto is thinking, okay, if 1 shield has already been used, there's no way there's that Pangoro in the back.
I think one thing that's very nice about this strategy from Dunebug is he says, if I can invest shields now and get the alignment I want, I can put Superior onto a Pokemon like Feraligatr or Azumarill, and Pangoro onto the Alolan Sandslash that I'm expecting to see in the back.
Let's see if it plays out this way. Swapping now quickly into that Feraligatr, but there is already a drill run loaded on the Dunsparce. Dunebug gonna go ahead and let that go through and gets that first shield off of Marto Galde.
That is an incredible shield to get. Not a shield you would expect to see from a Feraligatr. Marto Galde wasn't sure if Dunebug was going to try and chip and then maybe go for a full farm down from a Pokemon like Shadow Drifblim. Instead, he is met with a Superior that has such a dominant matchup, especially when you call the bait!
Calling the bait knew could possibly be an Ice Beam. He was so cool, calm, and collected at this point. Now has to throw another Hydro Cannon to chip a little bit of damage, going on that charge attack priority because that grass type attack is going to do so much to the Feraligatr.
Dunebug is going to throw this Leaf Tornado. It might not quite knock out, so he might get another Vine Whip through, particularly when you undercharge like that. It's still too much. Marto Galde must be running a very high attack Shadow Feraligatr. It doesn't have much bulk. In comes the Alolan Sandslash. Dunebug is about to meet this with the Panda.
Frenzy Plant is not going to be doing that much damage, but you know what is? It's going to be that Pangoro that just entered the field here, but there's already a decent amount of energy onto that Alolan Sandslash. Ice Punch will be coming through, and though it's not going to be that effective, it does a decent chunk.
For anyone who heard Doonbug's interview earlier, he said that this Pangoro was inspired by another player that loves to use Pangoro, and honestly, I'm hoping he gets to showcase exactly why. Look at the damage output here. Karate Chop, double super effective against the Alolan Sandslash. Alolan Sandslash goes down. Doonbug takes game number 1.
And what we also call a 3-ball flex, meaning all of the Pokemon on Doonbug's side were still around by the end of that matchup. Doonbug in an impressive display there, going ahead, taking game number 1 off of our 3rd place Worlds competitor.
Doonbug saying, look, I didn't have the start of the season that I wanted, but that's because I was saving it for this tournament here. The Latin America International Championship has so many championship points on offer, and if Doonbug can go all the way, he could even get himself into that EUIC Travel Award placement. Top 4 from NA will get that. Martagalde will not want that to happen because he wants to go all the way as well. Game number 2 will be massive for him.
Doonbug just needs one more game to take off of him to stay on that winner's side of the bracket, to go ahead a little bit further in the competition, maybe crush some dreams like he did at EUIC. He seems very confident this season, and I say, bringing a Pangoro into a meta where there's possibly a ton of Primeape and Annihilate, I mean, that's a dangerous competition, and look how far it's gotten him so far.
These are the bold calls you need to make. Now, Doonbug has received a ton of value out of Pangoro in that game number 1. What I wouldn't be surprised to see is Martagalde adjusting to try and counter the Pangoro. The question for Doonbug is, do you lean into it again, or do you recognize that your opponent might be playing super strong into Pangoro and you leave it on the bench?
Also, I mean, maybe just it was used to scare away that Alolan Sandslash, because Alolan Sandslash has a decent amount of play into a lot of the Pokemon on the side. We'll have to see, because these two trainers are already locked in. They're ready for game number 2. Let's rock and roll. We got that Malamar against the Azumarill. A great lead for Doonbug here, but we do know that Malamar, because of that Psywave damage, can actually win the 2-shield scenario.
That is a great lead. Now, what Martagalde might do is farm up a ton of energy and then shift into a Pokemon, maybe to try and catch a play rough. He doesn't quite manage that. He's going to take an Ice Beam instead. We've seen that Marte is able to catch moves. We saw it against Nighttime Clasher. Do you remember the play rough that he caught onto his Clodsire? That's what he was going for here.
Not even once, but twice in 2 different games that happened. But unfortunately for him, with Doonbug now coming in with a Clodsire of his own, well, this one has a little bit more energy, but Doonbug's has a lot more health. This Earthquake will connect, but it's not going to put him in doubt. It's not even going to connect. A shield goes up.
The great thing for Doonbug here is the Ice Beam landing on Clodsire puts it into Earthquake range. 1 Earthquake will be enough, and you are still at near full health because Poison is double resisted. The Poison Stings did little to nothing. The Earthquake isn't quite knocking down. The worry now actually is, can you Poison Sting down? You might be able to and come out with 100 energy.
Listen, the ground is rumbling on both sides of the field here. This Earthquake does connect, but I think we might see a quick pivot out now, coming in with that foul play. All of that energy on the Malamar, it's got to go somewhere, and it's going to the Clodsire.
You can come back in with a Azumarill if you want to. You can throw an Earthquake. You will throw that Earthquake, but not before foul play is thrown on charge attack priority from Martagalde.
So much energy in the first portion of the game, and it really proves vital here, taking out that Clodsire. And though it's back to where it started against that Azumarill in the lead, there's still a decent switch in the switch timer.
Honestly, this was a massive shift in momentum for Martagalde. He started out in such a disadvantageous position, but Doonbug letting his Clodsire go down from full health with the Earthquake and with the double foul play means that Azumarill and Dunsparce in the back have still got a lot of work to do.
The foul play is not going to do that much damage to the Azumarill, but like we called out earlier, because it's the Psywave damage is doing so much, it's already down to the red at this point. Gonna go ahead through and a catch onto a low health Clodsire. You said it before, Martagalde loves to catch on that Clodsire. We're seeing it one more time.
He loves to catch. He is so good at it, and I think that that catch could
the game. The Dunsparce, which Doonbug is looking to bring back in, can be threatened by superpower from Malamar, but also has a full health Azumarill to get through that already has a positive matchup into it. Martogalde in the driver's seat.
He needs to be careful because the switch timer is not quite up yet, but Doonbug does use his shield, recognizing, okay, he's probably going for it. He's at the energy, he's going for superpower after superpower, each one doing a little bit less, each attack from the Dunsparce doing a little bit more as these superpowers go through, but now guess what, the switch timer is still not quite up.
Martogalde knows he's not going to get rollout down before another superpower is reached. Doonbug recognizes that as well. He nods his head, a nod to the caliber of opponent that he is up against. The next superpower lands. Doonbug's going to throw a drill run. The reason is Doonbug wants to know what Pokemon's in the back. He will probably throw another drill run straight away if he's able to. He is able to. That is very, very annoying for Martogalde because ideally you want to preserve as much information as possible. The Malamar goes down, and Marto at least now has to show this is what my line composition was.
Yeah, you see Doonbug nodding, say, okay, I know that I have absolutely no play, but I know now at least the Azumarill is going to be coming in. I know now maybe what I want to do for game number 3. We're going to go see an Ice Beam at a very low health range. Martogalde is going to go ahead, take game number 2.
So there, many players might say, look, Doonbug, you'd recognize that you'd lost. Why wouldn't you just let your Dunsparce go down? What Doonbug did was very, very intelligent because every piece of information is crucial. Your opponent knew which line of 3 you brought. You want to know which line of 3 they brought. And Doonbug then in the end game, when his Azumarill is left on low health, he's not going to throw an attack because he doesn't want to waste his opponent's time. He doesn't want to waste his own time. But Martogalde says, no. If I had to give you that information, you're going to sit here a little bit longer and I'm going to BM you.
And that's exactly why Martogalde used the shield at the beginning too. He was hoping that the damage would have been enough to knock out the Dunsparce, that he wouldn't have even had to reveal what's behind door number 3. But unfortunately for him, he recognized, okay, 2 drill runs is enough. Hello, meet Azumarill.
Azumarill so strong. No Feraligatr in those games. Azumarill showing that it is also a superb water-type Pokemon. One of the Pokemon of the tournament this weekend. Dunsparce and Clodsire as well lent into by Doonbug for that game. Will we stay with those or will we see a shift into one of the other Pokemon on Doonbug's team?
I mean, we have to look at the teams because they have a lot of spice on both sides, right? I mean, we have that Pangoro on Doonbug's side. We have a Drifblim on the team as well. But also Martogalde has that Jump Pluff. And also the Lone Sandslash, which hasn't seen so often in this meta.
Now, we've seen players play ABA weak to Jump Pluff. Doonbug could try and take that risk again here because Martogalde has not yet used it. But Martogalde is the kind of player that is also in the minds of his opponents. And if he does bring that Jump Pluff and get an advantageous position, that could be massive for this decisive game 3.
And I just want to, you're talking about 3s. Let's talk about a rule of 3 here. Doonbug 97 was our only 3-time in one season regional champion. They're on game 3 here. Martogalde got 3rd place at Worlds. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of 3s going around. Maybe it's their lucky number. We'll have to see whose lucky number it actually will be after this matchup, this decisive game 3, to decide who will stay in the winner's side of the bracket.
One player has locked in their team of 3. The other one is still ruminating, thinking, what do I need to do? I don't want to drop down to the loser side of the bracket. I want to stay a winner. I want to run all the way to the grand finals here. The players are locked in. Let's get started. It's Doonbug 97 against Martogalde.
We have some grass taking the field here, saying, okay, we haven't seen much of this yet. And now a quick pivot. Look at this, a quick pivot into an Azumarill against a Jump Pluff. Tell me about this, Fareed.
This is such a difficult position to be in for Doonbug. He did play ABA weak to the Jump Pluff, just like we thought. He's going to correctly shield this Energy Ball. Martogalde, will he match shields as Doonbug goes to Ice Beams? He knows just how much work Jump Pluff can do. There's no way he's going to want to let it go down.
And Martogalde also has to be aware, he saw that lead, he saw that superior, and he's got his own Azumarill in the back that does not want to face off against it. So he's got to be calculated in how he wants to play this, because the long longer he stays in this matchup, the more damage he's putting through and the more the switch timers are getting misaligned.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a switch. Yes, we do. Clodsire comes in. Jumpluff is going to be preserved for the Superior in the back. Clodsire can start to put work in now. Poison Stings and then one charge attack should be enough to take Azumarill down.
Yeah, we got an Ice Beam baby coming through onto that Clodsire here, but Clodsire has a lot of energy coming back in with that Superior, and there's just a ton of energy on the Clodsire going for that Stone Edge here. It's a little heavier hitting, but the Sludge Bomb, I think Martel Galde is saying, I wish I had that instead.
Yeah, Superior is now up against the Clodsire. It could be in Frenzy Plant range. After that Ice Beam, Superior putting in as much work as possible. It can take this Stone Edge damage, but the Poison Stings are super effective.
Yeah, the Superior is saying, stop, collaborate here. I'm at a Frenzy Plant. I'm gonna throw it here at the Clodsire. This should be enough at this range to take it out and at least gain a little bit of an advantage. But with such a small amount of health left, is it a potential farm down range for whatever comes in?
It could be, because let's remember that this Superior does not have Aerial Ace. You are throwing a double resisted Leaf Tornado here, and fingers crossed, begging for a debuff. You do get it. Marta Galde shaking his head. He goes, I'm going to go and clear that by banking it later. Dunsparce comes in. It's up against an Azumarill.
Now,
one shield for each player.
And one shield, but a lot of energy already onto that Dunsparce. Going ahead and throwing it here. We'll have to see how each trainer wants to respond. There's still a shield left, but there's a Jumpluff in the back that just looks so good against the rest of Dunebug's team. He really wants to align this Dunsparce onto it.
Marta Galde knows that he wants to get this Dunsparce away. It has access to Rollout and Rock Slide, both attacks super effective against Jumpluff, but Jumpluff is bulky. It's the non-Shadow variant. It will be able to tank quite a lot of damage. Marta Galde probably considers Jumpluff his win condition, and that would make sense.
And going ahead, just charging up to the drill run, Dunsparce saying, shaking his head a little bit, saying, can we just get this Azumarill out of the way? This is not the Pokemon I want to be facing here. Come on, show me your Jumpluff.
Time to look at the switch timers. There is the swap. The Superior is coming, the Azumarill is coming back in. The Jumpluff is now meeting it. You're going to shield the Ice Beam. If you can land an Energy Ball, Azumarill will go down.
Azumarill is at 0 energy at this point. There's so much energy, and Marto Galde is going for an attack. Dunebug falls for the bait, which means he will guarantee be able to get enough energy to be able to reach that energy ball, and the switch timer is nowhere near up.
A huge bait for Marta Galde. He might not have even needed it, but this energy ball now will be guaranteed to land, take out the Azumarill. Does Dunebug have any way of getting this Jumpluff down?
Now Dunsparce saying, okay, I found you finally here, but will it be enough? This Rock Slide is already loaded. Looks like the Aerial Ace was almost going to be enough, but guess what? This might not be enough damage overall.
It's super effective, but Jumpluff is just so bulky. You're going to bank that energy, come in with the Azumarill, and you're going to try and take out the Superior with the Jumpluff in the endgame. Dunebug is nodding his head. He knows how well his opponent is playing. This is getting so close. Superior could even get bubbled down.
It might at this point. I think he needs to try to go for an attack. He knows he can't get there. Bubble goes through. Marto Galde goes through. Winner's side of the bracket, taking the series.
Marto Galde wins against Dunebug 97. The crowd goes wild. That is a massive victory for the Mexican.
What a risky play. Unfortunately for Dunebug, not able to go out, but I want to talk about that Superior there.
He might be Argentinian. Richie, his teammate, is Mexican there, but Marta Galde on the same team. Those two players, the Mexican and the Argentinian, getting through against the American. I said that NA would do pretty well, but honestly, some of these LATAM players, as you said, they are so strong.
I mean, the hype is here. All of the electricity is in this room, and I think a lot of the LATAM players say, no electricity for you, no energy for you. We're collecting it all on our side here. We want to keep the trophy in our region.
I love the way that Marto preserves the Jumpluff. He waited, didn't use it in game 1, didn't use it in game 2, and game 3 takes his opponent off guard. Dunebug played ABA weak to it. You couldn't be more ABA weak to it with that Superior that has Leaf Tornado, and Jumpluff took full advantage.
A lot of times, if you play ABA, we like to call that a soft ABA, where you have one that barely loses in the lead. But their Superior, when it only has 2 grass-type charge attacks, was just way too much, and Dunebug had to immediately swap out in that position. But let's also talk about Superior with the moveset of Frenzy Plant and Leaf Tornado over Frenzy Plant and Aerial Ace because that seems to be more popular. However, Glasgow Bolton won previous year in Lille with this, and it was the first introduction of it really into the Pokemon series.
So Aerial Ace obviously is super effective against Ariados, and that's one of the reasons why players might opt to stick with it. One Pokemon that Dunebug maybe wasn't expecting to need Aerial Ace for was that Jumpluff. Leaf Tornado double resisted, Frenzy Plant double resisted as well. You're just begging for a debuff at that point, but Mato Galde, even when the debuff was, when it landed, he just switched out. It resets the debuff, comes in, and he just puts so much work in with that Jumpluff. Maybe it is meta.
It could, you know what, it could end up being meta. I think we called for it at the very beginning of the season, but unfortunately, it just was not as popular with all these Galarian Moltres around, with all these Mandibuzz around. Jumpluff was kind of like, oh, maybe I'll just like stay on the, maybe I will actually just stay in the grass.
Yeah, and we've seen so many LATAM players perform. Mato Galde, as we previously mentioned, Richie as well, but there are still a number of LATAM players, both on the winner side and the loser side. LNDS Harjeff is available in the tournament, and he is doing so well. Make sure that you are following, getting involved in all of this action, that you use hashtag Pokemon LAIC if you want to post on X, because we want to see your posts, and I know that you want to see these LATAM players perform.
I mean, there's been so much hype and energy around you. You almost feel like this music has been playing in this venue, that like it's creating its own sort of like vibes, its own sort of theme. And we have a similar sort of thing at Worlds, a different competition, but with a heavy electricity and a lot of Pokemon fun.
I think that this is a great opportunity to take a little breather now. Let's go ahead and wait for some more battles coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Here comes the Ice Punch. Harjeff, a smile on his face. He can't believe it. Game number 5 goes to Harjeff, and he is our 2024 Latin America International Champion.
I play Pokemon since I was a child. I have the Pokemon Gold, and I have a lot of memories playing with my brother, and he's older and he's usually helped me with the game, and it was amazing. Pokemon is something that I really love in my life. I have been playing competitive Pokemon Go since like the day one, like since have like the PvP in Pokemon Go, and I started playing like against friends and other people from my city, and I saw that I could be a really good player. I started winning a lot and started to practice against like people from other countries and regions. I tried to compete in other sports in the past, and Pokemon Go was the first game. Like I saw my game there that it could be one of the best. I like to win. Like I like to be on stage after with the casters. I like to watch the stream after that, and I like everything on that. The event, the games, like being with my friends, and then the memories. That's amazing. It's something that I will have in my life like forever. It's not easy to keep your mind focused on being competitive, and in the games, like you can easily lose that, and you really need to be focused on this battle that you have right now, because that's the next step. Like you have to be better now and for the future. So I think something that I learned, and I try my best to use that when I'm playing. I think my favorite moment right now is winning the international today here in São Paulo. It was something that I dreamed like a lot. Like the last weeks, like almost every day I was dreaming to like being proud and winning, and that's the best memory I have right now, maybe in my life. It's amazing. My number one goal this season is to be known. Like I really want people to all over the world to know me. Like that's the guy he's winning. That's the guy that is probably the best of the world. And I think to achieve that, I have to win. I have to win regionals. I have to win internationals. I have to win worlds. So that's the goal.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends
play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying to make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos, aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Let's go! Another day, another moment you can't waste, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads.
It's gonna be taken by Feraligatr.
Restart on that view, EX.
He found it.
Have it.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
All right, trainers, welcome back to the official broadcast of the 2025 Latin America International Championship. My name is Martin. You may also know me as Inadequate, and I'm joined by Steven Sanders, also known as 2-0 Butters. 2-0 Butters, we are getting into the winner semifinals here.
LATAM is back. Now suddenly all the LATAM trainers are eliminating all of the North American trainers, and that is just a huge loss, not for North America's chances of winning it all in LAIC, but because of travel awards that will end after today. I believe Doonbug is 170 points behind out of pocket, so he needs to leapfrog him. He needs to get a top 2 placement to be able to leapfrog him. That's going to be really tough now that he just lost to Mardo.
And he needs Pocket to lose his next matchup.
Yes, he needs Pocket to avoid getting top 8. If Pocket gets top 8, that secures the travel award for out of pocket.
But that's enough about NA. We're going to have a lot of matchup coming on because they have been strong on the winner's side of the bracket. It's going to be the Brazilian remaining on the winner's side bracket, Vitorello, against Richie from Mexico.
Yeah, Vitorello, only one tournament experience before this. Said in his interview, his favorite 2 Pokemon are the Shadow Alolan Marowak and the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. He says he knows every single matchup with that. Of course, versus Richie, who was down and out so many times in his last matchup, but somehow was able to come back with this infectious energy and on the back of Annihilate, and now suddenly Annihilate is just one victory away of being in the winner's finals.
And actually doesn't look too bad here. You just kind of have to avoid that Azumarill and actually the Shadow Alolan Marowak as well. We haven't seen as much of Vitorello, but it was quite important in that matchup we saw from him earlier today against the Clodsire, and actually thinks it lines up pretty well into this matchup against Richie too, because Annihilate, Superior, Alolan Sandslash generally don't like to see the Shadow Alolan Marowak, and then the Clodsire, you still have some play at least as long as shields are in play, but then the Feraligatr and the Galarian Moltres are straight up dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like it's going to have a lot of opportunities, so we might see that favorite Pokemon on the side of Vitorello, but how about on the other side as well? You said Annihilate is not looking that bad. How are the matchups there? Because it has Rage Fist, now it can do some super effective damage into that Shadow Alolan Marowak.
Rage Fist is super effective, but counter still is double resistant into the Alolan Marowak, plus it's single resistant into Azumarill. As long as shields are in play, Azumarill is not that bad of a matchup just because you can ramp up with those Rage Fist and the counter damage. But against Alolan Marowak, not so much, because the Fire Spin, also an attack buffed, does way too much damage for a lineup to last long into that. You probably no-shield the first Rage Fist as the Alolan Marowak to just persist through that matchup.
Well, the good news for Richie is he's gotten this far pretty much without it. He said that was only his second time bringing it, and it looks like both of these trainers are locked in. This is the Winners Semi-Finals. The winner here will go to the Winners Finals, and it is going to be the Shadow Alolan Marowak versus that Clodsire in the lead here. It looks like both trainers are just staying in.
Vitorello staying in here. Richie definitely has two better ons in the back, but maybe just content with staying in here, going for... I don't think this is even a bait because also super effective, but it looks like Vitorello, regardless, will shield it up either way. Stone Edge, you might barely hang on. I don't think an Earthquake, that probably would knock out the Alolan Marowak.
I mean, the positive thing for Vitorello here, if you do shield through this matchup, looks like he is doing, you're going to come out so healthy. Yes, you will be down to Protect Shield, but look at this health of the Shadow Alolan Marowak, and going for the back-to-back here because one Poison Sting away from that Stone Edge. I believe, though, you will endure. Can he get to the Stone Edge?
Can he get there? The Clodsire hanging on thread, and there is another Stone Edge. Do you let this go? Yes, Vitorello lets this go. I think this Stone Edge might get close to knocking out. There it comes, Stone Edge. Boom! That does a lot of damage.
That is a ton, and now suddenly your huge health advantage is out the window. Now you are down shields as well. At least you do have alignment, and alignment will be strong, but you just gave it up because you swapped and pivoted into your own Moltres into this Feraligatr here. And this Feraligator's up a little bit of energy, going for the Hydro Cannon bait and pulling the last Protect Shield out of the battle.
I think that's kind of mandatory because if you don't get damage at all here, and now going into his own Galarian Moltres, but Richie's two shields up, can you get to 2 ancient power here probably. If you go for Brave Bird, that will drop your defense severely, so naturally we see the ancient power here. Not as strong as attack, but it's super effective.
Letting it
go.
go.
This could have been a Brave Bird.
Knowing that it could be the bait, trying to go for the back-to-back here. What a call by Richie. And now, do you just get rid of this Moltres? No, deciding to Protect Shield on this second Ancient Power here. You have one Protect Shield remaining. Can you get a boost for Vitorello? No, no boost here. And suddenly, Vitorello is getting close to Ancient Power range.
Ancient Power coming through here. I think this is going to secure the knockout, and then it's all in the hands of the Azumarill. But the Galarian Moltres from Richie still has energy, and it might be able to get to that Brave Bird. We don't see a boost this time. We saw one earlier today. In comes the Azumarill. I think he might need a catch here. Can Vitorello get that catch? No. Brave Bird's coming through. Gonna deal a lot of damage to this Azumarill.
And no Protect Shields remaining. There is one for Richie here. Gonna land onto the Azumarill, pivot into Feraligatr. You still have that catch available onto your Shadow Alolan Marowak, but you need 2 charge attacks to finish this game off, and you are really close to getting knocked out. This won't do it, but the Shadow Claws are gonna do a lot of damage.
Hydro Cannon going to... does some good damage on that Azumarill, but it's resistant. Azumarill's hanging on, just barely trying to get to 2 Ice Beam here. And I don't think you'll be able to, even with that Protect Shield here, 2 Ice Beam is going to be rough. I think Ice Beam might not even knock out.
And you have the Marowak. Do you try to swap, or are you going to get knocked out by those Shadow Claws? You got knocked out by those Shadow Claws, and Vitorello in his signature Pokemon is about to get Shadow Claw down. Look at that. Richie didn't even want to throw the Hydro Cannon, wanted to just show his force, knowing that AWAC was energy dry. I'm just going to fast attack down.
AWAC, also known in the grassroots community as that Alolan Marowak. Such an important Pokemon for Vitorello, and we saw it come out, a very spicy pick. But Richie was not going to have any of that spicy nonsense. He went as strong as possible. Didn't bring the Spear, did not bring the Annihilate, did not bring the Alolan Sandstorm. He went super strong into the Alolan Marowak, and it paid off for him.
What a statement win right there. I mean, able to go ahead and Shadow Claw down. If you were off just a little bit with your counts, maybe a Bone Club would have been available and you would have lost that game. But Richie just so confident in showing his opponent that he knows exactly what's going on. He's going to be a tough opponent to beat, and he had that double shield advantage in the back line, and it was just too much. You give Feraligatr too much of an advantage, it's just impossible to take out. And look at this, you were almost at the Bone Club right there. There was no shield remaining.
I think at that point, Richie didn't even want to bother throwing a charge stack, knowing that the Alolan Marowak doesn't even get to 1 either there. You almost had 2 Hydro Cannon, but Feraligatr is such a staple and it's such high damage output. Both trainers are locked in for game number 2. Show your support in the chat, show your support in the audience. This is Alolan Marowak. He goes double down and leads into Alolan Sandslash.
Vitorello found his lead, and now the swap into the Shadow Feraligatr into the Galarian Moltres. Remember, if you do properly Protect Shield on that Ice Beam, most trainers just bait the Hydro Hydro Cannon. Once again, that is going to be the bait on the Hydro Cannon. Victorello does put up that Protect Shield. Now this gets clunky, though, because you have to either throw energy or double shield on the attempted Ice Beam.
But the alignment can be so important here if we take a look at the backlines. On the other hand, though, and look at the charge like purity, I think we've seen this before. Victorello just letting this go, knowing it's the Hydro Cannon, and you cannot get Shadow Claw down. We might even see an undercharge if Victorello wants to get more energy here.
Yeah, we saw Richie do this in a previous matchup, throwing on charge attack priority. I think it's not the greatest play because you give up all this energy, and now suddenly you're going to have to go ahead and get your fast attack down. At least you do come out with some energy. Maybe you can get a charge, or you can get a Protect Shield back, but look at this. This is going to be Shadow Claw, Alolan Sandslash, so you're going to be resisted into this Brave Bird, but it's still going to chunk into this resisted damage.
Brave Burst coming through, resist on the Alolan Sandslash. Zoom does quite half the HP of this Alolan Sandslash, and it has energy now, which can threaten Alolan Marowak, but swaps out immediately, answered by the Azumarill, but this Galarian Moltres is in a sheer advantage.
Yeah, at least you have that Protect Shield advantage, but the backline is just looking so off. You have to do everything with this Galarian Moltres, and you can't debuff it, right? You can't go for the Brave Bird because you can't lower your defense here. So this actually forces you to go straight Ancient Power, and Victorello kind of knows that.
Well, let's see if Richie also knows that in comes the Ancient Power. Victorello, is he going to put up a Protect Shield? This attack would not do a lot of damage, but if you think it's a Brave, and he no-shoots it, that is the correct call by Victorello. Can this Galarian get a boost? It doesn't. Building up more energy, and now going for the next Ice Beam. Not on perfect timing, but wants to secure that. He pulls another shield from Richie.
Yeah, you want to make sure and use this shield because nothing the Alolan Marowak can do with charge attacks is going to do much to this Moltres.
Oh,
now this is the call right here. Oh, he knows calls it. He goes for it. Richie is going for the big plays here, and there is a no shield by Victorello. It is going to land into the Azumarill, almost knocking out Swap into the Alolan Marowak, but you can't swap. You're taking so much damage from Fire Spin. You just let a full Fire Spin through.
And he lets the Ancient Power go, knowing Durham from Alolan Sandslash might do more, but I think now you're going to Sucker Punch range.
But what about Shadow Claw?
Oh, he goes to switch.
Oh!
Goes for the Pokémon immediately, but I don't know if you can Fire Spin down this Moltres now.
You get the knockout into Richie's Alolan Sandslash, but you have to get the Fire Spin down before the Sucker Punch damage. Can you get it? That is one Fire Spin, two Fire Spin. It's not going to be enough. The Moltres could get knocked out by the bubble here, and it looks like the Moltres is going to get... No! The Moltres gets a Sucker Punch first. That is Richie's game 1 HP in a dream.
Rich is moving on to the winners finals here, the 2025 LAIC. What a performance, a quick 2-0 against Victorello. Amazing.
What in game there. It all came down to the fast attack of Sucker Punch versus the fast attack of Bubble. Remember, Sucker Punch is a 2-turn fast attack that will register before the 3 turns of the Bubble, and that will mean that Richie is moving on to the winners finals.
That is crazy, but he's not going to be the only player moving on there. We're going to have another winners semis after this as well. What a quick and swift victory there from Richie. He's so locked in, and Victorello, even though he had that lead, right, he had the Alolan Marowak into the Alolan Sandslash. He made all the correct calls there, even with the switch. And still, Richie made it back there. I think that this was a crucial moment. The charge stack priority on that Feraligatr with the Moltres.
Yeah, then you had to undercharge that to try to get some more energy back, but it was just too tough there. It seems like every single trainer goes for that Hydro Cannon. Not a single one ever goes for the Ice Beam, but Richie made the big decision to go for the Brave Bird, and because you got all that damage onto the Azumarill, that left the Azumarill vulnerable to this fast attack right here, and it registers first. Richie takes it, like you said, in dominant fashion. I believe that game number 1 was super dominant, and game number 2, I mean, it was a comeback, but he felt calm, cool, and collected the entire way.
I respect the Alolan Marowak pick, though. Almost no one brings a Pokemon like that, and Victorello brought it all the way to the winners semifinals. Doubled down on it in the second game as well. He was not giving up on the Alolan Marowak, even though Richie went so strong against it. Now again, that Hydro Cannon, that was a Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash. If that Hydro Cannon didn't land, you would not even be able to farm down the Galarian Moltres because your fast attack is resisted on the Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, and how about even that Fire Spin coming through against that Galarian Moltres and still making it out of there, throwing on improper timing, taking it also with 2-stage debuffed from that Brave Bird, but still hanging on by a thread to finish it off, coming back from a devastating lead like that to win it, to go on to the winners finals. Remember, he was moments away of being dropped down. He tied a game number 2 in a previous series. Suddenly he's in the winners finals.
How did he do that? Here we see how far we've come in this bracket here. The next semifinals is going to be up soon, and all these trainers have come from a long way. Remember, we also have a losers bracket as well to meet these players in the grand finals later. As we take a look at the losers bracket, these are still to be played, and you already see some names filled in later. Those are the players who have lost earlier on in the winners bracket.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of action to be had. We have to figure out our winner's side, then we will drop on down to that loser side. But one of these losers side trainers can win the entire thing. It is not over yet for any of those trainers, even though Richie has a huge advantage being in that winners finals. And who will join him? Will it be Colin or Marto Gaude?
That will be very exciting. And that on itself could already be a grand finals. Two players that are so successful already, have many accolades to their name. So that's going to be a really exciting match. And again, Colin said earlier in his interview he hasn't had much success in international championships just yet. And now he's here. He is in the winners semifinals up against the player who got third place at the World's Championships.
Yeah, but you know he has been dominant on the regional scene. He has the resume to be able to become an international champion. Even though he hasn't done it yet, he has that potential. I mean, one of the top trainers in Europe for sure. And going against Marto Gaude, where he always says he's going to lose every single matchup. It's always a bad matchup, but he always comes out on top. And their next matchup will be that winner semis between Colin and Marto Gaude. Remember, this will also be a mirror matchup of a previous one because Marto Gaude was able to defeat this team from Nighttime Clasher.
Correct. Good call by you. So this is the second time Marto already kind of has the ingredients to cook up a victory here potentially. He said at the time there was a bad matchup. Well, that seemed not exactly true, or he had to overcome a really difficult matchup. The thing is, yes, he's weak to the Galarian Moltres, but Marto Gaude also has this Azumarill that lines up so well into the dark flying type Pokemon.
Yeah, and he sometimes doesn't like dealing with that Clodsire, so he has swapped to some Malamar gameplay, and crucially, that Alolan Sandslash, I feel like, was the hero at the end of that Nighttime Clasher series. So will he bring that Alolan Sandslash into this matchup as well? And then how do you counter that if you are Colin there? I mean, you can bring in your Feraligatr to try to do really good against that. I mean, you probably want to bring Feraligatr into every matchup.
Right. And this just shows the level on international competition, right? We have a Dutch player versus a player from Argentina. Players are gathering all around the world to play on the highest level here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Both players are locking in their teams right now. We're getting into the next winners semifinals. It's going to be Colin 6 on the left. It's going to be Marto Gaude on the right. We have the Ariados into the Jumpluff.
And this is a fascinating matchup that we haven't seen that much. Of course, you'll be doing super effective Poison Stings, and this Jumpluff will be doing super effective Aerial Ace. You are able to get to that Aerial Ace at the same pacing as this first lunge here, and just going to let it go because this will be neutral thanks to Jumpluff's flying subtype.
It's going to be interesting because now that this Jumpluff has been debuffed, I think that 2 Aerial Ace will not be enough to knock out this Ariados, and in that regard, this is not that bad for the Ariados, even against a flying type Pokemon. Look at this. This is not going to do that much damage. You can see Ariados is barely into the yellow, but the Fairy Wind damage hardly adds up here. This Jumpluff, I don't think it will be able to farm down this Ariados.
And do we see a pivot here into the Alolan Sandslash, or are you comfortable just losing the lead? There was a weight of a turn from Colin there to throw the lunge into this Jumpluff. It's going to be really close. This is going to knock out. So is it going to be a fast attack off? No, it's going to be pivot from Marto. Marto swapping in the Feraligatr, trying to get a Shadow Claw down, met by the opposing Feraligatr. This is fantastic for Marto Gaude. This means the Alolan Sandslash is going to beat the Clodsire in the back.
That's a really strong play by Marto Gaude. Really hoping there will be no Galarian Moltres in the back there. So great call by Marto. And now that you are one Shadow Claw ahead, that means that Colin will lose the matchup here on even shields.
And the problem is, Ariados was the best answer for the Shadow Feraligatr from Marto Gaude, but as soon as it was that low health, it can't really do anything against the Feraligatr. And if you pivot first, that means you have the energy advantage of the opposing Shadow Feraligatr. So Marto's just looking in really good position, throws the Hydro Cannon, almost secures the knockout. No, and hangs on with no health, so Colin can get the next Hydro Cannon and get the last protection from Marto Gaude.
And this is so dangerous for Colin because this Feraligatr is gonna be loaded. It's gonna be matchup into the Clodsire. Clodsire doesn't pace that fast. It's not gonna appreciate appreciate these Hydro Cannon either.
Yeah, but the problem is, how do you finish off this Feraligatr? You have to throw a charge attack into it. Colin is shaking his head because he can't poison sting down. Remember, he has a catch available into the Ariados, but he has to be fantastic at it. Marto Gaude know it's coming at any moment. There is the swap in the jump up, trying to soak the energy, but this actually gives an opportunity for Colin to get the full fast attack down, then swapping into the double resistant energy ball.
I think this is actually not the attack you want to catch. You want to use this catch for a potential Hydro Cannon. This is double resistance. It's still going to knock out the Ariados, but this Feraligatr, I think it will still be able now to get to a Hydro Cannon and put this Clodsire extremely low. On top of that, the Alolan Sandslash that Marto has in the back is not Shadow, and it means that this Earthquake won't do as much damage. We see no shield on Marto's side anymore, so the Earthquake's gonna go through. I think this won't even put it into the red just yet.
It's super effective. It puts it into the red, but once again, you can't poison sting down. You have to reach for the Stone Edge. You want to get there before the Ice Punch is available. And now, I think you are out of Hydro Cannon range. So can you get to a Stone Edge before the double Hydro Cannon is available? Securing the knockout into the Alolan Sandslash. Only one Hydro Cannon is available. You might need to get the double, or with Shadow Claw damage, is this going to be enough? It's going to be really close here.
Clodsire is super bulky. It's going to be a demonstration of the bulk of Clodsire and the power of Feraligatr. Hydro Cannon goes through, knocks out the Clodsire. Marto takes game number 1.
Shadow Feraligatr has been the hero of LAIFC, and this has been Marto Gaude's season. Ever off that top performance at the World Championship, he has won a special event here. He has top cutted multiple events, and now he is just one victory away from the winners finals.
And we hear the crowd in the back going wild for Marto. Marto has been relying on that jump love Alolan Sandslash core a lot. Two Pokemon with polarizing matchups, but pair up so well when there's no fire type on the opposing team. And I believe that other than Alolan Marowak, we've hardly seen any fire type Pokemon at all. I don't think we've seen Talonflame today.
I just want to give props to, look at the speed of the judges here. I believe Colin brought something up. They're already looking at it and trying to discuss what he just brought up there. Looks like they might be looking at something. We don't know if it is going to be official review or not, but just really fast paced on the judges there, doing a great job.
Yeah, I agree. The judges making sure that these competitors have the best experience as possible, while these players are also contemplating on what to run for a next game, whether that is going to be a rematch or not. It will be a fresh new game. So what we saw in the game earlier, again, the Feraligatr show, right? The Feraligatr is just so dominant, with Marto Gaude swapping the Feraligatr on energy advantage, meant that Colin's counter swap, it wasn't enough to take on the opposing Feraligatr.
And I do know that what they are looking at is one Poison Sting might have been missing from Colin's side. So that is the infraction that they are looking over. So looks like Dijon is on the case. They're talking it out now, and they're going to determine and say the results, and we'll let you know as soon as we know those results. But if he did have that one extra Poison Sting, does he get to a Stone Edge that knocks out the Shadow Feraligatr? I'm not sure. Maybe he takes one less Powder Snow, and then he endures a Hydro Cannon. I'm not sure where the win condition is in that exact scenario, but those judges are looking at it.
Would have been a tough moment either way. The lineup was tough for Colin there in the whole matchup either way, because he didn't have that Feraligatr answer in the back. And so that save switch just really caught him off guard. That's something he has to keep in mind for the next game. And again, Colin already has so many accolades to his name, right? So he is that experienced player, knows what he's talking about, but also knows what he is asking the judges to review. Because if there was a win condition, you can't let that slip.
Yeah, and Colin is the last European on this winner side, but was actually the only European on this winner side of the Top Club. Of course, we have Paul Lasha waiting on that loser's side, but Colin kind of keeping the hopes alive that a trainer outside of the LATAM region could become the Latin American International Champion. Obviously, he is down in a little bit of a hole here, down 0-1. These are still best of 3 series. You're not in the winners final yet where you get the best of 5.
Well, not just Paul Lasha's on the loose side of the bracket as the Europeans, also San Rudigo, who's also still on there. But they're in a swarm of so many talented Brazilian players, so it's going to be a really rough losers bracket. And then you still have players like Doonbug and Pocket that are still waiting there too for the players coming through the loose bracket. The thing what I like about starting the loose bracket, if you're able to pull through your first match, it really gives you a feeling of that you're getting in form, you're getting locked in, and then at that point, if you feel it, if you're feeling it, Butters, no one can stop you.
Yeah, and exactly that, because also you get a lot of games in a row, especially in day number 2. If you just start making your way through that loser's bracket, you can get a lot of reps in over and over, and then suddenly maybe you're facing someone that was on the winner's side for a long time and then waited for a while. Now you're warm, you're ready, you're locked in, and both of these trainers have been locked in all of day number 1, all day number 2 as well, because Colin was one of the first trainers to actually qualify for day number 2. He has been winning out every single battle here, and we will get a result really soon, but obviously this is of great importance because if you make it to the winners finals, you have a really good shot of winning it all.
The stakes are very high for both of these players. Now, referring to our previous topic, I want to ask you something, brothers.
Yeah.
If you were to be competing at a championship, would you prefer to be having so many battles in a row, or would you, to prepare for, let's say you get to the loose finals, right? Would you prefer to be having time to prepare, like you lose the matchup before, or would you prefer to have like 5 matchups before that and be locked in, no time to think, just go with the flow?
You know, when you think about it, it is a mental advantage to do that, to be on the loser side, to be able to just go with the flow and just keep battling. I like that. But I would also like to be on the winner's side, because then I feel like if I lose, I can go down to the loser side. I can do both, right? I can be on the winner's side and the loser side, so I take both.
Yeah, looks like no rematch. Both players are picking their new teams. One player already locked in here, so we're just gonna go into a fresh new game. The Night Boys thing didn't matter to the final result, so that means Marto is just 1-0 up at this point.
Yeah, and that makes sense there. Marto had that really strong backline of the Alolan Sandslash, was a crucial Pokemon in that Nighttime Clasher series. How does Colin counteract that? Your best answer really is that Shadow Feraligatr, but you know Shadow Feraligatr is coming in every game nonetheless. It feels like Shadow Kanto Marowak has a chance, but it's risky. If you ever get down energy, you can be in a lot of trouble taking the super effective ice damage.
But also the jump love, right? Marto showed he's not afraid to counter the Shadow Kanto Marowak with that jump love. And if Marowak is against jump love, it's kind of a hopeless situation. You need 2 Rock Slide, and actually into a non-Shadow jump love. I'm not even sure if 2 Rock Slide would be enough, just because that attack had a nerf this season, so it won't do as much damage as it used to. Both players are locked in. Get ready, we're going into game number 2, Colin versus Marto. We have the Galarian Moltres into the Clodsire.
We're back, and this was swapped out so many times by Nighttime Clasher. It looks like Colin is going to stay in this matchup. Remember, Nighttime Clasher saw this lead over and over again and kept swapping Feraligatr, but there actually isn't even Feraligatr on the team of Colin, and he tried to catch an attack there, missed it, and takes an Earthquake instead.
But we also saw that Nighttime Clasher was able to win one battle by preserving all that energy on the Galarian Moltres. And it looks like Colin is taking notes, doing that as well. Now Marto Galde swapping in his Galarian Moltres answer.
Yeah, and that is going to be so tough. Where are you going to soak all that energy into your own Shadow Feraligatr? That's going to be really dangerous, but you really didn't want to soak your energy on this Azumarill, I guess. So that's going to be tough. You're probably going to have to keep that Clodsire around for the backline, keep some energy with it to try to get some Stone Edges into that Moltres, but Colin feels like he's in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, I don't think either one of these players are going to invest in any shields here. The Azumarill is just going to throw some player off and weaken each other, but I think this is just going to set up Colin's Clodsire at some point to gather energy and perhaps threaten the backline of Marto Galde. And then I'm curious to see if Marto Galde decides to switch out immediately, because he's not that weak to the Galarian Moltres as long as he keeps the Azumarill around.
His timer is up. He could swap in the Clodsire if he so chooses, but instead just wants to stay in, take the play rough here, and then come in with the Clodsire, so then you can keep that Moltres in the back away from the Azumarill. Even a low health Azumarill could be a threat versus your Moltres here. So we're going to see if Marto decides to just stay in here or ever pivot out of the matchup, decides to throw an Ice Beam. A little bit confused about what happens. Going to land this super effective Ice Beam.
But it doesn't do as much damage. Clodsire very bulky, can't hang on here. Is Colin going to stay in this matchup or decide to pivot out? Looks like the Feraligatr comes back in, comes through with the Earthquake. Does Marto Galde call this? This will put the Feraligatr really low, and he does put out the Protect Shield here.
He puts out the Protect Shield, but now he's vulnerable. The switch timer is up for Colin. Looked like he did one Poison Sting. Maybe he didn't want to. Maybe he wanted the swap first, but now he's going to put up the Protect Shield against the Hydro Cannon here. But remember, this Moltres is loaded with energy, but it is a bait game. Do you go for the Ancient Power? Do you go for the Punishing Brave Bird here? What does he go for? He goes for it. Colin, he goes for it, and that includes
Brave Burst being loaded. This is a really strong charge deck. Marto Golden puts up the Protect Shield.
He calls it, and now suddenly your defense has dropped. It doesn't matter too much against Shadow Claws, but it's going to matter a lot against this Hydra Cannon. So giving up your last Protect Shield of the game, where are the timers at? Where is Marto's timers at?
It's up. Marto's timer's up.
It's up. He can get out of there if he wants. He can avoid this damage, but it looks like he's trying to catch on the Azumarill. But Colin sniffed it out. He called it. Now he has the opportunity to bank up a ton of energy, plus he can get back to his timer.
Colin waiting a turn to see if Marto would try to catch there. Marto did try, allowing Colin to farm some more energy, and now he has more energy to hit the Clodsire with another Brave Burst. These birds are burning here at LAIC. It's going to do so much damage again.
It's going to chunk that Clodsire. Not do enough though, but you have your own Clodsire in the back. You are 4-stage defense drop. You want to clear that debuff, go into your own Clodsire, and now you're going to be able to secure the knockout onto this Earthquake. See if he's going to do all the bubbles here. Looks like he is going to slightly undercharge to try to get a poison sting down. Can he secure that? No, he secures the knockout. Oh, the timer is up. Oh, he's going to get the farm down, and it looks like he's going to get the exact farm down he needs.
He gets the farm down. Galarian Moltres has the Braver. Marto doesn't have the Hydra Cannon, and Colin is able to tie up the score against Marto Golden.
Just an onslaught of Brave Birds by Colin to barely hold on and tie up this series 1-1.
What an insane set there. Colin winning by 1 HP on the Galarian Moltres. The Pokemon that has been threatening Marto Golden's team the whole time manages to close out again. Where Colin didn't really like that lead matchup, Marto Golden swapped in his hard answer to the Galarian Moltres, his Azumarill. Right, he swapped into the when Colin went into the Azumarill. As we go back into the replay here, you see here Colin swapped the Azumarill, and after that Earthquake, Marto swapped his own Azumarill, freeing up the Galarian Moltres from Colin.
Yeah, and you mentioned it before, Nighttime Clasher was very effective, dancing around with that Galarian Moltres and eventually closing with it. Marto even Protect Shielded all the right things. He Protect Shielded the Brave Birds, but it was just too much in the end because Colin was able to get so much energy in that lead matchup. He was able to double Protect Shield and close with that Moltres. And how many times do you see a Moltres get that many Brave Birds off in a single battle?
And we hear the crowd go wild for Marto here, for these trainers. They're well known in the community, getting far over and over, showing their skill every single time. It looks like we have another match on the review here. Maybe possible that Marto was couldn't throw a charge attack immediately, and in that case, another poison sting snuck through. And if you looked at the Galarian Moltres' health, that could have been crucial.
So I think, yeah, it's literally the exact same thing as last game. I think it has to do with the Poison Sting, like you mentioned. I think when the Clodsire entered the battlefield for Marto, he didn't get a Poison Sting that he maybe should have gotten. So they're going to look at that and see how it will determine the rest of the game. But I feel like it's the same infraction. I also feel like it's going to be, it's very similar to that last battle as well. But right now, that is under review. Of course, the judges will do great and let us know what's going to happen.
Right, and even if, what are you going to play in the next battle? Colin now finally getting that match back at just barely 2, showing that there is a way to defeat the third world finalist here at the LAIC, but Marto also probably has a good idea of what Colin may run. Galarian Moltres is just so good.
I think there has been a decision here. I will tell you what it is, but I think the judges did make a choice. It looks like these trainers are trying to get into this next battle.
All right, well, let's see what they are going to look in. I think we're definitely going to see the Feraligatr again.
Oh, yeah. And the thing is, Marto sat that Alolan Sandslash. The reason why that Galarian Moltres was so impactful in that game, because you didn't have that Alolan Sandslash in the back to be able to soak that energy or do the super effective Powder Snows to try to get some advantage versus that Galarian Moltres. I feel like that has been the MVP against this specific team in general. I feel like we're definitely going to see the Alolan Sandslash in game number 3.
And what do you think of the Shadow Kanto Marowak? I feel like Marto hasn't really respected it as much when he doesn't bring the jump bluff. Pretty much every other Pokemon, even Azumarill, doesn't really like the Shadow Marowak as much. In the 2-shield scenario, when both players have 2 shields, that is actually when the Marowak can win against Azumarill. Despite taking super effective damage the whole time, Mud Slap plus Bone Club is just so oppressive.
Yeah, it's crazy. You can also double shield through a Feraligatr as well. You have a lot of options versus the counters available on Marto's team, but it feels risky because Marto just keeps bringing so many things good against it. You could bring it in, but you would have to either lead it or position it exactly correct. And with your winners finals on the line, I feel like you want to go safe. You want to try to outplay your opponent and try to move on to a best-of-5 series in that winners finals.
And looks like it is going to be a rematch. The denied poison sting mattered to the final stoners on Moltres, which would have knocked out otherwise. So we're going into a fresh game 2 here, but Marto will still be 1-0 up here.
Okay, yeah, so that is a rematch there. So redo game number 2. Marto still has the advantage here. We are locked in. We are back. Colin still needs to get 2 victories on the board to move on to the winners finals. Marto Gaude is 1 victory away, and there it is. There is that jump left versus the Shadow Feraligatr. ABA weak to it. He just swapped into his best answer.
And answered by that ilum. I don't know how I feel about this. The thing is, I think Colin is just giving Marto the idea that he doesn't like Feraligatr into jump off, but he's actually
undercharged.
Yeah, he wants to get energy on the Feraligatr against a jump bluff.
He undercharged his Earthquake. Maybe he knows that he's going to lose this matchup regardless, so he does want to get some energy advantage so he can land that Ice Beam. He's already thinking a lot of steps ahead here, going to be able to take this Ice Punch here. Marto has to throw before the next charge attack is available. It is charge attack priority.
But are you able to get to another Duron as the Alolan Sanchez as well? That's what I'm curious about. Because if that Feraligatr gets chipped, it actually may not hang on to an area ace even from that jump up. And it looks like he is able to get to the Duron here. I think this is huge for Marto.
But at least in Colin's favor, I would rather trade that energy for a little bit less health on this drill run. You take the drill run, it chugs more than I thought it would. Here comes the jump up. Now you are ahead on energy. You have the opportunity to bait, but it looks like Colin goes for it, wants to go for it. He wants his ticket to the winners final, and Marto protects shields properly on the Ice Beam.
That is so much necessary, because if you look at the back line, the Marowak needs shields as well against that Shadow Feraligatr Marto still has in the back. With shields up is fine, but now you're using protect shields here. Marto has double aerial ace, and he's going to throw them back to back.
Oh, this is so tough here. You have to protect shield because, like you mentioned, there is that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back. You have to secure a knockout here somehow, some way. The timer isn't available yet for Marto Gaude, so you can reach for that Ice Beam, but baiting is very dangerous here because the energy is available, and swapping on the aerial ace into the Shadow Kanto Marowak, banking all that energy for the Feraligatr.
I don't know if this is going to help for Colin. There's still the Shadow Feraligatr indeed in the back, and this jump off just has all the time in the roll to just build up more energy, or even go for the energy ball without base. And does this secure the knockout? Jump off has a very low attack stat, but this is a Shadow Marowak.
It's going to be super effective into a Shadow Marowak. That might be the answer for Marto Gaude. Suddenly you have to throw this Ice Beam. You're almost knocked out here, but it doesn't matter. Marto can let this go because he has a full Pokemon in the back.
And Colin saying well played to his opponent, and Marto did play well because he Shadow Claws down Feraligatr. Latam is going to the next round.
Guaranteed 2 LATAM traders in the winners finals. An emotional Marto Gaude, who has been having a dream season, keeps that dream very much alive. He got so close at the World Championships to winning on this international stage. Can he do it here in Sao Paulo, Brazil?
Winners finals. That means Marto Gaude again is in the top 3 of a huge international championship. Look,
do you know what that means? He's now qualified 3 times for the World Championships. Right?
Actually, right.
Yeah.
He qualified from a top 4 at Worlds last season. He qualified through winning the special event Lima, and now to a top 4 at the LAIC. That is crazy. You cannot deny Marto Gaude at this point.
You really can't. And Alolan Sandslash was the key. I mean, in that game, maybe it wasn't as impactful as the jump up there, but I feel like Colin thought he should bring all the answers for that Alolan Sandslash. Look at his team. He has the Shadow Feraligatr. He has the Shadow Kanto Marowak. He even has the Clodsire that has super effective damage. He had so much fear for that Alolan Sandslash that he made himself ABA weak to the jump up, and that core between the Alolan Sandslash and the jump up has been so strong for Marto.
When there are no fire types, the grass and ice combination is just so good. We saw that from Galaxco Bolton in the European region as well with the superior Alolan Sandslash, and Marto pivots to the jump love Alolan Sandslash core. So just really lines up well those strategies. As long as there's no fire type, that just works.
And Vorell did get moved down to the loser side, so he's able to avoid that fire type in that winners finals as well.
I just want to give a shout out to Latam, how they got here in this position in the winners finals. All those North Americans on the winners bracket, they were looking so good, and I believe 5 of them were moving on to the second round of winners. But where are they now?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're on the loser side. That is where they are right now.
They're still here.
I know exactly where they are.
They're still in the loose bracket, so we may see more of them later. We'll probably see more of them later on in the tournament, but it's now a LATAM winners finals, and I think that many of the South Americans here will be liking that. It's not a Brazilian, it's an Argentinian and a Mexican competitor.
No, I know they're going to have a better time watching their LATAM performers. They're going to enjoy eating their snacks even more. Let's actually see what Doom Snacks thinks about the Brazilian snacks.
Hi, this is Spreggles, and inspired by the incredible chat message, "Let's hide" in Pokemon Unite, I'm gonna hide here at LAIC. Will you be able to find me? Let's find out. Can you find me? Do you see me? I'm right there. I'm hiding, but really, really good. Oh, I'm such a good hider. I'm hiding like a real pro. All right, last chance to guess. Oh, did you think I was over here? Okay, maybe you did. Next time, let's make it a little trickier. Can you find me? Oh, I'm hiding so good you wouldn't believe it. I feel like I'm almost the best hider at LAIC. One of the best, for sure. All right, I'm about to show you where I am. Did you see me? Oh, I was right over here the whole time. Could you believe it? All right, it's gonna get harder. All right, this last one's gonna be the trickiest one. Can you guess where I'm hiding? All right, I kind of cheated on that one. Did you guess that's where I'd be? This has been Let's Hide with Spreggles. Bye.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Wholesome_ here to give you a breakdown on Shadow Pokemon and Purified Pokemon. Shadow Pokemon are special Pokemon who can be easily distinguished by their distinct purple auras, red glowing eyes, as well as their menacing expressions. Shadow Pokemon have several unique characteristics that differentiate them from regular Pokemon. Shadow Pokemon have a special bonus that increases the damage of their fast attacks and charged attacks by 20%. Taking a look, you can see the Shadow bonus next to the Pokemon's attacks on their summary page. While the damage increase can often come in handy, Shadow Pokemon also receive 20% more damage from opponents' attacks, meaning they can faint more easily as well. Shadow Pokemon also take more Stardust to both power up and add a second charged attack. Additionally, Shadows also learn the exclusive charged attack Frustration, a high energy, low damage normal type attack that can only be removed by a charged TM during Team Go Rocket Takeover events. To obtain Shadow Pokemon, trainers have to defeat members of Team Go Rocket, including Rocket Grunts, Rocket Leaders, as well as the Rocket Boss Giovanni. These Team Go Rocket members have powerful Shadow Pokemon with extremely high combat power, so trainers need to be sure to bring strong Pokemon with typing advantages when it's time for battle. After defeating the Team Go Rocket member, trainers can get the opportunity to rescue or catch the Shadow Pokemon that's left behind. Be careful though, Shadow Pokemon are difficult to catch, so consider using a Nanab Berry or Raspberry when you're in the catch encounter. But let's move on to Purified Pokemon. Purified Pokemon are former Shadow Pokemon who have gone through the purification process, freeing them from the grasp of Team Go Rocket. Purified Pokemon have a distinct glowing white aura around them, but otherwise, they look like regular Pokemon. The purification process not only changes the Pokemon visually, but it also grants the Pokemon a stat increase, reduces the cost of adding a second charged attack, reduces the cost of power-ups, and grants the Pokemon the exclusive charged attack Return. Return is a high-energy, hard-hitting normal-type charged attack that can really come in handy in trainer battles. Speaking of battling, let's see how trainers use their Shadow and Purified Pokemon in the Bring 6 Pick 3 Play Pokemon format. The most common Shadow Pokemon in Pokemon tournaments so far are Shadow Swampert and Shadow Alolan Ninetales. You can see their usage rates here. Shadow Swampert especially benefits from the Shadow bonus applied to its hard-hitting, fast-generating charged attack Hydro Cannon. Swampert of course will be the premier anti-steel, anti-poison, and anti-ground type Pokemon, but in some scenarios, the Shadow variant of Swampert can win tough matchups with common meta Pokemon that the non-Shadow variant cannot. In fact, Shadow Swampert can knock out both Trevenant and Noctowl with 2 Hydro Cannons, whereas the non-Shadow Swampert needs 3 Hydro Cannons to secure the knockout. Shadow Alolan Ninetales is another benefactor of the Shadow bonus. Already a top pick as an anti-flyer, anti-fighting, and anti-dark type Pokemon, Shadow Alolan Ninetales becomes a huge threat in many neutral matchups as well. With the Shadow bonus applied to the charged attacks Weather Ball and Dazzling Gleam, Shadow Alolan Ninetales becomes even more threatening. One quick tip: Shadow Alolan Ninetales and Shadow Swampert form a great core and complement each other's strengths and weaknesses quite well, as seen in many recent regional tournaments. Purified Pokemon are less common in the Bring 6 Pick 3 format. However, one Purified Pokemon in particular stands out among the rest: Purified Sableye. Sableye is well known as one of the best safe swaps or pivots in the play Pokemon meta due to its unique Dark Ghost typing, only weak to Fairy types. But it's the charged attack return that gives Purified Sableye the power to flip otherwise unwinnable matchups. It can even take down the Fairy type Azumarill in some shielding scenarios. Despite a slight decrease in usage compared to Season 1, Purified Sableye is still a staple of the Bring 6 Pick 3 play Pokemon meta. Keep an eye out though, Shadow Sableye is creeping its way into the meta, with stronger play versus common flying and Ice-type Pokemon. Overall, Shadow Pokemon have become a force in the Bring 6 Pick 3 play Pokemon meta. They're expensive investments, but the Shadow bonus damage boost usually outweighs the extra damage they take. Keep an eye out for the likes of Shadow Swampert, Shadow Alolan Ninetales, and even Shadow Charizard. Be sure to get out there exploring to find some Team Go Rocket stops, and don't forget to check the skies for Team Go Rocket balloons. Until next time.
Team Go Rocket Balloons. There are so many interesting and fun Shadow Pokemon available. I'm still hunting for a Shadow Primeape and Shadow Annihilape of my own. Amanda, do you have either of them yet?
I do have a Shadow Primeape. I know you're going to be very jealous about that because he has been trying to find all of the women grunts to be able to be like, oh, can I have it? And they're always the chops for you.
Do you know what? I did 2 more. So Shadow Mankey is only available in those female fighting grunts, and every single one I have clicked has been a Shadow Machop. And don't get me wrong, I do love Shadow Machamp, I do love fighting type Pokemon, but I really, really want a Shadow Annihilate.
I think that you will, if he ends up getting them, we'll probably end up seeing it with him in a competition at some point. Looking at the teams that are coming up, I don't see either one of them having a Shadow Annihilate or a Shadow Primeape, but there is going to be an Annihilate on the side of Elche.
Ooh, Elche, a player that very, very famously 2 years ago at the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, misregistered one of his Pokemon, and rather than taking the match loss and going down to the losers bracket to rectify the situation, opted to play with 5 Pokemon for the entire event. Where did he finish?
I think he finished definitely in the top 10, correct?
I think he finished 4th.
I think he finished, I was going to say even lower than that, but I didn't want to misplace it at that point. 5 Pokemon, yeah. And he went through so many big names. He beat out Inadequates, who is actually our 2nd place finalist in the World Championships this season. So I'm really excited to see what Elche can do here at the Latin America International Championships.
And do you know what that suggests? That says that if you have 5 really strong Pokemon, you can probably still do pretty well. So you could use that 6th slot as your spice pick. Bring something different, something that might be able to throw your opponent off. You can see these top 12 Pokemon here, and anyone watching at home playing in future metas and future events might look to these. Can you identify a spicy pick that looks great into these Pokemon?
You know, in the past, I would have said that Galarian Moltres was a definite spice pick, but nowadays, I don't think so at all. It's definitely top meta. And I also want to point out, where did those Primeapes and Annihilapes go? They were on that top 12 usage day #1, but look at it. Now they've been completely edged out of the meta.
It might be the case that a lot of players wanted to use those Pokemon, but they didn't have the experience with Rage Fist to get the most out of them. And so there are much fewer left here in day 2, but there are some still around, and I think they're doing pretty well.
who knows whether or not they can go all the way?
We'll have to see because a lot of trainers are still in this bracket. Look at this huge bracket coming from the loser side. Now, since this is a double elimination tournament, that means they have already lost one round. So these are all go big or go home moments. And let's face it, all of these trainers want to go big.
You have had so much opportunity to watch the winner's side of the bracket. The loser's side is just kicking off. So many massive names still on the loser's side of the bracket. And do you know what? It almost might be the case that we talk about, okay, you're on the winner's side, you've lost, you go down to the loser's side. Some players go, okay, maybe I'm against, less fierce competition. No, no, no. Some of the best players in the world are still in the event. They are on the loser side and they're waiting for you.
And they're going to start their battles very, very soon. Once again, Elche on that left-hand side of the screen against the Lindo's Paulino Tad on the right-hand side. We didn't get a chance to see much of Elche playing yesterday. And I actually am going to go ahead and say that I think that they are switched because that is Elche on the right-hand side of the screen and also with Annihilate on his team composition.
Yeah, maybe the players have sat in the wrong seats, but the Annihilate, we believe, is on Elche's team. He does have 6 Pokemon registered for this event. One of them is a Jumpluff.
And let's go ahead and actually dive into the team compositions that he does have. It's running a little bit different. Jumpluff was one of the Pokemon that we weren't super predicting, but a lot of these high-level trainers are bringing in. There's also an Annihilate on the team, something that was so heavy meta last season, coming back with that Rage Fist that you were talking about, and I'm excited to see if we'll have much play against Paulino.
Now, we've seen the work that Jumpluff can do, and there's one Pokemon on Paulino's team that absolutely does not want to see Jumpluff, and that is the Gastrodon. Let's take a look. We're getting into this game number 1, and oh my goodness, the 2 Pokemon that we were just talking about, Gastrodon into Shadow Jumpluff.
An immediate pivot now to that Shadow Dropion to be met with Dunsparce. Dunsparce does have a very nice answer to that Dropion because it can hit with those drill runs. A Crunch will be able to go through first. This does have a potential to debuff the Dunsparce. You don't see a shield on the first one going through, and you don't get the defense drop.
The lack of defense drop there is critical for Elche, because if you do get a defense drop, then Shadow Drapion can win this matchup a lot more easily. Paulino is going to correctly shield this drill run, try and get a little bit more damage off. Threatened now, but it's an Aquatail bait. Will Elche call it? No, he puts up the shield.
Putting up a shield here is big because makes it a little bit of an energy advantage for that Dropion, but there's still a lot of energy on the Dunsparce here, going for yet another super effective drill run and getting that second shield off of Paulino.
Paulino knows that he has to avoid the Gastrodon being aligned against that Shadow Jumpluff, doing everything he can to get adjusting the alignment here. Another Aquatail bait. Will Elche call it? No, the shield goes up again. He knows how important alignment is as well.
I actually really like this because he's already at another Aquatail and he's going for charge attack priority, which it wins over the Dunsparce. The real question is an Aquatail from the Shadow Dropion at this range enough to knock it out, or will that drill run go through? It looks like it's not enough.
That is great charge attack priority for Elche there. Dunsparce holding on to the Aquatail. Drill run will be enough to knock out this Shadow Drapion. Paulino now needs to judge, how do I avoid the Gastrodon being aligned against that Shadow Jumpluff? Dunsparce comes in, gets a bit of an energy advantage.
Yeah, Elche says, I'm sorry, but it is inevitable at this point. This will be lined up in the back end, but there are no Protect Shields remaining. That Dunsparce does have some energy. Gonna hit with a drill run, and it's gonna knock down the Feraligatr pretty low.
Now, because Dunsparce got an energy advantage, it will reach the second drill run before Feraligatr reaches the second Hydro Cannon. That means that the Dunsparce will also be able to get off some damage against that Shadow Jumpluff.
Now going ahead, just trying to charge up, trying to do as much as it can, but those Shadow Claws just do minuscule damage to it. Going for that Rock Slide instead, I like this play because at this range it would knock out anyway, and in case that Jumpluff tried to go in to catch a drill run, it would not have.
Yeah, that would have been a great call if Elche had tried to catch it. You've thrown a Rock Slide to catch it anyway. Now Gastrodon is coming in. This is interesting. You're basically saying, look, Gastrodon, you're not going to do much here. Let me get rid of some of the Shadow Jumpluff energy, because this Gastrodon is going down.
As Gastrodon came onto the field, the Gastrodon has left the field. Dunsparce has a lot of energy, but not enough quite yet. Another energy ball is already being ready. It's already being charged up, and it's already knocking out that Dunsparce.
We've seen one Jumpluff go through with Martigalde, another one here potentially with Elche. Jumpluff is having a field day here in LASC.
I think Jumpluff is saying, okay, I know that a lot of people said that I wasn't meta. Let me prove you wrong here in Sao Paulo. Now, both of these trainers, once again, as a reminder, coming in from the loser side of the bracket, Elche is one game away from being able to stay in this competition. Paulino Tad needs to take a deep breath. He needs to compose himself and figure out, how can I get a better alignment for game number 2?
That was a really, really dominant display of when alignment is key. Shadow Jumper putting in so much work. Paulino really needed to avoid it, and he brought that Gastrodon because Gastrodon has a ton of play against Dunsparce, against Clodsire, and the fast attack pressure versus Shadow Feraligatr and Annihilate is pretty good too. But truthfully, when you've got a Mandibuzz and a Shadow Jumpluff on the other side, is Gastrodon the play? I'm not so sure.
That's what I was wondering myself. What are the main targets that he thinks that Paulino Tad was looking for with that Gastrodon? And since he didn't see it in game number 1, do you think it's possible that he's saying, okay, maybe I'm going to bench that for game number 2, come up with a new game plan to be able to stay in this tournament?
I think you need to avoid the Gastrodon here, and I think Elche might have invited his opponent to bench the Gastrodon, so perhaps Elche will go, okay, look, I'm not expecting a Gastrodon, now I could possibly lead weak to it. That could be quite a smart tactic.
Okay, so you were saying is we're going to go ahead and see a bunch of Clodsire potentially into this meta now?
Yeah, maybe Clodsire, maybe Dunsparce again. We've seen that Dunsparce has a ton of play, particularly against Pokemon like the Shadow Dragonite and the Shadow Drapion.
Now we'll have to see, because these two trainers are locked in. They're ready to go. We're going to kick it off. We do see that Dunsparce in the lead against that Drapion. We saw it in the mid-game of game number 1, but this time I think the players will play it out just a little bit differently.
Now look at the potential for alignment here. If the Shadow Drapion stays in against this Dunsparce, and there's an Annihilate in the back, you can't safe swap your Dunsparce into this.
Dunsparce going ahead, going and catching these drill runs here, and that is the big problem, exactly what you said. If there is a fighting type Pokemon on the other side, a normal type Pokemon no longer looks like that safe swap opportunity. Have to put up a shield on Paulino Tad and have to hope for a defense drop, which he gets, going straight for another attack. You're getting that first shield off of Elche.
That is massive. That defense drop makes such a difference because now you can start to Poison Sting it into Aqua Tail range. This is massive for Paulino.
Now going ahead, does he want to go 2 shields down? Yes, he does. I saw it earlier on in the matchup. He did 2 Aqua Tail baits before. Might not even be a bait at this point since the defense are drop of this Dunsparce here. Already so ahead on energy, throwing that Aqua Tail right before the next drill run is ready.
The problem is here is that Paulino went for another crunch earlier, so I don't think he's going to be able to reach that final Aqua Tail, particularly if Elche throws the drill run right now. Now we're in a tricky position because Paulino has not got the alignment that he needed, and Elche has an Annihilate in the back.
2 shields down, 1 Pokemon down, Dunsparce coming in, and I think you can probably see a smirk on Elche's side, content to just go ahead, let his own Dunsparce go down after doing a little bit of damage and come in and get the alignment that he is hoping for.
You've got to be a bit careful here because this Dunsparce is going to have a ton of energy as it commits to this rollout down. 2 drill runs likely to land on this Annihilate before it gets to an attack. And let's remember the first attack that Annihilate gets to is the Ghost type Rage Fist.
Rage Fist does not do much against this normal type Pokemon, but it will ramp up the attack of the Annihilate here. Coming in with the Clodsire, and Elche says, okay, it is Gator time. Feraligatr comes onto the field. Hydro Cannon number 1 already ready, already being launched.
Now, the Feraligatr might be able to reach the second Hydro Cannon on charge attack priority if Paulino goes for a Sludge Bomb first. So will we see an Earthquake instead? Paulino recognizes I'm unlikely to get 2 attacks off. I may as well just do as much damage as possible. This will hit hard, but he's going for an undercharge. He maybe wants the Dunsparce farm down.
At this point, there's going to be a lot of energy on the Feraligatr, going and making sure there's just as little amount of health as possible. Doesn't want the chance for that Dunsparce to get too much energy off of the Feraligatr because those Shadow Claws will not be enough, and there's not going to be enough time to get to a charge attack on that Feraligatr. All up to the Annihilate.
Dunsparce with energy loaded. Drill runs are getting close. You're still 1 rollout away. The close combat is there. This drill run will land. It will probably not be enough to knock out. Elche has the close combat. If he does hang on, it's going to be thrown. Here it comes! Close combat!
Close combat! Closing out the game here for Elche. It will connect. and probably the next one that would have been coming in. Elche taking game 1, taking game 2.
Dunsparce goes down. Elche proceeds in this losers round. The players hug. What a performance. What a line read in both of those games from Elche. A great victory.
Elche coming off of that World Championship in 2023 with a great finish there. And you know what? He's not even close to being finished here at LAIC, taking that round from the losers bracket, continuing on. We're going to see more of him later on today.
Now, this is the thing. If so many players are leaning into Pokemon, such as Dunsparce, particularly as a safe swap, then Annihilate and Primeape, of course, do have a ton of play. The advantage that Annihilate has over Primeape is that your damage is from counter, and you don't have to throw that close combat that would otherwise debuff you, whereas Primeape kind of is forced to do that.
One other thing I would like to definitely point out is there is a lot more bulk to Annihilate than there is to that Primeape. So let's say, for instance, with that Dunsparce, with all of that loaded energy with 2 drill runs, if a Primeape came in that didn't have any shields, it would have been knocked out by both of those charge attacks.
Potentially, yes, though I guess Primeape stands will argue that the Primeape would have reached 2 close combats pretty quickly too, so there are positives and negatives for both of those Pokemon.
Balance.
Yeah, of course, but there's definitely a lot of play for them. We haven't seen as many of them here this weekend, but I would expect that over the course of the rest of this 2025 season, both of those Pokemon will be very much in the contemplation of players.
Listen, the max out meta has changed so much from the beginning to now, and there's so many different unique Pokemon that people are bringing. We've seen matches already today where 12 unique Pokemon were brought across the board. So even though we do have that top 12 usage, there are certain Pokemon that seem to be on almost every team. There's no guarantees here.
It does feel like Feraligatr is everywhere. Every single one of those top 12 Pokemon showing that they have so much value. We've seen so many of these Pokemon. You're looking at even Malamar above 40%. Those 6 Pokemon, to have 6 Pokemon above 40% is pretty incredible. That just shows that there are so many different cores that different players are leaning into. Some players preferring Azumarill Clodsire, other players preferring Shadow Feraligatr with Clodsire. Lots of very, very flexible Malamar teams too.
Yeah, we have to also remember that since a lot of these teams are being kind of built together between friends, between teammates. I mean, we saw Colin 6 earlier on saying, oh, I took the team from Nighttime Clasher, out of pocket saying, I took the team from Nighttime Clasher. That automatically makes the usage of certain Pokemon rise if multiple players are playing the exact same team in this tournament.
Do you know what's interesting though? All 3 of those players have now been knocked out of the winner's side of the bracket. So the question is, which of them, if any, can hold on to that great team? We do agree it's a great team. How many of them can hold strong on the loser side? We've seen that there are a ton of really high quality players, such as Elche, such as the players we're going to see very, very soon.
Now, Galarian Moltres is a Pokemon that is used on all 3 of those teams, the team composition that Nighttime Clasher put together. A way to get that Galarian Moltres is through using your daily incense. And a way to expand your daily incense is to go ahead and use the Roar of Time and Dialga. And you know what? Roar of Time Dialga is going to be available in the wild area.
See, you know that I like cool Pokemon, but I also like cool costumes. And that Snorlax there with that jacket, I'd like me one of those, but I would definitely like a Toxtricity. 2 different forms for those Toxtricity, an electric poison type Pokemon that can Gigantamax. Look at that for a Pokemon.
He definitely looks super cool. Looks like kind of like a rock star. Like you'd be like, I'd definitely be fangirling over that.
I'm getting jealous, Amanda. What do you mean? This punk rock Pokemon is definitely one that you want to have in your arsenal, so make sure to get involved in this wild area event. There are some costume Pikachus too.
Which one are you opting for?
Well, I already have the Rockstar Pikachu, so maybe the Popstar is the one that I need to go for. Kind of the inverse of you from what you were telling me yesterday.
I'm going to go for the Rockstar, especially if I'm going to be in the crowd for the Gigantamax. I mean, I'm going to have to make sure that I have my Rockstar attire.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of being in the crowd, my headphones are deafening with the noise that we can hear out there. The crowd are ready. I think the players are ready too. Let's go to the stage. We have got LNDS Harjeff against Swaggeron. What a match to get to watch here at LAIC.
LNDS Harjeff is last season's Latin America International Champion. We saw earlier on today a clip of the most hype matchup of yesterday of him against Pablo Dinas, where the crowd was going wild for both of these trainers. Swagron, we haven't had a chance to see yet, but a very, very popular content creator, a great battler, and you know what? A great person too. We had a chance to talk with him and hang out with him at the North American International Championship last year.
Now, the question for Swagron is, how do you deal with a Shadow Skarmory? Let's take a quick look. Ariados can do absolutely nothing against the steel flying type Pokemon. Shadow Skarmory also puts a lot of pressure onto Dunsparce as well. There are no real Pokemon that Swagron can say, hey, there's definitely no way that Harjeff can build that bring that Shadow Skarmory. It could actually be finally the time we see it.
Well, I don't know, a Talonflame on the other side seems pretty dangerous against a Shadow Skarmory, but of course, if there's a Dunsparce on the other side, if there's an Azumarill, there's definitely a lot of counters that maybe want to make you a little reluctant to bring that flying bird.
So interestingly, Skarmory is one of the few Pokemon in the meta that resists flying type damage. I've actually swapped Skarmory in before to catch a Brave Bird from Talonflame. Let's see if we see any of that play. I can't see Shadow Skarmory in the backlines. Instead, we've got Malamar against Dunsparce.
Now, going for those superpowers are going to be the more effective attack, but it is going to lower your own attack and defense. Not surprised to see the Dunsparce throwing their attack first at this range while just continuing to gain up a ton of energy on Harjeff's side. We're going to go ahead and see a little bit more superpowers basically loaded up and trying to catch under the Azumarill. A great swap here, but now counter swapped by Azumarill of their own. We're going for an Azumarill mirror match. We might be here for a while.
This is a really interesting play from Swagron, because that Ariados in the back, if Swagron could have aligned that Pokemon against Harjeff's Azumarill, that would have been a great position for him. Instead, as we can see, the Dunsparce in the back does have a very good matchup against Ariados. I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Going for that play rough here. It is the heavier hitting attack, but it's not going to do so much to the Azumarill. Azumarill right now, they're just swaying back and forth. They're hopping into battle. Meanwhile, just getting a ton of energy on Swagron's side, throwing a play rough of his own.
Now, the other thing to remember is that Harjeff has nearly 100 energy on that Malamar in the back. You don't want to use it against the fairy type Azumarill, but you definitely do want to use it against either Dunsparce or Ariados.
Play rough 2 coming through here for Harjeff's side, and still no Protect Shields used on Swagron's, just gaining still a ton of energy. And now you see a quick pivot back out into that Dunsparce, just getting a little more energy and forcing the Malamar to make a move.
This superpower correctly shielded by Swagron, this would do the most damage. After you throw superpower, your attack and your defense are debuffed, and there is now a throw on charge attack priority. By correctly shielding this superpower, this drill run would definitely knock out the Malamar.
Gonna go ahead and put up that shield because the button was already pressed. Now it's Harjeff's turn to decide, okay, I'm double debuffed here. Do I also want to give a shield to this scenario? Absolutely not. Letting that Malamar go down, and now we're gonna have to see what will come in. Dunsparce has such a great matchup against Ariados in the back, but we'll have to see how much chip damage it's going to take because there's already a drill run coming through.
Harjeff has 2 shields available. It's up to him to decide when is the most efficient time for him to use them. The first drill run lands, but the problem is that Swagron's Dunsparce is not yet in drill run range. Swagron is now throwing his own, but he loses charge attack priority to Harjeff. That is critical information for these players, potentially in the upcoming games.
Yeah, definitely going to bank that information for later and going to throw that drill run now, wants to optimize the opportunities that are given to him here. Swagron going ahead, getting that shield off of Harjeff here because he wants to make sure his Dunsparce is okay. He wants to see what that third Pokemon is, and that Dunsparce on Swagron's side is getting awfully low. In comes the Ariados.
An interesting swap there from Swagron. He's now going to take a Rock Slide, and Harjeff's Dunsparce is absolutely loaded. 2 Rock Slides will be enough, and there's no way that Swagron can protect the Ariados. He's run out of shields.
No shields to go. Rock goes ahead and definitely beats Spider in this scenario here. Rock Slide connects, down it goes. That was a fully healthy Pokemon, not completely out here. There's still a shield left on Harjeff's side, but a drill run now coming through.
Swagron's Dunsparce is in rollout range. Harjeff looks very, very comfortable here. Still got health on that Azumarill in the back. He's going to take this. He's also got a shield available. He's going to roll out this down and look to land an attack and then pivot into his own Azumarill.
Dunsparce at the drill run, at the charge attack priority as well. No Protect Shields remaining. It's getting going. It's all the bubbles being swiped, and it's basically game 1. But guess what? There's an Ice Beam coming through.
There is an Ice Beam coming through. Harjeff is going to shield this up and roll out down. He's smiling. The crowd is cheering. This is a great start to the first game of their losers round 1.
You can hear the crowd going wild as Harjeff, our last LAIC champion, takes the game.
That was a big, big victory. They're writing some notes. It's always that question. What exactly are you writing? I tend to write down what were the lines that my opponent brought, and then you try and predict what leads you might see in game number 2. We will probably see adjustment from both of these players. I don't know if you can hear the crowd at home. I can definitely hear them from back here. This support is immense.
This is going to be a really impactful moment. If Harjeff ends up winning this game, he will be able to continue on the loser side of the bracket. Let's go ahead and look at the accomplishments of this trainer. Just this season, he was the Joinville Regional Champion. Not only that, last season, LAIC Champion, Curitiba Brazil Champion, without dropping a single game. This man knows how to tap.
This man has won too much, but he has no intention of stopping. LAIC, he's done it before, he wants to do it again. LNDS Harjeff is our reigning champion here. He's going to try and lock in, get through this losers round. He knows that he could go all the way, even from the loser side of the bracket.
He said it a couple times. We watched him on the LAIC preview show where he had a chance to be interviewed, by the different hosts there, and he was saying that he loves the support that he feels from his fans and friends at home. But Swagron has so many fans and friends at home as well. I think they're all reaching out their arms and they're saying, Swagron, I give you my energy. They want him to stay in this tournament. They want to see him take a point off of this champion.
The confidence that you can get from this kind of support can do so much. It is, of course, really nervous being up there, knowing you are being watched by the world, and all of these players trying to do their utmost to play as optimally as possible, but also trying to beat the incredible opponents that they see themselves sat opposite against.
Now, these two trainers are on that loser side. These are big, big moments, and we are entering the big, big field here of game number 2. We have the Malamar against the Talonflame. Now, depending on the attack of the Malamar, there is a potential. You can see how much damage those side waves are doing to be able to knock it out.
This can be a really close matchup. Malamar might be able to win the one shield scenario, but it is a very risky play if you try to do that. Shiny Talonflame coming through with the fly first. It is going shielded.
Going ahead, just gaining a ton of energy, basically almost at 100% here. Does Swagron want to use the shield on Talonflame? Looks like he does. He's gaining a ton of energy with these incinerates, and he wants to be able to put forth some more damage or be able to at least take another shield. Trying to swap, but here's the thing. Incinerate is a 5-turn attack. That damage is still going through, and the foul play is going to be launched.
Swagron wants to preserve this Talonflame. He knows how much damage it can output. He's already clicked the fly, which means as soon as the energy is reached after the incinerate, it will come through. Harjeff knows that Malamar has a lot more to do as well. He's going to shield this up. Can he reach an attack before the next fly? He won't even find out. Swagron's going straight into a Azumarill. Oh no, it's met by Superior.
Superior comes into the fray here, and Ice Beam will be loaded first. It's not enough to knock out the Superior, but Frenzy Plant will do a lot of damage to the Azumarill afterwards.
Ice Beam landing takes the Superior into yellow. Look how much you're able to farm. Now you're going to throw this Frenzy Plant. It's going to do a massive amount of damage. Such a great attack and super effective.
It's a Community Day attack on this Superior. It's super effective here, and it's going to let him farm up even more. I like this play. He knows that he can't farm it down. Has to throw this Aerial Ace on charge attack priority to not take another Ice Beam, because guess what? No shields remaining. Going to have to use optimal counting instead.
The thing is, if you can survive from here, then Talonflame would have been able to do a full farm down. It could be close to an Aerial Ace range. Swagron doesn't want to risk it. Going to throw the attack, get this Superior off the field.
Going ahead and doing that, there, remember there is a foul play already loaded on the Malamar. Not even necessary, says Harjeff, as it comes in with the Dunsparce, but Dunsparce has met one of its more hard counters here in that Gastrodon.
Suddenly, the crowd goes quiet. Crowd, where have you gone? This is a great position for Swagron to be in. Shields down Gastrodon against the Dunsparce, very, very strong. You're resisting the rollout, and you have access to Earth Power, which you cannot shield. This will do heavy damage. It also has the chance to debuff.
Earth Power will connect with that Dunsparce. There's not much Dunsparce can do, but it has put the Gastrodon in a pretty low range, and I think that's exactly what Harjeff was hoping for here. Foul play is going to connect. This Malamar is desperately low, desperately hoping that this is enough to knock the Gastrodon off the field.
Oh, this is so close, and it looks like Harjeff might have it. The Malamar takes down the Gastrodon. Talonflame comes in. Malamar's going to throw the foul play. The crowd is getting hyped. Harjeff is getting hyped. Foul play about to land.
Foul play lands onto the Talonflame. Talonflame falls from the sky. Harjeff, he jumps spear.
What a way to pivot around Malamar, showing just how flexible a Pokemon it is. Harjev is over the moon. Swagron nods his head. He knows how incredible his opponent was and incredible Harjev played.
Harjev kept his cool through the scenarios. I think a lot of times when you see a Dunsparce against a Gastrodon, you're kind of like, well, no. But at that point, he knew, I have so much energy on that Malamar. I just need to get that Gastrodon down to a low enough position where I can take it out, and then I can just take out that Talonflame after. Played to perfection on the side of Harjev.
I really wonder if you'd not thrown the Fly into the Superior, committed to the Incinerates. If you need to take an Aerial Ace from that Superior, so be it. But by throwing that energy, the Talonflame almost became useless. You were too far away, too slow to be away from a Fly and another attack, and it was just almost too easy for Malamar in the end. But maybe that's the skill, right? Harjev makes everything look just so easy.
The big problem with Talonflame, although people love to use it, is the fact that it's a 5-turn fast attack, and you saw, you knew exactly, Swagger knew exactly what Harjev was going to do, but there's nothing he could do to stop it at the beginning. He was trying to catch an attack on the Azumarill, but the Incinerate animation was still going through on the screen.
Incinerate can be so hit and miss. Sometimes if you can make a catch and sneak an Incinerate through, it can be so huge for you, so much energy gain, so much damage delivered, but then at other times in the game, especially when you're up against a Malamar that's so flexible with the one-turn attack Psywave, Incinerate can feel clunky.
Yeah, I would agree. And while we're on the subject of Talonflame, because we were kind of talking about it before the players started, you said you actually swapped in a Skarmory to a Talonflame because you know that it resists flying attacks. But Tomahawk, it's a fire-type Pokemon. Why would it not be running a fire-type charge attack?
Okay, so here's something that is very interesting that I talk about a lot, and that is energy efficiency. So when you count the number of Incinerates needed for a Fly, the number of Incinerates needed for a Brave Bird, you can actually reach both of those attacks together when you bank at 100 energy. Okay. That opportunity is massive for Talonflame players, and because Fly is unresisted, why not run both? One that will hit hard but debuff, and one that's much cheaper and can do a lot of damage still.
In previous seasons, Flame Charge was one of the options that the Talonflames like to use, but this season, nowhere to be found. I completely agree with you. Skarmory doesn't seem so horrible into it. Let us know what you think in the chat. Are you impressed with how Talonflame is this season with those double flying attacks? Do you miss Flame Charge? Do you, at home, well, go ahead. Why don't you go ahead and put it in a social post? Tag us, let us know.
We've had some pretty good social
posts. We've had some amazing social posts.
Some of the ones that we've had through today, I've been very impressed with. Some really cool art. We've even had some baking as well. This is the art. Look at this. Life Giving. A massive shout out to Life Giving for posting this. This artwork is a... of the cooking segment that Butters and I did with Inadequates as well. I think this is really something special.
I posted underneath it, I said, I have never been more sad to not have been in a segment, because look at this artwork. It's so beautiful. It encompasses everything you guys were talking about. Not only the cooking, but the different type of Pokemon that are used, and also Tomahawk's gross addition of those eggshells to the batter.
And they made my arms look so big. Wow, I couldn't thank them enough.
I think you paid them to make those arms look big.
And now we've got another one here from Willow. They're here at this event, taking pictures here in LAIC, and you should be here too, because these events are massive. Thank you to the tech team that's asking me to read in Portuguese. I'm not going to be able to do it, but I can read this one in English. Celebrating the first day of hashtag Pokemon LAIC with some high-level football and barbecue with family and friends from hashtag Play Pokemon. Look at all of these Lindos players together. They had so much fun last night. Some of them were very thirsty, but all of them are still here today.
We saw earlier on, if you see LNDS on any of the Pokemon trainers' names, they are part of this team, the Lindos. And look at all of those jerseys, a big group gathering of friends, of teammates coming together in Sao Paulo for the LAIC.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I cannot wait to spend more time with the people here. We've talked about the atmosphere so much already this weekend, and I think, I'm going to be honest, this could be the best crowd I have ever experienced at any Play Pokemon event so far. If you are in NA, EU, or Oceania, you need to take note, because these LATAM fans, they are massive.
not only that, you can hear the crowds. They're different cheers for different players. It's not like a generic same cheer for every single person who comes up. Everyone has a unique little flair. I said it yesterday. I have to say it again because I was just loving it so much. I was walking through the crowd talking with some people, and the Lindos saw me, and they made up a cheer especially for me as I was walking by, and I wanted to put on shades. I was like, this could be my new theme song.
That's really cute. That is really cute. And that is so nice to hear that all of these players have so many people rooting for them. There is still so much more to come in this event. These players need support. They need your support from home as well. Let us know in chat who you are rooting for. These players will see it. We will see it. And if you've got more social posts as well, make sure to get them posted.
Now, we're talking about LNDS trainers. We have another one up on the stage, this time playing against Ashton Ash, who we saw as a second place at North American International Championships, still in the loser side of the bracket. We did see him lose on earlier today, so it'll be interesting to see who will be able to go on, because we haven't seen yalVictor play yet, but a lot of players are fearful of him and know his name.
This is yalVictor, and he will want to show the world just what he is made of. One of the best Go Battle League players we have ever seen, so frequently #1 on the Go Battle League leaderboard. He also wants to be #1 in the Play Pokemon circuit. This is his opportunity. He's against a great player in Ashton Ash. Who will come out victorious?
He doesn't have the opportunity to play in many tournaments, so very anxious to see how these two trainers want to play up against each other. We're getting started in game #1 here. We got an Azumarill against an Alolan Sandslash.
Alolan Sandslash. This Pokemon will be running Powder Snow. That is resisted by the Water-type Azumarill. However, both of Azumarill's charge attacks, Ice Beam and Play Rough, are also resisted by the Steel type of Alolan Sandslash.
Going ahead and throwing that Drill Run, it is the heavier hitting attack, but since it's not a Shadow, it's not going to be having quite as much power behind it. Azumarill still easily in the green at this moment and almost up to 100 energy. Throwing this Play Rough because it is going to be the heavier hitting attack.
Yeah, Play Rough, typically more effective in neutral matchups, but even more so here because Alolan Sandslash, as an Ice type as well, double resists Ice Beam.
Going ahead, throwing that second Drill Run. I don't know, if you're these players, are you content to play out this first portion of the matchup, or do you think we're going to see a swap out at some point here with all this energy?
It's a very interesting one because this Steel type, you cannot farm it down with Poison Sting with the Shadow Drapion. You also cannot Ice Shard down it with Dugong. I would be very surprised if yalVictor switches out. Ashton Ash will do instead. It's going to be met by the Shadow Drapion, but we always know Feraligatr with any energy advantage is extremely scary.
Yeah, Drapion knows it as well, putting up that Protect Shield, saying, I just came into the matchup, I need a Miller. Okay, don't throw an attack at me quite yet. Okay, now I'm ready. I'm out of courage. Going up to basically 100 energy and going for the bait. The real question is, will Ashton Ash know this is a bait? Will he use one of his Protect Shields in this moment? He has a few seconds left to survive. Wow, calling it here.
What a massive call from Ashton Ash, recognizing that yalVictor was relying on the bait to catch up on energy, makes that call, reaches another Hydro Cannon. yalVictor nods. He goes, wow, what a great call.
Great call. Deserves a second shield at that point. Going up and going for another. Says, hey, if first you don't succeed, try again. But at this range, a bait is still enough to knock it out. Ashton Ash knows it as well. Has to put up his own Protect Shield and a quick pivot.
And what a catch from yalVictor. He's been counting as well. Ashton Ash had the next Hydro Cannon. He had to throw because yalVictor also had an Aqua Tail banked. yalVictor goes, go on then, throw it. This Dugong can tank it easy. It's being met by a Superior, and yalVictor doesn't have any shields.
No shields left, and the Icy Wind is able to connect. That will make whatever attack throw a little bit less damage, but it's still going to do a nice chunk, and Dugong is basically at half health here. No Protect Shields, going up a little bit more on Ashton Ash's side, and I think we're going to see him throw right before next attack is loaded.
Debuff me, I dare you, says Ashton Ash. This Frenzy Plant is still going to hit so hard. Super effective Grass-type damage, and Dugong goes down.
At this point, too, yes, definitely want to come back in with a Drapion because there's not going to be too much that Azumarill wants to face in the back with this. This Aerial Ace would not be quite enough to knock out. We'll have to see how they want to play it out. There's still a ton of energy on the side of that Drapion.
The problem is this Drapion could sweep because it has a massive amount of energy, and Ashton Ash does not have any Pokemon that can sponge it. He does have one shield. He might need more. The Drill Run is coming through.
Going ahead and throwing it immediately. Ashton Ash says, get out of here with that energy. I don't want to see it at all. There's still a little bit left on the Azumarill. Can it go and bubble through both of these Pokemon in the back? There's still a shield left, but Azumarill might not even get to an attack.
This is going to be so close. Bubble
is resisted, Shadow Claw isn't, but Azumarill has a ton of health. Can you reach the attack? Can you get the knockout through the shield? I don't think this is 1 HP.
If this is 1 HP, the Feraligatr will go down because 1 goes through. If it's not, the Feraligatr hangs on to go for the Hydro Cannon, and it takes out the Azumarill.
Feed me, says Feraligatr, takes down the Azumarill. Ashton-Ash wins game 1.
Drop in with all that energy negated by the Alolan Sand Slash, throwing the Drill Run. Ashton-Ash manages to take that victory from the jaws of defeat with the jaws of his own Feraligatr.
What a brilliant display from Ashton-Ash, showing that his run at NAIC was no fluke. He goes again, 1 more win away from victory.
And also using a unique team composition. We talked about how there's not as many Primeapes or Annihilapes in this meta. Ashton-Ash says, wait a minute, guys, have you seen my team? I'm definitely still in this tournament, and he's definitely a player that you should be watching.
I wonder whether Victor could have thrown an attack with the Shadow Drapion onto the Alolan Sandslash. If he had then won charge attack priority, he could have drawn a shield from Ashton-Ash. It might be the case that he knows that he's unlikely to win that and so didn't bother, but maybe something to think about going into game 2.
That was such a remarkable game. We just have to focus on the end portion of this game, because if there was just 1 HP left on that Feraligatr, it would have been able to be knocked out through that shield. Every time a shield goes up, still 1 damage goes through.
Whoever designed that graphic for 1 HP in a dream, this was the moment to use it. That very much was a sliver of health. You saw Ashton-Ash cross his fingers. Please don't take me out through the shield.
And
we know that shields only reduce damage to 1, not to 0. They still do 1 HP of damage.
And I think everyone, now you can hear how loud the crowd is, but everyone was waiting with bated breath to see if that Feraligatr was going to hold on, because the energy was there, and then the crowd went absolutely wild.
The crowd went wild, and Ashton-Ash is going to look to go wild in this game number 2. The players have locked in. We have a Primeape against a Shadow Drapion. This is a great lead for the fighting type.
Now he's going to be able to go energy so quickly as well. The real question is, does he want to go for that Rage Fist? It's going to go ahead and boost its attack here. It's going to take this Aqua Tail. It knows that even though it's a rather frail Pokemon for the Great League, it can take this attack before it does anything else. But look how low that has gotten him.
Going straight for this close combat. If it goes shielded, I wouldn't be surprised if Ashton-Ash switches out and tries to preserve the Primeape for later. We can see a Dugong in the back. Primeape can have a ton of play. No, he's going to stay in and go for that next close combat, but it's going to go caught. Victor says, okay, you can play well game 1, watch me in game 2.
I tell you what, Victor has had some really nice catches in game 1 and game 2, both taking this not very effective damage onto Pokemon. In comes a Feraligatr, 2 of the most popular Pokemon here in the max out meta in LAIC. A Hydro Cannon already loaded. Azumarill saying, give me a minute to catch up here, I beg of you.
Ashton-Ash with that Shadow Feraligatr, showing what it could do in game 1. Victor is going for this bait. This player knows no limit. He knows his opponent's going to shield. Why not save as much energy as possible? Ashton-Ash goes, okay, well, I was going to shield anyway. It's still safe. Let me take out Azumarill before it reaches its next attack.
Going ahead, throwing at the charge attack priority, potential for that next Ice Spin. Gonna go ahead, get that Azumarill out of the way, and Feraligatr still has energy to boot. Now it's Victor's deciding, what should I bring into this? I'm going to go ahead and guess it's probably the Dugong.
It could well be, but then it's difficult to take out this Feraligatr before it gets to probably three Hydro Cannons. This could be a ton of damage, but you cannot afford to take them on your Shadow Drapion.
One of the biggest deals here, too, is one of Dugong's hardest counters in that team. That Primeape is basically done. It doesn't have very much health left. It doesn't have any energy left. So at this point, it can only be used as a sacrificial swap. A combination play here, coming in with that Drapion and now getting that shield off of Ash's side. And I think that this time Joao has his fingers crossed, hoping for that crunch debuff. And he gets it.
He does get it, and I really like this play from Victor because that Dugong is going to have a ton of play against Clodsire in the back. Shadow Drapion has energy that Victor does not want to lose. He's going to shield up, met by a Clodsire, but these Aqua Tails are super effective, and Clodsire will need to throw an attack to take the Drapion down.
Yeah, not only that, this Drapion is going to be able to throw, but this Clodsire is on Stone Edge, so it is going to be able to hit back hard against the Dugong. I think Joao Victor needs to get it as low as possible and hope that he needs to be able to not get enough energy on the Clodsire to get out the dugong. We got another Aqua Tail coming through.
The thing is, these Aqua Tails are doing a ton. You're going to need to throw before the next Aqua Tail. You're actually going to catch the Stone Edge onto the dugong. I'm not sure if this is going to be enough to take out. The dugong might be able to close this game.
Going ahead and catching a super effective attack, but he's still got a plan in mind here. He's saying, okay, I can still get to an attack. Going for the drill run here. A little bit heavier hitting, wants to get that Clodsire out of the way, but look at this, an undercharge here, hoping to get maybe another Ice Shard damage, but no, it still goes down.
Feraligator's going to get the farm down. We know what Feraligator can do with a farm down, and Yao Victor recognizes that he might have given a win opportunity to his opponent. Feraligator reaches the Hydro Cannon. Ash nods his head. He knows how important this is.
Feraligator coming up from the swamp in game 1. Game number 2, another Hydro Cannon. Ash succeeding in this battle, and he is moving on the loser side of this bracket.
Ashton Ash and his Shadow Feraligator proceed on the loser side of the bracket. What a performance!
We made a little small rap about him at NAIC about Ash and Ash, Alolan Sandslash. I think we're going to have to now change the rhyme somehow to fit in Feraligator, because that Pokemon was definitely his most valuable Pokemon in that game.
There were so many points in that game that you thought Yao Victor might have the advantage here. You had a Dugong available for that Clodsire in the back, and if only Shadow Drapion was able to take down that Feraligator, things could have gone so differently. Huge round of applause for Ash and Ash from the crowd, and I can't blame them.
Yao Victor did almost everything perfectly when he was playing as well. He was catching not very effective attacks on his Pokemon. He was getting a lot of energy advantage, but Ash and Ash was just playing to perfection. He had a team composition, and he's like, you know what? I know exactly how to use it here. I just need to be able to get to that Hydro Cannon, and I can take out anything that's left on the team.
I think Shadow Feraligator has been the Pokemon of this weekend. We have seen so many players take full advantage of it, and Yao Victor, unfortunately, on the receiving end this time. Azumarill resisting these Hydro Cannons, it makes no difference. Look at that damage output.
It's so annoying to me. If I was going to beat Yao Victor in this thing, I have an Azumarill on my team. I have a Dugong on my team, and this is Shadow Feraligator, which doesn't have a great attack against either of these, and yet somehow it keeps pulling through. It keeps knocking out all of those Pokemon, and it keeps winning him the game.
And I think the question is, when you catch that Stone Edge on that Dugong, you are taking super effective Rock-type damage on your Ice-type. Wouldn't it have been much nicer to take the Feraligator damage on that Dugong, resisting those Hydro Cannons? That might be something that Yao Victor thinks about, but he has done so well. He's got plenty of championship points, and I really hope we see more from him in the Play Pokemon circuit this season.
Perhaps he was thinking maybe he's going to throw an Earthquake because it is more effective and I can catch it on the Dugong, but unfortunately for him it was at a range where Stone Edge would be enough. Ash and Ash knew it, we all knew it, but you got to try to play to any possible win conditions that you could have. Yao Victor was really hoping to take that game. He had a lot of really nice plays catching that close combat early on, but unfortunately for him, Ash and that Shadow Feraligator were just too fast.
You could almost see the cogs whirring as Yao Victor caught the attack, and as he clicked that drill run, he recognized, hold on a minute, I'm not going to reach another attack against this Feraligator. Maybe I need to undercharge. But Drill Run is such a good attack. It's super effective against Clodsire. Even an undercharge wasn't enough. The Clodsire goes down. The Feraligator comes in. Ashton Ash starts nodding. Yao Victor's head starts to drop, and the game closes out.
Now, that was really great. We saw earlier on in the game that there was really different strategies being played. There's strategies being played all around this Pokemon venue. We saw a hide-and-seeks game with Spraggles a little bit earlier on. We've seen some bobble tossing with Butters, and also there's one that I don't know if you saw it before with Martine that I thought was pretty darn funny.
Well, there are lots of times when I'm using Pangoro and I'm there fishing for a boost. Martine's going to be fishing for something else very soon. Enjoy this next little segment.
We're here at the 2025 Latin America International Championship, and we are here to do a fishing contest. We have a competitor from Pokemon Unite, and we have a competitor from Pokemon Go, and we're going to see who can get the most fish in 60 seconds. I have Zoinks here with me, hyping up the matchup as well. Trainers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, so we got both of our players going for these tatsugiris. Now, important to note, these fishing rods, not stable. So a lot is going to be in the field.
He's getting close.
Yeah.
He's getting close. Roger's getting close.
Harjeff almost going for. By the way, our players, we have Shuze Mello and Harjeff going for these tatsugiri currently. Very close. No one has a single one yet.
Oh man, look at that. The Uso just swing. Almost. Just barely not the corner. Can he get the fish?
Unbelievable. These tatsugiris, they often don't bite. If you read
that's
one.
You got it.
That is one. All right. I
is...
think we got more time on the clock. We still got time for Pokemon Unite to pick up a tatsugiri. Come on, Mello.
Let's see if Unite can pick up their fishing skills. This is definitely not as easy as tapping as it is in Go, I'll say that. And he got the second fish.
All right, Mello, get back in the fish. No. Go on, Mello, you got this. At least one tatsugiri for the Unite crew. This time, I like the play of taking the opposing side's tatsugiri.
Yeah,
very aggressive.
It really throws each other off. Oh!
All right, with that is time. And unfortunately, we know without a shadow of a doubt that Pokemon Go players are better at fishing than Pokemon Unite players. Congratulations to Harjeff. Hope you all enjoyed that. Let's go back to the Pokemon Unite action and Pokemon Go action at LAIC.
Let's go! Another day, another moment you can't waste, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads.
It's gonna be taken by Feraligatr.
Restart on that UE act.
He found it.
it.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
My name is Marto Galde and I'm from Argentina. If I won the World Championship, I will call my family. They would be so proud of me. It would be unbelievable. My favorite Pokemon changes from time to time. Right now, I like Grookey a lot. It's my favorite starter, and I haven't even played the Galar game. The furthest I ever traveled to a Pokemon tournament was Worlds 2022 in London. The experience for me was mind-blowing because I got 5th in the world, and it was not something I didn't expect, and it made me so happy. In this moment, I look up to Colin 6 a lot because I feel like he's one of the best players in the world, if not the best, and I feel like he's way ahead of a lot of players. So I like to stay up a little late. Sometimes when you play video games, it is like that. So when I'm competing, I like to eat healthy stuff because if not, the stomach might be a bit bad. But my favorite food is burgers. I don't recommend to eat them in a tournament though. It would probably be Grookey. It's just so fun and goofy. I love it.
All right, welcome back to the official broadcast of the 2025 LAIC stream. We're doing fishing. I mean, Pokemon Go here. Although Pokemon Go players are good at fishing, apparently. We saw Harjeff just win in a competition against a Unite player. And now we're heading back into the battles. We're going into losers round 3.
Yeah, we can already hear the crowd here. Of course, we have some trainers that have dropped down, like Nighttime Clasher was so dominant day number 1. Dominant early on in day number 2 as well, is on the loser side of the bracket. And talk about a trainer that can be dominant on the loser side of the bracket. He is facing the CTU. The CTU won 18 straight games in a row on the loser side of the bracket at the World Championships. Do you know who he lost to?
Tell me.
I actually know his name. It's an Inadequacy. Inadequacy was the trainer.
It's Inadequacy. It's not me.
Inadequacy, yeah. Inadequacy was able to 2-0 the CTU when he was absolutely on fire. That was super impressive, but Nighttime Clasher is looking to do the exact same thing. Any advice?
Well, the CTU is again on a tear. He dropped pretty early on in tournament, made his way again through that loose bracket. The way to defeat him is to I don't remember what I did. I guess I just had the calls right. Make the calls right, have the right Pokemon on the right Pokemon throw the correct charge attacks, put the correct protect shields up. That is how you win. The C2U can be an absolute threat when he's locked in. I think I got away, honestly, at Worlds.
Yeah, I don't know. You were the runner-up, so you got lucky a lot of times to do that. But that is our next matchup. The Nighttime Clasher versus the C2U. Two trainers that have competed against each other in the North American circuit. One trainer that is running a team that has been very popular, but that team has now lost all of its battles on the loser side recently. Of course, with Colin that we just saw Mardo shout out in that video saying that he thinks he is the best trainer on the planet. Mardo was able to defeat him. Let's actually look at how the loser side has been going. To update you here, the C2U was able to take out Lyle's Jeff, which is a huge win to start out day number 2.
Yeah, he has come a long way. Lyle Jeff's a staple name in the North American or international competition, and then managed to defeat Desync with the Primeape, Shadow, Sableye, and the Abomasnow. Yeah, and Nighttime Clasher dropped early on, but managed to defeat Elche. I remember Elche very well, who defeated me with 5 Pokemon at the 2023 World Championships. And yeah, Nighttime Clasher, obviously a formidable opponent. What I know about the C2U as well, he loves Clodsire. I bet no one was as excited as him when Clodsire became absolute meta. And it's only Clodsire business.
Let's talk about how Nighttime Clasher got down to that loser's side of the bracket, because he started out early on against Marto Gaude. Marto saying he had a bad matchup, but that didn't work out. Nighttime Clasher got pushed on down. Of course, Marto went through Nighttime Clasher, went through Doombug, went through Colin. I mean, what a gauntlet to start day number 2. And of course, he is going to be in your winners finals versus a teammate at 7-Eleven Gaming in Richie.
Is saying you have a bad matchup the code word to win?
Yeah, I think he is doing the reverse jinx, or he just has some sort of routine where he likes to say that and then it works out in his favor. But hey, you can't blame him. It's been working all season, and can it work for one of these trainers coming up next? Because the C2U was able to take out, I believe, a local in Lyle Jeffs as well. I think they do practice against each other in local tournaments, so maybe got a little upper hand there. Is up against a tough force in Nighttime Clasher with that team that Colin is running as well, also out of pocket. It is a super strong team. It's going to be really hard to defeat.
Hilarion Moltres has been an absolute staple from Nighttime Clasher, from out of pocket, from Colin. All these trainers have gotten so far already and trying to continue their run here. If you didn't have incentive yet to use your daily adventure instead, look, this Galarian Moltres is a must-have at this point.
Oh no, it really is. And really the trainers able to stop it so far have been those trainers with the ice type, like the Alolan Sandslash. I mean, you wouldn't really think that the best core in the meta right now would be Alolan Sandslash and a Jumpluff core. That is a groundbreaking core. Speaking of groundbreaking, we do have an event coming up with the Dynamax Drillbur, and of course, your chance at shinies in the wild.
Shiny Pokemon, but also the Dynamax Drillbur. This is your one chance to get that, and you're gonna need it as well, because next week we'll have the Go Wild area, and that features Toxtricity. Toxtricity is double weak to ground-type Pokemon. Look at that! Drillbur, groundbreaking, is a ground-type Pokemon. It evolves into Excadrill, also a ground-type Pokemon.
Yeah, you're gonna want to take advantage of those Pokemon. Ground-type seem to be really strong right now, of course, because Poison is so strong, but we're going to see which one of these two trainers is the strongest between Nighttime Clasher and the C2U. Canadian, I believe, versus... Oh, actually, no, sorry. Both from the United States here. The C2U... Actually, I got that wrong. Not a Lyle Jeffs local. I got my story all wrong. It's a Caleb Payne local. It's a local
from the West Coast.
Yeah, from the West Coast. Excuse me. Caleb is the one who battles against him all the time. He has been playing really well recently, of course, at his last international stage, winning 18 in a row, only getting stopped by my co-caster here.
And see if he can pull it off again with an interesting team. We saw the Mandibuzz and the Double Sire, the goofy team of Clodsire, Quagsire, but they actually pair quite well currently in this meta. So, curious to see how Nighttime Clasher is going to tackle that. The Galarian Moltres obviously pairs well into those, but there's again that top use Pokemon Azumarill on the team of the C2U.
Yeah, and it feels like that Mandibuzz from the CTU is looking pretty safe against everything but the Azumarill. Of course, you don't really want to face that Galarian Moltres, and I feel like that is why Galarian Moltres can be stronger in this meta, because in that mirror matchup, you have the super effective damage on that Ancient Power, and I want to see the attacks here. Is this going to be a Snarl, or is it going to be an Air Slash? It is going to be a Snarl, Mandibuzz, for the CTU.
It is Snarl. I think Air Slash would have a lot of play in this meta, just dealing neutral damage into Pokemon like Galarian Moltres and even into Azumarill. Looks like both players are locked in. We're going to have Nighttime Clash versus the C2U. We have the Azumarill into the Shadow Quagsire.
And Shadow Quagsire is a Pokemon that we have seen on the fringes here in the meta. Some trainers get it all the way up into the grand finals. It has worse pacing now because of the nerf to Mudshot, but because of its typing and because of its rock type coverage, as you see here, throwing into the Azumarill, and Nighttime Clasher's looking around a bit. Did he just get a bubble through there?
I actually want to point out that now that Mudshot does more damage, two Stone Edge get really close to knock out. Might even be able to knock out, but he makes the catch here on the Azumarill.
And able to get a bubble through as well. And how many times have we seen the bunny swap in to catch the play rough from another Azumarill here? And there isn't a clear answer, so maybe you're just going to bank up this energy, maybe swap into your own Clodsire. You have Shadow Feraligatr in the back. This is a very common line that we've seen all tournament long. One poison type in double water, and here comes the Clodsire to soak these ice beams.
The C2U just waiting for the Nighttime Clasher to attempt a catch. He almost caught that player on the Clodsire, but the C2U was patient and now has all the Ice Beam in the world to get off on this Clodsire. We just see two Pokemon only taking damage here.
Yeah, and the super effective Ice Beam is not enough in this situation, most likely to take out the Clodsire. So Nighttime Clasher, you know he doesn't want to use his Protect Shields. This is a trainer that saves his Protect Shields for the last opportunity, and he usually saves it for that Shadow Feraligatr. Look what he has in the back. He has that Shadow Feraligatr. He has two Protect Shields. He has the Protect Shield advantage. He's just going to try to line it up, but this is actually a great swap in by the CTU to get that full Mudshot down.
The full Mudshot down, and neither of your Pokemon want to take the Charge Sticks. Luckily, as Nighttime Clash, you do have a shield advantage, so this is still a very even matchup. And if we look at the back line, these Pokemon don't like to take grass type attacks either, but in comes the Feraligatr, and this is a bait on the Aqua Tail. Is Nighttime Clash going to call? He's been very gutsy with all those calls, and he's not...
He never uses them. He calls the Aqua Tail bait. That's not very effective. You know he's going to save those shields, and what a call there by Nighttime Clasher. It's another Aqua Tail bait, but this Aqua Tail will almost knock out. Will Nighttime Clasher finally be forced to use a Protect Shield or really double down? No, he does use that Protect Shield.
If it doesn't work once, you do it twice. This time, the second time it did work. Going for the Charge Attack priority. Nighttime Clash doesn't even want to take an Aqua Tail at this point because Shadow Feraligatr is so fragile that even that Aqua Tail would almost knock it out.
And the clunky part here for the CTU is the fact that Area Dose can't really Poison Sting down, you can't Bubble down, so you're in a weird opportunity because the Feraligatr has extra energy. It feels like the CTU was just trying to soak, and it looks like Nighttime Clasher was trying to swap on a Play Rough, but instead, the CTU is going to swap on a Play Rough and catch it resisted into Area Dose.
These players are just dancing around the spider season. Ariados is back, and it's going to take out the bunnies. I didn't know spiders hunt on bunnies, but here we go.
Yeah, and the Ice Beam is not going to be enough to knock out, but if you let this go, maybe you will get knocked out by Shadow Claws. That's a tough decision here. The CTU lets it go. You need to get to a lot of charge attacks here because you need to knock out the Azumarill. I don't know if you can do it with Poison Sting, and look at the CTU. He knows he's up against it. He has to throw the Trailblaze. Do you just shield to get the bubble through here?
I think that this will actually hang on 1 HP. The Ariados, he doesn't put up the Protect Shield. Nighttime Clash does not want to take the risk and just going to farm down with that Shadow Feraligatr, but this is not a charge stack. This is the launch. This will debuff the Feraligatr. Can this Feraligatr close out? There's still an Azumarill from the C2U in the back.
And you obviously have to shield if you're Nighttime Clasher there. That is your last Pokemon, and this is going to be the combo play, using that last Protect Shield of the game, having that Play Rough that you stored on that swap out to the Ariados, and the CTU takes a 1-0 advantage.
CU, Azumarill takes out Feraligatr. That's a great matchup played by both of these trainers, using his goofy Quagsire, taking the victory there. He's still locked in. He's still locked in, and he's been looking to continue that loser bracket run.
I mean, he is really hard to beat on the loser side of the bracket. A lot of trainers have found that out the hard way. The CTU able to take that game. Looks like they are talking to the judges a little bit, but let's look at the replay. The Shadow Quagsire was able to get an early, and actually that was the first Play Rough of the game that he swapped on. He swapped on multiple Play Roughs, was able to get that key farm down. That was huge to get the energy advantage.
Absolutely, and here we see the Hadouken taking out after the CTU baited a shield on it. And there we see that other catch you were talking about on the Ariados. This is resisted, a tremendous catch. Now, if this was day one, the C2U. At the C1U maybe, that maybe would have worked, but the C2U is in top form here, and he's 1-0 up against Nighttime Clasher. How are these players going to adapt? Nighttime Clasher really hanging on to these water-type Pokemon, but that really makes it prone to the Ariados with the Turtle Blaze coverage.
Yeah, and I like the way that CTU played against Nighttime Clasher, knowing his opponent doesn't really want to use those Protect Shields and often wants to swap in. He could have got swapped on his own play rough. He was the patient one, and then he swapped out. And looks like they are going to have no review here going into this game number 2. They are searching for their next Pokemon. But yeah, like you mentioned, this is win or go home. Nighttime Clasher has to come back here, or else his day in Sao Paulo is over.
I really like the Quagsire pick from the CTU. It usually is such a safe Pokemon when there are no Grass-type Pokemon. And if Ariados is your best answer, it doesn't even do that well, especially when Quagsire has an energy advantage. Yes, Quagsire has the Stone Edge to take it out in one attack, but just going straight Aqua Tail adds up so much with the Mud Shot, and you barely outpace on even energy, making Quagsire such a strong, versatile pitch. Looks like the match is under review at this point. Nighttime Clasher missed a Shadow Claw, and he just has the judges take a look at it.
Yeah, so they are going to take a look at this. This was a really close in-game, of course. Both those trainers were bouncing around the battlefield trying to get any advantage that they could, and I really love the way the C2 played that, try to bank up some energy, because, you know, Nighttime Clasher is going to try to hold his Protect Shields for the last possible moment. If you can bank charge attacks on multiple Pokemon and have Nighttime Clasher's health low, those charge attacks can be so impactful. So that was really well done by the CTU there. And Nighttime Clasher, who of course has really relied a lot on the Feraligatr, also has been closing with that Ariados, and then has the opportunity to use that Galarian Moltres as well. Out of those 3 closers for Nighttime Clasher, what do you think might be the strongest in this matchup?
It's definitely the Moltres. We've seen so many Brave Bird land. Flying is just widely unresisted in the current meta, making Moltres a really good closer. With Sucker Punch being buffed this season, being equally good as Counter used to be before, makes Moltres almost a must-have Pokemon to have. And there's hardly any other Pokemon that have Sucker Punch and that are very meta relevant as well. We have Spiritomb, but with only Ghost-type charge attacks doesn't really put a dent into normal-type Pokemon. And I know our co-caster, Wholesome_, really likes the Shadow Cacturn. Shadow Cacturn also is a very fragile Pokemon, so kind of tough to use. While we wait for this review, just a quick status update from this losers round 2 that we had before this. Actually, I think both players are knocked out. We'll get to that later. It looks like we're not getting a review. We go into game number 2. We have the Moltres into the Clodsire.
And it looks like that first game did stand for the CTU. So this is game number 2, and Nighttime Clasher has his tournament dreams on the line. Of course, he is already number 1 in his region in terms of the travel award, but he still wants to get as far as possible because there's a lot of prizes and a lot of championship points to play for.
I think every competitor here in this current position wants to try and get that trophy. Going for the Brave Bird, we know, we've seen before, this doesn't knock out just yet, but will get the Clodsire really low. The C2U lets the Clodsire take it, preserving his shield. Now going for a Sludge Bomb, waiting a turn, making sure Nighttime Clasher doesn't catch it on another Pokemon. And looks like Nighttime Clasher is going to preserve the Moltres, even go for a Sucker Punch down maybe.
And can he get that Sucker Punch down? It looks like he can, so he's going to be loaded with energy. Even with that double debuff, those Poison Stings are not doing that much damage. Here comes the Azumarill. Do you pivot? You have double poison in the back, deciding to throw up the Brave Bird, getting that shield back, and now you could just let this Moltres go down. You could also pivot for saving this as a swap later, but deciding to just let it go down.
Letting it go down is probably the safe play. Here's the thing though, when you see that the Clodsire is gone, the Ariados from Nighttime Clasher is just so free. He could have hard swapped immediately, but wants to align his Clodsire. This is exactly why you have Stone Edge. Stone is going to take out this Spider easily with that super effective damage.
And the CTO is going for the resisted lunge here to try to reduce the attack of the Clodsire, try to hang on to a Stone Edge. Maybe he's going to use a Protect Shield on this first Stone Edge. Yes, using a Protect Shield here. Maybe the CTU is going to double lunge in this matchup and then reach for the double Trailblaze. So then you can take at least 1 Stone Edge. Maybe you could take 2, but that's pushing it.
And you got to preserve his Ariados in that case to take out the other Ariados, because your Azumarill is quite weak into that. The problem is, though, the timer's not up, and he's reaching, Nighttime Clash reaching the Stone Edges is going to impale the Ariados and go to do a lot of damage.
And remember, this is double debuffed. It is super effective. It is doing more than half of the remaining health. So now reaching for the Trailblaze here. There's one Protect Shield remaining, but 2 Trailblazes will probably knock out this Clodsire here. How much energy does the Clodsire have? Remember, there is the switch window available. It might be charge attack priority, and no, it looks like a swap is trying to catch that Stone Edge, but counter swap by the Ariados of Nighttime Clasher.
Perhaps an attempt from the CTU to try and catch a charge attack, but Nighttime Clasher very quick with his reflexes and takes the Ice Beam on the Ariados, preserving the Clodsire for the Ariados from the CTU later on in this game. And now Nighttime Clasher does have that chance to buff up his own Ariados. He's looking very good for Nighttime Clasher at this point.
Yeah, and of course he does have that Protect Shield advantage, and then he can get to a charge attack for that backline Ariados. A matchup we almost never see, actually. We never see the mirror of Ariados into Ariados. It is a clunky matchup. I know this isn't a true mirror here, but Nighttime Clasher is going to be able to secure that knockout and has the Protect Shield, will able to get to that lunge, and that surely should be a knockout.
That will knock out. There's still a shield on Nighttime Clasher's side, but he has a Stone Edge stored, so he's keeping the shield there. I think Clodsire's not even in Trailblaze range. He's going to knock out the Ariados. In comes Clodsire. Clodsire is going to business with this Stone Edge and tie up the score between these 2 North American players.
And the double poison line with the Galarian Moltres has worked in that game number 2. Nighttime Clasher has tied up this series, and the CTU now is in a position where it's also winner go home because it's a decisive game number 3. Winner advances to losers round 4. Loser, their tournament is over.
Both players on the brink of victory and defeat at this point. We saw that lead matchup where Nighttime Clasher landed the Brave on the Clodsire, got the farm down and just preserved switch advantage, aligning the Ariados on the Azuro and later on the Clodsire on the Ariados from the CTU. And with that switch advantage was just able to cleanly play out the match.
Yeah, and that Clodsire versus the Ariados matchup is exactly why Clodsire has been increasing in usage. Ariados was the top poison type for so long, and Nighttime Clasher is actually just running double poison, double of the top poison types, over 50% usage for day number 2 for both Clodsire and Ariados. But in recent tournaments, Clodsire has been the one on top, and we got a game 3 lock-in between Nighttime Clasher and the CTU. What do we got? We got the Feraligatr versus the Ariados, a favorable lead for the CTU.
I actually disagree with you, and we'll only find out if they go on Charge Attack Priority. Because if this Feraligatr wins Charge Attack Priority, it will win this match, and it looks like it doesn't. But going for the lunge, if Nighttime Clasher doesn't shield this, the Feraligatr actually has a decent player.
And you know he never wants to shield, but this time he does, and he doesn't win Charge Attack Priority. He knows that now, so he knows this is probably going to be a losing matchup. The CTU does shield that nonetheless, knowing that he's very comfortable in getting this win in the lead and possibly getting the alignment in the back. But I think he's calling a Moltres in the back to try to align with the Azumarill. There's double poison in the back, and it's a double resistance swap by the Nighttime Clasher.
That is an incredible play by Nighttime Clasher. This Ariados does not need to go out for grass. It can take the Trailblaze easily, but now the CTU is boosted. He's going for a lunge before swapping, it looks like. The thing is, your backline can't take energy from the opposing Ariados, so the CTU kind of in a pinch here.
Yeah, you kind of got to just soak this energy, and this is going to be hitting the lunge into this Ariados, and now you're probably going to get a counter lunge here. No, trying to bank up more energy, getting to the double lunge here. I don't think this is going to be enough for a knockout. The CTU will get to a charge attack unless the Nighttime Clasher throws double lunge here.
The CTU is probably just looking to wear down this Ariados, and hopefully that is Azumarill or Quagsire with energy can potentially
letting it go.
Oh, he lets it go. Yeah, I don't think this knocks out just yet, but it looks like the CTU is not really caring for switch fence as much here. Timers are up on both sides. Can the CTU get the farm? No, going for the lunge right before and making sure that the next Pokemon that coming in gets as little farm as possible on the Ariados from Nighttime Clasher.
Smart play by Nighttime Clasher. Now you're going to get either one mud shot or one bubble here for the advantage of the backline. And Feraligatr doesn't have too much energy, has a little bit less health. Clodsire is fully healthy here, and there is that one mud shot down, was unable to reach the charge attack. Here comes the Feraligatr. No, wait, sorry, it had a full Hydro Cannon. It is loaded. This is going to be trouble. Do you try to swap the CTU, try to get out of there? No, it's charge attack priority on the Aqua Tail.
This is so much damage. I think you have to shield this as this CTU, but he doesn't know the backline just yet. Going to put up the Protect Shield here makes sense. You want to get off this Aqua Tail, but the Feraligatr will outpace on an attack. He lets it go, actually. Nighttime Clasher putting everything on the Clodsire in the back. Can this Feraligatr get to another attack? I think it can.
He's at the double right now, and Swaps tries to catch on it for the CTU and is met by the Clodsire. The Clodsire is up a Protect Shield, but doesn't have the Sludge Bomb, so it's going to be relying solely on Earthquake damage already at the Ice Beam here. Going to be super effective into the Clodsire, but with that Protect Shield advantage, the Nighttime Clasher is looking to be in a really good position.
Did you see how Nighttime Clasher waited a turn there, making sure the CTU doesn't catch that Hydro Cannon? That Hydro Cannon is going to be so important in the end game because there's still an almost full health Quagsire in the back, but the Hydro Cannon would do so much damage here. With that shield advantage he just had, no longer now, but the full Quagsire, the Nighttime Clasher actually in a good spot because Feraligatr will win charge security later.
Yes, that's the important factor, because even though the Quagsire has an opportunity to get enough energy, get to an Aqua Tail, it will not win charge attack priority, but the timers are slightly misaligned, but only just slightly. Now they will be available at the exact same time. This is the Earthquake that will likely knock out the Azumarill here. It's probably going to be a combo move with a double knockout. It's going to be one into the Azumarill. No, actually just going to stay in here with the Quagsire and reach for the Stone Edge on charge attack priority. The Aqua Tail is going to come off first, but now this doesn't guarantee that the Hydro Cannon knocks out the CTU.
But can you mud shot down the Feraligatr? Feraligatr is really low, has Hydro Cannon banked, and the Quagsire isn't exactly fragile. It looks like one more mud shot will take out the Feraligatr. It's getting really close. Hydro Cannon is landing. Is this going to secure the knockout? It doesn't!
No! CTU Exxon gets a double mud shot down and takes this matchup 2-1 to advance the losers. Round 4. Nighttime Clasher is unfortunately eliminated from Sao Paulo.
The C2U evolves into the C3U, moves on to losers round 4. His losers run is still going. What an incredible player, performing the best when there's pressure on him. You gotta respect that.
I do absolutely respect it. You don't want to get this trainer on a hot streak either, because we know how that has worked out in the past. So now he's got some wins under his belt. He's defeated Lyle Jeffs. He's defeated Nighttime Clasher, 2 of the top trainers in the North America region, especially with championship points. And now he has an opportunity to just go through this entire losers bracket. And what an epic game number 3 this was.
We saw the incredible catch from Nighttime Clasher, the double resisted Trailblaze, but it did help in the end because it only allowed the CTU to gather energy on the Azumarill and the Quagsire. As you can see here, the last shield on that Clodsire, but after knocking out the Azumarill, it had the charge attack priority with the Feraligatr on this Aqua Tail, and by that it didn't get the damage needed to put us in Hydro Cannon range because the Hydro Cannon barely didn't knock out.
Yeah, that was such a tough situation. I mean, the health on the Shadow Quagsire was so crucial there in the end game, able to be bulky enough to take that Hydro Cannon. And Quagsire, a Pokemon that I feel like gets overlooked a little bit, does seem to have a lot of success with the right trainers, and the CTU seems to be like the right trainer right now.
I think so too. So yeah, and I would love to hear more from him. The trainer going on that tear in the losers bracket. Amanda, take it away for the interview.
Thank you so much, Martine and Butters. Now, I'm here with the CTU. They're calling you the C3U behind the stage now, saying that you're continually upgrading here. The last time I think we talked, we were in Los Angeles. You were also on a pretty incredible run then. Tell us all about your incredible run today.
Well, Los Angeles was a very poor showing for me. I faced 2 very good players right after my first stream match, and they took me to task, but I don't know. Today I'm just finding a way to take it one match at a time and not looking past anything.
You might be taking it one match at a time, but you're taking down some pretty big names. What are you thinking? What was it when you were taking a time to make a team? What did you think was going to be really good here at LAIC?
I really expected a bigger showing for Annihilate and Primeape. Not too huge because it's so new and nobody's really tested them that much, but I thought it would be very similar to the old meta, but if you're not covering those 2 threats, then you're in a lot of trouble.
One of the last questions for you. You're in the loser side of the bracket. You have one more potential loss before you're kicked out, but what are your thoughts? How confident are you feeling? Do you think you can make that losers bracket run and become the champion here at LAIC?
I mean, anything can happen, you know. Anybody can beat anybody in this game. It's just if you're ready and you've got the right mentality and you're just ready to play.
Yeah, you seem to be ready to play. Is there anyone that you want to shout out or give any thanks to while we got you on the stage?
Yeah, I need a huge shout out to my teammates, and especially Shadow Mimikyu for helping me out with the team building and scrimming with me, talking it out for hours on end. It's just, I could not do any of this without them.
Well, congratulations. You heard the shout out. You've done so well so far in the tournament. Looking forward to see you progress throughout the rest of it. We've still got a lot more games to play, so we're going to go back to the casters and back to the action.
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you to the CTU. I mean, he thinks he can beat anyone, and anyone can beat anyone, but on the loser side of the bracket, he is a tough trainer to beat, and a lot of trainers, unfortunately, are learning that the hard way. Of course, 9th place at the last World Championships, trying to climb that ladder once again, and good luck to him. And Nighttime Clasher, who, like I mentioned, is #1 on the North American leaderboards, has already secured the travel package for EUIC, has been eliminated from this tournament, but still a lot to be proud of in this first portion of the season.
For both trainers, and I love how the CTU just keeps it so humble. You know a joke that I have with one of the trainers in Europe, Maximilian? Every time he wins, I add a 0 to his name because he becomes stronger. I think from here on, I'm going to add a number to the C2U, the C3U, the C4U, because he just becomes stronger and bigger like that. So I want to give a small update real quick about some matchups that have been played in previous losers rounds. We had Lindo Steiner versus Lindo's Harjev, and Harjev knocked him out by 2-1. We also had Ice Chris versus Copper Kid, another Brazilian player, Copper Kid, but Ice Chris won 2-1. So some really good matchups, but we're heading now into losers round 3. We have our next trainers ready. That is, that is going to be Ice Chris versus Paulasha.
I mean, what an epic matchup that must have been. Steinhardt versus Harjeffy. Of course, that, I believe, was a rematch of the North American International Championships, a Day 2 rematch. 2 of the top trainers in Brazil and in LATAM. But now we have to go to Ice Chris versus Paulasha. And Paulasha is not bringing that classic Shadow Magnezone to this tournament, but instead bringing the Shadow Kanto Marowak, a Shadow Drapion, Azumarill, Clodsire, Galarian Moltres that's been so strong, and of course that Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, and we see the Talonflame. We haven't seen as much fire in the tournament so far. We saw the Shadow Alola Marowak being very important for Vitorello earlier on in the winner's bracket, and he's still waiting in the loser's bracket for one of these trainers potentially. Talonflame is also an interesting pick, and I think it lines up pretty well in some spots into Paulasha's team. But, man, the only target you can really get is the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and I'm not sure if it's worth risking it into like Drapion with Aquatil, the Galarian Moltres with Ancient Power, Feraligatr and Azumarill's Water-type Pokemon.
Yeah, it feels like we haven't seen the Shadow Drapion in a little while. I think some of the Tomahawks and Amanda said you saw it, but we've been seeing a lot of Ariados and Clodsire recently, but Shadow Drapion was a huge story in day #1, is of course going to have that water coverage, that Aquatail that seems so crucial in so many matchups for the Shadow Drapion, and is really strong against the Talonflame. So I have to agree with you, too much water coverage from Paulasha's team, but I feel like Malamar might have some play. Oh wait, look at this! We are locked into game #1. We got the Azumarill against the Shadow Kanto Marowak. You mentioned you can flip this matchup with the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but you have to give up some Protect Shields.
But it looks like Paula's not going to take any chance going to the Shadow Feraligatr, but there's a really hard answer from Ice Chris, and because Paula is farming up energy, you cannot really swap in the Ariados either.
Yeah, and here comes the play rough into the Feraligatr. Is it going to get an early Protect Shield? No. I feel like it's so comfortable to take this play rough as a Feraligatr because it's so hard to farm down with a bubble, but you'll have a much easier time farming down with a Mud Slap. Unfortunately, this does a large amount of damage hitting into the Gastrodon. A second Hydro Cannon will surely knock out, and here comes the next Hydro Cannon.
You got to put a protection if you want to keep the switch advantage, and I think switch advantage could be really important here for Ice Chris. He does put up protection, preserving the Gastrodon, but this does leave Paula to farm some more energy on the Kanto Marowak. Must-haves really add up though, and Earth Power is a hard-hitting charge attack.
And deciding to go in with that Shadow Kanto Marowak to soak up that Earth Power, and it is a little more bulky than you would expect, but giving up the Protect Shield into that Earth Power to try to get that farm down, and that energy is going to be pretty useful in the back line. There is no debuff, so now you get the full Mud Slap down, but you probably will align your Azumarill into the Ariados in the back, which isn't ideal, but at least you do have an energy advantage for this matchup.
And staying in for a little bit, going to chip the Azumarill with the Bone Club. Bone Club being buffed at the start of the season actually is a pretty formidable attack now, making Marowak basically pushing it straight to the mat. As you can see, still a decent amount of damage, and is Paula going to try and catch? Yes, he does attempt, but Ice Chris not letting it happen, answering with the Spider, trapping the Azumarill in its web, And now we have the coverage in Trailblaze and Poison Sting to take on this bunny.
And going for the Trailblaze here. One Trailblaze plus another one, plus the boost, plus some Poison Stings is going to be enough to knock out the Azumarill. Does Paulasha give up the last Protect Shield against one of these Trailblazes here, or even try to get back to your switch timer here? Because if you just play out this matchup normally, you're probably going to lose this battle. You need to try to do something fancy in this matchup.
I don't know how bad this really is for Paula. If she can preserve the shield, then maybe there's play. But Ice Chris is farming up energy perfectly thrown right before the next Trailblaze. If Ice Chris can get another Trailblaze off, then this game is likely over, because the Azumarill in the back already has an Ice Beam loaded.
And Paulasha had to throw that Bone Club there to preserve the shield, and actually gets the Protect Shield here, and looks like it's going to be a lunge probably coming in. Yes, a lunge to try to debuff this little Marowak. I believe the timer is back up. There is a Ice Beam loaded. It's probably going to be a combo attack from Ice Chris here if the timer's up, and there it is. There is the Ice Beam that will knock out Paulasha.
Really tough alignment there for Paula, but Ice Chris making all the calls, taking the 1-0 win here against Paula.
And well played by Ice Chris, and Paulasha going down here. We haven't seen her too much on stream here at the Latin American International Championships. Of course, she did come in on the loser side of the bracket here in day number 2. Not running that signature Pokemon of Magnezone, isn't as strong in the current meta. Probably wouldn't be very strong against a Gastrodon team as well. But what will the answer be in this game number 2? Do you try to go to the Galarian Moltres here?
I think so. It covers the Gastrodon, the Ariados, the Talonflame, and the Malamar pretty well. So I think Galarian Moltres might be a Pokemon that Paula wants to take a look at. Or do you double down again? We've seen so many trainers basically bluff that the opponent is going to use the same strategy. So maybe we'll see that Kantomarok come back again. Kantomarok actually has decent matchups in some of these Pokemon, such as the Ariados, the Dunsparce, the Gastrodon even, and the Malamar are all fine matchups for us. So I would not be surprised if we see it again from Paula. But on the other hand, that Azumarill was such a threat for her too. She doesn't really have a clear answer. Her best answer kind of is the Feraligatr or the Drapion, because her Clodsire doesn't have Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, the thing is, the Moltres does look strong against the team that was in game number 1, because Ice Chris was running ABB weak to it. The Azumarill in the front, and then 2 things weak to it in the back. But maybe he changes up the lineup for game number 2, and Paulasha with her tournament dreams on the line, trying to stay in this tournament and defeat Ice Chris, try to reverse sweep here. This is a decent lead for both trainers. It is the Shadow Feraligatr versus the Azumarill. Now look at these backlines. These backlines are going to matter a lot, but also another time ABB weak to the Galarian Moltres. Guess what? Paulasha brought the Galarian Moltres.
And I think Ice Chris might switch out at some point to try and bait it out. But where do you even go? You can't bait it out with the Ariados, because that takes so much damage from Hydro Cannon. Is Paula going to try and win the switch fence here? No! Pushes the no shield immediately.
And knowing maybe that if Azumarill's here, there's not going to be an answer for the Galarian Moltres in the back, calling that he is not going to run the Dunsparce or Dunsparce as well. So now you have a clear path here. All you got to do is save the shields for the Galarian Moltres, and you'll probably have a pretty good time in this battle. Throwing one Hydro Cannon is at the back-to-back. Does she throw it? Is there trying to be a swap out? No, charge attack priority.
And I think Ice Chris was not exactly happy with that. Probably going to let this go unless he really wants switch advantage. And no, letting that go. Hydro Cannon is going to not knock out. Looks like Paula wants the energy advantage on her back.
Wow.
Look, she knows. She knows. If there's no Azumarill, Galarian Moltres in the back is likely to be very strong.
You almost never see this. Paulasha gave up the alignment on purpose and actually decides to go for a Mud Slap down instead of going for a Sucker Punch down. Here is the Gastrodon to meet this Marowak here, and you're going to be able to throw this Bone Club. You're going to be throwing better charge attacks than the Body Slam is from that Gastrodon.
Missing a Mud Slap there, unfortunately, doesn't allow Ice Chris to pace equally fast, but then again, Paula already was a Mud Slap ahead. So after that Bone Club, I think if you want to shield the Marowak, you can even Mud Slap it all the way down. Looks like that is what Paula is going to do here.
And instead of a 2-shield Galarian Moltres, looks like Paulasha is going to go for a 2-shield Shadow Kanto Marowak. You're going to come out of this matchup with a decent amount of health, and the Ariados is not going to be able to poison Sting down, so Ice Chris decides to use a Protect Shield, swap into catching on the Body Slam, and that is a great move for Paulasha here. Plus, you're still out of range of lunge.
But does that actually set up the Ariados easier? Now 2 lunges might actually be enough where they usually are not. So the Ariados comes in here from Ice Chris, but spiders usually don't do well into birds.
Yeah, they don't. But like you mentioned, lunge plus lunge might be enough. And as soon as you debuff this enough, you could probably hang on to an ancient power. Not even getting to Brave Bird energy. You know this is an ancient power here and decides to protect shield it anyway because you know you're going to get the next lunge off.
I think his only win condition may have actually been trying to shield a potential Brave Bird to get the poisoning down. Can probably get to another attack. Looks like the lunge is fired off first and she's shielding it up. She wants to get off this final charge attack because she knows that the gas runs so low she might just be able to fast attack
the timer's back up for Palasha. She could swap if she wanted, but instead throwing the ancient power here. This is going to be super effective, but it's double debuffed. Is this enough to knock out the Ariados? It's super effective. Can it take out Ice Chris's Ariados? No, hangs on, swap, but gets mud slapped down by Shadow Kanto Marowak, and Shadow Kanto Marowak gets one more mud slap and finishes the game.
The spider cannot deal with the mud and it takes out the Ariados. Palasha, the queen of PvP, ties up the score here against Ice Chris. That was a great battle from both players, but Ice Chris, as he had the alignment in Game 1, in Game 2, he really didn't. Letting that Azumarill go in the lead really set up the backline from Palasha because Palasha was ABB weak against Azumarill. She was strong against it in the lead and then her backline didn't want to see it. But that means if you see it in the lead, you just have to get rid of it and then your backline is strong. It's
and
safe.
that's right here. Knowing that your backline is going to be so strong against anything not Azumarill, you rarely see this interaction where there's an undercharge on purpose to lose alignment in the lead. Winning alignment in the lead is so powerful in Pokemon Go PvP, but Palasha thought it'd be even more powerful to get a energy advantage versus the backline of Ice Chris, and she was absolutely correct. That's why you called it a queen of PvP.
Yeah. She's been really good, has a lot of accolades to her name, and these are the Pokemon that come with a trainer like Palasha. Has some Pokemon to absorb damage, but also to have some aggressive gameplay. We go into decisive game number 3. We have the Dunsparce into the Shadow Drapion.
In the first appearance from Shadow Drapion for Palasha here at the Latin American International Championships on stage, it is going to be versus the Dunsparce. Remember, if you get that early crunch debuff, you maybe have a chance in this matchup, but it is hard to defeat this Dunsparce because it's doing super effective damage and actually no shielding here.
Do you expect the attempt to catch here? This puts the Drapion solo, going for the crunch. Again, like I said before, this is not the worst for Drapion when no shields are used because you will be able to get to 2 crunch, and I think that might get really close or even knocks out the Dunsparce.
And you don't quite knock out with this double, and actually letting a rollout through here. If Ice Chris can hang on to this crunch, and it looks like he's not going to protect shield, he might be able to get the rollout down. Can he secure the rollout down? And then the swap, counter swap, trying to snipe the energy, but catches a spider instead.
And the simultaneous swap, if Ice Chris swapped in the Azumarill, this would have been terrible for Palasha, and now she's able to align her Feraligatr to the Azumarill
no
later.
shield on the lunge.
Well, the Trailblaze would have had knocked out anyway, so I think Ice Chris is just trying to hang on with this Ariados. This is a really risky bait though, because after that lunge, yeah, you no-shield this because the Rock Slide would not have knocked out.
And do you try to go for the Mud Slap down here to give up 1 Protect Shield? The lunge is going to come through, but now this Ariados is so low health, you can get the farm down with Feraligatr.
Butters, you gotta take a look at this. Lunge gonna go through. Paula lets it go again. You know what? It's time. It is Gator time! Gator time here in LAIC!
It absolutely is. You get a 3 Shadow Claw advantage here, but remember, there is a Drill Run banked on that Dunsparce, so that will be impactful, and looks like he's gonna just use it right away, not even save it for the end game. Gonna throw up that Drill Run, gets a Protect Shield here. Now suddenly Palasha is down a Protect Shield, up a little bit of energy against this Azumarill.
And preserves the Dunsparce for later as well, because this Azumarill is able to hang on into so many charge stacks that the timer will be up again in about 45 seconds from now, so the Dunsparce might serve as a catch later on in this matchup.
But can that Drapion ever get to an Aqua Tail? Because if you can take 1 bubble, you might be able to get to an Aqua Tail in the backline, but that's a big if because that Shadow Drapion is so low health right now. You get an early Protect Shield. There is 1 Protect Shield remaining for both of these trainers. They are tied 1-1 in this series. They're trying to move on to get the losers round 4 and keep their tournament dreams alive.
I think if this play rough lands, the Azumarill might be able to bubble down. Ice Chris is looking to be in a decent position here. Paula might need a catch here. Ice Chris is 1 bubble off. Paula probably knows this. We see the next Protect Shields come up. Can Paula make the catch? Does Ice Chris predict the catch? And here we go!
There's
the catch on the Drapion!
She gets it! She secures all of that energy into her Shadow Drapion. It's an undercharge. It doesn't matter. That might have just won the game for Paulasha. But remember, Ice Chris can also swap. Does Ice Chris go for it? No, he did not. So now the Hydro Cannon's gonna land.
Hydro Cannon coming through, can't get the Shadow Claw down before the Azumarill can get to a charge attack. It is very low, needs 2 more bubbles. No, you get the Shadow Claw down, tried to swap it, the Dunsparce not able to. Paula gets to the Hydro Cannon. This is why she is the queen of PvP. She takes game number 3.
And reverse sweeps the move on. She is absolutely cooking, getting the full sweep with the Shadow Feraligatr. She has a new signature Pokemon here in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
What an incredible run there by Paula. And of course, Ice Chris, the 2023 Santiago Regional Champion and a tremendous player, has come so far at the Latin America International Championship as well, making all the Chilean players proud. Very well played by both trainers there.
Yeah, I mean, Ice Chris put on a great performance. He was just in a tough position because a lot of the times the trainers that are patient, like I actually think Ice Chris has paused multiple times expecting the swap. And he thought, this time, I'm actually just gonna throw it because she's gonna wait until later. So he tried to play that mind game. Paulasha just went for it. She caught it. She won the battle.
And that was such a pivotal moment. Let's take a look again at the Decisive game number 3 here. As we saw in the lead, like I said, Dunsparce not that bad, or sorry, Drapion not that bad into the Drapion in the zero shield scenario. And after that, she got the farm down again on that Feraligatr, setting up this Feraligatr for the show of Hydro Cannon. And then that moment, but here it comes, the catch on the player off. This was so important for Paula to win this battle, closing it out, Shadow Clawing down, and not even throwing the charge, like knowing that Dunsparce doesn't even have energy. Paula was cooking in this matchup. She doesn't need the Magnezone, she needs the Feraligatr.
Yeah, Chef Paulasha can cook with different Pokemon, and she's proving that here today. Remember, we didn't see that much of her on day number 1, but we might see a lot of her here in day number 2. And I think we got another matchup coming up with a trainer that we just saw. The CTU, the king of the losers bracket, is back up on stage.
So I just want to point out as well, Paulasha's next matchup is going to be against Doombug. They played at the EUIC,
yes.
And that's where Doombug won at the time.
Yes, and I believe Paulasha did get 5th place at EUIC. Doombug becoming a finalist, but she is on stage right now. Let's hear from the chef himself. Take it away, Amanda.
Thank you. Yes, Chef. Welcome in, Paulasha. Now, you did a really, really nice job there. Got down to a decisive game 3, and it really came down, I think, to a pivotal moment near the end with that play rough catch. How are you feeling when you managed to pull that off?
Well, what can I say right now? I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty amazing because the catch was my only win con. So yeah, when I saw the catch, I was like, okay, this is done. And yep, I'm feeling amazing.
Yeah, you're going on from the loser side of the bracket. We saw you play yesterday against Steiner, and now you were able to still make it into day 2. It looks like you're doing a nice job so far. Your next opponent is Dunebug 97. And for those of you who might not know, and I think that the casters maybe said something about it, you guys played against each other at EUIC. You're now at LAIC. Are you looking forward to a bit of redemption?
Well, Dumbug is probably the best player in the world, so I have to respect him. And yep, it's funny because it's the battle of 97. So yep, let's see who is the best 97.
Let's see, is it going to be Paulasha or is it going to be Dunebug? Now, you have a ferret with you. We saw so many plushies on stage. You're so well known for using Magnezone. It's nowhere to be found. Do you have a new signature Pokemon that you think?
I have to think about this because yep, I was thinking about Magnezone here, but probably it's not the best moment because everyone is bringing a ground type. So yep, I'm thinking about it. So I need some time, maybe in UIC, maybe.
Okay, well, we know that you can cook with a bunch of different ingredients, so I'm not putting it past you. Is there anyone that you want to go ahead and give a shout out to while we have you here on stage?
Well, like always, I want to shout out my mother, my boyfriend, all the Spanish speaker people that is here. That is so I'm so proud of them. So yep.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Paulasha. Like we said, we still have a lot more matches. We have CTU coming up against Stud Muffins next, so we're going to kick it back to the casters so we can get right back to the action.
Thank you, Amanda. Of course, there is going to be that battle of the 97s. It's Doombug 97 versus Paul Lasha 97 coming up later, of course. But I like to call her must-see Twitch.tv because it is always a show when she is on the main stage.
That is true. I love the emotion that comes out of players sometimes. And speaking of Twitch, I just want to point out, if you prefer or if you like to watch a Spanish or Portuguese speaking stream, we also have Pokemon Go app and app, and we have Pokemon Go BR, where you can watch the stream in those languages as well. And if not, if you prefer English, you can watch us. And speaking of English speaking, we're gonna have a North American matchup coming up soon. We have Stud Muffin versus the C2U.
And the Stud Muffin has already guaranteed his best performance ever in Championship Series, I believe. The Stud Muffins, who just started competing in the 2024 season, has competed, I believe, 5 or 6 times, but has never gotten this far. And to get this far at this stage is just really impressive, but he is against an absolute force. I mean, you faced the CTU when he was the 9th TU, because he won 9 loser straight battles in a row. Now he has only won 2 on that loser side. Actually, more than that, because day 1 as well. So he has a streak going. He's facing a trainer that has his best performance yet. Can he overcome the impossible odds of the CTU loser bracket force? You will find out right now, because we're locked in.
We're locked in, and these trainers are locked in. We're gonna have from Stud Muffin, the Shadow Feraligatr, into the Ariados from the C2U. And here we go again. It really comes down to who has a higher attack here. If the Feraligatr can win Charge Attack Purity, this is actually a decent matchup for Stud Muffin. And here we go. We're going to find out
Once
now.
again.
Again, maybe the C2U is running Ariados with a higher attack than usual.
I think he is, because that is 2 straight opponents that he wins the charge attack priority against the Shadow Feraligatr, making this matchup a lot better. And he's actually playing it the exact same way as he played it earlier versus Nighttime Clasher, Protect Shielding on that Hydra Cannon. Now, do you see a swap out? Do you try to catch on your own Ariados here? Do we see Stud Muffins try to move? No, decides to move into the Moltres here, and it's on a Trailblaze.
Bird alert! Here's the Galarian Moltres again, and there's no Azumarill to answer it. So what do you do here as a C2U? He's buffed up with that Trailblaze, so probably just going to go for a lunge. No, build up energy, then going into the Sludge Bomb Quagsire. But Sludge Bomb is not going to be enough to knock out this Feraligatr. I like Galarian Moltres.
I like that play because you bank that Trailblaze that you wasted so you can win charge attack priority in the backline. But I think you're right. I think Moltres does hang on here, but with how much health, you're actually going to throw the Brave Bird early here, trying to get the last Protect Shield of the battle, but you're not successful. Can you also get to an Ancient Power? This isn't going to be enough to knock out. Obviously, the Ancient Power wouldn't either, but we'd like to get a little chip damage. No, you can't get to the Ancient Power.
And look at this goofy backline from the C2U with the Clodsire and the Quagsire, 2 derpy-looking Pokemon. They're going to have to take on the evil-looking Feraligatr there that's coming back in with the energy and takes out the Clodsire right away. Doesn't want to have any of this Sludge Bomb nonsense.
And this will secure the knockout into Clodsire. There is that Quagsire remaining, excuse me. Ariados does have a Trailblaze banked. Looks like he's going to bank up some more energy before throwing the Trailblaze, trying to ramp up here, not worrying about debuffing the opponent. You do get the Protect Shield, but I believe you will outpace the double. Stud Muffins is probably going to have to try to swap.
Well, can you get, yeah, you get to the next lunge, but do you catch it? And he catches on his own Ariados. That is resisted damage. A crucial catch potentially from Stud Muffins. And what do you do as the C2U? If you come with Quagsire now, you have to eat a Trailblaze.
Yeah, this is going to be double super effective. Can you get to enough damage here before the Trailblazers are going to knock out? Going for the Trailblaze here. There's 1 Protect Shield remaining. Do you try to call a lunge? No, you Protect Shield right here. Can you get the damage before the next Trailblaze is available?
You have the Stone Edge coverage here, the C2U counting the energy perfectly, going to throw 1 before the next Trailblaze. Stone Edge is going to knock out this Ariados. The Spider is going back to its nest, and now you have the Quagsire remaining into the Shadow Feraligatr, but it has Hydro getting loaded.
And we know that this is not enough damage. We saw it before with Nighttime Clasher. This Quagsire is going to be able to hang on, but do you need a Stone Edge to knock out here? Will the Aqua Tail be enough? Looks like you have time to get this Stone Edge, but actually decides to go for the Aqua Tail instead. This is going to be same type attack bonus. It's probably going to be enough to do it.
The C2U knocks out the Feraligatr with the Aqua Tail and takes the first game against Stud Muffin.
Well done by the CTU there, and Stud Muffins able to close it out and take that game number 1. Just such a tough sorry. Switch that there. Excuse me.
It was the CTU who won.
Yeah, the CTU, and then I saw it on the other side. I got a little confused. Switch it. It was the CTU that cleaned up with the Quagsire in the back. That is 1-0 for the CTU here against Stud Muffins. Quagsire in the back line has seen it before against Nighttime Clasher. Once again, closing with it against Stud Muffins.
The Derpy team was just too strong with the Clodsire and the Quagsire, both pretty bulky Pokemon. Look at this catch, by the way, the Trail Blaze on that Galarian Moltres. And at this point, you kind of think that the CTU sees this coming because it also happened in this previous matchup.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe you could have thrown the Ancient Power before that Brave Bird there, and you got 2 charge attacks off. Then maybe you could have Shadow Clawed down with that Feraligatr, maybe got a little bit more maneuverability and not have to waste a Hydro Cannon. But the tricky part is this Quagsire just feels untouchable. It always seems to be at full health for the CTU, and you just can't get enough reach to do enough damage against it.
While we wait for these trains to lock in their next battle, we have some results coming in from losers round 3 as well. Ashton Ash knocked out the 2024 LAIC champion Rajev.
Wow!
And the Torian knocked out Dell. He's moving on, facing Ilum in losers round 4, while Ashton Ash will face off Pocket in losers round 4. That will be a rematch from the NAIC 2024 Grand Finals.
Wow, so the former Latin American international champion from last season has been eliminated here. There is that loser's side of the bracket. Ashton Ash was the trainer to do it, of course, was a runner-up at an international championship. Now it's going to be facing Out of Pocket in a rematch, I believe, from the North American International Championships.
And this time it's Ashton Ash ground. This is Latam. So Ashton Ash definitely looking for some revenge. This is the perfect place to do that. Both players that we have currently going are still looking in. Looks like we have a lock-in for game number 2. Stud Muffins on the left, the C2U on the right. We have the Galarian Moltres into the Azumarill. This is a great lead for the C2U.
And there it is. And actually switch this. We will switch it. The CTU is up 1-0 in this matchup versus Stud Muffins here. So CTU has a good position in this matchup as well. Counter swapping this Shadow Feraligatr into the Mandibuzz, calling that it's just a Hydro Cannon here, and that's not going to do nearly enough damage into that Mandibuzz.
Well, fun fact actually, with an energy advantage, the Shadow Feraligatr can actually just flip this going straight Hydro Cannon. So I think that's just the plan that Stud Muffins has here.
Yeah, maybe he is trying to do that because over time, you just wear this Mandibuzz down with that Shadow Claw damage. Wait a second, he didn't go straight Hydro Cannon here. He actually decided to go for the Ice Beam, and the CTU sniffs it out, properly protects shields here, and now suddenly Mandibuzz is probably having the upper hand, but is going for a bait, or maybe trying to go for double Aerial Ace.
Yeah, the Aerial Ace is not going to do as much damage as the Dark Pulse, but I think 2 of them will be enough to knock out with that Snarl damage, especially now being able to get to the next Aerial Ace before this Feraligatr gets to another Hydro Cannon.
And here comes the next Aerial Ace. Does it get the Protect Shield from Stud Muffins? No. Is going to be able to get the knockout into Feraligatr. Now suddenly you're going to try to go for a big rollout down, but that is ambitious there against the bulk of Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz is going to be able to get a lot of foul plays off, at least 2 of them here against the Dunsparce, but maybe it's worth it to get that huge energy lead.
I like that because we do see the Clodsire in the back from the C2U, and that energy is going to be so useful. This Dark, he doesn't want to take another Rock Slide here from, another Dark Pulse from the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, and throwing that Rock Slide into that Mandibuzz, not keeping all the energy that you could have banked up here. The Clodsire is coming in. You're going to be able to get to a drill run here. You have an energy advantage, and luckily you're also out of range of Earthquake here, so it's not a terrible position for Stud Muffins.
Clodsire taking that drill run like a champion. This is just Clodsire business. The Dunsparce is almost reaching Earthquake range, but he's going for the Sludge Bomb instead. This is not nearly as threatening.
The biggest problem, though, is that backline. It is the Azumarill in the back versus the Galarian Moltres. I don't know how the Stud Muffins is going to get some sort of advantage in that matchup, because if Azumarill just plays that out neutrally in the one Protect situation, the CTU has a huge advantage. So how do you get some sort of advantage here? Here is a little bit of an energy advantage, but the timers are perfectly aligned, so the CTU is going to come out instantly.
A lightning quick reflex from the CTU, expecting Stud Muffins to swap into the Galarian Moltres, going for the Ice Beam. This probably won't knock out just yet, but at this point, the Ice Beam plus more bubble damage will be enough.
Yeah, and the Ice Beam is coming through. No, actually gets the Protect Shield from Stud Muffins here. It's just going to be so hard. You have to fish for a buff. You have to get a boost on this ancient power. You have to get really lucky here. Can Stud Muffins achieve that luck? It's a 20% chance. Can he get that boost? No! He has to go for it again, and he is going to go for it again. I don't know if this will get him strong enough to survive a play rough, but he got to try to go for it.
It will be risky. Can he get that boost? No, he doesn't. Now the play rough's coming through. The fairy type charge attack. This is going to be a knockout on the Galarian Moltres, and then it's just the Dunsparce remaining, but Dunsparce has very little health, and the Azuro's just a little bit too healthy here. Dunsparce still rolling, and Azuro is getting to the final Ice Beam as they get the charge stack purity here.
And the CTU is pumping his fist because he knows that this is not enough damage for the Azumarill. And the CTO, the king of the losers bracket. He is unstoppable at international competition on the loser side. Picks up another victory to move on to losers round 5.
The C2U won again. He evolved into the C3U. Now he's the C4U. Very well done. Moves on to losers round 5.
Well done, the C2U, and I believe he will play the winner of that epic rematch between Out of Pocket and Ashton Ash that's going to be coming up really soon as well.
I'm super excited to see that. We have so many top trainers still competing to get there. We're getting closer to that top 4 spot. Those players will directly qualify for the World Championships plus win a trophy.
Yeah, and I want to do another update as well because we did look at the loser side of the bracket, but there are some travel awards at play here because there are 2 trainers in North America specifically that are trying to get top 4 in their region to get the EUIC travel award, which cuts off after LATAM. And you look at these 2 trainers, they're both around in this tournament. It's Out of Pocket and Dunebug. Dunebug is in a 170-point deficit to Out of Pocket. So I believe if Out of Pocket either wins one more matchup or actually might have secured the top 8 that he needed to be able to get that advantage and secure that travel award. Is he top 8 yet?
He's not top 8 just yet. I think he needs to win maybe 2 more rounds. I know that Colin is top 8 right now, and Colin did need a top 8 to get the EUIC Travel Award. So maybe one, I think it's 2 more rounds to win for Pocket, but I think if he just wins 1 more round, then Dunebug cannot get past him anymore in championship points.
So a lot on the line for Out of Pocket against the rematch of Ash and Ash. Of course, Ash and Ash wants some revenge from the North American International Championship, so that will be absolutely epic. But if he moves on, that means Dunebug can't get that travel award. But if he loses and Dunebug keeps winning, and if he gets to the grand finals, he will get that travel award for the European International Championships, which last season he was a finalist.
Right, and maybe he can do that again. North America has been so strong, and I'm curious to see how these players are going to try and cook up those wins. And speaking of cooking, we did some cooking as well. Let's take a look at this video, but don't go anywhere. We have a lot more action to go.
We're here at the Latin American International Championships. I'm joined by Tomahawk, who is known for cooking on the main stage. So, Chef Tomahawk, can you please do us the honor and teach us how to cook in Championship Series play?
That's right, team. If you want a great meal, why not start with a great recipe? And that's what we're going to be doing here. We're going to be team building with all of these ingredients because so many of the top performing teams from this season have used a recipe of sorts, with each Pokemon performing a particular role.
So that means each ingredient will be a role in your team building. So we have some essential ingredients here. We have the flour, we have the milk, we have eggs, we got butter, and then we have a little more flavor on this side. We have chocolate and sugar, but let's start at the essential, Tomahawk. Where do we begin in this team building in this recipe?
So one Pokemon that has been so popular this season is Clodsire. It is a ground type Pokemon. It is an anti-poison as well of sorts. It beats those poisons. Let's put the ground type in first.
If you want to be at the top, you got to beat the top there. And then up next, we got the milk. What do you got for the milk here?
Clodsire often paired with Feraligatr at the beginning of the season. More recently, we're seeing a lot of Azumarill. Water type, that's what's next.
One of the greatest Pokemon of all time. I love it. And a top usage Pokemon, another top usage Pokemon. What would you do with a Pokemon like Dunsparce?
Yeah, Dunsparce is a normal type Pokemon. It resists Ghost. A dark type could be used here, something flexible like Malamar. So normal or dark, something flexy, we put it in next.
All right, perfect. And I'm very invested in this next ingredient. What do we got for the butter, Tomahawk?
Yeah, your butter. This is your anti-flyer. We've seen this in the form of dugong, in the form of a lowland sand slash. You need to keep those flyers down. Butters, I'm going to let you do the honors.
Oh, all right. I'd love to. Yeah, I'm going to put exactly 20% of the butter in the recipe here. So let me just grab. There it is, 20% exactly.
Yeah, 2-0 butters. That's the real key ingredient when team building.
Oh, well, thank you. All right, we got some flavor here. Now, what do we got here for the chocolate ingredient?
Okay, so we've seen so much of Gastrodon, Shadow Quagsire. Grass coverage is really key. But more recently, we're actually seeing Ariados with Trailblaze. That's the grass type of choice for the attacks.
I mean, you can't beat it. It is a sweet Pokemon to watch. So let's put in a little bit of chocolate there. And then lastly, what do we got for the sugar?
Yeah, you need something to beat Pokemon with grass coverage, something that beats Ariados and Superior. We're going to have something sweet. It's Galarian Moltres.
Ooh, Galarian Moltres. That is a sweet Pokemon, especially if it's shiny, right, Tomahawk? I believe you got one of those yourself. All right, let's put that in here. All right, so this is the basic recipe for team building. But there's a special reason we brought you here, because you're the king of spice, Tomahawk. You are one of the best spice trainers on the planet. Let's make a recipe spicy. How do we do that?
Okay, so you can add a bit of flavor to any of these rolls, but only if you understand what each of the rolls are trying to perform. And it doesn't matter which of these that you sub in, but for the sake of argument, let's replace sugar with spice.
I love it. I love it. All right, so now we have, you can, like you said, could put spice anywhere. You could put it in the last spot. You could put it in this first spot. Let's start with some essential. Your anti-poison, your ground type coverage. Usually, what do you have if you were going to compete this weekend at LAIC? What would you put there?
So this weekend is the first time that players can use Annihilate, a fighting and ghost type Pokemon with Rage Fist. Ghost resists poison, so we're going to sub this in here as a form of anti-poison, but it's got some flavor too. So let's put that in first.
Yeah, that's got a little, so I would put an extra one in there. That's got some spice there. All right, and then we got the water type Pokemon, the Milk. What do you got there, Tomahawk?
I think Azumarill's just too good. Water and Fairy, so bulky, so defensive. I think it's a staple.
Absolutely is a staple. And then we had Dunsparce there as that role last time. What do you have here for the eggs?
So we've talked about normal and dark, and we're actually going to put the Galarian Moltres here. It's a dark type Pokemon. It resists Shadow Claw. Let's go with that.
Can be flexible, right? You can interchange the roles here in 2 different spots. Add that in there. And then, of course, what you got for the butter if you were going to play this weekend, Tomahawk?
We love dairy. We love the dairy Pokemon. It's going to go Miltank with Rollout and Thunderbolt as our anti-flyer.
This might sound like a joke, but Miltank actually did just top cut in Buenos Aires in the LATAM region. So it is not a joke. It is a real Pokemon here, and we're going to put that in. Rollout's better. It's got the Thunderbolt, got the electric type coverage. It's a good Pokemon.
I agree. Now, next up, we talked about grass coverage, but we need a little bit of bulk. So we're going to go back to old school Superior.
Oh, yeah. You're going to put in the Superior. So good at beating Dunsparce as well. So good at walling some Pokemon. Let's add a little bit of the chocolate there. Then lastly, we have a little sugar left. We also got a little spice. What are you putting for your last pick here in the sugar in this ingredient section?
And this is interesting because we talked about how Ariados has risen in popularity. And so a Pokemon that is very good at beating Ariados is Stone Edge Clodsire, and actually then covers the ground type role that we lost at the beginning. I think it shapes it out nicely.
A poison type that beats other poison types, that is sweet to me. Let's put in the sugar here. All right, well, this is a great recipe for competing, but we actually got 2 professional chefs on the Casa crew. So let's welcome in guest chef Inadequate here. All right, Chef Inadequate, what would you cook up this weekend at the Latin American International Championships?
For this weekend's recipe for an Inadequate team, I'm going to start a little bit with some meta. We're going to start with the Clodsire.
Yes, chef. And then what for the water type, chef?
Again, not super spicy, but we need some more bulk. We're going to go with Azumarill.
For 17 straight seasons, Azumarill getting in the recipe. All right, what do you got for the eggs?
For some safe coverage to add to the team, we're going with the Malamar.
All right, Malamar, a super fun pick, so flexible, can get the energy so quickly. And then Adequate, what do you got for the butter?
Well, now we've had enough of the meta picks. To keep the butter cool, we're going with a Frostlass.
Oh, you're making the butter spicy? All right. We're going to add all that butter in there, then I love that pick. That is the Frostlass as your anti-flyer Pokemon. All right, what do you got as your grass-type coverage then?
So I'm going to stick with the grass-type Charge 6 Trailblaze, but with a different Pokemon. This is Berserker.
Berserker with Trailblaze. All right, well, that is getting a little spice in there for that chocolate as well. That is super spicy. And how are you going to round out this team? What are you going to put in for your last ingredient?
To cover the grass-type Pokemon a little bit more, we're going with a good dragon. Only naturally, that is Goodra.
Oh, that is a good dragon. I love me some Goodra. That does counter the grass. And you know what? That thing is spicy. Get that rest of it in there. Get that in there. That is fantastic. Thank you to both of my chefs. Thank you, Inadequates, Guest Chef Inadequates. And thank you to Tomahawk. We're going to mix this up. We're going to put it in the oven. We're going to see which rises here at the Latin American International Championships. But let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Coming back live from Sao Paulo here for the action at LAIC. Me, Amanda Lundberg, and also Tomahawk, perhaps with a tummy ache after he drank all of that delicious batter going on for that cooking segment.
I don't know, it's extra protein, Amanda. We love to see it. I love that segment. But we have players here that have been cooking as well. We are into the late stages of the Latin America International Championships. And next up, we have two players that will be showing just how far they want to go. Ashton Ash up against Out of Pocket.
Now this is sort of a rematch of sorts of NAIC last season where Out of Pocket became the international champion. Ashton Ash right behind him on those tails. Will he be able to have what we call a grudge match here and be able to overtake Out of Pocket in this loser's bracket?
So do you know what's interesting? We've spoken a lot today and yesterday about how Out of Pocket and Colin 6 were using the team built by Nighttime Clasher. Now, Colin has already played against Ashton Ash. That means Ashton Ash has seen this exact line of 6. He did lose to Colin. Will he readjust, and how will he do so here against Pocket?
I know a lot of times trainers are saying, ooh, if I only would have done this specific thing in a matchup, I think I would have been able to have it. I remember quite a few times in that Ashton Ash versus Colin 6 matchup, there were moments where Ashton Ash could have really pulled through, and if he can do similar plays, if he can get in the mind of Out of Pocket, he might be able to take those victories from him.
So if we cast our minds back to when Colin 6 played against Ash, Colin was very worried about the Primate. He was leading Pokemon and having Pokemon in the back that would be able to manage that hard-hitting, fast-charging fighting type, and it actually left him very, very weak to the Superior. Ash recognized this. Didn't bring the Primate at all. He did bring the Superior. The question for Pocket is, do you play the Ash that played against Colin, or do you play and predict a new adjusted style?
Well, we're about to find out because it looks like both of these trainers have now locked in. We're going to jump straight into the battles here. We're going to see right away, and it looks like Out of Pocket has a great lead here against Amanda Buzz, and we're seeing a quick pivot now into that Shadow Feraligatr on Ashton Ash's side.
That is a massive lead for Out of Pocket, and a great counter swap into the Feraligatr that uses Shadow Claw. These are resisted. Hydro Cannon is easy to tank for the Galarian Moltres, but Pocket is going to shield it. He wants to preserve as much health as possible.
We've seen quite a few ways that the Galarian Moltres can go through this Feraligatr. If it doesn't throw an attack, it can 2-shield farm down. It looks like Out of Pocket wants to go for perhaps an Ancient Power boost, or at least getting some of that energy and health off of the Feraligatr. Feraligatr still able to make it to another attack, hanging on by a thread, and no shield used here by Pocket.
Even in a negative matchup, Shadow Feraligatr putting in so much work, taking Galarian Moltres into the red and getting a shield away. Can Galarian Moltres get one back with this heavy-hitting Brave Bird?
Being able to come in now, might not even be able to get up to, because the powder snow damage of this Alolan Sandslash are enough to knock it out of the skies. The Azumarill comes back in at this point because the Clodsire has such a bad matchup against it. And you know what? I think Ashton Ash is probably fairly pleased about the scenario, saying, okay, the Mandibuzz can avoid the Azumarill because there is no chance on coming back from that.
I really like this from Pocket. Azumarill dominant against Mandibuzz, but also that Clodsire has Stone Edge, so it has a pretty positive matchup too. You need to bring in Azumarill vorell here to take out the Alolan Sandslash. Ash recognizes, even though this play rough is resisted, a Alolan Sandslash is his win con.
Going ahead, going for another attack here. There's only one shield left on out-of-pocket side, and he doesn't want to use it now. Knows that the Azumarill bubbles are going to start whittling away at the Alolan Sandslash. Alolan Sandslash is on Powder Snow, so it's not going to be doing much damage in the fast attacks, relying solely on these charge attacks, these drill runs coming through to be doing the damage to the Azumarill.
Azumarill is so bulky, it will be able to hold on to the drill run and get away that next play rough. Will Ash shield? No, he won't. He knows that Alolan Sandslash can hold on. He's going to put all of his eggs on the Mandibuzz basket.
Gonna go ahead and see if Mandibuzz can lay some eggs for him there. We're gonna see a very aggressive farm down. Now doesn't even want to give him the opportunity, coming in with the Clodsire now, revealing that third Pokemon. I think Ash is thinking, oh, if only that Alolan Sandslash had a little more power to it at this point. Having to swap out into a Mandibuzz against a Clodsire is not a great matchup.
That chip damage was huge. Could have maybe opted for the drill run, would have done a little bit more damage. The question is, can Mandibuzz reach 2 attacks to take out this Clodsire? But I think Pocket might still have a shield.
Going ahead and using that Stone Edge, it is going to do a lot of damage, and Ash knows it. Knows he has to keep that Mandibuzz healthy here. Going for that Dark Pulse, the heavier hitting attack, but Clodsire has so much bulk to it that this is not going to be nearly enough.
Mandibuzz continues to charge. The snarls are coming through. Clodsire reaching its next Stone Edge. This will do a lot of damage to the Mandibuzz, but Pocket will need another Stone Edge if it wants to take this Vulture down.
Switch timers are getting close to being up. It is up on out-of-pocket side, and now there's still a ton of energy on that Mandibuzz. Looks like he's going for a catch, and a catch is what he got. Little to no HP left on the Azumarill, little to no bubble swiping, but the Mandibuzz has released a ton of energy here, and it's getting down into the red. Going now for the aerial ace again, getting that shield from out of pocket.
What a massive catch for out of pocket. That could change the game there. Ashton Ash knows how pivotal that might be. He might even go for a catch of his own. It could be risky. No, the Stone Edge is going to land. Is this going to take down the Mandibuzz?
No Protect shields remaining. All the bubbles swiped on the side of out of pocket here. Not quite enough. It managed to hang on by just a thread here, trying to get to another attack, and Ashton Ash actually reaches the Ice Punch in the very last moment.
Poison Sting double resisted by this normal Alolan Sandslash. It reaches the Ice Punch and takes Clodsire down. Ashton Axe takes game number 1.
Coming back from a bad lead of the Mandibuzz against the Azumarill, Mandibuzz against the Clodsire, still the Alolan Sandslash pulled through.
That was superb from Ashton Ash, even though that attack was caught by Pocket. He knew that he still had a win condition available, relying on that Alolan Sandslash in the endgame to close it out. Pocket needs to readjust now. What changes will he make? He cannot afford to lose this second game, or his LAIC dreams are over.
They are in the loser's side of the bracket. This is like an AIC, but this time, both of them are going to need to win this to stay in the matchup. Pocket can't be as comfortable as he was when he was in the driver's seat before on that winner's side of the bracket. Also behind one game, he really needs to pull himself together at this point and say, okay, what can I do to be able to take that? Because that first game was so incredibly close.
We saw Ash use the Superior against Colin. He didn't use it there in that first game against Pocket. Will he bring it now? That's the question. The difficulty for Pocket is that he has so many different core breakers that he needs to build his team around, and that is no easy thing to do. What are you predicting from Ashton Ash here? Ash has the momentum. He's locked in. Pocket has just locked in. We are so close to getting into this game number 2.
Ashton Ash just needs one more point to stay alive, stay in this tournament, and this is a great way for him to start it out there with that Alolan Sandslash against the Clodsire here. Going ahead and just charging up a ton of energy. Neither one of these want to let their charge attacks get caught on any other Pokemon. Now going for a drill run here on Ashton Ash's side, and we'll have to see if out of pocket wants to use shield. Looks like he doesn't this early in the game.
Now, Pocket, even though this is a negative matchup for Clodsire, he's gone ABA to this Alolan Sandslash, but he might be very, very pleased that he will not have to face it with his Galarian Moltres. He's going to have this Earthquake shielded. Will he let this go down? No, he's going to come in now with Feraligatr, get an energy advantage. It's met by Superior, but Feraligatr has an energy advantage and shield advantage.
Going for the, I think if out of pocket is counting, he knows this cannot possibly be that Frenzy Plant yet, but I think that Ashton Ash wanted to get off a little bit of chip damage before beforehand. So even if this is an Ice Beam, which it looks like it is, going unshielded here, that Feraligatr is still quite low.
Pocket, quickly check the team sheet. Are you running Leaf Tornado? No, you're not. I don't need to shield an Aerial Ace. Ice Beam lands and takes down that Serperior. Shadow Feraligatr is going to town. It will reach another attack here against this Shadow Feraligatr. Ash chooses not to shield it.
Knows that this is not going to be enough to knock out, and this is farm actually for Ash, and Ash's Feraligatr here already at a Hydro Cannon to be able to throw. Out of Pocket still has 2 shields to 1 shield, but there are Pokemon in the back that neither one of these feel very comfortable taking a Hydro Cannon.
Now let's remember the Earthquake was shielded from that Alolan Sandslash. It only took Poison Sting damage. That means it has a ton of health still available. Pocket needs to respect that an Ice Beam could be thrown here. He's going to shield. Ash gets that shield with the Hydro Cannon bait and goes straight into the Alolan Sandslash, and it's already got an Ice Punch ready to go.
Ice Punch coming through, trying to cool off this Moltres, getting that second shield from Out of Pocket because he wants to try to keep this Moltres as healthy as possible. Wants to try to be able to get up to another attack, going for that Ancient Power. This could do a lot of damage, could potentially give a boost, but there is a shield left on Ash and Ash's side, and it doesn't look, oh, last second shield by him.
This is really, really difficult now for both players. That Alolan Sandslash, it cannot afford to let an attack be caught. It does not let an attack be caught. It continues to farm up, throws an Ice Punch against this Clodsire. Ash and Ash is starting to nod his head. Pocket is shaking his. This could go in the way of Ash.
Ash and Ash, Ice Punch #1 connects, still collecting a little bit of energy, coming out here for #2.
Ash is the protagonist for a reason. Alolan Sandslash reaches this Ice Punch. Galarian Moltres goes down. Ash and Ash wins the series 2-0.
We're gonna go ahead and have to keep that wrap with Ash and Ash, Alolan Sandslash coming in for that win, staying in on that loser side of the bracket, getting a little bit of redemption from Out of Pocket.
What a dominant victory. He'd played against the team before. He'd lost against that team before. He said, no, I am going to completely readjust. I am not losing a game. And do you know what? He has gone through a pretty impressive run so far. The player that he beat previously was off stream. It was LNDS Harchef.
Yeah, the previous winner of LAIC was knocked out by Ash and Ash. Ash and Ash is now knocked out of Pocket as well. Some very big names, some international champions. And I think Ash and Ash is saying, okay, I want a little bit of that magic myself here. Let me show you what I can do on the big stage.
What was really incredible is we saw the Shadow Feraligatr and Serperior in the back, and instantly you assume that Galarian Moltres can have a lot of play. Ash, with that Shadow Claw farm down, his Shadow Feraligatr put in an insane amount of work, drawing the shield away from Galarian Moltres. Alolan Sandslash punishing Out of Pocket, who played ABA weak to it, taking out both the Clodsire and the Galarian Moltres in the endgame, sealing the victory.
We talk about there's high risk, high reward with ABA situations. When it is one like that, unfortunately for Out of Pocket, it didn't go in his favor because the one Pokemon he didn't want to say in the lead, he ended up seeing there. And I think if you're Ash and Ash, you're probably feeling pretty good about that situation. Not only redemption against the team that Colin 6 played, but redemption against Out of Pocket in that round. And Martine has an interview with him coming up, and I cannot wait to hear what he has to say.
I'm here with the winner from just now. It is Ash and Ash. And Ash and Ash, congratulations on that tremendous win against the NAIC champion. You played against this team before today against Colin, and then you unfortunately couldn't do it. But this time you did do it. How did you do it?
I just need to adapt. In all honesty, I think like that Moltres was gonna come like in every match. So I needed to adapt to it. So that's why I brought Sandslash. I didn't expect him to go like that weak into Sandslash like Clodsire and with Clodsire and Moltres, but I think I positioned my Pokemon in a better way with Pocket instead of Colin.
Makes sense. And you played against Pocket before at the NAIC. At that point, you were the runner-up. How does it feel to now get your revenge here at the LAIC?
You know what? I don't hold grudges. It's like, yeah, he beat me. It's okay, and I beat him here. So, you know, Pokemon is a very volatile game. It's hard to be consistent. So I think, you know, I feel good. I feel good, yeah.
So I want to ask you something from my personal stance, from my experience with Europe. A friend of mine, a mind joke, says that Alolan Sandslash is an RPS Pokemon, a rock, paper, scissors Pokemon. How do you feel about that? Do you agree with him on this?
Yeah, I do agree with that. I do agree with him on that. The thing is that it wins hard and it loses hard. So yeah, I agree with it. Yeah, mind joke, you're right. You're right.
Thank you so much, Ashton Ash. And again, congratulations. Good luck in the rest of your tournament. We're going back to Amanda Free, but don't go anywhere just yet. We're going to get more exciting battles.
Thank you very much, Martijn. That was a very impressive victory from Ashton Ash. He says that this game can be volatile, especially when you are at this level of competition. Every moment matters, and he made the most of his.
I mean, admitting that sometimes a style or a Pokemon can be a little bit rock, paper, scissors, it's still a mind game, right? I mean, even if it's a rock, paper, scissors, if you never ended up lining up with the Pokemon that beats you, that's still a skill issue.
It absolutely is a mind game, and he agrees with a mind joke that Alolan Sandslash can be a very risky pick if it had been lined up against the wrong Pokemon. We've seen what's happened when it got lined up against a Pangoro with Doombug 97, and Doombug 97 might look to showcase that Pangoro again because he is up next.
We're gonna have a battle of the 97s, in fact, as he's up against Paulasha 97. Gonna go ahead and see, you know, we're talking about different international championships and the grudge matches. This is also one from EUIC between Paulasha and Doombug, so we'll have to see if, just like Ash and Out of Pocket, she can flip the script.
Yeah, this is a huge match against two of the best players in their respective regions, both trying to get as far up this leaderboard as possible for the EUIC Travel Award, but also trying to cement their place in LAIC history. They want trophies, they want all of the awards available, they want legacy.
They're regional champions multiple times here, but obviously everyone wants that title of a European international champion, of a Latin American international champion, and a lot is on the line because both of these trainers are in the losers bracket. So once again, whoever loses this will be out of the tournament and their run will end.
So the Shadow Drifblim pick from Doombug is especially good against Sludge Bomb Clodsire, but I believe that Paulasha is running a Stone Edge Clodsire, and Doombug says that when he usually sees Stone Edge Clodsire on an opponent's team, he expects them to use it. Will he get that prediction correct here? Will Paulasha play into the hands of Doombug, or will she try something very, very special? She loves to cook. Can she do it on stage right now?
I tell you, she's been cooking quite a bit with that Shadow Marowak, but if there is a Shadow Drifblim on the other team, that's something to easily start to negate that energy because those Mudslaps just don't do very much damage to it at all. So I would imagine that there's quite a bit of play for that Pokemon, but with a Galarian Moltres on the other side being able to hit back very quickly, I really don't know how these two trainers want to play it out.
Yeah, Galarian Moltres there could really, really punish the Superior and that Shadow Drifblim, and also if shields go down, Brave Bird will one-shot that Pangoro. To be fair, quite a lot of attacks can one-shot a Pangoro, but this is the lead that Doombug was looking for. Superior into the Azumarill, and the Shadow Drifblim Sayswap instantly met by a Dunsparce.
Instantly throwing the Crunch as well, hoping and wanting that debuff to happen with the Crunch, getting also that full attack through as no shields are used by Doombug, gets the defense fall, makes it a little bit better for the drop in at this point, but already a Drill Run is loaded, getting that first Protect Shield from Paulasha.
Now Paulasha can flip this matchup because of that defense drop. You can start to throw Aqua Tails. They will now really, really threaten the Dunsparce. Paulasha is going to go for this Crunch. This will knock out if it lands, so Doombug is correctly shielding.
Looks like he had also pressed the button, go for Charge Attack priority here, and wants to see, no, it looks like it didn't actually register, and now going for another attack. Paolo using both of her shields there in that mid matchup, recognizing how important it is. I think we even saw a second debuff.
So here comes that first Drill Run. You're getting so close to your next Drill Run. You will be able to reach it before Paulasha reaches another Aqua Tail. The question is, will Paulasha look to catch it, or will she let this Drapion go down?
Going ahead, getting one more rollout, just needs one more to go. You see her at the point, trying to catch and successfully catching here back onto the Azumarill, recognizing, okay, Superior, you can come back in. I already saw that lead. I'll just use the Azumarill as a damage sponge.
This is exactly what we talk about, waiting a turn versus waiting to see your opponent's fast attack, because Paulasha also paused a turn, as Doombug did, and then made the catch. She now reaches an Ice Beam on this Superior. This is super effective damage.
Ice Beam will be able to connect. We've seen it a couple times. Even though it's super effective, the Superior is just a little bit superior in its bulk at this point, able to tank that quite comfortably. Frenzy Plant will be able to come through, and since the Azumarill is also at about half health, this is going to do a super effective amount and knock it out.
Now, do you come back in with the Shadow Drapion? You want to throw a crunch, not before the Superior reaches a Frenzy Plant. Frenzy Plant is resisted, but it will still chunk. It shouldn't take out the Shadow Drapion. Palasha could overfarm a tiny bit, but not really that much because she's already deep in the red.
Definitely wants to get the Superior out of the way, but the Drapion is so low at this point. Also doesn't want to get farmed to anything that is coming in. You see her already tapping onto that Clodsire saying, okay, ready, there's no Protect Shields remaining. We've got some work to do, Clodsire. Get ready to take the field. Doonbug patiently waiting out a switch timer, coming back in with that Dunsparce. Those rollouts aren't going to do much, but he will be able to reach a drill run.
This is a great position for Doonbug. Landing this drill run now can pave the way for a Azumarill to bubble and Ice Beam it down. This is not a Clodsire running Sludge Bomb. It cannot do super effective charge attack damage. Doonbug should be able to seal victory here. Is there anything Palasha can do?
She can go for these Earthquakes and she can hope that this Clodsire puts in some work, but the Ice Beam should be ready fairly soon. You see that doesn't do quite as much damage as a Sludge Bomb would, and Doonbug taking full advantage of this with the Azumarill fully healthy coming in. No Protect Shields, Ice Beam about to be thrown.
Really dominant display from Doonbug, even after that catch of the Dunsparce onto the Azumarill. Palasha reaches the Earthquake. It's going to chunk the Azumarill, but it can more than tank it.
Yeah, going ahead, making sure all the bubbles are swiped. There's not very much health left on either the Clodsire or the Drapion. Drapion coming in now at this point, not even able to make it to an Aqua Tail. Doonbug taking game number 1 away of the 97s.
Big first game for Doonbug. He nods his head. That was a great line read. He did have an answer, but he lost all of that charge attack pressure that the Dunsparce had against the Drapion lost as it was thrown into the Azumarill, but he was able to adjust fine because Superior was just so punishing and then still took Drapion into the red itself.
So how, if you're Palasha, do you think that you can adapt to this line call, or do you think it was just overall a good line call and potentially it's nothing wrong with the team composition that was put together?
I think that Palasha did everything that she could do in that game. She needs to think, what Pokemon will my opponent bring next time? Doonbug is actually very well known for using a line of 3 in game 1 and then completely changing it for game 2. So will she predict those kinds of adjustments? It's almost impossible to know for sure.
These two trainers played against each other last season. Doonbug was victorious in those matches. He ended up getting second at the European International Championship. Palasha was not very far behind him, however. She's been able to do so well in a bunch of tournaments throughout Europe and ready to show how good she can do here in Sao Paulo.
The players are locked in. We're getting into this game 2. Pangoro time up against Shadow Drapion.
Looks like a pretty good lead for that Pangoro here, but the Drapion does pace nice and quickly to those Aqua Tails, wants to throw it right away, and we'll see if we can get any shields. I think a lot of times trainers know that these Aqua Tails, even though we'll put in a lot of damage, aren't going to be enough to take it out, just still getting a lot of energy, and now since he's out of close combat, there's a lot of threatening things he could potentially do here. He's going for the bait, and he gets that Protect Shield. This is huge, because if he goes for a close combat next, Palasha has to make sure she either uses her shield or that Drapion's going down.
That is it. We get the boost!
And because of that, we get the shield, because he knows that that Pangoro is going to be putting in the work at this point. Attack is up, defense is up, and now this Pangoro is going to town, trying to come in with the Clodsire, just negate it, saying, okay, even if your attack is boosted, just try to do something against the Clodsire here.
Now, question for Doonbug, do you just throw the close combat anyway? It will still do a ton of damage, or do you bank it for later? He's actually going for another Night Slash. The question is, if you can reach a third Night Slash against this Clodsire, that is massive. Otherwise, I would have just gone for the close combat. It does do more damage than the Night Slash. He's going to bank it. There is the opportunity, maybe later, to reach that third attack. He's going in with his own Clodsire.
He's definitely put the Palasha's Clodsire into Earthquake range, even though an Earthquake is already going to be loaded and thrown at his own. I think he's in a comfortable position, saying, do you want to use your second shield here? Because I am at the attack. Even going over, recognizing that there's still some energy to be gained. Now throwing the Earthquake. Does Palasha want to let her Clodsire go down? Looks like she's saying, okay, that's fine. That's fine at this moment. I'm going to come in with something else.
I wonder if Doonbug could have kept one of the Night Slashes on Pangoro, because you took the Clodsire so deep into the yellow, but still forced to throw an Earthquake. Maybe you could have just done one boosted Night Slash and then preserved that energy. Now you're being met by a Feraligatr. You do have an attack available to throw already. Earthquake, if it lands, which it won't, would have done a lot of damage.
I think Palasha recognized that too, saying, okay, well, guess what? I can get a lot of energy. It is worth a shield in my mind at this point, because I can get to 2 Hydro Cannons in time. Looks like she's gonna try to throw. Looks like she's trying to catch her, but very quick wait here. Masterful plays by Paula.
This is a catch, but honestly, at this point, you just want to get as much damage off as possible. You have an Azumarill in the back that can just tank energy, and it resists the attacks of every single charge attack Powlasher has left in play.
Azumarill coming to the field here saying, okay, Dropian, I see what you're going to do, but Dropian going for that crunch. Not only is it a little bit heavier hitting, we saw it before, has plenty of chances for a debuff, doesn't end up getting it, might not even be able to make it to another attack, able to take it to Aqua Tail, and let me tell you what, it might not seem like much, but chip damage, especially at this point in the game, is crucial.
Yes, but Powlasher has no shields remaining. The Azumarill has a ton of health, and it is so close to a play rough now. This will do big damage to the Shadow Feraligatr if it lands. Doonbug's nodding his head. He thinks he has this.
Going ahead, throwing this, as you can see, swapping out into the Clodsire. Powlasher has to throw an attack here, but look how much energy is onto that Clodsire. Clodsire using a shield because he wants to be able to get off an attack of his own.
Clodsire Feraligatr core has been so popular. We are now seeing them against each other. There's nothing Powlasher can do. Doonbug97 says well played. Goodbye Feraligatr. Doonbug wins!
The ground trembles. The Feraligatr goes back into the swamp. Doonbug continues on that loser side of the bracket. For now, it looks like, at least for now, the king of the 97s.
That was superbly played by Doonbug, showcasing Pangoro. What a dominant display. It was landing Night Slashes. He got the boost. What an entertaining game. What a brilliant way to proceed on this loser's bracket.
Paula said earlier on when I was interviewing her, Doonbug is probably the best player in the game right now. She definitely respected those matches against him. He just has been proving so strong. And one of the things about Doonbug is he doesn't mind a loser's bracket run. In one tournament that he ended up winning and becoming the regional champion, he also lost round number 1, came back to flip the bracket and win the whole thing.
I've said this before, but there are some players that when they drop down into the loser's bracket, they think to themselves, okay, if I lose one more match, I am out. But the way that Doonbug approaches it is he says, if you lose one more match, then you're out. And I back myself. And my goodness, did he show that here. That was a dominant display. I don't really think there was much that Powlasher could have done.
I actually think that Doonbug just really likes to play the game. And he said, okay, you know what? If I get dropped down to the loser's bracket, I'll actually get to play more rounds. I'll have more opportunities for screen time. And you know what? Who doesn't love to see a little bit of Doonbug on the screen?
Yeah, Doonbug is such a great personality. He plays with the crowd, he plays with the camera, and I cannot wait to see just how far he can go. I know that he is so strong, and those players that are waiting for him further in the tournament, I don't think they want to see his name being paired up against them.
Listen, he got second at EUIC. And he didn't do so great at NAIC, he didn't do so great at Worlds, he said, but I think he's really trying to prove himself here. And I think that if you were him, you're saying, okay, I want that title. I need that title to my name now.
Ashton Ash said earlier, he said this game can be volatile, and that can happen. He didn't win any games at these World Championships. Does it make him a bad player? Absolutely not. Doonbug is one of the best, and he is showing it here. He hasn't had the season so far. LAIC seems to have changed everything for him. He wants to go as far as possible, and he will want to continue that momentum throughout the rest of this season.
I know that he probably actually doesn't like us bringing that up, right? No one likes to be brought up at the time as a reminder of the times that they lost. However, I honestly think it's such an inspirational story, because if you talk to trainers, they say Doonbug is the best player in the world. He's our only person who's won 3 regional championships in one season. He was so feared, and it just shows that even the best people sometimes have an off day. And it also shows that even if you're a newer player, you can beat anyone if you have the right momentum behind you.
And actually, I feel like Doonbug, just in terms of his personality, he is very reflective. He is actually very open to talk about his performances, whether they are good or bad. And everything is about his mentality, how he adjusts, and how he proceeds. All of the players here want to proceed. We have more players coming right up. We've got Ilum against the Torian 22. They are on the loser's side as well. They don't want to go out. Ilum said earlier, I'm going all the way this weekend.
He seemed pretty confident. He's one of those trainers who does do really well in tournaments. I see his name quite often in the top part of the brackets, but never quite at that #1 spot. Still able to make a nice loser's bracket run, coming up against the Torian, who actually has one of those first place spots.
The thing is,
many players could win a championship, but then you never really see their name again, and there's always that question of, was it a fluke? The Torian 22 on paper could have been one of those. He won a title last season, I believe it was the Puerto Rico event, and lots of players were saying, okay, but what are you going to do next? I think he is showing the world that that was no fluke. Look how far he has got in this tournament. He has taken out some massive names so far, but he has another one still to come.
And a little bit of fun fact news about him, he's very high up on the North American leaderboard. So if he does well in this tournament, there is a high potential that he will be able to have that European EUIC Travel Award secured in his favor. There's a lot on the line for him here. Not only winning these games to stay in the tournament, but winning these games for future tournaments. And we got the jump up against that Shadow Drapion in the lead.
Yeah, not winning this lead. These Poison Stings do a lot of damage. Energy Ball would be resisted. You can either throw an aerial ace or go for a catch. He's going to let this first crunch land.
We're going to see unprotected here because he knows if there's a crunch debuff, that would be the thing that you really want to end up shielding. But look how much damage this does with those Poison Stings. Going for that aerial ace wants to start chipping away at this Drapion now that a little bit of the energy has been deployed on the side of Ilum.
Now, Ilum must be wondering. He goes, why are you staying in such a negative matchup? Are you weak to my Shadow Drapion in the back? Will I invest a shield to preserve it? Yes, I will.
Going ahead, just getting a lot of energy on Ilum's side. I think he's doing exactly what Tomahawk just said. And you know what? Torian's about to show, saying, okay, well, I'm coming in with the Drapion of my own, but look how much energy is on Ilum's side, saying, okay, you want to come into this? Well, have an Aqua Tail, maybe two.
So much energy on this Shadow Drapion for Ilum. Will he throw them both into Shadow Drapion? Nope. He's going to throw one and then come in with a Azumarill. Azumarill will resist this crunch, but let's remember that Poison Stings add up, especially if there's a defense drop.
And I like that Ilum threw it right away, saying, if there's that debuff, I want it as soon as possible before I start taking all this bubble damage, before I have to decide if I want to use a shield, because Ice Beam and Play Rough are already ready. Drapion now going for its second attack here, and still no attack being thrown by Ilum.
I think Ilum will take this attack. He will farm up as much as possible before the final attack and then throw an Ice Beam to take out this Shadow Drapion. He's got a bit of an energy start. Ice Beam will knock out if it lands. The Torian is not going... No, he is going to preserve the Drapion. He thinks it's got way more value still to come.
Still has quite a bit of energy of his own. They're saying, okay, I think I can outpace. I know now where the Azumarill is at on energy, throwing right at charge attack priority. And Ilum is comfortable to let this go. I actually don't even know if this is quite enough, as the Azumarill looks like it has quite a bit of bulk to it. It's not enough. The Ice Beam is loaded, and it is caught on a jump bluff.
That is a great catch for the Torian. He knows that the jump bluff probably doesn't have much more it can do, especially when it's this low on health. He wants to preserve the Shadow Drapion, but he has that Dunsparce in the back. Superior would love to see a Dunsparce matchup.
And you can see he's already clicking on it. Superior saying, okay, this is a blind guess of whatever's coming in the back. Whatever may be shall be, and it is something that looks like it could be good for Ilum here. Superior against the Dunsparce. Neither one of these attacks doing very much damage.
Torian drops his head. He knows that is not the Pokemon he wants to see. Superior resisting Drill Run, so Dunsparce forced to throw Rock Slide. Not a particularly efficient attack. Superior with one of the most efficient attacks in the game in Frenzy Plant.
Going ahead, throwing now this Rock Slide. Superior, no Protect Shields needed at this point. Comfortable just to get a little bit of extra energy before throwing the next attack. Going for the Aerial Ace at this point.
Yeah, just taking down this Dunsparce. As long as you can get it low, Superior and Shadow Drapion together would be able to take it out. Shadow Drapion comes in for the Torian. It's going to go super effective Poison Stings. This crunch would do a lot of damage if it lands, but Ilum knows that his own Shadow Drapion, with a bit of health on the Azumarill, should be more than enough.
Comfortably takes it. Look, barely is around still. Now swapping into his Drapion, able to Poison Sting down. Still in Protect Shield. Tons of energy here. Going for that Aqua Tail as a rollout goes through. Torian looks like he doesn't even know if he wants to shield. Decided last second shield because it looks like he's also going for that charge attack.
We asked Ilum earlier, what is your MVP this weekend? We said, is it that Shadow Feraligatr? We've seen so much of it. He said, no, 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 no. Shadow Drapion is a monster, and it takes out that Dunsparce. Ilum takes game number one.
Dunsparce
3-ball flex.
3-ball flex. Dunsparce says, you are a monster to that Drapion as the Aqua Tail connected. Ilum just needs one more game to win to stay on that loser's side of the bracket here.
this is a massive game 2 for both of these players, especially at this stage of the tournament. You cannot afford to lose. The Torian is so close to the position that he wants to be in. Ilum wants to go so much further as well. Both of these players thinking everything about what their opponent might do in this next game. We saw the jump up. It didn't really get the value that Torian wanted out of it. Do you lean into it again? Do you double down at this point?
I actually think that Jump Up is a great Pokemon. It just couldn't get the alignment that really only needs to worry about the Dropion that happened to see in the lead and that Alolan Sandslash, but has great matchups against that Azumarill and the Feraligatr that we've seen before. So I don't know. I think that if you're the Torian, you might still lean into it.
Yeah, you might, and the Azumarill and the Dunsparce as well for the Torian are Pokemon that he has used so much so far this weekend. The problem is that there is a Superior on Ilum's team that has such a dominant matchup into both of them. If those Pokemon can avoid the Superior, that could be what Torian needs to get some momentum and get back into this match.
We saw that simultaneous basically swap in game number 1, Superior with the Dunsparce, and the nod of Ilum's head saying, okay, this is exactly what I needed. Perhaps he even scared away the Dunsparce with the use of the Superior there. We'll have to see, because one trainer is already locked into this. The other one's still taking a few moments to decide how he was going to do it.
The Torian desperately needs to win Switch. It could make a massive difference. It is so tricky when you're playing against Pokemon like Shadow Drapion to force alignment. When it can charge so quickly, it can chip and dip, and then whoever wins lead here has an advantage, but it does not mean the game is over just because there is that opportunity to switch out with that 50-second switch timer.
Well, we've seen it time and time again. Pokemon swapping out with a ton of energy, not a lot of health left. Ilum with that 3-ball flex in game number 1, but all of his Pokemon were very low in health. But that doesn't matter, because when the game ends, you just need Pokemon still on the field. Speaking of Pokemon on the field, we got that Dropion now against that Azumarill.
This is a really interesting matchup here. Azumarill resisting the Aqua Tail and Crunch from Shadow Drapion, but taking super effective from those Poison Stings. With shields up, everyone knows Shadow Drapion has a ton of play, and it actually is going to catch the resisted Ice Beam!
Onto the Azumarill here. Azumarill saying, I wasn't going to shield no matter what, but this makes me smile a little bit because I definitely would rather take the energy off of that. Now continuing to get a little bit of energy of his own on Ilum's side. Torian just building up to basically 100 energy again, content to stay in this for now and throw a play rough saying, okay, if this is an Azumarill, this is the attack I actually meant to throw.
Yeah, Torian doesn't really have a reliable answer, but what he is doing that is impressive is not giving away his Shadow Drapion. He is preserving that, assuming that Ilum is trying to bait it out to get it out of the way for Superior, so I do like this play.
Going in now with another play rough connecting, bringing the Azumarill down on the Torian side to the yellow, but the Torian says, well, guess what? I can do the same thing as you, throwing yet another play rough right back. Switch timers are getting close to being up on both sides now, and I think that at this point, trainers are kind of just deciding what do they want to do.
Now, the problem is by throwing that Ice Beam, wasting all of that energy onto the Azumarill, you are now in Play Rough range as the Torian's Azumarill. This Play Rough lands, it will take you out. What do you come in with? You're actually coming in with the Dunsparce. I really like this from Torian. He is recognizing that the Dunsparce might not have as much play in the back, and he would be absolutely right. There is a Superior there waiting for it.
He said, fool me once, shame on me. Now let's, I guess, go ahead, and I'm not going to do the same thing again. Just charging up a ton of energy here, basically at 2 attacks, throwing the Rock Slide now into the Azumarill. No shield on Ilum's side, but this is definitely enough to take out the Azumarill, and he still has some energy to boot.
The Torian there with Dunsparce, it's got energy, but the Superior now comes in. Are you going to throw these Rock Slides? Yes, you are. You're going to slightly chip. The Torian needs to think, at what point do I come in with my Shadow Drapion? At what point do I take advantage of the positive matchup? I think now.
Now coming in, but guess what? An immediate swap out from Ilum's side. They're throwing that first Aqua Tail. There's still 2 protections left on both of these trainers here. A little splash here coming into that Shadow Drapion, and now there's already basically 2 more loaded. Gotta use a shield at some point.
Far too much energy on the Shadow Drapion for Torian's liking. He's going to protect his own. He needs to get this Shadow Drapion out of the way so that Drapion can play against Superior on Ilum's side. Is he going to be able to do it? Ilum recognizes that his Shadow Drapion has a ton of play. He's going to shield this.
Not only does it have a ton of play, it has a ton of energy as well. Basically 1 away again from yet another double Aqua Tail, getting that shield off of the Torian, and now it's going to be a race for that energy, a race for those charge attacks going off, and a race for that switch timer to be up.
Another Aquatail coming through. This is going to put Shadow Drapion deep into the red. This is insane for ilum. If he wanted to, he could even come back in with Superior at some point. He's going to go, there's a Dunsparce Superior instant swap. Really, really smart play. Ilum is very, very confident. He knows that he has this now. Frenzy Plant about to land.
Superior saying yes as it takes out that Dunsparce there. Frenzy Plant connects, but there is a crunch loaded here. There is still a shield left on Ilum's side. He says, you know what? I think now is the time to use it. Gonna make sure that this Superior stays nice and healthy because I think at this point I can Vine Whip down. I can take day number 2.
He wants to go all of the way. The dream is not over. Ilum takes losers round 4. He proceeds here at LAIC.
Ilum, remember this name. He's doing so well. He talked about it earlier on. He's feeling confident. He's looking confident. He's playing well. And we're going to see how far he can take it.
Those look so comfortable. And the Torian is a great player. So they cannot have been easy. But the Ilum knows his team so well. And the way that he uses his Pokemon manages his energy, but also is watching that top corner as soon as he sees the switch. Instant reactions, and it makes a massive difference.
With that Azumarill with basically all of that energy and Ice Beam going on to Ilum's, I think from the beginning, the Ilum was feeling pretty confident, saying, okay, I feel like I'm in the driver's seat, and the fact that Torian stayed in with his own Azumarill was sort of an indication, I think, to Ilum of like, okay, well, there's not really a strong counter to my Pokemon. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take out his.
I think the difficulty here is that these players, they know how to avoid a catch. They know that sometimes you need to pause and wait for that fast attack. But there is a genuine worry that if they pause too long, they might not see the fast attack coming and they might lose as a result. So sometimes they're just like, look, I'm just going to hope for the best. I'm going to throw the attack. And then all of a sudden, you see a massive catch, and it's game over.
Sometimes, even in that vein, a lot of trainers say, sometimes I just throw the attack immediately because no one expects me to do that. They're always going to wait, and so I'm going to say, okay, well, if you're giving me the opportunity, I'm going to go ahead and take it.
Yeah, well, Ilum was managing his Pokemon perfectly, but also managed his energy perfectly. I think we need to hear a little bit more from Ilum, how he's feeling about his team and his chances in this tournament. Butters has him now for an interview.
Thank you, Tomahawk. Ilum, you look absolutely locked in right now. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very excited and ready to keep going.
You might be the most decorated trainer to have not taken home that championship trophy. How much would it mean to you to take home that trophy here at LAIC?
It would mean the world. I've been playing this game for a while, and all I want to do is just win a tournament.
Well, you're closer and closer now, and my last question is, you've been switching back and forth between Shadow Feraligatr and normal Feraligatr every other tournament. Do you have a consensus? Which one do you like better?
Oh man, I feel like it totally depends on the team that you bring, but for this team in particular, I feel like Shadow Gator was better. I'm gonna go with Shadow Gator because of the Dunsparce matchup is much more consistent.
Fair enough. Well, congratulations once again, and best of luck getting it to those grand finals. We know the grand finals will definitely contain a trainer from 7-Eleven Gaming, and there's a lot of fans for 7-Eleven Gaming here. Let's hear from them.
We're here at the Latin American International Championships, and we have a winners finals with two 7-Eleven Gaming trainers, Richie and Marto Galde. I am joined by some 7-Eleven Gaming teammates and friends. I just want to ask you, how are you feeling, and do you have any words of encouragement for 7-Eleven Gaming?
I am so happy by this result. It's historical for the team. I'm really proud of both Marto and Richie. I'm just going to say, I hope you guys enjoyed the winners finals, and one of you is going into the grand final, so go for everything.
Awesome, awesome.
Yeah, well, we're all really proud of them, not just the two of us, but everyone at the headquarters of 7-Eleven Mexico. We're really proud of them and all the courage that takes to get through all of this process. So I hope they won, and if they don't, they already winners, so yeah.
Well, I only expect that they enjoy the game as well as we will do, and this will be amazing matches.
It sure will, and it's a guarantee that Championship Sunday will have 7-Eleven Gaming and a lot of fans in support here. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Hello everyone, we're here at the Latin America International Championships in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And as you may know, the local player base here speaks Portuguese. So I'm here with Martin, and we're going to teach him a few of the key phrases that he would use if he were to participate in a tournament here and play against a local. So, if you wanted to wish your opponent good luck, you would say, boa sorte.
Boa sorte.
Perfect, perfect. If you had a good game against your opponent, you would say, bom jogo.
Bom jogo.
Wow, perfect. You're a natural, Martin. All right. If they made a good play, you would say, bem jogado.
Bem jogado.
Yeah, perfect. I'm impressed. All right. And then if you're feeling confident that you're going to win, you would say, eu vou ganhar.
Eu vou ganhar.
Close enough. Eu vou ganhar.
Eu vou ganhar.
Perfect. Yeah. All right. There you have it. Yeah, let's get back to some Pokemon action.
Hi trainers, we are here at LAIC, and although this man needs no introduction, we are joined by one of the travel award players from the EU region. It's Colin 6. Colin, how does it feel getting the opportunity to travel abroad during the season to come and compete at LAIC?
I mean, I'm incredibly excited to be here. I've had opportunities to travel before for the World Championships, to Hawaii, to Japan, meeting new cultures, meeting new people, but to get to do it within the season, it's just so much fun, and I'm looking forward to meet the Latam community here.
And how does it feel to represent your region? So many players watching from home in Europe. What's that like for you?
There's a bit of pressure that comes along with it. It's always a bit of a rivalry going on between each region. But I'm just happy to be here. I look forward to battling the Latin players. Always enjoyed battling them at Worlds before, and I just can't wait.
Okay, we have a question for you then. Of the LATAM players that will be here, are there any players that you are looking to avoid or would really like to play against?
I'm not looking to avoid anyone. I like playing good players. I like playing, I think, good battles. There's so many good players here. LNDS, Steinar, LNDS, Varjev, Sardi, so many more to name. I just hope I get a chance to face them.
Okay, one last one. If you were to bring any meal from Europe here to Sao Paulo to impress the locals, what would it be?
I'd like to name a Dutch meal, but I don't think it would impress anyone. So I think Italian is the best cuisine in Europe, so pizza, pasta. Can't go wrong with that.
I don't disagree. Trainers, this was Colin 6 here at LAIC. Make sure to root for him. We'll see you later.
Back to the Latin American International Championships. We have our top 6 here in day number 2. We just heard about the travel awards. That is very important for one trainer in particular, Dunebug. If he's able to make it to the grand finals, he will secure that travel award for the European International Championships. I am 2O Butters, joined by Inadequate.
Yeah, and if you miss all of the action, make sure that you follow the channels on YouTube and Twitch so you can watch it all back. We've had some insane battles, and we have some more to come because the stakes are high. Soon, one of these competitors may be able to win a trophy. The top 4 wins a trophy, plus direct qualifies for the World Championships.
And if you're just joining us now, we do have our winners finals ready with Marto Gaude and of course with Richie, 2 7-Eleven gaming teammates from the LATAM region. So there's going to be a good chance it's going to be another LATAM champion, but will this be the first international championship ever that a trainer from another region will win? It is very possible because this is the winner's side of the bracket where Richie and Marto are in that winner's finals. You see here a lot of these North American trainers that did well early on, Out of Pocket, Stud Muffins, Ilum, Dunebug, they all got knocked down in that winner's round number 2. But they have recovered on that loser side of the bracket. The CTU, Ashton Ash, Dunebug, and Ilum, all North American trainers are in this top 6 right now.
Exactly. There are 2 LATAM players remaining here, Ashton Ash and Vitorello. And then we have North American players, the C2U. I think it's the C4U now because he keeps growing in number the more he wins. We have Dunebug and Colin from the Netherlands, but this is our next matchup that we have right here. We're gonna have the C2U versus Aston Ash.
And we can't forget that there is still a chance for Europe as well, because Colin is awaiting, I believe, the winner of this matchup right here between the C2 and Ashton Ash. Ashton Ash is running that Primate. We've seen it be really strong into some team compositions before. We saw a lot of fighting types actually in this day number 2. I think we saw more fighting types in day number 2 than we saw all day number 1 between the Annihilate, the Pangoro, and the Primate here.
Yeah, these things starting off with the Primate, with that spicy team with the Shadow Sableye and Abomasnow as well. And now Ashton Ash is getting actually quite far with the Primate. Primate having access to Rage Fist and just coming out so quickly with Karate Chop generating energy very fast. And then close combat with in a very hard-hitting charge attack that does debuff your own defense, but even resisted. If you can land like 3 Rage Fists, you buff your attack 3 times and then land a close combat, it would even do 60% to like a Clodsire or a Azumarill. That's actually crazy.
Yeah, and something like a close combat hitting into a Malamar boosted up like that would do so much, and the CTU has that Malamar. This Pokemon, I have never seen it so irrelevant in this season. Usually it is a big part of the tournament, but so far it has been on little teams or has been benched in matchups. Is this the opportunity? I feel like if there is any opportunity for Malamar, it might be in this matchup versus Ashton Ash, but we're gonna have to wait and see. The CTU and Ashton Ash are locked in. It's gonna be the Alolan Sandslash versus the Azumarill lead. Mandibuzz, Clodsire, the back for CTU.
And this is a very neutral matchup between both Pokemon, because where Azumarill resists the charge attacks, or sorry, where the Alolan Sandslash resists the charge attacks from the Azumarill resists the Power Snow damage. So really evening out these two Pokemon. I believe Alolan Sandslash does just slightly better here, and then it might come down to the back line, and that Mandibuzz is looking really good in the back.
And look how vulnerable the CTU's backline is to that Alolan Sandslash. So Ashton Ash doesn't know that, but actually pivots out. That is pretty good for Ashton Ash here. The problem is there's no place to put your Superior, but at least you do bait out this Mandibuzz with the Feraligatr, so your Superior will have a lot better play in the back, and he's going for it.
He's going for the Ice Beam. I think you win the 2-shield scenario straight Hydro Cannon. This does a lot of damage, but Mandibuzz is bulky, can't hang on. The Shadow Claw don't really add up, but now you are nearly in Hydro Cannon range as the Feraligatr, so Ashton Ash actually in a pretty decent position. Calls the Dark Pulse bait, it's only an Aerial Ace.
Yeah, and I think you will get the knockout with this Hydro Cannon, so you can take the alignment, but you take a Protect Shield instead. Now this Feraligatr will be energy dry, so the CTU has an opportunity to bank up some extra energy here, and actually only does 1 Snarl of extra energy before throwing the Foul Play.
Because I think he's afraid that Ashton Ash would then just shield, but looks like Ashton Ash shields anyway. That is a Foul Play, by the way. There's no Dark Pulse on the Mandibuzz, my bad. So this Foul Play charge up a little bit quicker. Both players don't want to throw a charge attack priority there. So we see the CTU just farming up and shooting again.
Either both players are afraid of getting swapped on, or both players don't want to throw an alignment. But that was really funny, seeing 2 trainers with energy available that could knock out a Pokemon. Both trainers deciding not to throw it. Maybe they both want a double shield for alignment here. That looks like what Ashton Ash wants to do, and he's going to be able to get to that Hydro Cannon at the exact same time, though right before the Aerial Ace is available, and it looks like Feraligatr is going to be able to pick up this matchup, and it's going to be hard to finish off this Feraligatr.
1 energy off the Aerial Ace, barely not being able to come in. Yeah, you cannot really farm down unless you take another Hydro Cannon here. That will put the Azumarill so low. It looks like that's what the CTU is exactly going to do. He's valuing the energy more than the HP on the Azumarill. And remember that the Clodsire from the CTU has Sludge Bomb, so it does do better into the Superior. But you also need to land an Earthquake into the Alolan Sandslash.
And here comes the Ice Beam into the Superior here. Ashton Ash knows this is really bad, taking this super effective damage, getting 1 Vine Whip through, but that Sludge Bomb is going to pace really quickly, going to get the second Ice Beam, but caught! Double resisted into the Sandslash!
That is a huge catch, and you're going to see why, because when you come with the Clodsire, you cannot poise this thing down here. Alolan Sandslash at 2 attacks already, going for the Drill. It doesn't have the same type of attack bonus. The Drill is so much more efficient that it will still do more damage than an Ice Punch.
Ashton Ash is just loaded with energy here, trying to get to the double. Does secure the double, and the CTU knows that is really bad because he wanted to get to that charge attack before he took more more damage to be out of range of Frenzy Flame. Now, he's pretty much in range of getting Powder Snow down. A desperate attempt at a Sludge Bomb, which is going to be resisted. I don't even know if this knocks out.
Well, Marto God would know. He loves sludging the Steel-type Pokemon. It doesn't knock out. It's double resisted.
It does nothing.
That means that Ashton is going to clean up this Azumarill, going for the Ice Punch for the finishing touch on to put this game on ice and take game number 1.
And Ashton Ash takes the victory versus the CTU, who is the legend of the losers bracket. He is on a tear once again at LAIC, but Ashton Ash and his Alolan Sandslash, which I think has been so strong in this tournament so far. But remember, the CTU has defeated a team with the Alolan Sandslash in the past. Does he bring that Shadow Quagsire that has been so impactful for him early on in the tournament? Does the superior play from Ashton Ash kind of scare him to bring it?
It's got to be either the Malamar or the Quagsire to tackle that Alolan Sandslash, because all the other Pokemon from the C2U, the Azumarill, the Ariados, the Mandibuzz, and the Clodsire, they don't do super well into the Alolan Sandslash, so you kind of need to go a little bit stronger here. I believe his best answer on this team was the Azumarill, not really respecting the Alolan Sandslash. I had an interview with Ashton Ash earlier where I asked about if Alolan Sandslash is an alignment-dependent Pokemon, as a mind joke in Europe always says, and he agreed. It's so strong when it has the alignment, and Ashton Ash just shows that here. Alolan Sandslash is a Pokemon you must have.
Yeah, and even in this meta, though, it does seem like it has some flexibility, because although we've seen a lot of fighting types today, there isn't a ton of fighting fast attack pressure. Even the ground pressure can be fought back by the ice type of that Alolan Sandslash. The bulk of the normal one, to not be the Shadow, has just been so strong. I think Keeley, it's so much better against Azumarill, because double play rough from an Azumarill and bubble damage pretty much knocks out the Shadow. But the normal can take them both, bank up energy, and then close in the in-game like you saw in that game number 1. Do we see the Quagsire adjustment? Do we see the Malamar? Malamar's been irrelevant. This is its chance to shine, maybe.
Both players are getting ready. Both players are locked in. We're getting game number 2 between the C2U and Ashton Ash. We're going to have the Malamar. There it is, but it's lined up against the Mandibuzz.
Oh, that's terrible for the Malamar. What do you even swap into here? Your own Mandibuzz, there it is, your own swap in the Mandibuzz, and it's caught by the Alolan Sandslash. Instant simultaneous swap by Ashton Ash as soon as he saw that Mandibuzz, and he has the alignment. You said it's an alignment Pokemon. He has it. Does that mean he has a good chance of winning this game?
Maybe, but this is where you kind of want Dark Pulse for this specific matchup, because Dark Pulse does a little bit more damage and would knock out that Alolan Sandslash with the Snarl damage in 2 attacks. Now with Foul Play, it doesn't do as much damage, does charge quicker, but it will allow this Alolan Sandslash to have a more comfortable matchup here.
But maybe if you get some shields down here, and here comes the next Ice Punch. Looks like the C2 is going to try to get some shields down and using the first Protect Shield of the game. But like you mentioned, this Foul Play just doesn't really threaten Ashton Ash, and even if he doesn't keep alignment, I feel like he doesn't care that much. He just has Feraligatr. You just get up shields on Feraligatr. No, actually, he does care about the alignment.
Does care about the alignment, but if you look at the line from the C2U, he's not strong into that Pokemon at all, the Mandibuzz, right? He has the Malamar, but also the Ariados taking super effective damage from the Aerial from Mandibuzz.
And the Foul Play lands is not enough damage. Maybe the Dark Pulse would have been enough damage. You get to the Ice Punch, that will surely knock out this Mandibuzz here. And now it's even going to be hard to farm this down, but I think the strength of Psywave can't do it. So looks like Malamar is going to come in and try to get the full Psywave down before the Ice Punch is available. But no, actually, yeah, denies that Ice Punch, gets the knockout, but here comes the Mandibuzz once again. You don't really have a good option for it.
Yeah, let's see Mandibuzz farming up some more energy. The CTU farming up some more energy. Going for the first superpower now before Ashton Ash throws an attack. I think the Ashton Ash was waiting for the CTU to throw the superpower, so it is debuff, but now the CTU may switch out. No, not switching out just yet, and waiting 1, maybe even 2 turns. We saw a couple of Cyrus come in, but this ensures that the Dark Pulse will land on the Malamar that is debuffed because of the superpower now. Look at how much damage that does.
That did so much here, and looks like the CTU doesn't want to swap out yet. Wants to try to get this Mandibuzz energy dry, but he's in a tough situation because he has all this energy banked, and he has to throw up the Protect Shield on an Aerial Ace. That is just brutal for the CTU here. He has to make some miracle happen if he wants to stay alive in this tournament. Ashton Ash is in such a dominant position right now.
Is there any chance you can get both shields down from Ashton Ash and try sweep up with the Ariados. Looks like here it comes, the Spider into the Mandibus. There's a Feraligatr in the back that doesn't like to take the Trailblaze, but you still have a shield advantage as Ash here.
Yeah, and the problem is if you leave yourself energy dry, then you can't get the double against the Feraligatr here. And I believe the CTU did have that Ariados that wins all the charge attack priorities, because remember, early on, he was winning everything versus those Feraligatrs, but he leaves himself vulnerable here. He almost gets the knockout. Here comes the swap into the Feraligatr. You're going to be able to get there on charge attack priority. Do you throw charge attack priority? No. Ash knows he'll probably lose it, so he doesn't even throw it.
Going for the launch to drop the attack of this Feraligatr, hoping that with that he can get to a Trailblaze at this point. Although the C2 has no shields here, the Feraligatr can just go for the Hydro Cannon. It does, ensuring the knockout, and now the Malamar needs to get to a charge attack. I don't know if that's going to knock out though, because Feraligatr is relatively healthy.
Yeah, it's too healthy maybe, but you can get to that charge attack first. You are at the charge attack, going for the superpower. You know superpower will do slightly more damage than the foul play, but it's going to come down to a superpower plus sidewave damage before Ash is able to Shadow Claw down. Looks like he's actually going to be able to Hydro Cannon, and looks like Ash defeats the legend of the losers bracket. It's going to be moving on.
Ash with an incredible run. He lost round number 1 on day 2, and he is right now making an incredible run. All these wins on the loser side of the bracket, perhaps defeating the best losers bracket player in the world here.
And remember, this was the runner-up at the North American International Championships, our last international championship. He is once again trying to make it to Championship Sunday, this time on that loser's side of the bracket. Can he do it? He's one step closer. Now he has to face Colin, I believe.
And that's going to be tricky again, because Colin has that same team as, I believe it was Pocket. He did win that, but earlier on the day, Ash lost against Colin. So it's going to be a grudge match against that same team. But now Ash has more experience with the Galarian Moltres, and perhaps can align the Alolan Sense a little bit better.
Yeah, and at least Ash is also undefeated in grudge matches today, because he defeated Out of Pocket, who defeated him at the North American International Championship. So he got his revenge early on in the day. Can he get back-to-back revenge here? And he just had a dominant position with that Mandibuzz alignment, with the Alolan Sandslash alignment. There was just really nothing the CTU could do in that scenario.
You know what I want to point out as well here? The teams of these players, they both have Mandibuzz instead of the Galarian Moltres that we've seen so many more times, showing that even if you are unlucky on your daily adventure incense, Mandibuzz could fulfill the job just as well. These trainers are making a really good run with that Pokemon. You can also opt for Air Slash as the fast attack for more neutral damage.
Yeah.
You also said, by the way, something that I want to correct. The superpower from Malamar actually does equal damage as the foul play, and it is because of the same type attack bonus. Normally, superpower does do better than most charge attack just because of how efficient it is.
Yeah, and that's my mistake, because technically it is lower energy, so it is more energy efficient, but yes, it does do the same damage. That is a good point to make. But you do get to it faster, so it's a little more energy efficient. But yes, could have thrown that foul play there, because you probably don't want to debuff yourself either. But in some scenarios, you do want to secure that damage with lower energy, but that's a great call out.
I think so too. The foul play is not what you want to throw in the Mandibuzz either. I believe the next matchup we're going to have is going to be Doombug versus Ilum, 2 North American trainers.
Yeah, and Ilum just talked on stage. He's like, I got to face Doombug next. And Boost Bug is back, because he got that boost on the Pangoro versus Paul Lasha. And Doombug, of course, one of the best trainers on the planet. Paul Lasha, who he defeated, said he is the best trainer on the planet. He was the runner-up at the European International Championships. And remember, he has something very important on the line here. If he is able to get top 2 in this tournament, that means he will definitely secure the travel award for EUIC.
Exactly. There's a lot going on at the LAC, but how about we take a look at what you have to say? We have some social posts to show from our viewers. We have here from 7-Eleven Gaming, top 32 secured after finishing as winners of their respective groups. Martogal and Richie advanced to play day 2 of the LAC. Well, they made it even further. They're going to day 3.
Yeah, they are going to be in the winners finals here. So one of these trainers has a really good chance of winning it all and securing a 3rd straight year of LATAM dominance here at LAIC. 2 teammates there from 7-Eleven Gaming. Awesome to see.
And then we have Maka, LAIC day 1 complete. The Ghost Staff is the best. I just had an interview with CCO, so maybe we'll see that later as well. My my throat decided to have no voice, but with everything for day 2, yeah, that makes sense. Our voice is also getting there, but it's worth it for all the action and all the trainers that we have here.
Yeah, it'd be great to see the Lindos all talk tomorrow morning after they've been chanting all tournament long. And then, of course, here is a Lindo right here. LNDST Steinar, another day 2. I really enjoyed my gameplay today, and I hope things continue to go well tomorrow. Well, unfortunately, he has been eliminated here today, but he is one of the best trainers in LATAM in Brazil. He had an awesome day number 2. Oh, I love this one.
And here we have my European colleague, Lou the Pikachu, inspired by Tomag UK and 2O Butters. I also was on there, by the way. The cooking segment to bake some raspberry chocolate Pokeball cupcakes. That's a mouthful. Opted not to include the eggshells. That makes sense for mine, though. Rooting for all the Gastrodon players in day 2. And we've seen a lot of Gastrodon. It's not the blue one, though. I know Lou really loves the blue Gastrodon. We've seen the pink one, however.
It looks like she told that one on the very right, like, you can't have any, because that Gastrodon is not very happy about that scenario. That is actually a professional chef. We got to do another segment with her, because that is very impressive.
Well, I'll tell her next time if we see her in Europe. In the meantime, let's head back to the battles. We have our next competitors ready. Doonbug on the left, Ilum on the right. 2 players from North America. I love to see some more Shadow Drifloon and Pangoro action. Earlier we saw that Pangoro hit the Night Slash boost, a 12.5% chance to get that, and he got it on the first one against Paula in game 2.
Yeah, Boost Bug is Boost Bug for a reason. He has done that before. He has double boosted in a row to win a game, and can he do it once again versus Ilum? The most decorated trainer, in my opinion, to have not secured a championship. Let me just tell you how he has done this season.
Tell me.
He was 5th place in Louisville. He was 3rd place in Baltimore. Before that, he was 4th place at the North American International Championship. This trainer has been so consistent these last 4 months, but he's looking for that coveted title of champion. Can he get it here today? First, he has to be able to defeat Doonbug, and Doonbug gets a fabulous lead with this Drifloon into Superior.
That is incredible. Going into the Shadow Drapion onset by the Dunsparce, but we know that Drapion actually is not the worst here when both trainers don't use any shields, so we might see Doonbug use a Protect Shield at some point to keep shield switch advantage here.
And can you get this crucial debuff into the Dunsparce that puts this Dunsparce? He does. Now this puts the Dunsparce into crunch range. You can win the 0 shield, but actually throws out the Protect Shield.
Puts up the Protect Shield. He's definitely not. That means he's not listening to us, or he has a different scenario in mind. Perhaps he wants to get shields down, because if you get shields down, you can hit an Ice Beam on the Drifloon later. Drifloon can still be a menace when shields are up.
This one wouldn't knock out the Dunsparce, but there is a chance that the next Aqua Tail can knock out the Dunsparce. First, you would have to take this drill run. Looks like Ilum's going to try to play it out in the 2s.
I want to make a point here. This is so smart from Ilum here. Look at that backline. If shields are down, what are these Pokemon doing against Azumarill?
No, it has no opportunity here, and it looks like you're not quite at the back-to-back Aqua Tail, so Doonbug decides to let that go, maybe thinking that the back-to-back Aqua Tail was available. Does this get the knockout? Yes, and now suddenly you're in an awkward position. You have to come in with Pangoro to try to get a Karate Chop down, but the problem is, for that Azumarill strategy, like you mentioned, it's going to have to deal with Shadow Drifloon up a Protect Shield, but I love that pivot, so you have the Shadow Drapion for later.
This is not that bad for Doonbug just yet. Going for the Ice Beam here is doing a lot of damage. Doonbug knows it's an Ice Beam. Does he want to put a protection? He doesn't!
He knows shields, and suddenly he's going to try to win it all with Pangoro here. He needs to get a big dent inside this Azumarill.
Here comes Shadow Ball from the Drifloon. This is going to do a lot of damage on the Azumarill. Boom!
It doesn't quite knock out there, though, and the bubble does come down, and the problem is, how do you finish off this Azumarill with only resisted charge attack damage, and the Ice Beam is available, but do you get the Protect Shield? You know this is the Ice Beam. Does Doonbug try to save that Protect Shield for later on? No, he does shield.
He does put up Protect Shield. There's a Superior still. He's had so much energy going for the Night Slash. I think this is the time to get that boost, because Pangoro is hanging by a thread here. Well, not exactly, but the aerial it will knock out. Can you get the farm down here? No, the swap into the Drapion for the Aqua Tail.
And the Aqua Tail is not going to be able to knock out, but I don't think you can Karate Chop down. You're going to have to commit some sort of energy. You desperately need the boost to win this battle. Can you get the boost? Can you get the Karate Chop down? And then can you close combat that Superior? It's asking a lot of this Pangoro. Can he do it? And does it get the boost? No, it's over.
It is over indeed. Well, even if he got the boost, this Drapion got to another Aqua Tail. What a play by ilum. Such a terrible lead, but getting the shields down, got him his first victory against Doombug, and Doombug has a lot at stake here because he needs to get about top 2 to get the Travel Award for the UIC.
And not only did ilum 3-ball flex that matchup, he didn't even show the superior. He had the full health superior there. What a dominant win against a player of the caliber of Doombug.
Exactly. Well, he didn't show the superior in the back, but it was actually the lead into that drift blade. But getting the shields down again was so important. Here we see that Drapion flipping the switch advantage, and then the Azumarill with that Ice Wheel landing it. Doombug just preserving the shields. I think maybe it could have been a different game if he shielded there, but on the other hand, the Drapion might get to a crunch as well. So kind of a tough position for Doombug there. The composition just was not exactly prepared for an Azumarill.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for Doombug there was the Shadow Drapion, because as soon as he pivoted at very low health but some energy, that energy was going to be so useful against the Drift Limb. If he was able to knock out that Drapion before the pivot, I think he could have won the whole thing with that Shadow Drift Limb. But it's that pesky Shadow Drapion that he's going to have to be able to deal with in this game number 2.
And Drapion just looks so good into Doombug's team in general. He has the Dunsparce and the Clodsire, but even against those, we know that Shadow Drapion is so strong and that it can fight back into that Pokemon. One of our trainers is locked in, the other one is still thinking it through. This is a lot of stakes for both of these trainers at the 2025 LAIC.
Ilum trying to reach his ultimate goal of champion. He's been so close. I didn't even mention he's a 2-time finalist as well at regionals. So he has been 2 championships Sunday and gotten so close. If he can beat Doombug, he can beat anyone. I think if he can win this series, he can win the whole thing. But of course, Doombug is standing in his way. I think he needs to have a good answer for that Shadow Drapion because it was just way too flexible against him in that game number 1.
But he doesn't really have, he only really has soft answers, only that Dunsparce and the Clodsire. Both trainers are ready. We're getting into game number 2. It is the Pangoro into the Azumarill. This is a tremendous lead for Ilum.
And Ilum is one step closer to that ultimate goal because he has perfect alignment. And it looks like Doombug is actually going to stay in this matchup, probably going to bank up a bunch of energy and then swap into Azumarill on a play rough. Actually decides to throw a close combat and then most likely is going to swap into that Azumarill.
Interesting play. Let's see if he does another karate chop or swaps immediately. I wouldn't be surprised if Ilum doesn't throw this yet. Yes, waits a turn, sees the Clodsire, swaps immediately. Lightning fast reflexes from Ilum here.
And maybe he was expecting the superior in the back, which obviously isn't in the back of Ilum's lineup. We can see it, Doombug can't. So swapping in the Clodsire instead of the Azumarill, but that is just tough against that Shadow Feraligatr because you're getting to this Hydreigon. It is doing so much damage, but at least you are going to be able to get to Earthquake and force a Protect Shield most likely.
The Clodsire is actually able to win the scenario where both trainers use one shield. The Earthquake is being protect shielded, but I think with this slight energy advantage, Doombug might be able to get to he will be able to get to an Earthquake and secure the knockout if he wants to.
Yeah, if he wants to try to win this one shield situation, I feel like you kind of want to get that next shield down or secure the knockout, and Doombug does exactly that. You can actually maybe even combo play here. You throw the Earthquake and then swap out into your Azumarill, leaving your Clodsire at a little bit of health here. Let's see if he does swap into the Azumarill. No, there it is.
And getting the shields down makes Azumarill better into the Shadow Drapion that we see lurking in the back. But Ilum has so much energy, and this is the only Pokemon on the team right now from Doombug that can soak those Hydreigon, because even though they're neutral on the Pangoro, Pangoro is very fragile. It might actually already get knocked out by a Hydreigon here.
And he's just trying to unload as much energy as can. And I bet that Ilum is also probably going to swap back out. But if you give up your Azumarill now to soak the energy on this Azumarill, then it's going to be Pangoro versus Shadow Drapion in the backline. So actually Ilum just staying patient, trying to take this charge attack. He has no Protect Shields remaining. He still has to find a way to close it.
But can he? The thing is, in comes the Drapion now. Ilum has the alignment that he wants, and the Pangoro is still going to be stuck into the Azumarill. Remember, Ilum has an Ice Beam stored.
Oh, and actually doesn't decide to use energy. Instead, he's going to be able to take this play rough here. How much energy does Pangoro have? It definitely doesn't have a charge attack yet. Swap into the Clodsire to try to soak some energy here. Then the counter swap into the Azumarill. Now this Azumarill is going to be able to bubble down.
And Azumarill has so much energy. Doombug's Azumarill is looking like to be in play rough. Doombug recognizing the position, acknowledging the position he's in right now. This is not a good one because player is double super effective into the Pangoro, going into the Azumarill, but I don't think this Azumarill has enough health to do anything. Go for the Ice Beam. There's still a Protect Shield on Doombug's side, but you only resist the damage on the Azumarill.
And the problem is, as soon as you Protect Shield, there's so much energy from that Shadow Drapion. And the bigger problem is, how are you going to get through this Azumarill? This is the bait, though, on the Ice Beam, so he does call that. He is not knocked out yet, but Pangoro up against it once again.
And now the Nice is coming through. I'm not sure even if a boost can save here. There's also the Drapion still hanging in the back to get some Poison Sting in. Nice is coming through, doesn't do a lot of damage here. There's so much energy on the Drapion. Ilum is going to take game number 2. Doombug concedes the match, doesn't put up the Protect Shield, and it means that Ilum advances to the next rounds.
Ilum does it! He is one step closer to being a first-time champion. He is a 2-time finalist. He was number 4 at North American International Championships. He's had a 3rd place this season, a 5th place this season. This time, he is looking for more.
And his next opponent will be Vitorello from Brazil. Ilum with a crazy run so far, getting so deep in the LAIC. He did it quite well at the NAIC as well last season. And again, on international competition, it's not easy.
Oh, it absolutely is not. And now he's going to be facing, I believe, the last remaining Brazilian in the tournament here. And wow, that is going to be some adversity here in São Paulo, Brazil. But Ilum was able to dominate that series versus Doombug. If he can beat him, he can beat anybody.
Just getting all that alignment helped so much, as we saw in game number 2 here. The leads were Azumarill into Pangoro, terrible for Doombug, but getting near the end game, the Azumarill from Ilum just proved to be too strong. And as you can see here, the Azumarill coming back in, but then it was Pangoro against the roll, and Pangoro was just not good enough, even despite calling an Ice Beam.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the Drapion was the Pokemon that, like you mentioned, there's no clear answer. There's a soft answer in the Dunsparce and the Clodsire, but the way Ilum was playing with that Shadow Drapion, just able to bank up energy, use all your Protect Shields, bounce around the battlefield, close it out, dominant performance.
It is one of the safest Pokemon for a reason. Poison and Dark typing combined have only one weakness, and that is the Ground type. But Doombug didn't really have ground types that match up super well into the Shadow Drapion. Clodsire takes super effective damage from the Alcatel and pace is quite slow, and then Dunsparce doesn't have ground type fast attack, so only really relies on Drill Run, which still does a lot of damage, but Drapion can hang on long enough to draw shields or even flip the switch advantage.
And you know, a lot of those ground types, a lot of those mud slappers have been eliminated now. That famous team that Nighttime Clasher had hasn't been doing so well, but there is one still remaining. It is Colin having that Shadow Kanto Marowak, and he's going to be up next in a rubber match versus Ashton Ash. He was the one to put him on that loser side of the bracket. But remember, Ashton Ash was able to defeat Out of Pocket, who defeated him at NAIC, so he's used to it now.
Ashton Ash has that Primeape as well, one of the very few fighters remaining in the tournament and putting up such a good showcase with it as well, getting so far. I was looking at the Primeape, I'm like, yo, I might just run this in my next tournament, honestly.
Yeah, and I think you were looking at this matchup because I believe this was actually the first matchup of the day. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so
the second.
Yeah, the second matchup of the day, and Primeape was looking really strong in this matchup. Maybe I think you screamed against Colin and said that, oh, Primeape might be a problem, but I don't believe Ashton Ash actually used that earlier on in this matchup.
Yeah, he went quite weak to the Galarian Moltres. Maybe he didn't have as much experience with the team just yet. What I found out is if you put 2 Protect Shields on Primeape in the lead against an Azumarill, you can win that matchup and you are 4 times boosted. And then if you land a close combat on a Clodsire, this will do about 60 to 70% resisted.
That is absolutely crazy, and Ashton Ash might be bringing that Primeape here. And remember, this is now losers round 6, so these two trainers are trying to get to these losers finals, trying to make it to Championship Sunday. They are so close. Colin, who is one of the most decorated trainers in the European circuit, has not had that success yet at an international championship. Today could be his day as well.
This is the first time he's actually getting this far. EUIC and Worlds haven't been his tournament. Well, I believe he did get top 24 at the World Championships, but obviously he would have loved to have gone even further there. And then we have Ashton Ash, the runner of the NAIC, as his opponent. We call Colin in Europe the final boss, the one player you need to defeat to win a championship.
and the final boss is using that popular team that defeated Ashton Ash earlier. What will be the adjustment here? How does that Alolan Sandslash look against Colin's team? I feel like it's looking good against pretty much everything but that Shadow Feraligatr. I think there's going to be a lot of that Alolan Sandslash. The key difference between the Marto Gaude matchup and this Ashton Ash matchup is instead of the Jump Pluff to protect that, you have the Mandibuzz. I feel like the Jump Pluff was protecting that Alolan Sandslash a little stronger.
But also the superior. Grass and Ice make for such a strong core when there are no Fire-type Pokemon. So, and we've seen Ashton Ash bring out the Alolan Sandslash the entire time. If you get that aligned, it is such a strong Pokemon. It has so many good matchups, and Steel is a very strong defensive typing. So I definitely expect the Alolan Sandslash from Ashton Ash to come out. It has been maybe his MVP, the most valuable Pokemon in this tournament.
Yeah, and it might be the most valuable Pokemon for two trainers, Marto Gaude as well. Pretty much anyone that has that Alolan Sandslash has really been taking advantage of that, especially with Azumarill over 71% usage in the meta. The ability to soak that energy onto your Alolan Sandslash cannot be understated how strong that ability is in the meta. What do you think they're going to try to lock into this game number one?
Yeah, again, I definitely expect the Alolan Sandslash perhaps paired with that Superior or the Mandibuzz to cover it a little bit better against its counters. Remember that Colin has that Shadow Marowak. It looks like both players are locked in for this grudge match. Here we go, the final boss Colin against the NIC runner-up Ashton Ash.
Here are the leads. It's Azumarill into Clodsire, and this is a pretty neutral situation when it is Stone Edge and Earthquake. So both these trainers are just staying in the battle. But how about that Alolan Sandslash is looking really strong against the backline of Colin.
Again, Alolan Sandslash is such a great Pokemon when you have that alignment, and because it is not the Shadow version, can hang on to one Earthquake. Let's see how Ashton Ash is going to play, and if both players are going to stay in this matchup. Looks like both players just satisfied with playing it out. Colin cannot really switch out because he doesn't want to take that Stone Edge or an Earthquake on his backline. This opposing Clodsire has super effective damage for the entire team.
And then now you're almost at the next Earthquake, but actually waiting, trying to catch something here. Looks like maybe he was trying to reach for that Moltres to catch a double resistant Earthquake, instead having to use a Protect Shield.
Yeah, that Protect Shield makes sure that Azumarill keeps all this energy, going for the Ice Beam, waiting a turn, making sure that Ashton Ash doesn't catch this. And Ashton Ash just keeping the shield here, doesn't really need switch advantage, he thinks, which I find interesting because, again, Alolan Sandslash is quite an alignment-dependent Pokemon. Looks like Colin is looking to switch immediately into his Galarian Moltres. If Feraligatr comes in, then that is a great switch, but no, it's the Alolan Sandslash!
And that is terrible here. This is going to be doing a good amount of damage, though, with that Sucker Punch. It is chunking on this Alolan Sandslash. There is only one Protect Shield remaining. I like this call to save both the shields for the Sandslash, because you know if you see the Azumarill in the lead, there's probably not Shadow Feraligatr in the back. You're not going to run ABA weak to Superior.
And again, waiting a turn, making sure Ashton Ash doesn't catch that Ancient Power on anything else that would prefer it. I think your win condition might be the boost here. And he gets it, he gets the boost!
No way! Colin is still in it. I don't even know if this Ice Punch is going to knock out. There is a chance that this Moltres endures. It boosted its defense 2 stages. Can Moltres hang on?
It doesn't!
No! He gets knocked out, and suddenly his chances are a lot worse in this matchup.
Can you get to a charge stack? You need to get rid of this Alolan Sandslash, but it has a turn already. What are you going to do about this Alolan Sandslash now? It's going to double resist your Poison Sting, and it means that this Alolan Sandslash is just putting in more and more work. We even have the Feraligatr in the back. Ashton Ash brings it out immediately. It's Gator time, baby!
Yeah, that MVP plus the MVP of the tournament in Shadow Feraligatr is just too much of a force for Clodsire to deal with. Ashton Ash in this grudge match dominated game number 1, and now he is gonna just be seconds away from closing it out with the Hydro Cannon.
He is in the driver's seat here. Another Hydro Cannon is coming through. This is like the early days of the season, the Feraligatr Clodsire core, and looks like Feraligatr taking its spot now, taking the first game for Ashton Ash.
It's so hard to deal with this Alolan Sandslash for Colin's team. How do you deal with it? I mean, basically you have your Shadow Feraligatr. Elsewhere, it's pretty neutral. I know Shadow Kanto Marowak has a chance, but the Alolan Sandslash can fight back. What is your answer to this Sandslash?
I think the only thing you really have are the Feraligatr and the Marowak. So naturally, I would expect that Colin would always bring one of these Pokemon. We see here the Ice Punch on this boosted Galarian Moltres. The AG power boosted its defense and attack by 1 stage, but it was still enough to knock it out.
Yeah, and here comes the drill run that knocks out the Azumarill and that MVP there of the Azumarill. Feraligatr finishing up the job here, and Ashton Ash is just 1 victory away from moving on in this tournament. Feels unstoppable with Alolan Sandslash on his team, and I like how he showed the Alolan Sandslash game number 1. Colin didn't bring the Shadow Feraligatr, didn't bring the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Does Ashton Ash now bring the Superior to try to counter those 2 Pokemon?
If he does, that will be a big call. But man, if you were to lead that into the Galarian Moltres or the Ariados, that could be very risky. I love the shots that we have here of these players. Production running the best production possible. We see the plushies there, the Noctowl, the Sinistea, and the Pikachu there.
And it looks like we are locked in. Colin is 1 game away from elimination. Ashton Ash is 1 game away from moving on and has a positive lead into this shiny Ariados of Colin.
And this Ariados, I know, has quite some attack to it as well. The Ariados might do a little bit more damage than they normally do. Going for the lunge immediately. It looks like Ashton Ash didn't want to throw the Air Ace just right away. Wants to go for good timing instead.
And does he expect that Feraligatr in the back? Is he going to try to pivot? Yes, he does pivot on an Aerial Ace that is debuffed. What a catch by Colin.
I don't know if I like this catch, Butters, because what do you do against that Ice Hedgehog in the back? In comes the opposing Feraligatr. You're 1 Shadow Claw ahead, though.
But I like that decision, because if there is Superior in the back, you would be in a lot of trouble. You need to bait it out. So he is playing a safer game there.
Yeah, Colin with that ABB strategy, trying to bait out the grass set that would otherwise threaten the Azumarill, and throwing the Hydro Cannon 1 before Colin is there. Very high level play from Ashton Ash here, and not putting out the Protect Shield by Colin.
And you get to keep that Azumarill in the back. Yes, you don't do that well against a Alolan Sandslash, but you're so dominant against Mandibuzz, maybe you can carry over some of that momentum, having to give up a Protect Shield here, but now you can bank up some energy, maybe throw another lunge into that Mandibuzz. It's not over yet for Colin, even with this bad alignment.
But how good is this Ariados going to be? We see in the back for Ashton Ash that Alolan Sandslash, and it will resist everything that this Ariados has.
That's why Sandslash is so good in this meta. Azumarill is super high in usage, Ariados is really high in usage. It just resists everything. Another swap on another Aerial Ace.
What a play from Colin, calling all these attacks, and when Ashton Ash throws them, and now what do? You building up more energy and swapping into the Alolan Sandslash is likely, because it's a terrible matchup for the Mandibuzz, and now going to Alolan Sandslash, which is going to wall all this charge attack damage from the Azumarill.
But at least this misaligns the timer now in Colin's favor. He was able to catch that charge attack, and then there was a farm up, so it's probably at least a 15 to 17 second difference between these 2 switch timers.
But what are you going to do with that? Are you going to swap in Ariados into Alolan Sandslash? It's kind of tough. I think Azumarill is the key support for Ariados. If you can wiggle this down into lunge range, then maybe there's a chance. But remember that the Mandibuzz also is still very healthy and has an Area Ace loaded.
He already has his timer. Does he try to get back? Does he try to keep this Azumarill around? Maybe try to swap on the drill run here. No, doesn't try to swap at all. No, he did try to catch that drill run. Didn't quite get it. I don't think this is going to be enough to knock out. And if Azumarill can bank an Ice Beam or a Play Rough, it's not over yet. Colin is still in this battle, in my opinion.
Can he get the bubble down? Can he get the bubble down? Oh, he goes for the Trailblaze. Ashton has tried to react as quick as possible. Was stuck in that matchup.
Oh,
put out the next Protect Shield.
He shielded here, but now you probably don't shield anything from this Alolan Sandslash. Here comes the Mandibuzz. The Mandibuzz is nearly at double Aerial Ace here. It's going to be Azumarill versus the world if you let this Ariados go. Does he use his last Protect Shield? No, he lets it go.
But I don't think that Azumarill might be able to get to an attack. Can this Ariados hang on? It goes down with the lunge. The Mandibuzz has a charge attack loaded. All you need to do is get a shield, but Mandibuzz wins charge attack priority.
And it looks like this Aerial Ace is going to take the last Protect Shield away from Colin. And Ashton Ash is moments away from getting his revenge and winning this series.
We hear the crowd going wild. Ashton Ash playing out of his mind, is looking to make another crazy international championship run. Azumarill knocks out the Mandibuzz, but in comes the Hedgehog. It's the MVP for Ashton Ash, and the drone's coming through. Ashton Ash is advancing to the loser semis.
He secures the 2-0 victory to move on Colin is eliminated. Now Ash has taken out of pocket. And Colin, he is unstoppable right now with him and his Alolan Sand Slash.
Successfully defeating the final boss, the player that knocked him down to the losers bracket, the first match of day 2, and now getting his payback not once but twice against this team. That must feel good for Ash.
It's supposed to be a great day for Ash, being able to take down out of pocket, who defeated him in the finals at NAIC, able to get the revenge against Colin. And now just one series away from making it the championship Sunday once again.
And here we see the replay again, that Ariados was able to hang on so much because of all these aerial ace catches. Colin had to bait out a potential superior, but there wasn't a superior. It was not the Pokemon Ash needed, yet the Feraligatr and especially that Alolan Sandslash was just so important for him.
Yeah, and you thought the backline versus Alolan Sandslash would have some hope there, but it's just so strong. It's just so good in this meta, especially against these top teams in day number 2, and Mandibuzz has been a good partner for it. Sometimes it's superior to protect it, sometimes it's Mandibuzz. Either way, Alolan Sandslash has a chance to be in the top 3 2 different times on Championship Sunday.
But I want to ask you a question. When I was playing at the World Championships, you talked a lot about polarizing matchups. Is Alolan Sandslash a Pokemon with a lot of polarizing matchups? What do you think?
Yes, but in this meta, I don't think so. Because when you look at that last team, where was the polarizing matchup?
Yeah, it didn't really have a lot there, I would say. It was the Azuma really that was the toughest. Well, we're gonna have some more battles soon. We have another losers round and then the losers semifinals to see who advances to day number 3. We'll be right back after this. The two partners here, they're gonna play a game with Amanda. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Welcome into the next edition of Pokemon Partners Brazilian style. This time I am here with 2 lindos. We have Kanan and we have Juzmaniz, friends and teammates, but we're gonna see how well they actually know each other. But first of all, let's give a little introduction. Tell us a little about yourself.
I'm Ellen Descanan. I've been playing since the start of the game, back in 2016. Been really enjoying PvP, and I'm really happy to be here at LAC. And I don't know, hope I do well. I hope we have fun here now.
Yeah, me too. How about you? A little bit about yourself.
I'm Juzmaniz, and I started playing in 2016 too, like in the first day of the game, and it was like so much fun. Then I started battling, and I just loved it. And I'm here for, actually I'm from here, I live in this city, so I'm here for playing, and I hope to go to day 2, day 3 or something, or just at least have fun.
Well, we'll see. We're going to see how well these two actually know each other. We're going to start with you. I'm going to ask you questions about Juzmaniz. You're going to write down your answer and then show the camera when she gives the result. The first question is, what is the highest placement that Juzmaniz has gotten in a tournament?
Oh, this one is easy.
I would say, well, go ahead. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Okay, so what is the answer to the question?
3rd place.
Where was it?
Oh, it was in Curitiba's.
All right, that one was pretty easy, it turns out, for both of these. Let's see if this one is a little bit harder. What region of Pokemon is Juzmaniz's favorite region? Think about that. Do you know? Yeah. Okay, we'll wait for him to start writing. Don't look. Okay.
My favorite region is Sinnoh.
Sinnoh? Oh, Kanto. Okay. We were 1 for 2 there. Let's see if you can go 2 for 2 about Kanan. Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we know that Kanan used a pretty spicy Pokemon of Shadow Magnezone last season to do well, but what do you think his favorite Pokemon actually is? So you got to write it down.
Okay. But battling Pokemon or like just the Pokemon that he likes?
Just the Pokemon in general.
All right.
Do you think she knows? Okay. We were told ahead of time that these two actually know a lot about each other, not just about Pokemon, but life things as well. Jusmaniz seems pretty confident. What is your answer?
It's Gengar.
Turns out it is indeed Gengar. Okay, this one, next question. Okay, next question. Very relevant to now as we just had the Mankey Community Day. Do you think Canon prefers Annihilate or Primeape? And for bonus points, Shadow or non-Shadow if he was playing it here at LAIC?
This one is tough.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Do you even know yourself? Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't matter if would it be to play competitively or just play?
Play competitively.
Okay, then I know my answer.
Looks like just making sure. Okay.
It would be Annihilate, the normal version.
Very close. You got the question. You just didn't get the bonus. So going for Annihilate over Primeape, you think, in this current meta?
I think because it is a fighter that beats the other fighters and does well against many of the poison types. I think it's a better generalist. And I think the normal version, because it can take a little bit more of a punch. So I think it's better for competitive.
That makes sense. Okay, the last question I have is for both of you, and you can write it down at the same time and reveal to the camera. Which LNDS Lindos player do you think is going to make it the farthest here at LAIC?
That is tough.
Yeah. We'll see. Both these trainers are locking in their answers. Looks like Cannon is done, and it looks like Jusmaniz is done. Let's flip them. 1, 2, 3. Who we have? Oh, okay, we have last year's winner, Hardjeff. We'll see if he is able to do it this season. That's all we have for this Pokemon Partners. We'll catch you guys in the next one.
So many LNDS players competing this weekend. We are in the late stages now here at the 2025 Latin America International Championships, and we have 2 more matches to come today before we go into Championship Sunday tomorrow.
And as a reminder, Championship Sunday is with all of the games, including and starting with Pokemon Unite. Pokemon Go will be next. You will not want to miss that because that is where we will crown our champions.
And the crowds are coming together from all of the games. We can hear screaming from there, and I think everyone is getting so excited. The prizes are getting so crucial. We've had some massive games on stream. We've got Ilum against Vorell coming up next.
And listen, Clodsire isn't the only thing causing the earthquakes here, because you hear those roars of the crowds against all the different games. The floors are shaking, the walls are shaking. There is so much going on here in Sao Paulo. But let's go ahead and take it to the floor, because I think the players are getting ready.
The players are ready. They are looking to lock in here, and there is honestly so much on the line for both of them, not just because they want the championship points, but they are so close to the trophies as well now at this stage in the competition. The winner of this match will go and play in the losers semi-finals that we will see very shortly as well. But we have a Shadow, a Alolan Marowak. How far has this Pokemon managed to come? That is incredible to see.
I think that is so much fun. That's what we call a little bit of spice added to this. And with the rise of that Alolan Sandslash with some of the superiors, Alolan Marowak could find its mark against the team here. Ilum's been doing so well. He's been knocking out a lot of big competitors. He's great on the main stage here at International Championships, and he wants to continue to take it far here. Both of these trainers are locked in. We're going to jump straight into the battles. We're going to go ahead and see Azumarill against that Gastrodon.
Now, if Gastrodon can land an Earth Power against this Azumarill, it should win this even shield matchup. The question for these players is, do you go for the Earth Power? The question for Ilum is, do you shield it?
Going ahead, they're just both charging up a ton of energy here, going for that charge attack priority, and he is going for that heavy hitting Earth Power, and it looks like there is no shields used on Ilum's side. This will connect. This will actually bring the Azumarill down to a little bit past half health.
Ilum's actually going for the Ice Beam. This does less damage than the Play Rough. It's an interesting option because Vorell will still be able to Mud Slap and then Body Slam to take this Azumarill out if it chooses to stay into this matchup.
Going ahead, just continuing to go away, and Ilum saying, okay, if you're not going to throw, I'm going to go ahead and throw my next one then. Ice Beam already loaded. No Protect Shields used. Once again, that Gastrodon is very low, but it does have an attack. It waits, it moves, and it connects.
So that is a great win for the Gastrodon. It is on low health. Ilum might be able to get a tiny bit of farm down here. Will he come in with the Shadow Drapion? Yes, he will. He'll get an extra little bit of farm. 2 Poison Stings go through.
That's super effective, but it's going to go ahead and take some energy here. A quick pivot into the Feraligatr and now into the Moltres. But there is 2 shields, even though there is a couple of Shadow Claws advantage. Look how much these Sucker Punches are doing. Hydro Cannon now loaded.
This is a really nice position for Vorell. We know that Galarian Moltres, if needed, can Sucker Punch down a Shadow Feraligatr, shielding up the first Hydro Cannon, the next one coming very, very soon.
Going ahead and throwing that second one here. No Protect Shield actually used by Vorell. Has a lot of energy on that Moltres. Not going to have a lot of health after this goes through. Brings it down to the very, very low red. But look at this. Basically at 100 energy going all the way down.
I love this play from Vorell. 100 energy, first attack coming through. This one is the Ancient Power. Does Ilum shield it? He needs to call a bait at some point. He is going to shield the Ancient Power. Now a Brave Bird is going to come through. You have to shield this, but the problem is that the Alolan Sand Slash will then reach a Drill Run. Ilum knows this. He's shaking his head. He knows that this is game over. Vorell already 1 game up.
Already through it here. Game number 1 going to Vorell with the Brave Bird to finish off that Drapion. A very quick win. I think at this point, Vorell feels like he is locked in. He knew exactly what he needed to do with that Galarian Moltres. Went for that Ancient Power, got that shield, and then went for the Brave Bird.
That might honestly have been one of the quickest games that we have seen this weekend. Ilum recognized as soon as you shield the Ancient Power, you would have to shield both a Brave Bird and then a Drill Run from the Alolan Sand Slash. Ilum accepted. He goes, let's not waste any more time. Shadow Drapion, you're done for this game. I'm going to focus on game number 2.
And that's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to be able to pull this win, to be able to stay in that loser side of the bracket. Both of these trainers desperately want to be able to make it onto Championship Sunday, but to do this, they have to get through their opponent. Vorell just needs 1 more point to do so. He is from the Latin America region. He wants to help keep the trophy here.
Now, Ilum has got so far in this tournament by leaning into the Sandslash Superior core, where Sandslash is weak to the ground type and the fighting type that Superior tends to have a really dominant matchup against. And you're able to lean into that because so few players have a fire type Pokemon on their team. Vorell, on the other hand, has got that Shadow Alolan Marowak that threatens that core immensely. The question is, should you just keep it as bench pressure?
I mean, it's a really big risk itself, though, to bring a Shadow Alolan Marowak into a team with a Shadow Feraligatr, a team with an Azumarill, things that can actually help wall off those sort of things that have a little bit of bulk or power to their names. I have to be very interested to see how Ilum wants to adjust, because I think if you're him, you're thinking, whoa, that game 1 was over way too quick for my liking. He read me a little too well in that game. I'm going to go ahead and make it a little more difficult for game number 2.
The players are locked in. Let's get straight into this game number 2. We have Galarian Moltres against Shadow Feraligatr.
We saw this more in the mid-game, and actually an immediate pivot out to Moltres is one of harder counters here in Azumarill. Now, those Brave Birds will do a decent amount of damage, but you know what? Vorell doesn't even charge up to it here. It goes straight for an Ancient Power and doesn't get that shield from Ilum.
Is he going to go into his own Azumarill here, try and tank the energy whilst he's done all of that chip damage, the classic chip and dip that we've spoken about? But let's remember that by charging up to that attack and by throwing it, you've got over 20 seconds delay on that switch timer. That could be massive. Ilum may need to take advantage of it, come in with the Shadow Feraligatr later, and threaten with Ice Beams.
And not only was there that sort of advantage, an energy advantage on Ilum's side as well, because now Play Rough hasn't been thrown yet, but he's got so many now on his side, basically almost 2. The first one will be able to connect with him, but he will be able to get off his own energy.
Okay, one thing to note is that by having Alolan Marowak, Ilum doesn't want to bring both Alolan Sandslash and Superior. He's opted for Alolan Sandslash because he's confident that Vorell will lean into the Galarian Moltres. The problem is, look at that Gastrodon as well. That could put in a massive amount of work in the endgame.
This will not be able to do much damage, but as we've seen time and time again, chip damage proves to be vital vital later on. Those bubbles will be able to do a nice chunk of damage, and in comes that Gastrodon with that Switch Timer, forcing now ilum to throw an attack here, wants to try to chip away at this Gastrodon as it continues to mud slap it down.
This is crazy work from Vorell, absolutely reading the mind of his opponent. Gastrodon coming in, look at the power of those mud slaps.
Ice Punch number 2 coming through. Gastrodon still sitting strong, still in the green, just barely going to be knocked down to the yellow at this point, continuing to mud slap away. The Switch Timers aren't even close to being up. That Alolan Sandslash is going down.
I think ilum recognizes how difficult a position this is. You will be able to farm this down if you need to, but there is so much energy available on Gastrodon. Earth Power, if this lands, will take the Azumarill out, and there is more energy to still offload onto the Feraligatr later.
The ground is rumbling. Earth Power connects. Down goes the Azumarill here, and in comes the Feraligatr. Feraligatr will be able to fast attack it down, but this Body Slam is already coming through. There's 2 shields still left on ilum's side. He doesn't want to use it here.
Ilum sees the writing on the wall. In comes Galarian Moltres. 2 shields available. Vorell is going for a big 2-0.
Going ahead, sucker punching down. Nothing else that ilum can do at this stage besides get knocked down because Vorell is going on in the tournament.
3 Bull Flex, 2 Shield Flex. Vorell beats ilum 2-0.
Very quick games. Vorell says, you know what, ilum, I think that you're actually the last North American trainer left into this. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that this trophy stays here in Latin America region. Going ahead, securing that victory against them very, very quickly, and well played by Vorell.
That was over in the blink of an eye.
Blink, blink.
And honestly, I think it really comes down to that Gastrodon and to that Galarian Moltres. But let's not underestimate that Shadow Alolan Marowak honestly might have had an impact on ilum's team building. Like we said, he couldn't really lean into both the Alolan Sandslash and the Superior, and in doing so, he wasn't able to manage both the Gastrodon and the Galarian Moltres. That made it very, very tricky for him.
And even though that Alolan Marowak wasn't even used, it's exactly what Tomahawk called out before. That was amazing bench pressure, forcing ilum to make some decisions that maybe he wouldn't have made otherwise. Maybe not use some Pokemon that he has been relying on in the past. Unfortunately for him, just could not get that Feraligatr away from that Galarian Moltres, and Vorell making a quick work of it.
And you've got a little bit of sympathy there for ilum. He's running the Azumarill and the Alolan Sandslash. Even Feraligatr has access to Ice Beam to try and bring that Galarian Moltres down, and yet it found its target. It maintained 2 shields. Sucker Punch with that buff this season, putting in massive work.
And not only that, I mean, you say you have a little bit of sympathy for ilum, but I have a lot of proud accomplishments for him. Not only did he do super well at LAIC, he's going on with a huge amount of championship points, so that'll be great for him on that leaderboard. Let's go ahead and take a look at this loser bracket, because look how big of a gauntlet these trainers have had to go through today alone.
Who would have predicted losers semifinals at the end of this day 2? Ashton Ash against Vorell. These players have had to overcome some absolute giants in the PvP scene. We've seen Colin 6 go down, ilum, Dunebug, Powlasher out of pocket. So many massive names, and these players are the ones that are here at the end. They are about to face off against each other. This is a massive moment. The winner of this next game goes through to Championship Sunday.
Ashton Ash was knocked down to the losers bracket by Colin 6 earlier on in the day. He managed to get redemption not only against Colin 6, but the team that Colin 6 used well out of pocket as well. Another redemption tour for him as he was able to knock him out. And this is going to be huge because Ashton Ash was 2nd place at the North American International Championships. He's now so far in the top 4 of the Latin America International Championships, and he is ready to see how far he can take it.
And this is the interesting thing when players do opt to run the exact same team, and your opponent has then gone, I've played against this line before. I know what I need to do. Ashton Ash took full advantage of all the information that he had elicited from his previous opponents. He has taken advantage all the way to these losers semi-finals, and he is now up against Vorell. This is the big game. This is the one that will decide, will these players get into Championship Sunday? That means everything to both of them.
We know that Ashton Ash likes to use that Alolan Sandslash, but when there's an Alolan Marowak on the other side, it kind of makes you think twice. If you're looking at these matches, Tomahawk, what are you thinking? Because I am not very familiar, I have to admit, with the Primeape against that Alolan Marowak.
Now the Primate, obviously the first Rage Fist isn't going to knock out. Karate Chop doesn't do a lot of damage typically anyway, especially not when double resisted. But that second Rage Fist that's when things start to get threatening. My question remains, is Shadow Alolan Marowak mostly bench pressure, or are we going to see it? Vorell has used it during this tournament, we've seen it before, but it hasn't had a ton of play. But you and I also mentioned, sometimes you just need 5 Pokemon and a Spice Pick, and that can be enough.
Let's go ahead and look at the team of Ash and Ash and see how that Alolan Marowak goes against it, because I see that, we have another superior, we have a Grass-type Pokemon that doesn't want to face it, we have Ice-type Pokemon, Clodsire can get hit pretty hard. One thing that is kind of stopping it in the tracks, I think, is going to be that Mandibuzz from Ash and Ash's side, because that is something that the Alolan Marowak doesn't really want to face.
Yeah, both the Feraligatr and the Mandibuzz really do threaten that Shadow Alolan Marowak. So Vorell possibly could be looking to lean into the Galarian Moltres as well. It has so much play against this team. It can hit the Mandibuzz for super effective with Ancient Power. It can hit Superior, of course. Sucker Punch is great against that Shadow Feraligatr, as we've seen. The Primate is the interesting pick. I wonder how many Primate has Vorell played against during this tournament? Does he know its matchups?
Well, I tell you what, day 1 usage, Primeape was in that top 12, so chances are he might have gone through quite a few of them to be able to be in this side of the bracket, to be able to make it on to day number 2. We're going to have to see if he can do it one more time, run it through like he did with Ilum on Ash and Ash. If he's able to do that, we will see him on Championship Sunday. This one is for all the marbles, if the marbles were tomorrow.
Now, it's very, very difficult to bring Gastrodon into this team. A Mandibuzz and a Superior there. I don't know if you can risk it, but then what else do you lean in? This might be a case of hard calling, but I think we will definitely see Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres can't afford to really be up against the Alolan Sandslash, and Gastrodon is Vorell's possibly one of his best answers to it, other than that Shadow Alolan Marowak.
Now, we've talked a lot about the different team compositions. One thing I also want to bring up one more time is the fact that Ash and Ash is using that Mandibuzz instead of a Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres has done so much, but you have to wonder, how do they compare against each other when they're being played? Because both of them have fairly similar roles with a similar typing, but they do much different things.
Now, because the Brave Bird can debuff the Galarian Moltres, there are scenarios where Mandibuzz can win. If you're shielding at the correct times and in the correct places, then Galarian Moltres can threaten back. Generally speaking, I wouldn't mind being a Mandibuzz up against a Galarian Moltres, because you are just so bulky. You're not relying on fast attack pressure like Sucker Punch, which you are resisting as the Mandibuzz. Instead, you are trying to spam out as many Aerial Aces as possible.
I think they called it perfectly earlier on. With an Alolan Marowak on the team, I think that Ash and Ash is going to be pretty wary of bringing both the Alolan Sandslash and the Superior, so that helps Vorell kind of make a different sort of team composition, saying, okay, well, I know for sure I'm only going to have to face one of these. Which one of them is more likely that my opponent is going to bring, and how can I counter that specific pick?
Shadow Alolan Marowak with a ton of play against everything other than Mandibuzz and Shadow Feraligatr. The thing is, Mandibuzz and Shadow Feraligatr also have a ton of play into Vorell's team, so I would not be surprised if Ash leans into them. Let's remember that both Shadow Bone and Bone Club are resisted by Mandibuzz. That is possibly one of its worst matchups. Shadow Claw is available as well for Shadow Feraligatr and the hard-hitting Hydro Cannon. Let's get into game number 1.
Game number 1 is a great lead for Ash and Ash here, and a quick pivot into that Galarian Moltres to be met with a hard counter here of the Alolan Sandslash. Ash and Ash kind of is a mind reader at this point, saying, I saw how fast you went through those last games. Maybe I can do the same.
What a read by Ash and Ash, instantly coming in with the Alolan Sandslash. Look at that massive damage. Brave Bird would be resisted. Ancient Power isn't too strong of an attack. Vorell is going to go for the Brave Bird. Ash and Ash is in a great position here. This is a normal Alolan Sandslash. It is bulkier than the Shadow variant, and it can hang on.
It barely hangs on, which is great. Doesn't give a lot of farm for whatever is going to come in. We saw the Alolan Sandslash earlier on. Now could potentially go against that Marowak. It's coming back in, but guess what? There's already an attack loaded. No protection shield used on Vorell's side. Knows that it's just an Ice Punch.
Just an Ice Punch isn't doing very, very much at all. But the problem is what play does Marowak have here? Not a lot. Shadow Feraligatr comes in. We know what Feraligatr can do with 2 shields. I think Vorell knows as well. This is very, very difficult. Going for the Ice Beam bait, going to draw a shield.
He does get that first shield. That is pretty big, but it is going to be Azumarill putting in the heavy work, because Azumarill does great against Mandibuzz, but we've seen time and time again throughout this championship series that Feraligatr just puts in work against Azumarill. Even though these don't do very much damage, they just pace so quickly. Those Shadow Claws just do a little more damage than those bubbles. Hydro Cannon number 2 coming through.
Alolan Marowak has absolutely nowhere to go, and I think Vittorello might recognize that it is very, very difficult to rely on Azumarill to take out both this Feraligatr and the Mandibuzz in the back. Going for another Ice Beam bait, getting that shield, but this is still a massive mountain to climb.
Going ahead and taking that shield. There are no more shields left, but there is just a Marowak in the back, and a 2-shielded Marowak against both a Feraligatr and a Mandibuzz could be pretty tough at this point. Hydro Cannon coming through on the Azumarill, no Protect Shield used. I think we're going to see some Marowak working and trying to do as much as it can.
I think Vittorello recognizes that the writing is on the wall. This Hydro Cannon is going to land. It's going to take out that Marowak. Vittorello is already preparing for game number 2. Ashton Ash nodding. He's put himself in a great position with this win in game 1.
A lot of ramping up for both of these trainers. Vittorello managed to go through his last opponent so quickly, but Ashton Ash says, okay, wait a minute, now it's my turn. I've been in this seat before. I've been in the International Championships, and I want to do it one more time.
Ash is quickly checking a couple of things with the judges, maybe asking if he was going too hard in that first game, because that was a dominant display. Mandibuzz and Shadow Feraligatr completely shutting down that Alolan Marowak. Maybe its best position is on the bench, but now the difficult thing for Vittorello is, if it is forced to the bench, can Ashton Ash take advantage of that and lean into either his Alolan Sandslash or that Serperior a lot more?
Ashton Ash just needs one more game to secure himself for Championship Sunday. Vittorello needs to calm himself a little bit, saying, okay, you know what? I played those other games pretty quickly. I can afford a little bit of time to think about my team composition, think about what will be good against Ashton Ash, and I can take this game. And you know what? If I can take one game, I can take the next game as well. This is a big moment for both of these trainers. Neither one of them wants to go home. Both of them want to be here tomorrow.
Vittorello can take his time, contemplate, consider every opportunity. You cannot allow for a game to fall out of your hands like that. Again, it was almost as if as soon as they had locked in, there was very, very little that Vittorello could do, particularly if you are trying to use Galarian Moltres as a safe swap, only to be met by an Alolan Sandslash. That makes things very difficult.
You have to wonder, if you're Ashton Ash, do you think that you scared away that Alolan Marowak from being played again? Can you go a little bit more risky with your team compositions, thinking that Pokemon could be benched for the future matchups? Both of these trainers kind of thinking through their teams, kind of thinking, what can I do to win this next matchup? It's a big one for Ashton Ash. If he's able to pull through with this, he will be going on.
The really nice thing for Ashton Ash is that his Alolan Sandslash is only really countered by Gastrodon and by Shadow Alolan Marowak. And he has the best answer in the game to both of them in Mandibuzz, and that makes things so difficult for Vittorello. How do you counter an Alolan Sandslash that is protected by that Mandibuzz? It is going to be a case of alignment. You need to call the lines correctly here, otherwise it is going to be so difficult.
While the Galarian Moltres goes for the power and the punches, Mandibuzz goes for the time and the bulk, being able to tank attack after attack here. We're gonna go ahead and see if it's able to tank it here, because now we have the Mandibuzz lined up against an Azumarill here in the lead. Ashton Ash is gonna have to do a quick pivot because he does not want to have this lineup coming into a Feraligatr met by the Galarian Moltres.
Vittorello gets the call he needed. Azumarill into Mandibuzz, and now his Galarian Moltres into Shadow Feraligatr. You don't even need to shield this, but Vittorello wants to preserve this health. Galarian Moltres can beast here.
He said, you know what? I like that lead so much, I'm gonna make sure that I can keep that alignment. Going ahead, just charging a little bit extra here, throwing right at charge attack priority, but that Hydro Cannon will be able to go through first, making both shields be used here on the side of Vittorello.
Vittorello shaking his head. He knows that there is no world in which he wanted to get charge attack priority there. Ashton Ash now has an opportunity. Vittorello's not going to charge this. He wants as much Sucker Punch as possible and then try to throw energy into the Mandibuzz that comes back in. Ashton Ash could come back in with his Alolan Sandslash, but that would give Vittorello all the information he needs going into the end game.
No shields left on Vittorello's side, but a lot of energy. He is coming in with that Sandslash. Ashton Ash has a lot of shields left, but guess what? At this point, does he want to use it? Does he think this is the Brave Bird? An Ancient Power does deal a decent chunk of damage. Not only that could go for a potential boost, but no, an immediate swap back out into the Azumarill.
I like this from Vittorello because he recognizes he also has his own Alolan Sandslash, a shadow variant in the back. He can deal with the Mandibuzz later, and Azumarill can tank so much more health. You don't want to take the super effective Ice Punch on Galarian Moltres. You'd rather get that energy off onto the Mandibuzz as well.
Drill Run going through does connect with Azumarill. That does a lot of damage. This player up actually at this range would do a decent chunk to the Alolan Sandslash. Gets that first shield off of Ash and Ash while he continues to get a lot of farm with the Sandslash here. But for yet another Drill Run to just start chunking away at the Azumarill with no Protect Shields remaining, it's gonna have to take it all.
The bubbles slowly adding up, putting Alolan Sandslash into a range where it cannot offer much. Once Alolan Sandslash goes down, Mandibuzz is going to be in a really difficult position to try and take down both the Shadow Alolan Sandslash and the Galarian Moltres on Vittorello's side. Look at these bubbles coming through. Now we're throwing a Play Rough. This will knock out the Alolan Sandslash. Ashton Ash curious, what is in the back?
Gonna go ahead and see for sure. Play Rough will connect, and now we see it come in. Mandibuzz meets up against another Alolan Sandslash. This one is Shadow. This one does 20% more. This one is gonna hurt.
The thing is, Mandibuzz has a shield. 2 Dark Pulses will be enough to take out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but 1 Aerial Ace will not be enough to take out the Galarian Moltres. I think Ashton Ash recognizes this is going to be a very difficult position. You will need to use a shield on the next Ice Punch that's incoming very, very shortly.
Dark Pulse coming through here. No Protect Shields. This does a lot of damage, but Ashton Ash is already at the Ice Punch before the next Dark Pulse is even thrown. Gets that last Protect Shield, but now we'll have to see, just like Fareed said, will he be able to both take down the Alolan Sandslash, the Moltres, and the Speck of Azumarill in the back?
There is so much work to do. Ashton Ash trying to farm up as much as possible. Look how low it is. It is in the red now. Can it reach enough attacks to go through this endgame? I'm not sure if it can. Vittorello seems confident. He really, really likes the way that he's played this. He's so close to an Ancient Power. Aerial Ace is coming through first. This is not going to knock out.
This is going to connect, that's for sure. No Protect Shields, but we see that Ancient Power already ready. We see it clicked now. We see Vittorello saying, I see you, Ashton Ash. I saw you take game number 1. Allow me to even the playing field here. I'm taking game number 2.
Down goes Mandibuzz. Amanda, you asked which one, Galarian Moltres or Mandibuzz. Here, Galarian Moltres really showing how much power it has. Vittorello evens the score.
Look at both of these two. Calm and collected on the stage, though. Our hearts are racing. I think many people in the audience's hearts are racing, wondering who is going to win this best of 3. Who are we going to see on Championship Sunday? Is it going to be Ashton Ash, a trainer from Mexico, or is it going to be the Brazilian trainer, Vittorello, who will keep it here in Sao Paulo?
This is a massive Game 3. We've said every Game 3 is the decisive one. This one is one of the most decisive in this tournament. It is the last game of today. The winner of this next game will proceed to Championship Sunday. They know how much is on the line. These players could not be more focused.
Even up the score here with that Alolan Sandslash. A great read by Vittorello there, deciding, okay, you know what? The Marowak maybe wasn't the call for this round. I'm gonna go ahead, make it take a bench here, and I actually made the great lead call, got that Azumarill onto the Mandibuzz, and he was able to dictate the pacing of the game afterwards.
Ashton Ash has relied on that Shadow Feraligatr so much during this tournament so far, only to be met by Galarian Moltres at the end. That is a massive hurdle to climb. Sucker Punch does so much damage. The Galarian Moltres resisting those Shadow Claws. It is really, really impressive. The question now for Vittorello is, how do you shut down the Alolan Sandslash? You know it's coming. You need to predict where it will be. Is it scared off? No, I don't think it will be. Ashton Ash is about to lock in. Vittorello is about to lock in. We're about to get into this decisive Game 3.
If it's hiding the Alolan Sandslash, it's not doing a good job of it, because now the Marowak has found its portion. You hear the crowd going wild here. You see a quick swap into that Prime Ape.
Shadow Alolan Marowak is here to party. It has the lead. Ashton Ash is ABA weak to it. You can take this Rage Fist, no problem. Vittorello is double resisting these karate chops. He is in a great position here.
Going ahead, going for the heavy hitting Shadow Bolt instead of the bait here, and it is properly shielded up by Ash and Ash. Ash's power is actually boosted on this Primate from the Rage Fist, and it gets to it quite quickly. Already the second one coming through.
You can farm up on this Alolan Marowak. You're very unlikely to be fast attacked down by either the Primate or the Alolan Sandslash, but let's remember you do need to preserve some of this Alolan Marowak for that Sandslash in the back.
Coming in now with the Bone Club, will Ash want to use both of his shields? No, he's going to let that Primate go completely down. Now at this point, there is a very low Alolan Marowak, and there's a Feraligatr that actually counters it quite well. We're going to go ahead and guess that's coming in. We'll see what's going to match.
Victorello will probably pivot as soon as possible if he can, or he's going to actually just let this go down. He's going to lose this Alolan Marowak and maybe come in with the Galarian Moltres. Ashton suddenly has a glimmer of hope. Galarian Moltres is now under threat. Feraligatr has energy for days. It has a shield as well. It could even reach 2 Ice Beams.
Going for that first Ice Beam right there. It gets shielded up, but Feraligatr still has a decent amount of energy. It's going to be a race at this point. Ancient Power already coming through saying, okay, just get this Feraligatr out of the way. I don't want it on this team anymore, but Ashton says, nope, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm so close to my next attack here. Ice Beam already ready. A simultaneous swap.
This could be it. Alolan Sandslash coming in. It resists all of the attacks, but let's remember there is an Ice Beam loaded on that Shadow Feraligatr, and it will win charge attack priority. Ashton is thinking, can I get through this Azumarill? I don't want to lose the energy on my Shadow Feraligatr. I'm just going to start throwing drill runs. I'm going to hope.
Well, we'll see if this hope will be enough, because drill runs might also be needed to be thrown here. One going through, there's already another one loaded, but just trying to get as much energy as possible. Second drill run going through now. Third one could possibly do it. We'll have to see about this pacing, because this was a simultaneous swap.
This next drill run lands. Azumarill so bulky. It's so close to the play rough. Not before another drill run comes. This won't even knock the Azumarill down.
Now going ahead, this drill run will connect. I think that we saw the play rough being formed. No, Rico coming in now, but the Ice Beam is thrown from the Shadow Feraligatr, and this will be enough to knock the Moltres from the sky. Going for it, here we go. Boom!
Down goes Galarian Moltres. Shadow Feraligatr is absolutely cooking. The play rough is now coming in against this Shadow Feraligatr. This game is so close.
This is going to go into Bubble versus Powder Snow. They both have very little attack left in them, but Victorello able to take it. 1 HP and a dream.
Victorello wins 2 games to 1. What a massive victory!
Huge call in that game, bringing in that Alolan Sandslash, finding its targets there with 2 of the Pokemon on that team. Victorello is going to Championship Sunday. He says, I'll see you all there.
That game could not have been closer. It was so much in Victorello's favor to begin with. The momentum then shifted when Ashton banked that Ice Beam, and Victorello was able to close it out in the end. Azumarill showing just who is king.
Bubble down at the very end. You saw that, and you have to wonder at this point, if it was a Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash, though it might not have had a good matchups against Galarian Moltres as a fast attack, could it have been enough to go against the Azumarill? We'll never know.
I honestly think that Victorello had everything under control, and then suddenly it started to slip away, but he regained it in the end, banking that energy onto the Azumarill, recognizing as soon as the Shadow Feraligatr had banked the energy, he knew when to come in, when to come out. The Galarian Moltres, honestly, it was almost sacrificed there, and it was Azumarill that closed the game.
Azumarill, the top Pokemon used in this max out meta, the top Pokemon used at LAIC, and now you're seeing the reasons why. It's king for a reason. Victorello is saying, yes, I'm so happy I called that lineup.
It was so close. The Feraligatr came in, it almost desperately threw that Ice Beam. Maybe Ash could have farmed up a little bit more. I don't think the Galarian Moltres was quite at an attack. Maybe he could have gone closer towards getting a Hydro Cannon even to throw against the Azumarill, but Victorello, what a run he has had today. Even yesterday, he has beaten some top players. Today, he has faced so many of the best in the world here at LAIC, and he has put himself into an LAIC Championship Sunday with Marta Galde, with Richie. What an incredible performance from all three of these players.
It looks like there possibly was a moment, a match under review, but we do see these two shaking hands and talking it out. We'll try to give you guys as much information as we can as we get updated on that scenario. In the meantime, congratulations to Ash and Ash being able to play so well. He was second place at North American International Championships and he was fourth place here. It's a big, big opportunity. It's a big, big win.
He's played so incredibly, and he's also such a great sport. He's a really nice person to be around, a great player, great character as well, and you can see him applauding his opponent. He knows how heartbreaking it is to lose at this stage, but he's still full of warmth. Vorell as well, embracing his opponent, going through, winning that game. That is just such an incredible feeling to get to a day 3.
Oh boy, not a lot of people can say that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the run that Vorell actually went through this whole day, because again, this is absolutely huge. Look at all of these trainers being able to make it into day 2. I'm even trying to find him here on the bracket. Gonna have to go backwards.
It was Vorell. He was beating players such as torian, such as Out of Pocket. He then lost to Richie, came down into the losers bracket and had to play Ilum, one of the best players in the world, puts himself into these losers semifinals, wins 2 games to 1. He is now in the losers finals. The winners finals, on the other hand, Richie against Marta Galde. The winner of that best of 5 will go through to the grand finals here at LAIC, and the loser of that match will go down to play Vorell in the losers finals, also a best of 5.
And both of those trainers, they're teammates, they're friends, they've scrimmed against each other so many times. We saw the little heartfelt greetings from their family and friends, and I think that it's absolutely fantastic. Not only is Pokemon about playing against other competitors, it's about meeting friends, it's about having people join together for this experience.
All of these players are so excited, and the difficulty might be as well, how do you scrim when the people you would scrim against are probably also very close with your opponent as well? Maybe they need to go, guys, look, we're going to have to siphon you off. You guys will support me, you guys will support me, and we'll see how it goes. So day 3 coming up tomorrow. Let's take a look at when that's going to start, because you need to make sure you are tuned in.
If you're not too busy distracted by Tomahawk's pretty face, you'll actually see it on that lower third right below there. It's going to start at 9 in the morning. You're not going to want to miss any of this action. Again, we're on that main channel, the Pokemon channel, so you're going to want to watch that. Go ahead, check in a little bit early, see how your night's going to go. Afterwards, we're going to have the card game and the video game. So many champions are going to be crowned this weekend. And as a reminder, we already know the top 4 competitors are automatically qualified for Worlds in Anaheim, California. We have that already figured out.
So many automatic invites. And do you know what, Amanda? You were absolutely right. When we predicted which player would take it all and what region would they come from, Amanda has backed LATAM from minute 1. And we have 3 LATAM players in our Championship Sunday, and I think the fans are going to be wild. The crowd and the atmosphere will be immense.
And you're going to want to be watching for sure, because not only are you going to see amazing battles, you're going to be able to get Twitch drops.
We love Twitch drops. Make sure that you are getting this Feraligatr. It is a shout out to Out of Pocket's win at the North American International Championships last season, and it comes with that gorgeous Elite Charge TM. I know you love Charge TMs. I certainly do, if I had any. Elite Charge TM available for everyone.
And it's not just Go that's getting in on this action. We've got prizes, we've got things for all of the different channels. Look at this beautiful card here for the trading card game.
That is a Pikachu EX. It is available now on the trading card game live. Make sure to get this. It is available for redemption, and watch and earn all of these Twitch drops. There is so much on offer for you viewers at home.
And that is not it. You thought that it was going to be just Go in the trading card game. Guess what? We're also going for that video game here. There's a code right there. You'll be able to get that Pelipper, a Pokemon that's used also in Pokemon Go. And I'm just excited to see it used across the board in the different games.
Twitch drops for Go, Twitch drops for TCG, Twitch drops for VG as well. Pelipper is available for redemption now. Make sure to watch all of the different channels. Get as much as you can. Make the most of this weekend. It is such a fantastic opportunity to play and support right now.
I think that this has been an absolutely incredible tournament. It went from 223 competitors down to our top 3 tomorrow. And this what? These are our last best of 3s as well. We're going into best of 5s, a whole different beast tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss out on any of that action.
Best of 5s, so many games, but also all of the games are being shown tomorrow of all of the different formats for Pokemon. We've got Unite, the trading card game, the video game as well, and of course Go, losers finals, winners finals, grand finals. There is so much Pokemon action tomorrow.
Let us know who you're cheering for. Who do you think is going to take it all the way? We're going to go ahead and we're going to make sure that we're seeing in the chat who people are going to support, and I think a lot of those players are going back too. They would love to hear your support and feedback.
Make sure to get your posts now. Use the hashtag PokemonLAIC. We've had some incredible posts already that we've been able to share. We want to share more. Your support means everything to us and to these players here in Sao Paulo.
And that is it for today, but that is not going to be it for tomorrow. You definitely want to make sure to tune in. We're going to see you there. Go ahead, get some rest, and we'll see you there.